What is the world truly like? For this question, people shaped by different living environments, levels of education, and social status develop utterly divergent views. Some see glory, rank, and vulgar pleasures. Others see tender shoots pushing out of the soil, generations toiling in silence. Yet the world in Zhou Heng's eyes is unlike that of anyone else. To him, the world is a vast reservoir of information where everything that exists is nothing but exchanges between currents of information. In his vision, all intangible things are rendered concrete, including those fickle, elusive emotions that are usually impossible to grasp. He sees that the emotion called happiness is triggered by receiving information of reverence, envy, gratitude, support, praise, expectation, fulfillment, and so on. He sees that the act of eating gives rise to information on satiety, texture, flavor, calories, nutrition, and more. Now everything in the world has turned in Zhou Heng's eyes into an unbearably complex and distorted torrent of information. Just a single second of gazing at it overwhelms him with such an immense volume of data that his head feels as if it will split open, nausea and convulsions racking his body. Oh! Zhou Heng hurriedly shuts his eyes, which seem to have mutated. Only when everything returns to darkness does he finally exhale a long breath of relief. Zhou Heng had once been a university student in Huagua, majoring in mineral exploration technology and engineering. After graduation, he joined a Huagua mining enterprise, and due to work requirements, he was dispatched to a third-world country called Nerea. To be honest, before going abroad, Zhou Heng had never particularly appreciated how precious the safety of Huagua was. But once he arrived in Nerea, everything there brutally shattered his simple view of the world. Bandits. Yes, bandits. This sinful profession, long since vanished into Huagua's history, was still thriving vigorously in Nerea. Imagine this, even a tribal chieftain, if he failed to bring enough security guards, could be kidnapped by bandits there. In the eyes of those bandits, there was never any distinction between locals and outsiders. As long as profit was to be had, they would not let a single chance to plunder slip by. It is hard to imagine by what bizarre survival mechanism such a country manages to persist. Yet such a place truly exists in the modern world, and unfortunately Zhou Heng had to go there for the sake of his work. In fact, the mining company where Zhou Heng worked possessed ample security strength, and over more than a year of work, neither he nor his colleagues had suffered any harm. Just as he was gradually adapting to the chaotic local society, an accident occurred without warning. During one survey operation, a stray bullet from Waknoshire struck him. As he collapsed, he heard the team leader shout, "Stray rounds. Everyone down now." In a blur, Zhou Heng rapidly lost all sense of his own body. It all happened too fast, so fast he did not even have time to feel fear. His final coherent thought was, these chaotic bastards really ought to be sent to hell. When Zhou Heng's consciousness returned, he saw those tangled, distorted streams of information surging unrestrainedly. In that instant, he thought there must be something wrong with his brain. Yet the unfamiliar environment, the residents in simple archaic clothing, and the information flooding heaven and earth all told him one thing: he seemed to have transmigrated. And this was no ordinary transmigration. With just a single opening of his eyes, he could see part of the world's underlying essence, which suggested that he had become some sort of extraordinary existence. Now that I can perceive the flow of information, can I also see the information contained within my own body? At this thought, an image formed behind his tightly closed eyes, a valiant young man. Under his gaze, everything about that youth transformed into orderly scenes of information for him to observe. He saw a wailing infant brought into the world as delighted family members crowded around. He also saw the child's father, having passed the imperial examinations after assiduous study, happily packing to depart for his official post. He saw white funeral banners hanging throughout the child's home, the bewildered child kneeling before the spirit hall, not knowing what to do. He saw even more clearly the child's eldest uncle late at night, bitterly scolding, "Second brother, your greed knew no bounds. Now look what has happened. You drove the villagers to revolt, and it cost you your life." Thus Zhou Heng watched through the brief 16 years of this body's life, and came to understand both how his reincarnated self had died, and why he now possessed such a wondrous ability. All of this had taken place just yesterday afternoon, when Zhou Heng's former self had been sent by his eldest uncle to the estate fields to inspect that year's harvest. Everything had been proceeding smoothly until his former self saw a traveling merchant driving a few sheep. On a sudden whim, he decided to buy 2 of them to reward the peasants for their hard labor. Unexpectedly, that traveling merchant refused to do business, even when offered more money. This angered his former self, who then gathered several sturdy peasants and forcibly took 2 sheep. When the peasants, rejoicing, were about to slaughter the sheep, they discovered that the 2 lambs transformed upon contact with water into 2 women. This uncanny sight did not frighten his former self. Instead, it enraged the peasants, for those 2 women turned out to be the wives of local peasant men. With a measure of courage and a strong sense of loyalty, his former self was furious and immediately led the peasants, clubs and hand dogs in tow, to scour the area in search of the traveling merchant. The traveling merchant, who only knew a single malevolent art, possessed no great ability. He was quickly captured by the sturdy young peasants. To save his life, the merchant offered money to settle the matter and even threatened that he practiced a curse art known as Yinsheng, a kind of malediction. If they did not release him, he swore he would curse the former self. His former self thought, this will not do at all. If today you can use curses to threaten me into sparing you, then tomorrow you might threaten me to hand over peasants for you to turn into lambs with that vile sorcery. Therefore he resolutely decided to drive out evil and uphold justice. The method was simple, following the peasant's rustic maxim that everything yields to immersion in a latrine pit. Thus the traveling merchant was suppressed into a privy pinned beneath a large stone. As it turned out, the peasant's simple method of exorcism worked rather well. The merchant stopped resurfacing after only a few bubbles, and it seemed that the wicked man had been thoroughly suppressed. Ordinarily the matter would have ended there. But perhaps the merchant felt the humiliation too deeply, for he was willing to forfeit reincarnation and face the annihilation of his very soul just to unleash his wicked art and exact a vengeful reprisal. No one knew how the merchant managed to perform the Yinxing curse down in a latrine pit. Reasonably, such sinister arts should require hand seals, incantations, or some ritual movements. In any case, regardless of how he cast his sorcery, the former self was cursed by a malicious specter like an avenging ghost. As the vengeful ghost tore at him and his former self's soul began to crumble and scatter, a majestic and sacred figure appeared at the very depths of his soul. What an immense and holy form it was! Clad in blue and white striped garments, with a transparent strange mask across the face, its body was threaded with crystalline tubes as long and majestic as great rivers. That single image alone contained an overwhelming grandeur. The scene, as if a celestial deity had descended into the mortal realm, erased the vengeful spirit entirely in an instant. So after being shot, I became a vegetative patient. My reincarnated body itself holds nothing particularly mystical. The reason I can see part of this world's underlying essence is that my original body, still alive, counts as a higher dimensional life form relative to this realm. I never imagined that someone as ordinary as I once was would, by crossing into another world, become a higher dimensional being. So have I ascended in dimension, or descended? By observing the information about his own existence, Zhou Heng came to understand his present situation. He had not been suddenly transported into this world. Instead, after suffering brain damage and becoming a vegetative patient, his consciousness, through some unknown means, descended in dimensionality into this realm, where he reincarnated and gained a new life. Had there been no external interference, he would likely have lived out an ordinary lifetime in this world. Yet the wraith tore his soul of this life into shreds, awakening the higher dimensional essence of his spirit. Under the influence of higher dimensional power, the essence of his soul was unexpectedly able to establish a faint resonance with his distant body on the higher dimensional Earth star. This higher dimensional resonance granted Zhou Heng a strange kind of sight, enabling him to pierce through part of the underlying nature of the world before him. The greatest problem confronting Zhou Heng now was that he lacked a higher dimensional brain and thus could not effectively process the massive influx of information perceived through his elevated vision. Naturally, without that higher dimensional brain, he was equally unable to control the higher dimensional body that remained on Earth star. Put another way, he needed to reboot that already brain-dead organ before he could obtain complete higher dimensional power, for everything, including consciousness and thought, originated from that higher dimensional brain. This is troublesome. With Earth star's medical technology, keeping my physical body alive is no issue at all, but repairing the brain is utterly out of the question. Am I to forge in this lower dimensional world an information processor as intricate as a brain, and then use it in reverse to reactivate my original higher dimensional body? Zhou Heng knew this idea was utterly mad. To shape a higher dimensional brain within a lower dimensional world was an almost impossible undertaking. Yet the faint resonance arising from the essence of his soul allowed him to glimpse a hope of ascending dimensions, and this primal temptation of life's evolution was so powerful that it drove him into an almost obsessive pursuit. For now, dreaming of dimensional ascension is nothing but a fantasy. What I should do at this moment is rely on higher dimensional perception to obtain great power in this world as swiftly as possible. Breaking free from the temptation of ascension, Zhou Heng discovered that his originally fractured soul had been completely mended by the feedback power from his higher dimensional essence, which once more concealed itself within the outer shell of his lower dimensional soul. The injury and recovery of his soul stirred in Zhou Heng a keen interest in wraiths, these beings of pure spirit. Let me see the true nature of these wraith-like spirits. Across both my lives, this is my first time encountering such a wondrous form of existence as a ghost. Under Zhou Heng's scrutiny, the information contained within the wraith that had previously barged into his sea of consciousness was carefully unraveled and laid bare in extraordinary detail to his perception. So this is a wraith. By damaging the essence of the soul, it forcibly condenses the 3 souls and 7 spirits into a spirit used for suicidal curse attacks. It truly is a forbidden art. However, this forbidden art is actually a rather fine spell for me. My soul's essence hails from a higher dimensional world. Merely forcing a spirit into cohesion will not harm me in the slightest. Having grasped the mode of existence of wraiths, Zhou Heng, relying on the superiority of his higher dimensional soul essence, began to imitate this forbidden technique capable of forcibly condensing Ain spirit. After several failures, Zhou Heng found that the essence of his soul indeed remained unscathed. The lower dimensional soul that had been damaged during the forced condensation of Ain spirit was swiftly restored by the repairs of his higher dimensional essence. This costless trial-and-error process gave Zhou Heng the confidence to keep probing the extraordinary powers native to this world, allowing him to experiment freely on his lower dimensional soul without concern. So this is the world as seen through Ain spirit's eyes. I've succeeded. At last, after more than a dozen failures, Zhou Heng succeeded in forcibly transforming his lower dimensional soul into Ain spirit. Now, even if he abandoned this lower dimensional body, he could survive in this world in another form of life. The instant the Ain spirit was fully condensed, Zhou Heng obtained yet another angle from which to observe the world. Though the vision of Ain spirit differed somewhat from that of ordinary people, he could at last avoid directly facing the twisted streams of information perceived through higher dimensional sight. This new vision was excellent news for Zhou Heng, for a lower dimensional body and soul could not possibly handle the enormous information captured by higher dimensional sight. With the vision of Ain spirit, he could finally live a normal life in this world. Ain spirits forged by damaging the essence of the soul with forbidden arts gain the ability to leave the body and attack other souls, yet they cannot endure for long. Judging from the wraith that attacked me, it could survive for at most 3 hours before its energy ran dry and it was scattered into nothingness. But I am different. My soul's essence comes from a higher dimension. Maintaining Ain spirit costs me almost nothing. Compared to Ain spirit that flares for but an instant, I am more akin to a long-sighted, long-lived Ain god. The power of higher dimensions was truly magnificent. Once Zhou Heng of this world had been merely an ordinary man, yet now relying solely on the projection of his higher dimensional status, he had become a being capable of enduring long and far in this realm. After familiarizing himself with his Ain god form, Zhou Heng voluntarily left his physical body and began to roam about the bedroom in his Ain god body, observing his surroundings. Through the vision of the Ain god, he finally saw the ordinary facade of this world, the wooden bed, brocade, quilt tables and chairs, and the hazy starlight and moonlight filtering through the paper windows, almost identical to what his previous self had seen. The only difference was that in the Ain god's vision, he could always see faint wisps of vapor drifting upward from the ground, and the paper window that should have blocked the starlight and moonlight now shimmered with a soft hazy glow. On the whole, the Ain god's vision simply added a few special effects. After all, as a life form of pure energy, it was perfectly natural for Ain spirit to perceive fluctuations of energy. Since this world harbors forbidden arts and Ain spirits, it should also possess spells, specters, and similar things. Next, I must gather as much extraordinary knowledge of this realm as possible, growing stronger, while also exploring how to harness higher dimensional power more effectively. After wandering idly around the bedroom for a while, Zhou Heng's Ain god returned to his body. He then locked his higher dimensional sight onto his own physical form and used his Ain god vision to take control of this body's senses. At first, this simultaneous manipulation of two fields of vision did not go smoothly, but after a period of adjustment, Zhou Heng finally managed to roughly master this mode. Though observing through two viewpoints at once caused him some confusion, it was not entirely a bad thing. With his higher dimensional gaze fixed upon himself, Zhou Heng remained under constant self-observation so that any change within him would be perceived at the very first instant. This state of complete self-awareness was rather pleasant. It allowed Zhou Heng to know precisely how much stamina he possessed, where his bodily limits lay, and how much reserve energy he could mobilize. It was like playing a game. In Zhou Heng's eyes, his body had become a perfectly precise, fully observable set of data. Because there was too much data, he focused only on a few core indicators, and on that basis constructed a simple data panel for himself. Name Zhou Heng, human Ain spirit. Jing 1 based on Zhou Heng's healthy physical state in this realm as the basic data unit. Qi 1 based on the normal energy accumulation of Zhou Heng's previous body as the basic data unit. Shin 10 based on the soul state before achieving the Ain spirit, which greatly enhances Zhou Heng's soul power after becoming an Ain spirit. Talent high-dimensional true spirit, the essence of a high-dimensional soul, high-dimensional vision, body of the Ain spirit. Zhou Heng's previous incarnation, owing to a decent background and not lacking food or drink since childhood, along with a bit of martial arts knowledge in his youth, had a body that was not in bad shape and was likely stronger than most ordinary people. Thus, using the state of his previous incarnation as a basic measurement unit seems quite reasonable to Zhou Heng, and it allows him to intuitively understand his progress at all times. When all efforts and progress can be observed directly, an endless motivation surged within Zhou Heng's heart, making the pursuit of knowledge an exceptionally interesting endeavor for him. As the night passed, the morning sun's rays spilled onto the oil paper window, and in the vision of the Ain spirit, this ordinary light appeared so splendid and beautiful, akin to the aurora over an icy plain cleansing the soul. After a night of time, Zhou Heng, who was initially overly excited about gaining special abilities, gradually calmed down. He got up dressed and opened the large door of his bedroom, stepping into this new world. Hey, second young master, why are you up so early today? Is it because you can't get used to the humble accommodations at the farm? Please bear with it, the conditions here are just like this. In a few days, once the autumn harvest is complete, we can return to the manor. Manager Wang, am not that delicate. It is currently the time for the autumn harvest, and the villagers are working hard. How can I afford to sleep in? Although Zhou Heng was nominally in charge of the inspection team sent by his uncle to the farm, the actual inspection work was to be handled by Manager Wang, the experienced accountant. Thus, Manager Wang woke up early to get busy, but he did not expect that the usually indolent second young master would also rise early today. It is commendable that the second young master can empathize with the villagers' hard work. Breakfast isn't ready yet, should I go urge them on? No need, just proceed as usual. I happen to want to stroll around the fields and see the grandeur of the autumn harvest. Stepping out of the small courtyard made of yellow clay, Zhou Heng responded to the greetings from the villagers as he walked out of the quaint rural farm. When Zhou Heng arrived at the grain-filled farmland, he noticed that several villagers were already busy in the fields. He did not disturb them, but walked towards a patch of land with several mounds of varying sizes. In his Een spirit's vision, Zhou Heng noticed several shadowy figures seemingly ethereal squatting under the pines and cypress watching the busy villagers. Without needing to guess, Zhou Heng understood that those figures were likely the Een spirits transformed from deceased humans. Under normal circumstances, these weak Een spirits should not be able to exist for long, so where did their sustaining energy come from? Zhou Heng approached the mound and saw traces of burning and partially burnt paper offerings. He pondered as it seemed that rituals in this world indeed had the effect of connecting the realms of Yin and Yang. Greetings, gentlemen. Why do you not enter the underworld for reincarnation? Is there something you are unable to let go of? Having received all the information from his previous incarnation, Zhou Heng knew that this world had legends of the underworld and reincarnation, and now he discovered the effects of rituals. Therefore, he wanted to inquire about the news of the underworld and reincarnation from these Een spirits. But Zhou Heng was destined to be disappointed. Those Een spirits seemed to have not heard his words, still gazing blankly at the busy villagers. They can't hear what I'm saying, or have they lost their normal intelligence? Considering that Een spirits are different life forms from humans, Zhou Heng's Een spirit detached from his physical body, preparing to ask the few Een spirits again. Woo-woo. However, the situation was somewhat unexpected for Zhou Heng. The moment those Een spirits saw his Een spirit form, it seemed they had seen something terrifying. One by one, they screamed and dove into their graves, trembling as they tried to curl their ephemeral bodies. This is troublesome. They are so afraid of me that they can't even plead for mercy. It seems they have lost their intelligence, leaving only the instinct to survive. Looking at the Een spirits struggling to curl themselves into balls, Zhou Heng realized that his plan to obtain information about the underworld through communication was likely to come to naught. Fortunately, he had already gained some insights and found a goal worth exploring, which was rituals. With a goal in mind, Zhou Heng promptly left the graveyard. After his figure disappeared completely, the Een spirits once again emerged from their graves and continued to squat under the pines and cypress, gazing blankly at the laboring villagers. Young Master Heng, if we sincerely worship you, will we really receive candy? Indeed, look, this is fine ginger candy made in the Litong Fong of the capital. As long as you sincerely worship, these will all be yours. A group of over a dozen children, the oldest only 5 years old, who were playing in the threshing yard, became Zhou Heng's experimental assistants. Under the temptation of the sweet ginger candy, these naive children were exceptionally obedient. But young Master Heng, my father said that worship is a remembrance of our ancestors who have passed away. Would your acceptance of our worship bring bad luck? Don't worry, didn't I say that last night a wicked person who turned people into sheep turned into a vengeful ghost to harass me? Thankfully, our village's earth god saved me from disaster. However, the earth god also said that I was harmed by the vengeful ghost and hurt my soul. I need the sincere worship of innocent children to help me calm my soul. You need not worry about bad luck. If the worship proves effective, I will also renovate the earth temple for the earth god. Alright, I still have a piece of paper offering at home. They'll go get it to help young Master Heng calm his soul. They'll go too. I have some leftover incense for ancestor worship at home. Perhaps the temptation of the ginger candy was indeed great, or perhaps the pure-hearted children genuinely wanted to help Zhou Heng calm his soul. In light of Zhou Heng's reasonable explanation, the children went home one by one without suspicion to gather ritual items. As a wisp of blue smoke rose from the flames, accompanied by the children's sincere worship, a special power surged towards Zhou Heng's Een spirit form. This power was weak, yet miraculous. It carried the emotional longing of the children, transforming into tiny white light spots absorbed by Zhou Heng's Een spirit. Remarkably, Zhou Heng's Een spirit experienced a slight sense of fullness. Since Zhou Heng's high-dimensional vision was always in a state of self-observation, he easily discovered the effect of this special power. The moment the power appeared, it was absorbed by his Een spirit, becoming the energy that sustained its existence. Although this power was quite weak and had little effect on Zhou Heng's Yin spirit, he judged that this energy was sufficient to sustain an ordinary Yin spirit for some time. So young Master Heng, does it have any effect? Yes, I now feel clear-headed. It seems that the Earth God's method of calming the soul is effective, and of course I must thank you for your help. That's great. Young Master Heng is a good person. You saved Aunt Zhang and Aunt Li from the bad guy who turned people into sheep. Helping you is the least we can do. Facing the eager gazes of the children, Zhou Heng smiled as he took out the sweet ginger candy from the oil paper bag and began to distribute it. Yay, it's so sweet. In Anji village, a quaint farming settlement affiliated with the Zhou family in the capital, a remarkable event occurred during the harvest season on August 13th. The cause was the manifestation of the village's earth god who assisted the young master in dispelling the curse of the vengeful ghost unleashed by a sheep-transforming sorcerer. In gratitude for the earth god's protection, Zhou Heng, the young master from the main family, decided to renovate the village's earth temple. This itself was already quite extraordinary, compounded by the fact that the sheep-transforming sorcerer had indeed existed and had threatened to cast a curse using counterspells before being immersed in a pit of filth. The entire situation was reasonable, leaving the villagers no choice but to believe. At this moment, they discovered that the earth temple, which they had previously neglected and that had seen little incense, truly had the power to protect the people. At this point, the renovation of the earth temple became a natural course of action. Even though it was the busy harvest season, the villagers managed to spare a carpenter and 2 masons to assist Zhou Heng in the renovation. As Zhou Heng's temporary guardian, manager Wang also expressed his support for this initiative and stated that all expenses could be reimbursed by the village's public account. Manager Wang's actions were a way to express gratitude from the Zhou family to the earth god and to help his young master achieve his goal. With manager Wang's support, Zhou Heng's renovation plan proceeded smoothly. The originally low earth temple, which was only waist-high to an adult, was expanded to a height of 2 meters. Even the earth god statue, which was originally only a foot tall, was set to be replaced with a statue around 1 meter tall. Since Zhou Heng had been blessed by the earth god and was the only one who had seen the true form of the earth god, the casting of the statue naturally fell to him. Under Zhou Heng's direction, the earth temple was quickly renovated anew. Although the space was still small, it could at least accommodate a few sturdy adult men, serving as a modest shelter from the wind and rain. On the night of August 15th, with the moon fully round, the busy villagers, having skipped dinner, came to Zhou Heng's courtyard to raise the deity. Hey. 4 strong men carried a mud statue over 1 meter tall towards the newly renovated earth temple, while giggling children skipped along joyfully following their elders. Zhou Heng had not received the blessings of the earth god. What significance did his actions hold? Was it merely to perfect his own lies? In truth, it was not so. After receiving the children's worship, he discovered the miraculous power of the offerings. Thus, he needed a fixed experimental platform to collect incense. In the countryside, the local god earth god was more readily accepted by the villagers. As for what to do with the original earth god, that was never an issue, as the earth god of Anji village was merely a mud puppet devoid of any supernatural qualities. Zhou Heng did not know whether the absence of land was a widespread phenomenon or a localized one. But this was irrelevant to his plans. Whether the land had never existed or had dissipated due to a lack of incense, it would not affect his agenda. We've arrived. Everyone be careful, don't drop the Earth Lord. Please return to your home, Earth Lord. After the statue was properly placed, Zhou Heng took out a red cloth to drape over the earth god statue. The villagers were generally not affluent, and draping a red cloth over the earth god statue was already a sincere display of respect. If Zhou Heng were to truly adorn the statue with a new garment, it might be stolen in the dead of night. After all, the reverence brought by the mud statue was limited, while the goods that could be exchanged for a new outfit were tangible benefits. Earth Lord, in new clothes, please bless Anji village with peace and bountiful harvests. With a loud call, the villagers of Anji bowed respectfully together. At this moment, regardless of who they were, at least they shared a fleeting moment of sincerity. This might be the very essence of ritual activities which could unite people's hearts in this world and truly generate power. The earth god statue of mud basked in the villagers' worship, remaining still and serene. Its clay face resembled that of a young man with a beard somewhat reminiscent of Zhou Heng's appearance during his time on Earth. Additionally, Zhou Heng had mixed a clump of his own hair into the mud statue. Through this hair, his shadow spirit could attach itself to the statue, enjoying the offerings dedicated to the nameless deity. Anji village was not large, but it had over 50 households and more than 200 people. The incense generated by these villagers surpassed that of a mere dozen children by far, and was also considerably less chaotic. The moment Zhou Heng's shadow spirit accepted the offerings, countless distractions surged from the incense, attempting to influence his thoughts, but his high-dimensional true spirit naturally immunized him against disturbances to his soul and thoughts. Thus, these chaotic offerings posed no threat to him. To him, they were merely inferior energies. While these offerings influenced thoughts, they continuously nourished Zhou Heng's shadow spirit. With his high-dimensional perspective, Zhou Heng realized that as long as the offering power was sufficient and the nourishing time long enough, his shadow spirit's body could gradually grow stronger. Zhou Heng did not need to worry about the influence of the offering power, but could enjoy the benefits it provided, which was undoubtedly good news for him. As the offering power continued to flow in alongside the villagers' sincere prayers, part of the offering power transformed into a piece of bright red cloth enveloping Zhou Heng's shadow spirit. The red cloth was similar to the one draped over the earth god statue. At that moment, the offering power continually displayed its wonders within Zhou Heng's perception. Offering cloth as a robe, the incense nurtures the spirit. This world is both kind and cruel to the life forms of shadow spirits. They receive the offerings of countless people while being bound by incense, potentially losing themselves and transforming into the embodiment of the hopes of all beings. Under Zhou Heng's high-dimensional perception, controlling the offering power became simpler. He meticulously pried open energy nodes, filling this wave of offerings into the red cloth formed by the offering power. Then he transformed the cloth into a wide-sleeved red robe that enveloped his shadow spirit's body. Now the offering power would gradually nurture his shadow spirit, and the robe of offerings would provide a layer of protection for it. Immediately after, he added a line to his attribute panel: skill robe of offerings. Ritual complete. After another shout, the villagers stood up in succession, and the previously quiet children once again became lively. Let's go, it's time to eat. Young Master Heng is generous today and has invited us all to dinner. I heard there's meat soup. This year we can truly celebrate the Mid-Autumn Festival. Meat to eat. With the villagers chatting and laughing, the ritual of worshipping the earth god for his grand relocation officially concluded as they arrived at the threshing floor in small groups to receive a bowl of meat and vegetable soup paired with sorghum buns, happily starting their meal. Under the full moon, several ethereal figures stood by the threshing floor gazing at them intently. Young Master Heng, your monthly allowance is not much. Oh, why invite the villagers to eat together? Having received their offerings, I naturally must give back. The autumn harvest is a precious time for farmers, making the entire month of August a busy period for them. After more than 10 days of hard work, the farmers had stored their harvested grain, and after clearing the straw from the fields, they began sowing sorghum again. At this point, Zhou Heng and his companions had completed their tasks. After Wang the steward updated the land rent records, they embarked on their journey back home. Since Zhou Heng had gotten along well with the village children during his stay, many little ones came with their parents to bid him farewell. After Zhou Heng promised to bring them sweet ginger candy in the near future, they waved goodbye to him with eager anticipation. With Zhou Heng's departure, the once closed and conservative village returned to its quiet state, yet the stories sparked by his visit were spreading to nearby villages. Taming evil spirits, saving people ginger candy, distributing meat broth, and renovating the land temple. These peculiar tales became the talk of the farmers and children as they visited each other. As Zhou Heng and his group left, the farmers, no longer restrained, began to embellish Zhou Heng's story based on their own interpretations. Thus, several different versions of the tales about taming evil spirits began circulating in the nearby villages. Although the details varied, the overarching narrative remained unchanged. Consequently, Zhou Heng quickly gained the title of Yongzhou, Erling Slayer of Evil and Demon. In the ancient countryside where entertainment was scarce, the villagers placed great importance on events happening around them. Sometimes, even a wife's inability to wash clothes could be talked about for half a year. Moreover, Zhou Heng, a young master from the capital, had accomplished significant feats in Anji village. As the stories spread wider, the number of villagers recounting them increased, and the logically coherent and accepted tales began to subtly manifest traces of existence under the faint beliefs unconsciously provided by the villagers. Zhou Heng's high-dimensional true spirit also instantly captured information about the stories surrounding him. One day, while sitting in a carriage heading towards the capital, Zhou Heng discovered something interesting. His high-dimensional true spirit, hidden within the shadow, was sensing another version of himself in this world. As the high-dimensional power instinctively converged, Zhou Heng gained control over this other self. Oh, another me living within a story. When Zhou Heng projected his consciousness into this other self, he found himself back in Anji village at the moment he had just arrived at the farm. However, some things in this version of Anji village were different. It wasn't that the buildings had changed much, but the farmers had undergone some transformations. The previously honest and not particularly strong farmers had suddenly transformed into burly men wielding guns and accompanied by fierce dogs. They no longer resembled farming villagers, but rather a group of professional fighters. Zhou Heng observed for a moment and noticed that everyone was staring at him without moving. Everything in this world seemed to converge in that instant. By a sheep. Zhou Heng pondered for a moment and uttered those two words, and suddenly the world came to life. The fierce farmers pulled out a hideous peddler from the corners of their houses. The villain was about to resist, but when Zhou Heng looked at him, he instantly became docile, silently watching Zhou Heng along with the farmers, waiting for him to choose a sheep. At this moment, Zhou Heng understood everything in this story. Where he was the protagonist, he was the absolute center, and without his guidance the narrative could not unfold. After realizing the truth, Zhou Heng quickly completed the selection of sheep, turning them into people when they encountered water, and then he led the farmers out of the village to capture the peddler who harmed people with evil sorcery. Leaving the village, Zhou Heng discovered that the world of the story was very small, consisting only of Anji village and over 1,000 acres of farmland. Beyond that lay nothing but void and darkness. In such terrain, the peddler had no place to hide, and the farmers quickly executed Zhou Heng's capture order with loyalty. When the peddler was captured again, everything mirrored Zhou Heng's previous experiences, and he was once again submerged in a cesspit. However, at this point the story began to shift. The originally bright day abruptly turned into night, and the vile peddler morphed into a terrifying ghost that lunged at Zhou Heng. Faced with this horrific scene, Zhou Heng did not flee. His redrobed shadow spirit instantaneously emerged from within him and crushed the ghost with a single slap. Indeed, in this story world, Zhou Heng still possessed the power of the shadow spirit. Since his consciousness entered this realm, his high-dimensional true spirit projected his real-world powers here. This power, akin to one proof forever, was quite miraculous, directly transforming the core character of this story world. The ghost was eliminated the moment it appeared, and after a while the land deity who had shimmered with golden light during the ghost's emergence finally arrived, holding his wooden staff and attempting to attack, yet finding no target. At this point the story seemed to have hit a bug. Everything had come to a standstill, as if the essential narrative chain had been severed. The land deity is me, I defeated the ghost and protected myself, so the story can continue to unfold. As Zhou Heng spoke, his redrobed shadow spirit approached the land temple, while his physical body remained in place. With the redrobed shadow spirit entering the land temple, the world came to life once more, and the farmers joyfully began to renovate the temple. As for the golden land deity, he had completely vanished as if he had never existed. As the farmers carried the new deity statue into the land temple, Zhou Heng draped a red cloth over his statue. After the farmers sincerely bowed in worship, his shadow spirit fully became the land deity within this story. Finally, amid the laughter of eating meat broth and steamed buns, the story came to an end. In the blink of an eye, Zhou Heng once again returned to the story's starting point, where a group of fierce farmers quietly watched him, waiting for him to lead the story forward once more. Everything goes smoothly, but it's just a grand dream. This story is truly interesting and captivating. If Zhou Heng were an ordinary person, he might willingly sink into his own story. After all, here, he is the center of all things. Under the premise of adhering to basic rules, he can act freely without restraint. Fortunately, he is not an ordinary person, and his high-dimensional true spirit does not allow him to indulge in this flawed illusion. Let me reflect upon myself, observe my true self, and discover where I truly come from and how I exist within this story. After Zhou Heng's self-observation locked onto himself within the story, all illusions were shattered, and he saw that the thoughts of numerous villagers had transformed into this illusory tale. Indeed, this story may circulate for a while, but its essence remains illusory. In the real world, it can only serve as a topic of conversation for the villagers and has no power to affect reality. Even though the rituals and incense of this world possess mystical abilities, the stories passed down by the villagers remain stories. They cannot simply turn into a world based solely on their narratives. If villagers could create a world merely by spreading stories, they would no longer be human, but divine beings who wield miraculous powers. Yet Zhou Heng possesses such a miracle. When he steps into his own story, the high-dimensional power transforms the illusory tale into a reality akin to a dream. All of this is merely because he has come. The story world has been drawn from illusion into reality. Even if it currently exists only as a vision, it has indeed entered the realm of the real. The dreamlike story world is frail, yet it serves its own purpose. Firstly, it can absorb the incense faith that praises this story world, and secondly, it can accommodate the lives of the shadowy spirits. In other words, at this moment, Zhou Heng's dream story resembles an incomplete divine law domain. If there is enough incense power to nourish it, this dreamscape can similarly evolve into a true divine law domain. The appearance and solidification of the story world provided Zhou Heng with inspiration. He planned to piece together different story dreamscapes to create his own law domain world. Through a higher dimensional view of the story, Zhou Heng discovered that the stories recognized by his higher dimensional true spirit must be logically coherent, widely acknowledged, and most importantly related to him. Understanding the rules of story creation, Zhou Heng began to ponder silently how to fabricate a new story for himself. In the Great Qi, on the 30th of August in the 5th year of Pingkong, Zhou Heng and his companions finally arrived at the capital Daliang City after days of travel. At this time, Guangzhou Gate on the west side of Daliang City was similar to when Zhou Heng left the capital. The flowing crowd was divided into three groups. One group of elegantly dressed individuals appeared spirited, while another group of plainclothed folks chatted leisurely. The most eye-catching was the third group of people who were ragged and dazed, looking down and cautiously avoiding eye contact. This group was the largest, forming an endless line, yet they found it the hardest to enter the city. Manager Wang, didn't the court issue a decree for disaster relief before we left the capital? Why are there even more refugees seeking shelter in the capital now? Young Master Heng, this question stumps me. I am but a mere manager. How would I know the process for disaster relief? I was mistaken, Manager Wang. Let's proceed into the city. Zhou Heng observed Manager Wang's evasive gaze and understood he had his own insights on the matter, but was afraid to speak openly, fearing trouble. It was only natural for Zhou Heng to ask about the gathering of refugees, while Manager Wang's avoidance confirmed that his inner answer was not something pleasant, which is why he dared not speak. The people of Great Qi, especially those in the capital Daliang, were not as ignorant as Zhou Heng had seen in ancient costume dramas on Earth. His previous experiences told him that the people here had their own perceptions of events happening around them. Now even a mere manager questioned the disaster relief efforts, indicating that there were significant problems within the Great Qi court. Oh, it's Zhou's caravan. Oh, please come in quickly. The city guards only conducted a symbolic inspection, did not collect an entrance fee, and allowed Zhou Heng and his companions to enter Daliang City. This was not because Zhou Heng's family had significant influence in the capital, it was entirely because Zhou Heng's uncle Zhou Rui was the gate captain and was in charge of Guangzhou Gate. Thus passing through Guangzhou Gate was as convenient as returning home for Zhou Heng. After traversing a bridge tunnel approximately 15 meters thick, Zhou Heng and his party finally completely entered Daliang City. Upon entering the city, Zhou Heng lifted the curtain of the carriage and leaped down, witnessing the bustling crowd and vibrant streets filled with various shops, all proving the prosperity of this city. The appearance of this city was no different from when Zhou Heng left, but he was no longer the same person he once was. Erlang, you have endured hardships on this journey. When we settle down, I will host a feast to welcome you back. As Zhou Heng jumped down from the carriage, a military officer on duty in the inner city approached with a hearty laugh and patted him on the shoulder twice. Thank you, elder brother, for your concern. Aside from some fright, Heng did not suffer much. Although Zhou Heng had not returned to the residence before, the matter of his being cursed by the evil person had long been communicated to the house by Manager Wang, which is why his elder brother Zhou Rui came forward to express his concern. After bidding farewell to his elder brother Zhou Rui, Zhou Heng and his party continued on for a while before reaching the Zhou residence. In front of the residence, stone lions set elegantly, the copper nails on the bright red door shining, and a lacquered plaque hung high, clearly inscribed with imperially constructed general's mansion. The title of general in service of the nation sounds quite grand, but it can only be considered a low-ranking title in the Great Qi court. In the Great Qi court, the hierarchy of titles from high to low is as follows: princely kings, dukes, marquises, third-class generals in service of the nation, third-class generals assisting the nation, and third-class generals in service of the nation, all of which are regular titles that can be inherited with a reduction in rank. Titles that cannot be inherited by the regular line include riding generals, cloud riding generals, and benevolent riding generals. In addition, there is a special title of benevolent general, which is the lowest tier of regular titles. This title serves as a safeguard for the court to prevent noble families from being demoted through generations, eventually becoming commoners. Of course, if one truly becomes a benevolent general, that noble has essentially reached the end of their influence, as aside from a pleasant name and a small monthly stipend, they possess no political power. Zhou Heng's uncle Zhou Jian is the benevolent general of Great Qi. It can be said that since his grandfather's death, this family has struggled to maintain its status. Fortunately, his aunt married into their family, allowing the Zhou residence to continue. Young Master Heng has arrived home. The master and madam are waiting for you in the Rangan Hall. Guided by a maid, Zhou Heng passed through several courtyards and entered the inner courtyard to greet and pay respects to his elders. Oh, Henger, you have suffered. Not only were you harmed by evil people on this journey, but you also missed the family reunion during the Mid-Autumn Festival, all because of your heartless uncle. Do not worry, I have already instructed him that in the future you will not be sent to inspect the farmlands anymore. Additionally, your uncle, who did not see you during the Mid-Autumn Festival, instructed me to bring you many gifts. I have already sent someone to place them in your courtyard. Go back and see if you are satisfied. Thank you, aunt, for your concern, and thank you, uncle, for your kindness. Zhou Heng's aunt, he referred to her uncle not as Zhou Heng's relative, but as her brother, and thus Zhou Rui's uncle. If forced to establish a connection, Zhou Heng could also call him uncle. This uncle, who had no real connection, might not remember him at all, though apart from the people of the Zhou residence, only this aunt truly remembered him. Therefore, it was sufficient to listen to the gifts from the uncle, and if gratitude was due, it should be directed towards the kindness of he. Zhou Heng's aunt appeared friendly on the surface, but her demeanor was not truly warm. She resembled a smiling authority figure, her benevolent face hiding a plain scrutiny. Zhou Heng's elder brother had told him as a child that his mother required him to be friendly on the surface. Even if he deeply disliked someone, he could hit or punish them in secret. Such a character may be related to his background. She was the legitimate daughter of the Cine Marquis household, and being born as a secondary child was not respectable in this world. Otherwise, he would not have married Zhou Jian, this fallen gentry. It is likely that her cautious living in the Marquis household shaped her amiable exterior. Of course, her arrival did indeed change the Zhou residence. This wise woman utilized her family's influence to help Zhou Heng's uncle attain the position of a fifth-rank minister in the Ministry of War and later secured Zhou Rui a sixth-rank position as a gate captain. As for Zhou Heng's father and the second branch of the Zhou family, they had not enjoyed such good fortune. Zhou Heng's father rose through the imperial examination but died while in office, leaving Zhou Heng as an ordinary person until now. The kindness of women, the farmlands, are the lifeblood of the residents. I do not trust others, and you, Hanger, do not have any duties to occupy you, so it is just right for you to help us manage the farmlands. Besides, what does a little hardship count for? No one can expect everything to go smoothly. Hanger, you should rest for a while, and after the new year you can go inspect the farmlands. Heng, I shall heed uncle's advice. Zhou Jian's words were quite interesting. Without a position, he should manage the farmlands. With a position, he naturally would not need to manage them. He seemed to want he to make a choice between farmlands and position. Those not of this era cannot comprehend the value placed on land by the people of this time. In an age of low productivity, land is the best asset that can be inherited and is also the foundation for a stable livelihood. Zhou Jian made it explicitly clear through Zhou Heng's inspection of the estates that he intended to entrust part of the estates to the second branch for management. This inspection was essentially teaching Zhou Heng how to manage the estates. Can the second branch inherit the estates of the household? According to the traditions of the Dichi, it is optional, but Zhou Jian is clearly a man of integrity and honor. Having inherited the title and family assets, he cannot leave the second branch with nothing. Previously, Zhou Heng was too young to be considered, but now at 16, Zhou Jian, his uncle, was planning to secure some assets for his nephew's future. Due to the political power of the Zhou family, which stems entirely from the political influence of the Xinwu Marquis mansion, Zhou Jian cannot easily utilize the political power of the faction to help Zhou Heng secure a position without the consent of the Yi family. Therefore, Zhou Jian began to focus on the estates and the household. Now the issue lay with the He family. Either they would incur losses allowing Zhou Heng to secretly annex several estates, or they would preserve their assets, helping Zhou Heng secure a position, and then, after fulfilling his obligations, separating him from the Zhou household. Time flies. In the blink of an eye, Hanger has turned 16. It's indeed time for him to find something to do. Just as my brother sent some gifts to Hanger as a younger generation, he should also return the favor. Let's visit the Xinwu Marquis mansion together tomorrow. Thank you, Aunt, for your kindness. Heng is deeply grateful. Gifts from elders may be accepted freely, but gifts from juniors are not so easily taken. Accepting a junior's gift requires some acknowledgement, even from the Xinwu Marquis mansion. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, Zhou Heng was about to secure a position, and it wouldn't be too shabby either, as the Marquis mansion also cared about its reputation. Once the matters were mostly settled, Zhou Jian felt he had done right by his deceased second brother. The He family had preserved the estates, demonstrating her virtue as the head of the household, while Zhou Heng gained tangible benefits. Thus the three of them engaged in cheerful conversation, during which the topic of Zhou Heng being haunted by vengeful spirits inevitably arose, prompting the He family to suggest that they should invite the deity statue for worship. The lively chatter continued until Zhou Rui returned home from his duty. With the true eldest son of the household back, a welcoming feast commenced. The banquet lasted late into the night, with the generous Zhou Rui dragging Zhou Heng to drink a considerable amount of wine, even suggesting that Zhou Heng accompany him to Guangxiu Gate, claiming the rewards there were exceptionally rich. Zhou Heng smiled and declined his elder brother's kind offer, stating that he did not wish to stand guard daily and eat dust, which earned him a good-natured scolding from Zhou Rui. Zhou Heng could accept the He family's kindness, but could not directly accept the Zhou family's patronage. As the Zhou family had become too deeply tied to the Xinwu Marquis mansion, Zhou Heng, being the legitimate son of the second branch, naturally needed to provide opportunities for the faction leader to show grace. The wine in Daliang City may not be strong, but its after-effects are significant. As Zhou Rui and Zhou Heng succumbed to drunkenness, the banquet came to a complete end. Zhou Heng's drunken body was carried back to his bedroom by servants, while his own spirit remained acutely aware, observing the imposing general who had intruded into his room. "Hey kid, do you know you won't live much longer? I don't know who the general is, but you do look somewhat familiar." Zhou Heng recognized who the general before him was, for his portrait hung in the Zhou family's ancestral hall. He was Zhou Su, the first-rank general who founded the Zhou family's title, making him Zhou Heng's great-grandfather. "I am your great-grandfather. A few days ago I heard that a descendant of our family was haunted by vengeful spirits, and since my lineage is not prosperous, I thought to see if I could help you settle your spirit and drive away the evil. I did not expect that you have already condensed the Yin spirit. Kid, Yin spirits are hard to cultivate. Before long you will exhaust your energy, and your soul will scatter." "Thank you, great-grandfather, for your concern on my land." Deity said the same thing. "He gifted me a garment of incense and fire, claiming it would allow me to survive for a while. That land deity is kind-hearted. Oh, without that garment you wouldn't survive a single day. It is only right that you rebuild his temple in return." The night wanderer Zhou Su, under the command of the city god, looked at his calm and orderly descendant and nodded in satisfaction. Though this descendant may be unlucky, his talent is not low. Otherwise, he wouldn't have condensed Aene's spirit to fight back against the vengeful spirits, so he decided to expend some resources to protect this descendant. Do you know, great-grandson, that to survive, Aene's spirit must absorb incense and fire. However, if it absorbs too little, it will slowly lose its emotions and wisdom, becoming an empty shell. If it absorbs too much, it will be influenced by distracting thoughts and lose its true self. I know a little. May I ask if there is a solution, great-grandfather? Yes, under the protection of the divine seal, you can absorb incense and fire within a certain range and maintain your true self. Listening to Zhou Su, the night wanderer Zhou Heng thought to himself, the divine seal can maintain one's true self without chaos. This is likely the cornerstone of the divine path in this realm. Since great-grandfather has mentioned the divine seal, it seems there is a way to obtain it. I humbly request great-grandfather to assist me. You are quite clever. Currently, there are vacancies in some city god positions, and the King of Blessings and Spirit City God is holding a city god examination. But you shouldn't even think about it. Those who can participate are all individuals with backgrounds, as well as officials who have returned from the underworld with fortune. However, I have some influence and I can recommend you to a certain local city god temple as an official. What do you think? Zhou Heng had too many secrets. He simply wanted to seize the opportunity to collect the divine seal and did not wish to join a complete administrative system. With his high-dimensional vision, he could accomplish many things through a divine seal, so he needed a position that was not under management and had autonomy. Great-grandfather's suggestion is excellent, but my great-grandson has just obtained the opportunity to enter the Xinwu Marquis Mansion and does not wish to give up his future. Great-grandfather, do you think the position of land deity is feasible? This way it can preserve my life and the duties are light, not hindering my great-grandson's continuation in the capital. You kid, your life is almost gone, and you still consider your future. If I preserve my life, but lose my future, what difference is that from being dead? Well, the position of land deity is indeed feasible, but you must understand that if you become a land deity after your death, you will only be able to live in the village governed by that land deity's temple, and the endless loneliness may drive you mad. Zhou Su, the night wanderer, found it hard to understand his descendant's choice. While being a land deity is somewhat freer than being an ordinary official, prolonged solitude is no trivial matter. Within their city god system, being a land deity is not a good profession, and thus there are numerous vacancies for land deities within the Dichi territory. Zhou Su had seen many who sought to transition from being a land deity to an official after assuming the role, but this was the first time he encountered someone who chose to be a land deity over being an official. It seemed this descendant was still youthful and impetuous, unaware of the value of the elder's experience. But that's nothing, as seeking a position as a land deity is rather simple. Zhou Su had no reason to refuse. He only thought of preserving his descendant and giving him time to grow. As for whether the descendant ultimately chose the position of land deity or that of an official, it was not important. What mattered was that divine seal that could maintain selfhood while absorbing incense. Please grant my request, great-grandfather. All right, I will ask for a divine seal of the land deity for you. Zhou Heng's great-grandfather has passed away. This first-generation general of the Fengwu sought a land deity inscription for his descendants. In light of Zhou Ce's goodwill, Zhou Heng was unable to offer an immediate return, so the next day, he rose early to the ancestral hall, respectfully offering a bundle of incense in honor of his great-grandfather. After breakfast, Uncle Zhou Jian handed Zhou Heng a page of bills. "Henger, this is a gift list I prepared for you. Make sure to remember it well, lest you appear ignorant when the Duke inquires." "Thank you, Uncle, for your kindness." The gifts sent to the Duke's residence were more than Zhou Heng had imagined. Although there were no direct valuables, items such as silk mountain ginseng and pearls were already considerable assets. It seemed that Zhou Jian truly wanted to secure a good position for Zhou Heng. The heavier the gifts, the more it represented the Zhou family's regard for him and their expectations for a corresponding position in return. This principle of reciprocity applies equally in the low-dimensional world Zhou Heng currently inhabits. The convoy carrying the gifts and attendants quickly packed everything up. Once preparations were complete, Zhou Heng's aunt boarded the carriage with the help of her maid. Zhou Heng and his brother Zhou Rui rode ahead of the convoy, and thus this grand procession set off from the western city towards the inner city of Daliang. Daliang City is built in layers comprised of the imperial city, inner city, and outer city. Those residing in the inner city are the true dignitaries, and it is also the core area of the various political factions of the Dichi. Zhou Heng's previous incarnation had never entered the inner city of Daliang. This was his first time entering the ruling center of the Dichi Empire. Here he saw streets far more prosperous than those in the outer city, along with many grand estates, among which the Xinwu Duke's residence was undoubtedly one. Upon arriving at the Xinwu Duke's residence, Zhou Heng handed over the gift list to the steward, who had been waiting at the entrance, then followed he into the magnificent estate. From the various servants who continually bowed and greeted them, it was evident that the Xinwu Duke's residence upheld strict protocols. Even though he was a secondary daughter of the Duke, she received no neglect whatsoever. Your sister just returned a few days ago during the Mid-Autumn Festival. Why have you come again today? Are you worried about the family? The current Xinwu Duke He Hong was not a robust warrior. His lean face and gentle aura made him appear more like a cultured scholar. Not at all. This time it's not that I wanted to return home, but rather your two younger relatives wish to visit you. Especially Henger. Having missed the Mid-Autumn Festival, he returned from the estate and immediately brought many gifts to see you as elder. So it was Ruier and Henger's intention. It is good that you can come, there is no need to bring any gifts. Although the Xinwu Duke appeared warm on the surface, he showed no intention of conversing with Zhou Rui or Zhou Heng throughout, likely understanding that the Zhou family's gifts were not entirely sincere. He would not display friendliness until he grasped the specifics. After chatting for a while, the Xinwu Duke took a moment to meet the steward who had long been waiting in the courtyard. Upon returning, he turned his smiling gaze towards Zhou Heng. Henger, you are not young anymore. Have you considered whether to pursue the 4 books and earn your degree or to secure an official position early on? I Heng am not ambitious in seeking a degree, but rather wish to obtain a position for sustenance. That's fine. Do you have a place in mind? I am willing to heed the Duke's instructions. He Hong gazed at the valiant young man before him, pondering for a moment before devising a position suitable for Zhou Heng. A few days ago, when the TG cavalry commander visited my residence for a banquet, he mentioned there are several vacancies. Henger, why not start as a TG deputy commander? Though it is only a 7th rank military position, the treatment is still quite good. What do you think? Thank you very much for your support, Duke. No need for such formalities. From now on, just call me Uncle like Ruier does. Thank you, Uncle, for helping me secure a position. I am immensely grateful. With the business discussed, the atmosphere in the Duke's residence became cheerier. During this time, Xinwu Duke He Hong even engaged Zhou Rui and Zhou Heng in a game of throwing pots, and during dinner, he eagerly poured drinks, appearing very warm and amiable. The day passed quickly with merriment at the Duke's residence. As the Zhou family prepared to leave, the Xinwu Duke expressed that Zhou Heng should consider the Duke's residence as his own home and visit whenever he could. In response to He Hong's enthusiasm, Zhou Heng appeared very excited, resembling a passionate youth moved by the recognition of a prominent figure. On the way home, Zhou Rui, who had been cautious since arriving at the Duke's residence, rode closer to Zhou Heng, intentionally or unintentionally sharing a few words. Do not take some words too seriously. Before you've done anything to give Uncle face, do not easily go to the Xinwu Duke's residence. Of course, if you have sufficient gifts for a visit, you may go. I understand, big brother. Zhou Rui did not seem pleased. Perhaps he had experienced something that made him feel the need to impart wisdom to his brother. The efficiency of the Xinwu Duke's residence was not low. Zhou Heng waited only 3 days at home before receiving an official appointment from the court. From the moment he received the official attire and the seal handed by the official messenger, he became an official of the feudal state of Deqi. Compared to his father's arduous rise through the imperial examination, Zhou Heng found this official position much easier to obtain, and the authority of this position was not diminished in the slightest. TG Deputy Commander, a 7th rank military position in Deqi, is a mid-level military officer within the TG system, overseeing 50 armored soldiers. Above the Deputy Commander are the Commander and the School Officer. This TG is not a privileged organization like the Jinyue of the Ming Dynasty on Earth, but rather a powerful security agency dispatched by the Daliang Prefect. TG differs from ordinary patrol officers. There are 500 of them, all wearing armor and mounted on horses, relying on high mobility and combat strength to combat lawless thugs. Since TG mainly confronts vicious criminals, their treatment and rights are significantly superior to those of the patrol department. If it were merely that, TG would not be considered a good profession. However, this is the capital city of Daliang, and if any heinous thugs appear, all guarding units in the city will undoubtedly respond. Thus, TG generally has few tasks, instead becoming a high-paying leisurely welfare job. Nowadays, it has even devolved into a department for placing the illegitimate sons and relatives of nobles. However, the complex composition of TG also brings complex benefits. Those with rich backgrounds can accomplish many things that ordinary patrol officers dare not and cannot do, making this department equally lucrative. The position of TG Deputy Commander not only provided Zhou Heng with a change in status, but also brought about some miraculous changes to his own attributes. Maintaining a high-dimensional perspective of self-observation allowed Zhou Heng to quickly identify these changing attributes. Through careful observation, he discovered the essence of this new data: fortune, or the share of the world. The low-dimensional world Zhou Heng currently inhabits is composed of countless lives. In other words, each life here holds shares in the world, albeit with varying proportions. Now, with Zhou Heng's change in status, he has gained 50 direct subordinates, thus increasing his share. From an external perspective, it appears that his fortune has risen. It is truly a miraculous operating mechanism. If one person were to absorb all the shares, he would undoubtedly become the sovereign of this world. As Zhou Heng grew stronger, his primary goal was to reconstruct a higher dimensional brain and unravel the mysteries of dimensional ascension. This comprehensive evolution stemming from the soul, life, and thought was something he could not refuse, and the operational mechanism of this world referred to as fortune provided him with inspiration to move forward. If he could control this lower-dimensional world filled with countless lives, could he use it as an information processor to reverse engineer his higher-dimensional form's internal structure? Even a little effective feedback was sufficient to give his path to ascension a clear direction. Thus, Zhou Heng's goal shifted from initially becoming stronger and integrating into this world while exploring the path of ascension to striving to occupy a share of this world and become its master. If the world were likened to a corporation, then the shares of the world would be akin to stocks. Besides holding all the stocks, controlling a company can also be achieved by owning over 51 of the shares to gain absolute decision-making power. Zhou Heng was unaware of how much shared qi and the surrounding human kingdoms occupied in this world, but he knew that the city god system and the underworld forces behind it along with the legendary deities must hold a substantial share. Therefore, if he wanted to gain control of this world, he needed to accommodate multiple paths, including the human path, divine path, and even the ghost path. Fortunately, he possessed a higher dimensional true spirit and vision, which made it possible for him to embrace multiple paths simultaneously. Now Zhou Heng's task was to make a name for himself while gaining higher power and more fortune, striving to shape his own legendary story. Then he would use his story to engulf the divine path of this world and wrest control of the human path with his power. The Tiki Division was a subordinate institution of the Daliang Prefecture, hence its headquarters was located within the Daliang government. Of course, the Tiki Division was further divided into 5 city garrisons: east, west, south, north, and central. Apart from the central garrison, which was directly under the Tiki captain, the other 4 garrisons were located in different areas of Daliang City. Zhou Heng was appointed as the deputy captain of the Tiki in the North City, but today was his first day, so he needed to report to the Tiki headquarters to meet Captain Peng Ji. Young nephew, you are young yet talented, destined for greatness. My dear friend Lord, he is a close acquaintance of yours. In the future, should you encounter any issues in your post, feel free to seek my assistance. Upon seeing Zhou Heng, Captain Peng Ji immediately stood up to warmly greet him, treating him as though he were his own nephew. Peng Ji was a quintessential northerner with a robust physique and a thick beard resembling a valiant general at first glance. Thank you for your kindness, my lord. I shall uphold justice and not disappoint you, or Lord He. Huh, good. Our Tiki division needs spirited youths like you. Now please fill out your family background, height, physique, and significant past experiences. This information will serve as your identification. Understood. Zhou Heng filled in his important characteristics in the official records as prompted by Peng Ji, thus experiencing the anti-counterfeiting measures of the Diqi feudal empire. While Zhou Heng filled out his information, clerks came and went in the Tiki division, and seeing Zhou Heng's deputy attire and youthful appearance, they couldn't help but lament how the Tiki division was becoming increasingly aristocratic. Once Zhou Heng completed his information, Peng Ji compared it with the official records and carefully examined Zhou Heng. Nephew, soon the North City Tiki Captain Tan Di will come to update the official records. At that time, you can accompany him to the North City administration, which will ensure mutual support and facilitate proving your identity. I will obey your orders, my lord. North City Tiki Captain Tan Shuwen arrived quickly. After exchanging pleasantries with Peng Ji, he took the recorded official documents and led Zhou Heng to the North City Tiki garrison. The two of them hardly exchanged words on the way, and it was evident that Tan Shuwen was a rather solitary person. Upon arriving at the North City administration, Tan Shuwen briefly introduced Zhou Heng's identity, and then left, showing no intention of helping Zhou Heng familiarize himself with his duties. In contrast, another Tiki deputy, Qian, she was very enthusiastic in introducing Zhou Heng to the administration's situation, which allowed him to understand his usual duties and points of attention. Upon learning that the administration also had an instructor to teach martial arts, Zhou Heng immediately became interested. With his intuitive ability to observe information, he enjoyed the process of becoming stronger, thus he intended to train in martial arts after returning to the capital. However, the Zhou family had shifted from martial to civil, and his elder brother Zhou Rui was of the same disposition, and after all, one could not expect the privileged offspring of nobility to diligently practice martial arts, so the Zhou family lacked skilled martial instructors. But now it was different. As the Tiki, they were armored elite soldiers, and the instructors sent by the court might not be able to discipline these inferior noble youths, but they surely possessed the necessary skills. Thus, the first thing Zhou Heng did upon arriving at the North City administration was to summon the administration's instructor Yao Sun. Instructor Yao, may I ask what martial arts you are teaching at the garrison, and how many opponents can one contend with after mastering them? In response to the deputy captain, I am originally a wandering martial artist known by the nickname Iron Palm, shakes the three mountains. Due to my excellent performance in a martial arts exhibition a few years ago in the capital, I was retained and promoted to be the instructor of the North City Tiki division. The martial arts I teach include the common weaponry used in the army, as well as the iron shirt and iron sand palm passed down from my master. As for how many opponents one can face, that is hard to say. 100 unarmored cowards cannot withstand a single skilled armored soldier, while it might take 5 or 6 skilled warriors to take my life. Instructor Yao Sun did not directly answer Zhou Heng's question initially. Instead, he showcased his past honors. He hoped that this newly appointed Tiki deputy was someone who recognized value, otherwise he feared he would waste his life at the North City Tiki administration. To be able to withstand 5 or 6 skilled armored soldiers, Instructor Yao, your martial arts are indeed remarkable. I wonder if you could bear to part with both the iron shirt and iron sandpalm and pass them on to me. In Dichi, the difference between skilled armored soldiers and unarmored cowards is vast. Martial arts capable of resisting skilled armored soldiers are already not to be underestimated. I accept your command, but practicing martial arts is arduous, so please be mentally prepared, my lord. Rest assured, as long as I can become stronger, I can endure any hardship. Ambitious Zhou Heng soon understood why the soldiers here were so lackadaisical. At first he could tolerate the armored drills, archery exercises, and strength training, but by afternoon the practice became perilous. Faced with an iron pot continuously heated by firewood along with 2 soldiers wielding wooden sticks, Zhou Heng hesitantly inquired, Instructor Yao, are you sure this is martial training and not self-harm? My lord, rest assured. This is how I trained, and it cannot be wrong. I guarantee that within 10 years you will be able to flip iron sand and have skin as tough as an ox. My lord, what do you think? Should we practice the iron sandpalm first or the iron shirt? Instructor Yao, the Tiki's isolation of you is not without reason. I cannot say if this training method will make you stronger, but the likelihood of becoming crippled is indeed quite high. My lord, this is a medicinal ointment for promoting blood circulation and removing stasis. Please apply it, it is very effective. Zhou Heng ultimately decided to practice the iron cloth technique first. He needed to personally experience the training method of the iron cloth technique to discover its enhancement logic through his own high-dimensional perspective. After he began his body tempering training with the iron cloth technique, he quickly realized just how inefficient this traditional hard skill was and the extent of the harm its side effects could inflict on the body. Under his high-dimensional observation, he received 99% of negative feedback in the form of pain while practicing the iron cloth technique, with only 1% being positive reinforcement, which essentially meant strengthening the body. Moreover, Zhou Heng discovered that the essence of the iron cloth technique relied on the continuous damage to the body and its recovery using the accumulation of time to reinforce that scarce positive effect, ultimately achieving the goal of solidifying one's foundation and making the skin as tough as that of an ox. However, Zhou Heng found it unacceptable due to the disheartening efficiency and the numerous side effects it inflicted on the body. If he continued to practice this way even after 10 years, he would not be able to match the strike of his current innate spirit. Thus, this martial art held little meaning for him. Should he abandon his physical form and focus solely on the path of the innate spirit? This approach was feasible, but Zhou Heng was concerned about encountering similar issues after acquiring the land god seal, so he did not want to abandon martial arts as a means to enhance his strength. At midnight, Zhou Heng, who was in his bedroom, did not rest. He was fully concentrated on the sliver of positive feedback he had received during his training today, using his high-dimensional perspective. Through continuous analysis, he discovered where he could exploit a bug. Since part of the essence of the current world is the state of information, it meant that as long as he enhanced a certain piece of information, he would receive real-time feedback. Under the convergence of his high-dimensional true spirit, Zhou Heng in the story world equated to a real existing life. Could he utilize his story world to extract the positive information generated during his training? With this thought in mind, Zhou Heng immediately immersed his consciousness into his story world and had the villagers strike his body in the story with sticks. Under the constant strikes, his story body gradually collapsed, but each time it did, the story world would restart, returning to the beginning of the story. Since Zhou Heng's high-dimensional true spirit supported the existence of the story world, this illusory story world did not collapse despite the continuous reenactments. In the ongoing reenactment of the story and the continuous cultivation of his story body, Zhou Heng harvested a substantial amount of strengthening the body information, which was constantly feedback to his real body under the manipulation of his subjective consciousness. As the experiment progressed, Zhou Heng continuously adjusted the angles and intensity of the strikes with his high-dimensional perspective, while also developing a more effective and suitable breathing method for his body. Thus, after a night, Zhou Heng's story body in the story world was shattered dozens of times, and the strengthening the body information gained through such a life-risking method exceeded the accumulation of a normal person's training over a year. When these strengthening the body information was feedbacked to Zhou Heng's real body, there were notable changes in his physical attributes. Name: Zhou Heng, human, in spirit essence 2. 3 chi, 1 spirit, 10 talent, high-dimensional true spirit, high-dimensional perspective, in spirit body skills, incense garment, iron cloth technique, cloth garment. Martial arts are for the continuous accumulation of positive reinforcement information, and what I must do is extract this information through various methods. The strengthening the body information gained overnight not only allowed Zhou Heng's iron cloth technique to reach the cloth garment level, as stated by Instructor Yao, but it also increased Zhou Heng's physique data by 1.3 units. Now Zhou Heng's strength has become stronger and his bonus ability to withstand hits has significantly improved. At this point, Instructor Yao's teachings had become meaningless. The new iron cloth technique Zhou Heng had developed was stronger and more efficient than the original version taught by Instructor Yao. However, Zhou Heng did not feel complacent about this. He stepped outside and returned to the North City Cavalry Station, making a beeline for the training ground where Instructor Yao was. Instructor Yao, let's practice the iron sand palm today. All right, but I must say, my lord, that the hard skills I teach require diligent practice to yield results. It's best if you pick one to focus on, or progress will be slowed considerably. Rest assured, I just want to see which martial art is more suitable for me. Under Instructor Yao's guidance, Zhou Heng quickly understood the training methods, fighting techniques, and accompanying breathing techniques for the iron sand palm. Additionally, Instructor Yao provided him with several jars of ointment specifically for training the iron sand palm. As Zhou Heng continuously struck his hands into a pot full of soybeans, he quickly realized that the training method of the iron sand palm was even less efficient than the iron cloth technique. At least the iron cloth technique could yield a sliver of positive feedback from all the effort, while the iron sand palm was stingy even with that. After nearly 2 hours of training, Zhou Heng finally observed a hint of positive information appearing, which essentially meant strengthening the bones. After such prolonged training, had it not been for Zhou Heng's iron cloth technique, having already reached the cloth garment level, his hands would have been severely injured. Even so, his hands were still covered in scars and severely swollen. My lord, there's no need to be so harsh on yourself. Hard skills require perseverance and cannot be mastered in a day. This way you not only injure yourself, but will also delay your future training due to your injuries. Instructor Yao, do you think the iron cloth technique can be trained to be as hard as iron armor? Can the iron sand palm match the power of a pair of diamond gloves? Well, to be honest, the records do indicate that it can reach the level of iron garment, but I have not achieved that, and even if it were perfected, it may not be harder than fine iron armor. Then why practice it? Wouldn't it be better to wear iron armor? Because I was just a wandering fighter before, and I had no choice. Faced with Zhou Heng's question, Instructor Yao sighed inwardly. He had once had the same doubts when his master passed on his martial arts to him. But later he understood that practicing martial arts was a process of becoming stronger, and during this process both strength and willpower would be tempered to become more formidable. Now Zhou Heng asked the same question. Instructor Yao did not share his life experiences, as the reason was, as he said, he had no choice back then but to practice this clumsy hard skill. In contrast, Zhou Heng, as the deputy captain of the cavalry, had many more options. He could wear fine iron armor and wield a crossbow with several times the killing power of the iron sand palm. Instructor Yao had once witnessed a well-known hero in the rivers and lakes become a pincushion due to a coordinated volley of crossbow bolts. From that moment, Instructor Yao knew that wandering the rivers and lakes had no future. It was difficult to surpass the crossbows of elite soldiers in fine armor. In this land, the Deity dynasty was the one with the most powerful fist. Therefore, after he had perfected his martial arts, he chose to go to the capital to showcase his skills. Later, he was fortunate to gain the favor of a noble and was taken into the North City Cavalry Station. Instructor Yao, starting tomorrow, we will practice swords, spears, and bows in the morning and the iron cloth technique in the afternoon. What do you think? All right, as long as you don't give up, that's good. Zhou Heng could cheat, so why continue practicing the iron cloth technique? It was because he wanted to find a reasonable justification for the changes in his body. Zhou Heng had never forgotten the itinerant merchant he encountered during his inspection at the field, who was capable of dark sorcery and could transform into a vengeful ghost. If an unidentified itinerant merchant could wield such dark arts, then the ruling court of the great Qi dynasty must surely have many extraordinary talents. Moreover, in this capital city, there was the spirit king known as the city god of the world watching over, which prevented Zhou Heng from freely showcasing his exceptional abilities. As for relying on his higher dimensional true spirit to look down upon this lower dimensional world, Zhou Heng had never entertained such thoughts. It should be noted that during his time on Earth, he had read numerous fantasy novels about god slayers, and even those who devoured true gods. No one could ascertain whether there were similarly ruthless beings among the intelligent life in this lower dimensional world. Therefore, until he possessed the absolute power to dominate this world, Zhou Heng would do his utmost to conceal himself. Just like the official register the great Qi court required him to fill out, he would ensure that all his exhibited abilities had a reasonable origin. 2 full hours of practicing the iron sand palm had severely injured Zhou Heng's hands. Initially, he wanted to continue practicing other martial arts, but after Coach Yao examined his injuries, he advised him to take medicine and rest for a few days, otherwise he risked worsening his injuries and facing a difficult recovery. Thus, after applying a special ointment, Zhou Heng went to meet his direct superior, the Northern City Mounted Constable Tan Shiwen, with his battered hands. Tan Shiwen, with his cold and aloof demeanor, couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth upon seeing Zhou Heng's swollen hands. Deputy Zhou, one must practice with moderation. Although Tan Shiwen maintained his calm demeanor throughout, Zhou Heng could discern a trace of schadenfreude in his expression. Then in a good mood, Tan Xuan personally helped Zhou Heng fill out a leave request revealing the rough, bark-like texture of his hands. It seemed that Constable Tan was the last student of Coach Yao, and he might well have been a victim as well. With the leave request signed by his superior, Zhou Heng returned home, where as expected his uncle Zhou Jian and older brother Zhou Rui praised his dedication to martial training, and their smiles indicated they might have acknowledged his resilience in their hearts. Father, do we have any martial arts that are not so brutal? If Erlang continues practicing like this, problems might arise. The martial arts in our residence are all battlefield skills such as archery and military tactics. We do not have any Jianghu techniques like the iron sand palm or iron cloth shirt. Well, it seems Brother Heng truly wishes to practice martial arts. In a few days I will go to Qingyang Temple to seek out the Taoist there for a technique that strengthens the body and cultivates the essence. Huh. Then Father, you better hurry, otherwise Erlang might not even be able to hold chopsticks in the future. What's so funny? Isn't this great? At least Brother Heng has found his own pursuit, unlike you who only thinks about the girls in the brothels every day. I'm just following your example. Should keep your voice down. If your mother hears this, neither of us will have a good outcome. Zhou Heng, who had already left, turned back halfway. He quietly leaned against the window, listening to the conversation between the two. The harmony of a kind father and a filial son with shared interests is truly commendable. Zhou Heng had intended to ask his uncle to leverage his connections to find a few Jianghu techniques, but it seemed he no longer needed to bring it up. Since both Zhou Rui and Zhou Heng had a rare day off, Zhou Jian decided to take them to the pond in the backyard for fishing and heart-to-heart talks, during which he imparted much wisdom about being an official. The overarching principle was essentially one core idea: respect your superiors and love your subordinates, listen more and speak less, avoid doing wrong and do more right. From these discussions, Zhou Heng saw the image of a seasoned bureaucrat. It appeared that Zhou Jian's position as a minister in the Ministry of War was not solely due to connections; he possessed some political acumen. After finishing his discourse on the ways of governance, Zhou Jian began discussing the philosophy of fishing. Although his reasoning was sound, he hadn't caught a single fish all morning. In contrast, the novice Zhou Rui caught 2 koi from the pond, while Zhou Heng could only accompany him as his injured hands made it difficult to exert force. Father, it's getting late. After I release the koi, let's head back for dinner. Why release them? Brother Heng is injured, and they would make a great soup to help him recover. No, these are koi. Don't you always release them after fishing? I'm kind-hearted and cannot bear to kill. How can a soldier like you possess compassion? Under Zhou Jian's insistence, the 2 koi ultimately became fish soup, but the koi had been too whelped, resulting in a not-so-delicious broth, though Zhou Jian enjoyed it greatly. After the officials and family members learned of Zhou Heng's injuries, he finally received a few days of leisure. Thus, due to his injuries, he could fully immerse himself in the world of stories, extracting positive information to strengthen himself. Not having to worry about injury or death in the narrative body gave Zhou Heng the leverage to accumulate and enhance information through extreme means. In the story world, he first adjusted the practice method of the iron sand palm with the aid of higher dimensional vision. The new iron sand palm improved in efficiency, and like the new iron cloth shirt, became a fierce and deadly martial art. Practicing such a brutal martial art caused Zhou Heng's narrative body to quickly turn his hands into bony claws, at which point he restarted the story world after his body collapsed while practicing the iron cloth shirt. Thus, in the continuous cycle of death and rebirth, a wealth of information about strengthening the body and strengthening the bones was constantly captured and extracted by Zhou Heng. With the continuous feedback of this positive information, his physical body in reality was also growing stronger every moment. Due to the positive information Zhou Heng extracted, the feedback target being his entire physical body led to his iron cloth shirt and iron sand palm having effects completely different from their original forms. The original martial arts strengthened the areas they trained, such as the iron sand palm, primarily enhancing the skin and bones of the hands, but under Zhou Heng's hands, these 2 martial arts became a comprehensive enhancement across his entire body with no weak spots. Although the expansion of the enhanced areas slowed Zhou Heng's strengthening pace considerably, sacrificing some efficiency in exchange for more comprehensive enhancement was well worth it. Moreover, due to the capability of such comprehensive enhancement, Zhou Heng's martial arts completely leaped out of the conventional martial arts realm, becoming extraordinary skills akin to mystical spells. The feedback from comprehensive enhancement was terrifying. Merely 3 days later, Zhou Heng observed significant improvements in his bones, muscles, skin, and even internal organs. The intuitive data changes indicated that Zhou Heng's attributes had also undergone changes. Essence 5, Qi 1, Spirit 10, Skills, Cloak of Incense, Iron Cloth Shirt, Leather Armor, Iron Sand Palm, Stone Bones. On this day, Zhou Heng's consciousness was controlling his narrative body to practice when an imposing general walked through the wall into his bedroom. Great-grandson, I have secured the land deity seal you desired. How do you plan to thank me? Great-grandfather, your kindness saved my life. Heng will daily offer incense and pay respects during festivals. Huh, you sly little fellow, trying to get the old man's seal for nothing. I ask you, great-grandfather, if there is anything you would like me to do. That is indeed the case, but it is not that I want you to do anything. Rather, Judge Liu from the city god's office stated that rewards are not given for no merit. To receive the land deity's seal, you must have achievements to show. Originally, a white lunch was placed before Zhou Heng, but now it had a price. This is good, as being compensated for work would provide Zhou Heng with some peace of mind. Please, great-grandfather, be explicit. If I can do it, I will not decline. Well, then I will speak plainly. Judge Liu captured an evil god named Wudong the other day. This evil god is lecherous and malevolent, yet due to its knack for managing wealth, many secretly worship it throughout the lands of Deqi. Such wild spirits and their followers engage in a mutually beneficial relationship, so the city god's office is usually too lazy to intervene. However, recently this fiend has become increasingly rampant, even beginning to invade the backyards of the powerful, attempting to influence them at this critical moment when the divine path is lacking to secure their official titles from the court. The lack of the divine path has already allowed some evil forces to rear their heads. Therefore, the city god's office cannot show even a hint of indulgence or compromise at this time. Thus, Master Liu, the martial judge, immediately captured the Wutong evil god, but because of the separation of yin and yang, its rituals in the capital have not ceased. What Judge Liu wants you to do is to lead a team to destroy the temple of the Wudong evil god, so that the small-time criminals in Daliang City can see the determination of the city god's office to eradicate evil. Zhou Su does not seem to want to hide anything. He even mentioned the lack of the divine path. Either he completely trusts Zhou Heng, or this matter has spread widely and is no secret. Zhou Heng leans toward the latter. The news about the divine path being in trouble should have been widely disseminated among the transcendent forces in this realm. The divine path is lacking. In the last 16 years, whether through personal observation or historical research, I have rarely encountered any tales of gods, demons, or monsters, only some myths and stories about seeking immortality. However, not long ago I encountered a wicked person skilled in evil arts at a farm. Great-grandfather, could it be that changes in the heavens and earth have caused the rise of transcendent forces? Combining my own experiences with Zhou Ces accounts, Zhou Heng has a vague feeling that the world is undergoing a resurgence of spiritual energy, but he quickly realizes how far off his speculation is. Great-grandson, you are mistaken this time. There are indeed changes in the heavens and earth, but it is not a surge of spiritual energy, rather it is a decline. This matter is not a secret in the entire cultivation world. But that doesn't make sense. Why would a decline in spiritual energy lead to the emergence of the transcendent and rampant evil gods? When spiritual energy is normal, the transcendent does not manifest, yet when it declines, transcendent powers begin to appear. Logically, this phenomenon does not hold. Your question pertains to the reasons behind the decline of spiritual energy. Regardless, these secrets have largely been leaked by those Taoists and yin spirits, so I will tell you. When the divine beings are intact and the heavens and earth are normal, there are deities above one's head. At that time, anyone who dares to provoke trouble, be they human, ghost, or monster, would quickly understand the might of the heavenly net. Thus, previously the transcendent did not manifest, and the people lived in peace, but now everything has changed. The order of the heavenly net is gradually diminishing, allowing those hidden evil beings to act recklessly. As he spoke to this point, the night wanderer Zhou Su paused, intending to provide some genuine insights so that his descendants would not make misguided choices due to ignorance of the world's trends. All of this is happening because our realm has been invaded by external enemies, thus the world has allocated more energy to the heavenly deities. Of course, the heavenly deities also have to bear the burden of confronting the enemies. Therefore, under the leadership of the Emperor of the vast heaven, many deities have formed legions to defend the outer walls of the world. Due to the departure of numerous powerful deities, the previously perfect order of the heavenly net within the world has developed many vulnerabilities, and the transcendent order maintained by the deities has also begun to break down. However, great-grandson, you need not worry. Our realm has faced invasions before. The Emperor of the vast heaven will lead the deities to achieve ultimate victory. Zhou Ces words allowed Zhou Heng to break free from the confines of the world, viewing the issue from a more macro perspective. Although Zhou Su said not to worry and that the so-called vast heaven emperor had experience in repelling external invasions, Zhou Heng still harbored his doubts. For wars are not without the possibility of failure. Since that unknown world dares to invade, it means they must have assessed both parties' strengths and believe they have a chance of winning. Come take your land god seal. Don't overthink it, you are just a newly appointed land god. Why worry about such grand affairs? I tell you this news only to help you understand the situation with the divine path, to prevent you from succumbing to temptation and secretly aligning with the invaders. In any case, if the sky falls, there will be tall people to hold it up. For now, focus on your own matters. Here, this is the location of the Wutong lecherous temple. After a few days, once your land god seal stabilizes, lead your people to raid its lair. Evidently, the night wanderer Zhou Su thinks he has said too much, fearing that his descendant is frightened by the involvement of world-level warfare. He then shifts the topic and indirectly hints at Zhou Heng's position. Good, once I adapt to the land god seal, I will quickly lead troops to eliminate the Wudong evil god's lecherous cult in the capital. However, great-grandfather, shouldn't the matters you mentioned be classified? Why are they now known to Taoists and evil spirits? It's fine to tell you because many powerful deities among the earth spirits have been reassigned, leading to changes in the management of many divine positions, including that of the city god. Currently, many of the deities in the city god's office have also been promoted from lower ranks. For instance, I was promoted from the captain of the Een spirits to the night wanderer. As a result, there are some vacancies for city god positions within Chi. Great-grandson, with such a wide-ranging change in divine positions, how can it escape the notice of those evil spirits and those Taoists with the ability to communicate with the depths? While things are worse than Zhou Heng had thought, not only have some heavenly deities left their positions to form armies, but even the city god system, which indirectly affects the mortal realm, has joined the fight. Great-grandfather, how long has this situation persisted? For over 30 years. Those evil gods and monsters have seen the great power users not appearing for so long that they have incited their minions to test the waters and create chaos. Thank you, great-grandfather, for revealing these secrets. Otherwise, I would still be muddling through in ignorance. Zhou's mention of the heavenly net system allowed Zhou Heng to understand the realm's strict control over the world. This terrifying grip led, even after nearly 30 years of absence, the evil beings still dared not act wantonly. However, such a powerful and strict divine system, despite drawing away numerous high-power deities to form armies, has still not achieved victory, revealing the strength of the invaders. Thus, the current world situation instilled a significant sense of crisis in Zhou Heng. He needed to become powerful quickly to stand at a higher vantage point and clearly see the future landscape. A stable and peaceful world does not signify the absence of danger. The generally tranquil situation of this realm is exchanged for the active resistance of numerous deities against external invasions. From this perspective, the divine system of this realm has developed quite healthily, as the deities who enjoy power and privileges have not forgotten their responsibilities. However, this strictly regulated divine system has also brought some issues, particularly its long-term suppression of extraordinary forces. This suppression has created a relatively fair living space for ordinary beings, but it has severely stunted the development of beings with extraordinary powers. If the divine system could maintain its strong power, the discontent of those malevolent spirits and demons would hardly trigger any disasters. But now the tight divine system has developed loopholes. With the weakening of divine power, the numerous suppressed extraordinary forces are bound to retaliate. Moreover, the presence of surrender factions and guiding parties in this realm could lead to a concentrated outbreak of consequences at some point in time. By then, not only might the Grand Qi dynasty be overturned, but the living conditions of ordinary people could also undergo a drastic transformation. Of course, in the worst-case scenario, the guardian army of the heavenly emperor Haoyan might have to divert some of its power back into the world to maintain internal order, leading to potential instability at the rear, which could cause a complete loss of control in the battlefield. If the loss of control in the battlefield results in external defeats, the world where the Grand Qi resides could very well be destroyed, with everything becoming nourishment for the enemy's growth. Fortunately, the deities currently stationed within the world can still maintain the present situation, but the initiation of the city god examination also indicates the pressure the city god faces. Even if those fortunate officials and Taoists can fulfill their responsibilities in guarding a place, it remains uncertain whether they can adapt to the battles among deities. It seems that most officials and Taoists in this realm are not adept at combat, especially given the various complex conflicts that deities must face. Thus, these newly appointed city gods, as crucial nodes of the divine system, are likely to become weak points subjected to concentrated attacks from rebellious demons. No wonder my great-grandfather promised to seek a Een messenger and land divine seal for me. It turns out the city god system has begun to strive for expansion. The news brought by Zhou Su allowed Zhou Heng to gain a deeper understanding of the current situation of the Grand Qi dynasty. Although this Grand Qi dynasty, which has not yet reached a century since its establishment, appears relatively stable, it has long been surrounded by numerous hidden crises. As long as the order of the divine system is partially broken, the Grand Qi, which controls a vast population and fortune, will become a tempting target for the new forces. And Zhou Heng, who is temporarily serving in the Grand Qi, will also be caught in the crossfire among multiple factions. I hope this land divine seal can allow me to glimpse the mysteries of the divine system in this realm, thus granting me the power to change the situation in any potential chaos that may arise in the future. Filled with anticipation, Zhou Heng accepted the land divine seal brought by Zhou Su with his Een spirit body. This is a land divine seal without a designated territory, allowing the bearer to occupy any unclaimed land temple. Under Zhou Heng's high-dimensional vision, the information contained in this divine seal unfolded layer by layer, detailing fertile land, nurturing grains, peaceful livestock, and guiding wandering souls. The land divine seal seems to have many responsibilities, but it lacks any powerful divine arts. The most notable duty is guiding wandering souls to the city god mansion or the underworld. However, Zhou Heng was not disappointed, as what he needed was not these divine duties nor the ability of the divine seal to purify incense to a certain extent. What he required was the composition method of the divine seal, which is the essence of the divine foundation of this world. Through continuous in-depth observation, Zhou Heng saw layers of authorization through the various information of the land divine seal. After the authorization information of the city god, the core of the land divine seal was revealed. Upon analyzing this, Zhou Heng finally discovered the essence of the divine seal, which is the method of power transmission in the world. This method of power transmission does not truly generate strength, but can relay the upper-level authorization to the lower-level bearers. The power of the land divine seal derives from the authorization of the grand city god above its core. Therefore, it can be inferred that the grand city god's authorization comes from the ghost emperor of the underworld, and the ghost emperor's authorization should originate from the heavenly emperor Haoyan. As for the authorization of the heavenly emperor Haoyan, since he is called Haoyan, his authorization naturally originates from the world itself, where he is the manifestation of the world's consciousness. This method of layered authorization also resolved a doubt in Zhou Heng's heart, which is why the deities in this realm are so united. The reason is that all authority and power of the deities stem from the heavenly emperor Haoyan. Thus, the heavenly emperor possesses the power to revoke authorization at any time. Mouth holding the heavenly edict here is not just an adjective, but a statement. Thus, this extreme and strict hierarchy makes the divine system an extension of the will of the heavenly emperor Haoyan, compelling the celestial gods and earth deities to unite under his leadership. Having seen through the core of the divine seal, Zhou Heng gained rewards far beyond his imagination. Since the heavenly emperor Haoyan can rely on the energy and essence of the world to create a well-ordered divine system, Zhou Heng can also rely on his own high-dimensional true spirit and vision to replicate a set of power authorization systems unique to him. With this technology, if Zhou Heng solves the issue of projecting power from his high-dimensional body to the low-dimensional world, he could even create numerous divine systems to conquer the low-dimensional realms. However, even now, having the power brought by his high-dimensional true spirit and vision is already sufficient for him to accomplish many things. The basic material of the land divine seal is high-quality soul fragments, which greatly facilitates Zhou Heng's replication. It is expected that higher-level divine seals should consist of soul fragments with greater carrying capacity. Zhou Heng cannot shake his high-dimensional true spirit. Even if he could, he would not use it to create a shell-like vessel such as the divine seal, so he could only make do with his low-dimensional soul. As Zhou Heng's in-spirit body continuously fractured and then repaired itself through the feedback of his high-dimensional true spirit, he quickly achieved self-sufficiency in raw materials. After obtaining enough soul fragments, Zhou Heng's in-spirit began the work of replicating the divine seal using the soul fragments. The tightly woven and complex divine seal was analyzed under Zhou Heng's high-dimensional observation, becoming an intuitive image similar to building blocks. Now what he needs to do is to patiently construct the core power transmission system of the divine seal. The initial drawing did not go smoothly, but after several trials and errors, Zhou Heng became increasingly proficient. After spending 2 days, he finally built the core power transmission system. Now what he needs to do is to obtain authorization. At this point, things undoubtedly become much simpler. After considering, Zhou Heng wrote at the PowerPoint proclaim, oversee the fortune's legal eye. Then Zhou Heng inscribed authorization for himself at the designated position. When Zhou Heng's in-spirit encompassed the divine seal, he crafted through the divine seal, as an intermediary for power, a tiny fraction of his high-dimensional vision's ability was fed back to his in-spirit body. That ability granted him the authority to pierce through illusions and oversee fortunes. I succeeded, who I can proclaim myself. The divine seal crafted by Zhou Heng could operate normally in this realm. Therefore, the authority derived from the higher dimensional perspective allowed him to perceive the distribution of shares beneath the surface of the world. He saw swirling red and white chi above his head, with the red chi representing the proportion he occupied in this realm, encompassing his identity, authority, and power. The white chi, on the other hand, represented the tiki guards affiliated with him. Although the sight of this flowing fortune seemed to lack substantial effect, it granted Zhou Heng the ability to discern the identities and strengths of his targets. However, the authority of monitoring fortune was not particularly important. What mattered most to Zhou Heng was the success of replicating the divine seal. This enabled Zhou Heng to establish a power structure centered around himself as the core of authority, meaning he possessed the qualification to create a new divine path in this world. Moreover, since the authority Zhou Heng wielded stemmed from his own higher dimensional essence, his divine system was destined to break free from the constraints of this realm and be applicable to most lower dimensional worlds. Such a technique capable of forging a power structure was terrifying, originating from the stringent authorization methods of the divine path in this realm, which also ensured loyalty within the power's hierarchy. Those who believe in me transcend, while those who do not shall sink, would become the true reflection of the power Zhou Heng was building. A strict authorization system guaranteed loyalty, while the dispersed power of his higher dimensional essence allowed Zhou Heng's followers to glimpse the future and hope. Thus, a loyal power filled with hope was about to be born in this realm. Now what Zhou Heng needed to do was to give his Suntoba-formed power a profound name. Creating a self-consistent mythological system was undoubtedly a challenge for him, but coming from the Dragon Kingdom of Earth, there were plenty of mythological legends he could draw upon. With references in hand, Zhou Heng quickly settled on the operational logic of his power, which was encompassed by the system of the three official supreme deities. The three official supreme deities refer to the heavenly official, the earthly official, and the water official. The heavenly official is known as the supreme blessing heavenly official Ziwei de Di, the earthly official as the forgiving earthly official Qing Su de Di, and the water official as the resolving water official Dongyin Da Di. Therefore, the three official supreme deities are also referred to as the three Yuan, three-grade supreme deities. The heavenly official grants blessings, the earthly official forgives sins, and the water official resolves calamities. As long as Zhou Heng can unravel the mysteries of dimensional transitions in the future, he can bestow these powers upon the followers of the lower dimensional world. Since the three official supreme deities represent three divine beings, Zhou Heng adopting this title as his alias would not interfere with the deities in Earth's mythology. Although the deities in Earth's mythology might merely be religious legends, Zhou Heng would still strive to avoid appropriating their names for himself. With the name of the supreme deity determined, Zhou Heng's power gained a basic logic of authority allocation. For instance, in Zhou Heng's system, the underworld power is represented as the three official supreme deity, Zhou Heng authorizing the heavenly official Ziwei de Di, who in turn authorizes the Feng Du de Di, and the Feng Du Da Di authorizes the Five Directions Ghost Emperor. The Five Directions Ghost Emperor authorizes Luo Feng Lu Tian, who then authorizes the 10 halls of reincarnation, thus layer by layer delegating authority down to the most basic Yin Chai ghost officials. This vast power structure ensures that the grassroots personnel within the power have a complete promotion path, which is especially important for a healthy organization. Once Zhou Heng's power had a complete structure, he also needed an independent space to attract subordinates. Such a space was not lacking for Zhou Heng. The real story world supported by his higher dimensional true spirit was the best choice. His story world does not exist in any specific location, yet can exist anywhere, being both secretive and safe, where no life unauthorized by him can ever enter. After determining the base of his power, Zhou Heng needed to slightly modify his story world to better align with the expectations in the hearts of his subordinates. As for the method of recruiting subordinates, Zhou Heng decided to reference the traditional adventure narrative novels of Earth, as nothing could be more thrilling than discovering a once glorious divine system by chance. If there were something more thrilling, it would be Zhou Heng opening a complete promotion chart for divine positions, which would even include the pinnacle of the divine system, the three official supreme deities. Of course, those fortunate ones would never be able to approach the most core positions of the divine system. Unless promoted exceptionally by Zhou Heng, the level of the Five Directions Ghost Emperor would be the highest position they could attain. As for the method of controlling subordinates, Zhou Heng would not resort to issuing tasks as a blatant means to directly influence them. In the early stages of power development, he would not intervene with these subordinates at all. However, the promotion conditions he set for each subordinate would be his subtle influence over them. His promotion conditions were clear: whoever could garner more fortune and incense would gain the right to be promoted and obtain more authority. This desire to strengthen oneself and attain higher divine positions would certainly make them more proactive, proving to be more efficient than issuing direct orders from Zhou Heng. Of course, the fortune acquired by the subordinates would ultimately flow back to Zhou Heng, the source of authority. With the substantial feedback of fortune from numerous subordinates, Zhou Heng would gain the opportunity to influence and even assimilate the world. Because like the Emperor of Heaven in this realm, Zhou Heng could command the powerful deities within his system to return to the mundane world with a single word. Thus, when necessary, Zhou Heng would also harness this power to fight for him, and the tightly structured divine system of layered authority would ensure they could never refuse his commands. With the operational method of his power established, Zhou Heng immediately began to transform his story world. The techniques contained within the land deity seal for constructing the domain of the land deity saved him from starting from scratch. Constructing a divine legal domain from scratch requires considerable energy, with incense power and soul power being valid energies. Ultimately, the strength of the legal domain depends on the potency of the authority and the quantity of energy. After arriving in the capital, Zhou Heng did not seek any rationale to collect incense. He did not rally the masses to mindlessly convert their beliefs. However, he lacked nothing in terms of soul power, allowing his legal domain construction plan to proceed smoothly. Since the story world is different from the normal world, the techniques derived from the land deity seal could not expand Zhou Heng's story world. Therefore, Zhou Heng compressed the living beings in his story world into a very small space, using the remaining area to construct his divine court secret realm. With over 2,000 mu of farmland along with the scattered plots of Anji village covering hundreds of mu, Zhou Heng possessed nearly 3,000 mu of usable area. 3,000 mu of area could not accommodate any grand scenes, thus Zhou Heng referenced a scene from a certain game on Earth to construct an ancient dilapidated uninhabited palace district. He named this place the Temple of Heavenly Observation of Good and Evil, calming the sinful atmosphere. Here beings fortunate enough to acquire Zhou Heng's divine seal could view their fortune and incense data, and under sufficient fortune or by offering a large amount of incense to activate a higher level divine seal, could upgrade their divine positions. Of course, they could also communicate with each other, form alliances, or engage in internal strife, all of which Zhou Heng would permit. After all, aside from the source of authority belonging to Zhou Heng, they were entirely free individuals. What kind of person would cherish the divine seal crafted by Zhou Heng? Of course, it would be those who seek miracles and are filled with ambition. Such people are abundant in the deity, from the official court to the humble thatched cottages. As long as they are given an opportunity, they will not hesitate to invest. Therefore, Zhou Heng's target demographic is vast, but during the initial expansion of his influence, he chose a relatively efficient group, namely the numerous lower and middle-class citizens. With a target chosen, the method to find experimental subjects became straightforward. Zhou Heng first crafted 2 divine seals. One was proclaiming "Observe my past with the eye of law," and the other was proclaiming "Observe my eightfold past." In simple terms, one authority allows the observer to view their own memories, while the other grants a 360-degree perspective. After completing these 2 divine seals, Zhou Heng found 2 unpolished pieces of inferior jade from his room, into which he embedded the crafted divine seals. Having done all this, he stood up to go to the flower and bird market to buy koi, but on the way he discarded the 2 pieces of inferior jade into an empty alley. Soon these 2 pieces of jade would be discovered and flow to a certain shop, ultimately becoming a miracle for some lucky individual after several transactions. Yang Yuan Kuei, born of the Duke of Xing's manor, but he is not a legitimate son. Due to the numerous descendants of the Duke of Xing, this illegitimate son Yang Yuan Kuei was greatly neglected in the manor, and now even some powerful servants in the manor look down upon him. If it weren't for the relatively strict family rules of the Duke's manor, those servants might even cut his allowance. Nevertheless, what he could receive was still the lowest quality of broken silver, knowing that these inferior fragments had a significant value gap compared to regular official silver of equal weight. Faced with the various injustices and oppression in the manor, Yang Yuan Kuei had no thoughts of resistance, for he still relied on the manor's allowance for his livelihood, rendering his life incapable of withstanding any storms. Since he could not change his circumstances, Yang Yuan Kuei learned to ignore. Those in the manor ignored him, and he ignored them in return, thus becoming a small transparent figure in the Duke's estate. His greatest hope for the future was to gain a modicum of favor from the master when he was allocated outside, thus securing a means of livelihood or position. But relying on the gifts of those in power is ultimately unstable, so he often went to the manor's school to study, hoping to qualify for the imperial examination. If nothing changed, it was likely that Yang Yuan Kuei would not achieve a satisfying life, but the appearance of a piece of jade changed his fate. As his mother's birthday approached, Yang Yuan Kuei specifically went to the jade shop to select a piece of inferior jade. To save money, he intended to find a craftsman to carve this unpolished jade into a hairpin or jade pendant to give to his mother. Yet he never expected that such an ordinary stone would lead him into a new world filled with miracles. That night, Yang Yuan Kuei was caressing the jade stone he had exchanged for a month's allowance. Suddenly his movement halted, and he trembled as he lifted the jade high and bowed respectfully. Student Yang Yuan Kuei pays homage to the god of observing past transgressions. After a long while passed, Yang Yuan Kuei received no response, but he was not disheartened, for he was bowing to himself. While he was caressing the jade stone, the divine seal contained within, upon sensing a trace of faith, spontaneously merged with his soul. Instantly, the information carried by the divine seal flowed into his memory. Thus, in a very short time, Yang Yuan Kuei comprehended the powers of the divine seal and the conditions for promotion, as well as the method to enter the divine hall of the 3 realms of good and evil. The miracle arrived too swiftly and too directly. Overwhelmed with excitement, Yang Yuan Kuei found himself unable to identify an object of gratitude, so he reverently bowed to his divine seal. Prostrate on the ground, Yang Yuan Kuei silently laughed and wept, and after a period of venting his emotions, gradually calmed. Then he carefully wrapped the jade stone that had brought him hope, blew out the candle, dressed, and laid down in his bed. Divine hall of the 3 realms of good and evil. In his repeated calls, Yang Yuan Kuei felt his soul linking to an unknown world. This was not an illusion, for the divine seal within him allowed him to perceive that world constructed by countless souls. The power of the unknown world exceeded Yang Yuan Kuei's imagination. At the moment his call was answered, his soul was transmitted to the hall of observing good and evil in the 3 realms. However, upon arriving at the hall, Yang Yuan Kuei realized that it was not the resplendent and glorious place he had imagined. There was only endless silence. The sound of his footsteps became the sole rhythm of this world, giving him a sense of being the center of the universe. How could this be? Where have the deities of the six heavens of Luofeng gone? What has happened here? Yang Yuan Kuei's divine office stemmed from the heaven of tranquil exoneration of the six heavens of Luofeng. The clear records informed him just how grand the divine court he had joined was. But how could such a powerful divine court become so silent? With various questions in mind, Yang Yuan Kuei entered the towering main hall of the divine court. At the entrance of the main hall, on the mirror of fate hanging there, he saw the fortune incense transgressions and virtues associated with himself. Upon entering the divine hall, he discovered a massive diagram of divine positions ranging from the lowest ghostly officers to the heavenly deities in charge of the six heavens of Luofeng. All came into his view. However, he could not see beyond that, which suggested he had not yet qualified to view those great deities. Most of the divine images he saw were silent gray, with only a few vibrant and lifelike portraits located at the lower positions of the divine position diagram. Among those majestic and sacred vibrant divine images, one azure-eyed deity felt strikingly familiar to Yang Yuan Kuei. Upon approaching, he realized through the feedback of the divine seal that it was himself. With the gods vacant, the talented rise on the winds while the untalented perish. Is this my opportunity? Will there be a place for me in the future six heavens of Luofeng? The conditions for divine ascension were laid bare before Yang Yuan Kuei. He seemed to question in confusion, yet a powerful desire surged within his heart. He was utterly certain he needed this opportunity, utterly certain there would eventually be a place for him here, and even more certain that he would not stop here. To observe my past, to observe others' past, to observe all beings' past, to observe the past of heaven and earth, I shall be the judge of observing the past in the divine hall of the three realms of good and evil. Originally a small character, Yang Yuan Kuei was stirred by ambition by the diagram of divine positions. Although he did not know how powerful the judge of observing the past was, he understood that the path corresponding to his divine seal must be formidable. For the judge of observing all beings in heaven and earth, who examines the past of all living things, held a position in this vast diagram of divine positions that surpassed many other deities. After learning the precise ascension path of his divine seal, Yang Yuan Kuei departed from the temple of observing virtue and vice across the three realms, brimming with unbridled ambition. The authority of witnessing one's past self instantly elevated him to the rank of a prodigy with photographic memory, thus transforming the once distant imperial examination path into a viable pursuit. While Yang Yuan Kuei holed up in the Xingguogong Mansion's academy, voraciously devouring texts, the second experimental jade stone, discarded by Zhou Heng, passed through several hands before landing in those of an elderly artisan. The artisan meticulously polished the flawed jade into a delicate jade lock and gifted it to his 5-year-old grandson. The young child cherished the jade lock his grandfather had given him, wearing it around his neck day and night without ever removing it, unaware that this humble talisman would soon usher him into a world brimming with wonders. The experiment has succeeded. It appears I may now commence mass production of divine seals. Through Zhou Heng's authorized divine seal, Yang Yuan Kuei entered the temple of observing virtue and vice across the three realms, a move that confirmed to Zhou Heng the definitive success of his divine seal experiment. This was excellent news for Zhou Heng. From this day forward, the Divine Path sect centered upon him would formally ascend onto the world stage. Yet before widespread distribution of divine seals could begin, Zhou Heng first needed to fulfill his promise to Liu Panguan, the judge of the capital city god's office, namely to dismantle the licentious cult of the Wu-Tong, evil deities within Daliang City. Upon returning to the Northern District Imperial Secret Police garrison, Zhou Heng discovered that Instructor Yao still had not received any new recruits. Evidently, the experiences of Captain Tan Xuan and Deputy Commander Zhou Heng himself had become cautionary exemplars for prospective trainees. Deputy Commander Zhou, you've fully recovered then. Here to lift your leave. Indeed. Yet during these days I've also secured an excellent assignment. I'll be leading my men to apprehend several individuals shortly. Deputy Commander Zhou truly commands extensive influence. Very well, I'll approve your arrest warrant once you submit the formal documentation. Though Captain Tan granted permission readily, he insisted Zhou Heng first file an official request, fearing his young subordinate might recklessly abuse the authority of the Imperial Secret Police without regard for consequence. Deputy Commander Zhou, suppressing illicit cults falls outside our jurisdiction. We ought to defer such matters to the Imperial Astronomical Bureau, which oversees licentious worship. Gazing at Zhou Heng's written petition, Captain Tan hesitated. Though the illicit shrine was situated in the Northern District, and thus technically within their purview, the matter posed complications. There was little gain to be had, and the Imperial Astronomical Bureau might well intercept the operation at the last moment, seizing credit. Thus he preferred his subordinates avoid such thankless endeavors. Captain Tan, this is the Wu-Tong we speak of. Reflect carefully, statues erected from gold and silver are hardly things the Taoist masters of the Imperial Astronomical Bureau can lift. When true effort is required, only our elite Imperial Secret Police troops will suffice. Captain Tan re-examined the document and found no mention of Wu Tong, when instead the text referred solely to illicit cults of evil deities. He lifted his gaze thoughtfully toward Zhou Heng, then tapped the petition 3 times with 3 fingers. An astute observation, Captain, but might the portion submitted be too modest? Not at all. Our men must be rewarded for their labor. You and I require due recognition, and Commandant Peng and the Prefect must likewise witness our diligence. Thus, submitting a fixed assured share of merit suffices. Understood. Having secured Captain Tan's approval, Zhou Heng immediately assembled his contingent of Imperial Secret Police officers and subtly intimated they were about to reap tangible rewards. Empowered by both the Northern District Commander's order and the Deputy Commander's personal guarantee, 50 officers ignited with fervor, donning armor and saddling horses without needing explicit instruction. Order march on Longda Lane. Surround the 3rd and 5th residences on the left lane, the Zhang and Ma households. Resistance shall be met with lethal force. Affirmative. Having yet to conduct a single raid this month, the officers erupted in jubilant, thunderous affirmation, eager for the spoils of confiscation. Social stratification in Daliang City was stark. Beyond the Imperial Palace, the 4 districts followed a clear hierarchy. East for the wealthy, west for the noble, south for the impoverished, and north for the outcast. To the Imperial Secret Police, the Eastern District offered the richest pickings, the Western District felt stiflingly rigid, the Southern District afforded maximum prestige. Yet the Northern District stood apart, a vibrant confluence of trades, professions, and social classes. Such chaotic diversity, teeming with brothels, theaters, and dens of every conceivable persuasion, concealed immense, albeit shadowy wealth. Yet these enterprises were covertly controlled by powerful elites restraining the officers' boldness. Hence Northern District officers longed most for confiscation orders. A single such mission could sustain them in comfort for half a year. Now, seizing this rare opportunity, they dispatched scouts to clear the streets at full gallop, then surged forward toward Longda Lane, flanking Zhou Heng as he strode forth, sword drawn and crossbow poised, radiating formidable authority. Clack, clack, clack. The sharp, rhythmic drumbeat of hooves, coupled with the grim resolve of the advancing officers, signaled to nearby residents that grave events were unfolding. Which accursed fool provoked these tigers? With their methods, they'll scrape the very soil bare before withdrawing. Ah, truly an age of turmoil. Even the Imperial Secret Police have been mobilized. Surely some vile criminal has infiltrated Daliang City. Let us hope the villain does not take hostages, otherwise innocent casualties are inevitable. Whispers among neighbors revealed the officers' unpopularity in the district. Were it not for their role as a linchpin of Northern District order, the people's response would have been a torrent of open scorn. Deputy Commander, the Zhang and Ma households are fully surrounded, but they request an audience with you. Your orders. Grant them an audience. Captain Tin Shuan had already departed for the Imperial Secret Police headquarters to file the arrest warrant. Until Commandant Peng issued further orders, the officers were authorized only to detain, not to execute indiscriminately. Naturally, those who counterattacked or attempted escape fell under the definition of resistance, granting the officers full authority to eliminate them on the spot. Esteemed sir, what transgression have our 2 households committed to warrant such overwhelming force? Might we offer a token of goodwill? Perhaps you would grant us clemency. Establishment of illicit shrines. Purge of demonic cults. The rest requires no elaboration. Open your gates. Compliance warrants interrogation. Defiance invites decapitation. The Zhang household, realizing their crime was exposed, abandoned all pretense of bribery, and without uttering a plea for mercy, swung open their tightly shut gates. The Imperial Secret Police are few in number. Let us break through, escape the encirclement, and survival awaits. Charge. Servants of the Zhang and Ma households cast off their disguises, brandishing swords and cudgels as they charged forth in frenzied assault. This was not born of fearlessness, but of cold calculation. Amid Daliang City's dense populace, escape meant vanishing into the crowd, evading official pursuit entirely. Criminals resist arrest, form ranks, and eliminate them. Upon command, the officers swiftly coalesced into disciplined 5-man squads, coordinating seamlessly to isolate and overwhelm the rioters, exposing in brutal clarity the chasm between armored soldiers and unarmored insurgents. Their hardened iron armor offered not only physical protection, but also emboldened resolve in the face of slaughter. Under relentless pressure, the rioters suffered over a dozen casualties before breaking morale and retreating behind the courtyard walls to make a final stand. These few living beings possess no fortune aura. In the world where the Dichi resides, all living beings, as long as they exist, occupy different shares of the world. Aside from the inanimate objects that cannot think, normal life forms possess some degree of fortune. However, within Zhou Heng's vision of the fortune surveillance eye, the several cultists who had just charged at the Tiki did not possess the slightest hint of fortune. This situation was quite astonishing. Without fortune, they were as silent as ordinary stones in this world, which raised questions about their consciousness and thoughts. Advance with shields, crossbowmen fire. Zhou Heng, clad in fine armor, dismounted. With a sword in one hand and a shield in the other, he joined the tiki in assaulting the Zhang residence. Zhou Heng's physical prowess was 5 times that of an ordinary person, and with skin tough as leather and bones as solid as stone, he displayed remarkable bravery, indirectly boosting the morale of the tiki. Under Zhou Heng's overwhelming assault, the cultists of the Zhang residence scattered in panic, yet those without fortune defied common sense, rushing over to surround Zhou Heng. "Sever their hands and feet. I want these 5 alive." Following the order, Zhou Heng swiftly cut off the arms of the 2 in front of him. Though his subordinates were not as fierce, they executed his command with the cooperation of their companions. "Sir Deputy, these 5 have no regard for their severed limbs. They are indeed true warriors. Indeed, their fearlessness indicates they are either death warriors or fervently devoted cultists. Bring fire to staunch their wounds." Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The sound of flames burning carried the aroma of roasted flesh, yet the tiki, in a state of battle and heightened excitement, showed no signs of discomfort. Faced with Zhou Heng's gaze and their severed limbs, the 5 downed cultists exhibited no fear. Instead, they curiously assessed Zhou Heng. "Tell me, how did you infiltrate Daliang City?" Zhou Heng inquired tentatively, noticing the intense desire to communicate among these peculiar individuals. However, Zhou Heng soon felt disappointment, as these individuals seemed to have completely lost their ability to speak. They could not even express screams or curses. "I entered the game right in Daliang City. You shouldn't ask us, but rather the game planners. Do you dare to leave your name, so I can hunt you down when the public test begins?" "Shut up, Chief Foam. You know that the language interaction system of gods and demons clash is not yet perfect. During the closed beta, we cannot communicate directly with NPCs." The 5 limbless beings occasionally glanced at their companions, leading Zhou Heng to suspect they were using a unique method of communication. To uncover the details of these individuals, it would be simple. Zhou Heng just needed to project his high-dimensional vision onto them, and all questions would be answered. However, activating high-dimensional vision would impose a significant burden on his soul and body, making the current environment unsuitable for such an act. Thus, Zhou Heng ordered 2 soldiers to gag these individuals with rags to prevent them from desperately biting each other. "You 2 watch over them here. The rest follow me to continue the assault." Under the leadership of Zhou Heng, a terrifyingly powerful deputy, the Zhang residence, was swiftly subdued. Even the cult leaders hiding in secret rooms could not escape under his fortune surveillance. "Sir Deputy, the Zhang family is a big catch. My brothers discovered a large amount of gold, silver, jewels, and various riches in their storeroom. Good, assign someone to guard the storeroom. Others come with me to support the Ma residence. It should also be a big catch." With reinforcements, the cultists at the Ma residence were soon completely eradicated. Once the 2 golden statues of Wu Tong were melted by the flames, Zhou Heng's agreement with Judge Liu of the city god office was fulfilled. At this point, the sun god, who had silently followed Zhou Heng since his deployment, turned to him and cupped his hands before gracefully departing to report back to the judge. "Tiki Commander, eradicate the lewd cult, seize Zhang and Ma residences." As Zhou Heng began counting the treasures with his soldiers, Deputy 10 arrived late with his subordinates. However, the orders he brought were still significant, indicating that everyone would receive rewards for their efforts. "Deputy Zhou, well done. These villains are so ruthless. If they were to cause chaos in Daliang City, it would undoubtedly lead to massive casualties." "Deputy 10, both families' treasures are here. What do you think?" "Very good. Deputy Zhou, escort the prisoners back to the garrison, or I will take the spoils and evidence to report to Lord Governor." Under Tan Zaiwen's coordination, nearby households quickly gathered several horse-drawn carts. Then 70% of the spoils and prisoners returned to the North City Tiki Station, while 30% of the silver and evidence of the lewd cult went to the Tiki office. It is likely that the officials from the governor's office and the Tiki officers will celebrate at the North City Tiki Station tonight, while also taking away some local specialties. However, these matters were not important to Zhou Heng. His concern lay with the 5 limbless individuals devoid of fortune. "Prepare a room. I want to interrogate those 5 hard-headed cultists." "Understood." Behind a sturdy barrier, a limbless cultist was hung on the torture rack. Zhou Heng did not ask questions or torture the cultist. Instead, he closed his eyes, seemingly intending to use the environment and pressure to break the psychological defenses of the prisoner. Yet this was merely a facade. In reality, Zhou Heng's innate spirit had left his body ready to activate high-dimensional vision at any moment to observe these peculiar beings. Crack. Just a brief glance caused the terrifying burden from high-dimensional vision to shatter Zhou Heng's innate spirit into countless tiny fragments. However, after he closed his eyes, the power feedback from the high-dimensional true spirit quickly repaired his innate spirit. Still unable to control the range of vision, the information observed is simply too much. "Nevertheless, I saw. Do I know what you are?" Although Zhou Heng only observed for a very short time, the information cluster in the cultist's brain was incredibly conspicuous, allowing him to easily retrieve the necessary information. Unsurprisingly, these beings without fortune were invaders hailing from another world that invaded the Dichi. However, their method of invasion was somewhat peculiar. They treated the invasion as a game regarding the initial infiltration as a closed beta. This peculiar invasion pattern ensured the invaders' fearless mentality and loyalty to the original world. After all, no one would heed the commands of a game character to attack their own real home. Additionally, Zhou Heng gleaned from this information the timing of their arrival in this realm. They arrived at the end of July, indicating that over a month ago the divine coalition of the Haotian Emperor had already been suppressed by them. Now, not only had they stalled the Haotian Emperor's divine army, but they had also breached the defensive barrier of the Dechi world and invaded here using a weapon known as game. The enemy has already begun to establish a second battlefield, and the Dechi world is gradually losing its initiative in combat. Zhou Heng understood all too well the destructive power of players combined with these individuals' fearless mindset and terrifying numbers. The Dechi world could very well be hollowed out from within. I possess the Earth God seal of the Haotian Divine Court. Why hasn't the world issued a virus extermination command? Is it because these pests have not been detected, or has the battlefield of Haotian been cut off from information transmission? The emergence of players granted Zhou Heng a deeper understanding of the war's current trajectory in this world. He deemed it highly improbable that the world remained unaware of the invaders, who far more likely was that the realm's sovereign arbiter, or its governing program, the heavenly sovereign Haotian, had been trapped on the external battlefield and severed from all channels of communication. To Zhou Heng, this revelation carried both promise and peril. The boon lay in the diminished likelihood of full-scale suppression against his nascent divine Tao system by the entrenched orthodox divine Tao. The peril, however, stemmed from the prospect of brutal internecine conflict among long-subjugated forces, demons, fiends, specters, heretics, and even celestial cultivators, as they vied to shape the new cosmic order. Moreover, before such strife erupted, these factions might first unite to purge the old divine Tao system entirely. Were this upheaval to unfold in a peaceful world, it would amount to little more than the fall of ancient deities and the ascension of new ones. But the great Qi world was presently embroiled in an interdimensional war, and internal chaos would grievously erode its martial capacity. The appearance of beta testers already signaled the great Qi world's waning advantage. Should grave instability now take root within the realm, risked being cast into utter annihilation. As Zhou Heng currently stood aligned with the great Qi world, he was willing to safeguard its stability. Yet his nascent divine Tao system remained incomplete and could not yet furnish elite legions capable of battlefield intervention. Thus, his immediate role was to prepare when the old world order inevitably collapsed. He would erect a new one upon his divine Tao framework and simultaneously constrict the operational space available to these invasive players. I pray it is not already too late, else I shall be forced to wander the uncharted void between realms, adrift within my own story world. Having clarified his purpose, Zhou Heng first attended the victory banquet hosted by the Beijing Imperial Secret Police Garrison, then returned home bearing his share of spoils. Once secluded in tranquil, undisturbed silence, he commenced crafting a new divine seal, this time bestowing upon himself an additional divine authority. Success. With this new authority, I can now perceive the encrypted communications among players. The divine seal, Imperial Edict I of encrypted language perception, drew its power from his transcendent vision. Through it, no player's covert discourse could remain concealed. The following day, upon returning to the Beijing garrison, Zhou Heng observed that every imperial constable now greeted him with markedly heightened deference, undoubtedly a consequence of the generous rewards each had received at yesterday's banquet. Bring the 5 stubborn captives into the interrogation chamber. I will question them myself. And understood. And when Zhou Heng reappeared before the 5 detained players, their earlier composure had dissolved. Senior Brother Wenhan, what on earth are these NPCs scheming? They neither release us nor execute us. And last night, they even fed us rice porridge. Could they be attempting to outlast us? That won't do. We'll lose our beta accounts if this drags on. Clearly they wish us alive, to wear us down gradually until we break. We miscalculated gravely. We should have chosen self-termination from the outset. Indeed, death would be preferable to this imprisonment. Besides, Wudong is simply incompetent. My friend's faction, Shanjun, has already passed its pioneering phase, unlike us, whose entire faction was eradicated. Whose fault is that? You lot shared Wudong's perverse inclinations. This predicament is your just desserts. Bah, you call it art appreciation. We're labeled perverts. How noble you are. How exceptional. And under the gaze of the eye of encrypted language perception, every word exchanged among the players shimmered with crystalline clarity before Zhou Heng's eyes. From these exchanges, Zhou Heng deciphered the players' methods of infiltration and learned disturbingly that certain native factions had already become collaborators for the extraplanar invaders. It followed that news of the heavenly sovereign Haotian's battlefield defeat and entrapment had already been disseminated by these turncoats. Yet the restless factions were likely still observing, awaiting confirmation of truth before deciding whether to rise in resistance or carve out fiefdoms in anticipation of imperial amnesty. Summon attendants. Apply medicinal salves to their wounds. From today onward, conduct rotating interrogations. Whether we hook greater prey depends entirely on your skill, brothers. Rest assured, Deputy Commander, your trust shall not be misplaced. These 5 players had thus become Zhou Heng's vital nodes for intelligence gathering from beyond the veil. He would not permit their premature demise, nor would he assume the guise of a high-tier NPC to fraternize with them. For all life forms within the Great Chi world were non-responding, naturally mortal beings, extending aid to the players would only hasten the realm's decay. His course therefore was clear: crush the players utterly with overwhelming force, and seize every opportunity to launch a counter-invasion. And since Zhou Heng's suppression of the illicit shrine, the Beijing garrison had swiftly reverted to calm. Though routine incidents occasionally demanded the garrison's dispatch, none rose to a severity warranting personal oversight by a colonel or deputy commander. Thus, during these quiet intervals, Zhou Heng steadily distributed his divine seals, stones wood porcelain, each inscribed as a vessel for sacred resonance, flowing outward along merchant routes across the breadth of Great Chi. As automated production of divine seals remained unrealized, only 23 such seals had dispersed across the realm thus far. These seals found their way into diverse hands: monks, Taoist adepts, scholars, chivalrous warriors, even women and children. Their reactions varied widely. Some erupted in ecstatic joy, others recoiled in wary trepidation, still others embraced the revelation with serene equanimity. Yet regardless of disposition, each bearer entered Zhou Heng's story world, and within the Tianzhao sin-detecting celestial cord of the 3 realms, discovered the path destined to define their future. Curiously, the swiftest progress among seal-bearers was not made by those wielding worldly authority, but by a child and a monk. The child was the grandson of the aged Jadelock carver. At merely 5 years old, he chanced upon the divine seal, imperial edict, eye of eightfold self-perception, and driven by innocent curiosity stepped into the celestial court of the 3 realms. An independent space, a sanctuary, nearly his alone, where this tender life lingered, enchanted and unwilling to depart. Later he encountered other seal-bearers within the court, bound by shared identity. They treated the boy not with condescension, but with warmth, spending time laughing and playing with him upon meeting. Thus the child swiftly became entranced by this wondrous new world, so much so that each evening after finishing his meal, he would rush to bed and fall instantly asleep. His parents, fearing illness, brought him to a physician, but no prescription alleviated his profound drowsiness. Witnessing his family's sorrow, their grief etched upon his grandfather's face, the compassionate boy confessed everything. Little stone, you claim you've become a deity, and entered heaven itself, and that upon promotion you may appoint subordinate divine officials. Zhou Heng's nascent divine Tao mirrored the operational logic of how Tian's orthodox system both granted subordinates the right to enfeoff lower divinities. Yet all authority ultimately flowed from and remained anchored in the sovereign deity. Yes, Master Huiming told me that a deity must cultivate compassion and exercise utmost caution when appointing underlings. Master speaks truly. Little stone, tell us, are your grandfather, your father, your uncles righteous men? May we serve as your divine underlings? Of course they are, all of them. Once I ascend, I shall elevate you all to godhood. It is a proven fact that interests drive the development of things. At merely 5 years old, the child named Feng and nicknamed Shidu has not yet learned to conceal his interests, making him easily influenced. This also indicates that the authority in his hands can be readily acquired by those close to him. Fortunately, his parents and grandfather were aware of this, and thus as the future deity and the only son in the family, he was immediately protected by his relatives. After his family confirmed the validity of his authority, his uncles learned that there indeed was a young master named Yang Yuan Kuei in the Qing kingdom. Thus his new identity received full recognition from his family. Once it was established that their child had become a divine being, Old Man Feng led the entire family away from Daliang City, returning to their ancestral mountain village. The return of the Feng family caused quite a stir in that remote mountain village, and after the initial excitement, representatives of the Feng clan gathered in the ancestral hall to discuss matters throughout the night. No one knows what they discussed, but starting the next day, the elders of Feng village appeared invigorated. From that day forward, Feng village gained a deity known as Guan Bafeng, Huiyin Jintong. Although this was not an official worship, no one in the remote village cared about such distinctions. Under the command of the old patriarch, the villagers of Feng village began to offer 2 sticks of local incense daily to the Jintong. Moreover, the clan elders mysteriously spread the word about the blessings of the Jintong to neighboring villages. When rumors arose that worshipping the Jintong could result in the birth of boys, the belief in the Jintong quickly spread to nearby villages. With a surge of incense offerings, little Feng and soon qualified to appoint subordinate divine officials. When the first authority of Guanzhou Simofa Yen was delegated to the old patriarch of the village, Feng village began to go completely wild. Though the authority delegated based on Feng N's divine seal was not particularly powerful, the greatest allure of becoming a deity was not the power of authority, but the promise of eternal life for the soul and the escape from the unknown of death. The temptation of near immortality was already enough to make one give everything, especially since Zhou Heng had also opened his story world to his subordinates. Upon entering the heavenly palace known as Tianzhao Zuiki Tianxia, Sanjia Shen, Din Old Patriarch Feng gained an unprecedented sense of security. Therefore, aside from handling clan affairs, he spent his other time cleaning and maintaining the environment in the deserted Divine Hall area. Being elderly, he possessed ample life wisdom, and when encountering other recipients of the seal in the Divine Hall, he always presented himself as a divine official seeking to offer assistance whenever possible. His presence also made other recipients realize that the strongest power of the divine seal was to build a force centered around oneself, but their cautious nature made it difficult for them to quickly establish their own divine path. If young Feng and relied on sincere trust and the support of his clan, the monk named Huiming relied on audacity. As the abbot of Songxiang Temple in Fushui County, Huiming was originally a devout believer, but the arrival of a new wooden fish completely liberated his mind from the constraints of doctrine. Guan Wanmin Bidhong Fiang Guan Tianizui Fian, this is my Tao. All living beings suffer from ailments, and the heavens and earth can also be sick. I will become the Guan Tiandi Huiyin Jioku Pusa. The thoughts of Huiming, now a deity, underwent a tremendous transformation. He no longer viewed deities and Buddhas from the perspective of a believer, but instead began to regard those great practitioners as subordinates. With this shift in perspective, he realized he could also sit atop the grand hall for people to admire, and he had the ability to do better than those golden and bronze statues. Thus, he immediately melted down the great wisdom and illumination statue worshipped at Songxiang Temple and positioned his own statue on the divine seat in the hall, naming his statue Guan Tiandi Huiyin Jioku Pusa. You are the past Bodhisattva, and I am the future Bodhisattva. The offerings of the masses should be dedicated to the future, not the past. A devout monk pushed the statue down from its high pedestal and began to worship himself. He was either insane or had found a new pursuit. May the Buddha be compassionate. After I become a Buddha, I will naturally be compassionate. Since the statues change, whenever a believer came to worship, Abbot Huiming would personally announce the new Bodhisattva's name to the believers, stating that the new Bodhisattva was compassionate and had bestowed upon him the eye of the law to observe the suffering of sentient beings. Due to Abbot Huiming's refusal to covet wealth and his willingness to diagnose ailments for believers free of charge, the incense offerings at Songxiang Temple quickly flourished. Because Abbot Huiming only identified the causes of illness without prescribing treatment, the practitioners of medicine in Fushui County did not suffer significant losses. Moreover, facing a true powerful monk, they dared not act recklessly. Thus, with compassion and the miraculous eye of the law, Abbot Huiming became the most popular figure in Fushui County. With the assistance of numerous believers, Master Huiming quickly advanced his divine status. Subsequently, a young monk entered the Cha Sanjia Shen to help Old Patriarch Feng clean the divine hall, while also answering questions for the new recipients of the seal. The fear of death drives one to grasp the benefits at hand. The sincere faith in deities and Buddhas fosters an extreme belief in oneself. The ambitions of the recipients of the seal were ignited. They were no longer satisfied with the status quo and wished to control their own destinies. My divine path would spread rapidly with their assistance. Through the perception of authority, Zhou Heng witnessed the transformations of recipients like Yang Yuan Kuei Feng, and Master Huiming, seeing within them greed, hope, and sincerity. Regardless of the psychological struggles these recipients faced, the path connected by their divine seals urged them onward. They would not stop, for each harbored their own desires and pursuits. While Zhou Heng's new divine path flourished, the situation in Daliang City was also quietly changing. The probing of one extraordinary force after another pushed it toward a dangerous vortex. On this day, while on duty, Zhou Heng noticed that many refugees had suddenly appeared in Daliang City, begging along the streets. This was quite strange. The court had issued a decree for disaster relief over 2 months ago, and even if the officials in the disaster-stricken areas acted slowly, it should not have reached this extent. Furthermore, the ministers in the court would not stand by as incompetent officials allowed a controllable disaster to spiral out of control. Something must have happened here, causing the court to be unable to control the internal situation. Thinking of this, Zhou Heng turned back to the estate to call for his attendant Lai Fu. Lai Fu, today you go wander around the north and south districts of Daliang City and gather information from the refugees about the disaster situation. Zhou Heng said, taking out 2 taels of silver from his money pouch to hand to Lai Fu. Young master, you won't need this much. Asking the refugees questions won't cost much. Just give them 2 buns, and you'll find out everything. Lai Fu hurriedly accepted the 2 taels of silver, knowing this was equivalent to 2 months of his wages. It's not enough to just ask a couple of people, you need to ask many more. Remember, the clearer you make this matter for me, the better. All right, young master, just wait and see. I will make sure to clarify the beginning and end of this matter for you. Commander Tan, with so many people flooding into Daliang City, at once won't chaos break out? Hard to say. Deputy Commander Qian Yu and Deputy Commander Zhou will jointly lead patrols across the northern district. No matter what unfolds in other districts, the Northern District, our domain, must remain orderly. Zhou Heng had barely stepped into the Jijing Hall of the Northern District embroidered uniform guard station when he overheard Commander Tan Xuan and Deputy Commander Qian Shi discussing the sudden influx of disaster refugees. Clearly they too had sensed something amiss. Indeed, rodents, ants, insects, and serpents often detect impending calamity long before humans do. This principle holds true among imperial officials, as well. The lower-ranking bureaucrats who interact directly with common folk are the ones who truly grasp the empire's reality. Whereas high ministers seated in the lofty halls see only veiled diplomatic reports, wherein the empire's populace is reduced to mere statistics reflecting political achievement. Commander Tan's insight is profound. On my way here, I noticed anomalies myself, so I turned back mid-route to dispatch attendants to mingle with the refugees and gather first-hand accounts of both the disaster and relief efforts. Deputy Commander Zhou needn't go to such lengths to learn about the refugees' plight. I'm privy to certain details myself. We're brothers, not outsiders. I'll share them now, so you fully grasp the gravity of the situation. As Commander Tan spoke, he rose and summoned 2 trusted guards to stand watch at the door, then closed the hall's entrance, and gestured for Zhou Heng and Qian Shi to draw nearer. You've seen the flood of refugees entering the city, but you haven't seen the far greater numbers still camped outside Daliang City awaiting imperial aid. Relief operations are deeply entangled with court politics. Normally, I'd refrain from speaking freely. Yet when refugees beg for survival, while factions jockey for power, instability could erupt at any moment. And our sole reliance, brothers, must be ourselves. Thus today, I break precedent and speak candidly from the heart. Understand this. Those 100 armored elite soldiers under our Northern District embroidered uniform guard station are the very foundation of our survival. Commander Tan Xuan, usually reserved and aloof, spoke at unusual length. A telling sign his unease with the current crisis had deepened, prompting him to bind Qian Shi and Zhou Heng to him through confidential intelligence. The matter itself isn't complex. The Yun and Liang provinces, situated in the northwest of the Great Qi dynasty, were struck by drought. The imperial court swiftly issued edicts ordering grain shipments from neighboring provinces for relief. But herein lies the crux, the province's unique horse administration system. It originated because Yun and Liang's arid soil contrasts starkly with their lush grasslands, akin to steppe terrain. Thus the court decreed that local households raise horses in lieu of grain taxes, a policy that benefited both sides. Peasants paid less grain tax, while the Great Qi court acquired vast numbers of steeds. Later, to prevent horse breeders from submitting inferior mounts, the court mandated grain penalties for substandard or deceased horses, penalties levied against the very tax owed in equine form. By now you likely see how it unfolded. Though the court dispatched relief grain, those same rations were seized as horse tax penalties, thus rendering relief impossible. Absurd. When people flee famine, how can taxes still be collected? You deem it absurd, but others do not. They claim relief has been delivered, and since refugees now receive rations, why would they need horses? Hence they administer relief while enforcing the horse administration. Refugees barely able to feed themselves lack fodder to rear horses, so inevitably only emaciated feeble mounts are submitted, triggering yet more grain penalties. Observe, they relieve the disaster, yet grain circulates in a closed loop, back into their own coffers. Order appears restored, no funds expended, and a surplus of inferior steeds accrues. A masterstroke, wouldn't you agree? Commander Tan Xuan's voice grew heated. The normally cautious man now bristled with fury, on the verge of openly denouncing the high ministers ensconced in the imperial court. This is not governance. Has no censor spoken truth to power? And indeed, they have. Censors from rival factions have already inflamed the issue into a full-blown political spectacle. Relief efforts have devolved into mere pretexts for factional warfare. Resolution awaits only the outcome of that struggle. Does His Imperial Majesty stand idle? Even an ordinary person can perceive the grotesque flaw in such administration. How could he intervene? Grain reserves from adjacent provinces are already being diverted to the stricken regions. Shall the emperor deplete his personal treasury? Until factional strife concludes, no amount of grain sent to Yun or Liang will yield effect. The Great Qi dynasty had reigned less than a century. Zhou Heng had assumed the realm remained in its stable phase. He was unprepared for the ferocity of court factionalism now laid bare. Within Daliang City, ostensibly a beacon of prosperity, portents of dynastic collapse had already begun to surface. Inhumph. Were it not for the retired emperor's presence, factional strife would not have escalated to this degree. Deputy Commander Qian, speak with caution. We may condemn corrupt officials, but never impugn the imperial household. Commander Tan Xuan pressed a hand over Qian Shi's mouth. He knew criticizing factional corruption was permissible, but attacking the true sovereign risked annihilation for every low-ranking embroidered uniform guard under his command. Commander Tan, since you've spoken so plainly, Qian shall withhold nothing either. You claim our sole reliance lies in the 100-odd armored troops of this station. What intelligence prompted such certainty? That is easily deduced. Deputy Commander Qian, what remains with refugees beyond their lives? Rustic sickles, pitchforks, and lean breeding mares kept for propagation. Should relief fail to arrive, and should leaders emerge to rally them, those men accustomed to riding may seize spears and cudgels to fight for their own survival and for their families. Precisely, as Brother Heng observed. Nearby provinces may fall under assault, and under provocateurs' influence, even affluent indifferent Daliang City will not escape. Uprisings by horse breeders differ fundamentally from peasant revolts. The former possess abundant mounts, granting them superior offensive capability and mobility. High mobility affords them wide latitude for error. Defeat permits retreat, victory enables pursuit. As tales of triumph multiply, horse breeders across Yun and Liang provinces may join this plundering frenzy en masse, wreaking havoc across numerous prefectures of the great Qi dynasty before suppression arrives. Surely the court's senior ministers comprehend this danger, and they certainly do. Yet recall history. Even as the founding emperor marched upon their capital, former dynasty ministers still bickered among themselves. It was not that those ministers were fools, but rather they understood that only by toppling rivals could action be taken, otherwise factions would oppose for opposition's sake alone. Daliang City's formidable defenses and garrison strength render it impregnable to refugees alone. Yet civil unrest within the walls is all but inevitable once chaos erupts. I'll say no more. Brothers, bring your nearest kin to the embroidered uniform guard station. United, the three of us, and our station's elite troops, will safeguard your families without fail. Commander Tan Shiwen's lengthy discourse served one purpose above all: securing safety for his own family. Whether upheaval would truly occur, and how to respond if it did, remained unresolved in his mind. Extraterritorial wars, player incursions, transcendental infighting, mortal unrest. Evidently native ambitionists and collaborators have grown impatient. Their final probe has begun. The relief efforts in Yun and Liang provinces were inadequate, sowing the seeds of rebellion. The Daqi court, despite its shortcomings, was not blind to these hidden dangers. Zhou Heng believed that the current situation was caused by the probing actions of the extraordinary realm and the guiding party, which transformed the previously manageable factional disputes into irreconcilable party struggles. The only thing Zhou Heng could not comprehend was the presence of the Grand Emperor, who still held military power. Rumor had it that the Grand Emperor had converted to Buddhism, spending his days either consuming vegetarian meals and chanting scriptures or discussing Buddhist teachings with various monks. However, this seemingly reclusive Grand Emperor showed no intention of relinquishing power. In order to maintain control over the court, he even actively encouraged factional conflicts. Now that party struggles threatened the stability of Daqi, why did he, as a vested interest, not step forward to assist the current emperor in stabilizing the court's situation? Could it be that this Grand Emperor failed to see the stakes involved? It is known that instigating turmoil is easy, but quelling it is far more challenging. Once a rebellion appears supported by multiple extraordinary forces, one cannot fathom how many will seize the opportunity to rise up and claim power. By then it is feared that the Daqi court may very well become a part of history. In the afternoon, after finishing his shift, Zhou Heng hurried back to the Zhou residence. His family situation was complex. His aunt, he might not be willing to stay temporarily at the dilapidated Tikawai station. Young master, you are finally back. Today I spent the entire day inquiring among 30 or so disaster victims. I have gathered the information you asked about, and I will share it with you now. Good, let's go back and discuss it in detail at home. Although Zhou Heng had gained some understanding of the disaster situation through Captain Tan, he was more eager to hear the information directly from the victims, as it would better represent the actual circumstances. Lai Fu followed closely behind Zhou Heng into the residence, hesitating to speak, indicating that he believed the information he had gathered was significant. Go ahead, what did you find out today? After entering his small courtyard, Zhou Heng gestured for Lai Fu to sit down and speak. Young master, I will set aside the disaster situation for later. While gathering information, I discovered some matters that I believe are more important, so I will inform you of these first. Zhou Heng nodded in agreement. Since even an ordinary person like Lai Fu deemed these matters important, it likely indicated that they were intuitively troubling. Young master, while inquiring about the news, I found that many people were looking for disaster victims to gather information. Among them, a few should have originated from the Exine Wuho residence, as they helped the madam move her dowry when she married into our household. It's understandable that the Exine Wuho residence would send people to gather information on the disaster victims. Is there anything else? Yes, the city gates in the east, west, and north districts are not allowing disaster victims to pass, while the south district's gate is wide open, allowing them entry. Now the disaster victims are saying that the south district's Captain Kai Yi is a true gentleman. Opening the gates for disaster victims certainly qualifies as a gentlemanly act, but we do not know whether he is acting out of goodwill or following someone else's orders. Although Zhou Heng had not interacted with the South District's captain, it was likely that if Captain Kai Yi had no support behind him, he would have been immediately apprehended and punished for opening the gates. Thus it was very possible that Kai Yi was not a benevolent person, but rather a pawn placed by a certain faction. By the way, young master, I also learned that someone was guiding the disaster victims along the way. Many confused disaster victims heard them say that the court had set up disaster relief centers in the capital, which is why they followed them here. With someone leading the way, the counties along the route are not managing the situation, suggesting that a powerful force intends to exploit the disaster victims to incite trouble. The officials in the court likely sense the danger as well. Otherwise, they would not have sealed the city gates, but they were probably still in internal strife, otherwise the captain guarding the South City would not have opened the gates. Next, the information provided by Lai Fu was similar to what Captain Tan had said, but the intelligence Lai Fu gathered directly from the disaster victims was more detailed. According to him, many disaster victims could no longer endure their suffering, and a few respected individuals were proposing that everyone unite to intercept the officials' carriages and jointly petition the court for aid. In the evening, during dinner with his family, Zhou Heng shared the collected information with his uncle Zhou Jian and suggested that they temporarily stay at the Tikawai station for a few days until the situation calmed down before returning home. As Zhou Heng had suspected, he did not wish to go to the cramped Tikawai station, as she did not believe that the Tikawai could ensure her safety. However, she was indeed a wise woman and would not gamble with her own life or the lives of her husband and son. The next day, she took Zhou Jian and Zhou Rui to the Exine Wuhou residence under the pretense of visiting relatives, while Zhou Heng insisted on not abandoning his companions, so he stayed behind. Not only that, he also sent a message to her daughter, who had married at the young age of 15, asking her to bring her husband's family to the Tikawai station to seek Zhou Heng's protection. Due to his uncle Zhou Jian's allegiance to the Exine Wuhou residence, he had no concubines. Now nearing 40, he had only one son and one daughter. His eldest son, Zhou Rui, served as the captain at the Guangzhou Gate. His youngest daughter married a third-class scholar at the age of 14, but this scholar might have lacked talent as he failed to enter the Hanlin Academy as a scholar and was currently serving in the Ministry of Rites as a minor official. Zhou Heng's cousin resembled her uncle Zhou Jin, not particularly attractive and not known for a good temperament. Fortunately, she listened well to her mother, so on the day she received the news, she took her family to the Beijing Tikawai station to seek Zhou Heng's protection. Her husband Zheng Zhihai, who received a traditional Confucian education, sought Zhou Heng's forgiveness and returned to the Ministry of Rites after learning the situation, seemingly intending to contact the authorities to prevent the outbreak of rebellion. However, as a minor figure with little influence, he was destined to change nothing, and there was no time left for the officials in the court to reach a consensus. On the morning of the third day after Zhou Jian's family entered the Exine Wuhou residence, officials were intercepted by disaster victims, prompting the guards to disperse them. In the chaos of shoving, it was unclear who struck first, resulting in several disaster victims being killed on the spot, which ignited the long-suppressed anger of the victims. Kill this corrupt official and avenge our fellow villagers. The emperor has issued a decree to save us, but all the food has been embezzled by these corrupt officials. If our fellow villagers kill these officials, the emperor will surely save us. Kill them. Why should we suffer and starve while they live in luxury and extravagance? Suddenly, dozens of skilled heroes surged out from the multitude of disaster victims, and under their leadership, the helpless victims charged towards the imperial city. At the same time, many others outside Daliang City took the lead in rebellion, guiding the coerced disaster victims through the unguarded and Ding Gate of the South City into Daliang. At that moment, the horsemen still remaining in Yun and Liang provinces saddled their lean horses, seizing knives, sickles, and forks, and under the leadership of heroes and chivalrous figures, they charged into various government offices with shouts. Thud, thud, thud. Countless hooves struck the ground, shaking it, and simultaneously shaking the legitimacy of the Daqi court. The city of Daliang was thrown into chaos, completely disrupted by the countless disaster victims. At this moment, several military camps outside Daliang City also reacted, and under the command of their leaders, the soldiers donned their armor in preparation for battle. However, the noble lords who held military power had no intention of immediately dispatching troops to quell the unrest. They first sent a group of scouts into the city and then quietly awaited the imperial military order. My lord, the situation is urgent. Must we really wait? Zhou Jian had entered the military camp with the general He Hong the night before, thinking that the nobles were preparing for the possible uprising. But it seemed he was mistaken. The nobles had their own plans as well. Brother-in-law, don't be anxious. Look, everyone is still. Entering the capital without military orders is tantamount to a grave crime of treason. Let's wait. Once the military order arrives, we will immediately march to quell the unrest. He Hong's choice was not an isolated case. The armies near the capital maintained an eerie calm, as if the place where chaos was occurring was not their capital. Under the intentional indulgence of the nobles, the forces guarding the capital were reduced to just the palace guards and the 5 cities military commission. Fortunately, these 2 legions were numerous enough to still maintain control over the situation in Daliang City. Raise shields, draw arrows. Anyone who dares to approach the cavalry guard shall be shot immediately, without warning. Deputy Tan Shiwen armed all available cavalry, providing a solid defense for the small cavalry guard post. Zhou Heng was also assigned the task of guarding the west wall of the guard post. Under his observation, with the supervising the fates, the national fortune of Deqi was plummeting rapidly. He saw a black dragon having its claws severed, its broken scales and flesh transforming into wolves, and hounds engaged in fierce combat. A white tiger emerged from its spine, roaring as it struggled to break free from the control of the black dragon. With the claws shattered and the beasts devouring the dragon, Deqi is heading for a major crisis. Zhou Heng knew that the probing of extraordinary forces and the guiding factions would cause significant issues, but he did not expect that those individuals would directly seek to kill the Emperor of Deqi. Given the current situation in Deqi, as long as the Emperor were to fall, Deqi would further lose its political legitimacy and the nation would quickly disintegrate. The city has fallen, the city has fallen. Fellow villagers, let us ask the Emperor why he allowed those corrupt officials to hold power. Charge and kill them. The soldiers of the 5 cities military commission had originally controlled the situation, but for some unknown reason the guards inside the imperial city suddenly fell into infighting. With the help of the rebels, the gates of the imperial city were opened from within, and the so-called royal family lost their last line of defense. General, the rebels have entered the palace. What should we do now? Immediately send an urgent message to the military camp outside the city informing them that the palace has fallen. If they do not act now, Deqi will be finished. Understood. When the urgent rescue message reached each military camp, thick smoke was already rising from the palace. The flames beneath the smoke seemed to burn everything of the past, striving to release any remaining light. The palace is on fire, and the rebel army has entered the capital. Soldiers enter the city and eliminate the thieves. Perhaps the urgent message had an effect, or perhaps the nobles had finally received the opportunity they were waiting for. Under the orders of various generals, the 8 major camps outside Daliang's city mobilized simultaneously, and over 100,000 troops quickly surged into Daliang City from multiple directions. In this turmoil, each faction had its own thoughts, but the moment the rules were broken, they realized that power, prestige, and reputation held little value. Instead, the warriors they usually despised became the strongest force in the chaos. They could decide which faction would survive, change the previous rules of the game, and take the opportunity to eliminate those they hated. The sounds of shouting and killing drew closer as the loyal soldiers surrounded the Chiang Hall. Within their protective circle were anxious ministers and the emperor's family. Father, these are your noble lords. The rebellion has lasted so long, and they have yet to enter the city to rescue us, while the 5 cities military commission under my command is fighting desperately. The contemptuous tone and hateful expression of the emperor brought forth the anger of the former emperor. How can you be any better? What is the situation with the Heaven Monitor? Why are those Taoists infighting? And why are the guards of the imperial city also in conflict? Without these questions, how could the rebels have entered the inner city and surrounded the palace? Even so, it is still better than you. The 8 military camps stationed in the capital have 240,000 troops, yet not a single unit came to save you. Your factional struggles have caused the separation of civil and military affairs and the alienation of the ruler and ministers, resulting in this situation. The current emperor had only ascended the throne 3 years ago. He did not want to bear the infamy of being a usurper because of the former emperor's mistakes. He became emperor to govern the people of the world, not to become a tyrant hunted by the masses. Naive. How could such minor factional struggles bring down Deqi? What truly caused Deqi to spiral out of control are those Taoist monks, evil gods, and demons. After the heavenly emperor went to war, these demons and monsters all emerged. What they sought was the life of the divine Tao, and Deqi was merely their stepping stone. The former emperor's words calmed the current emperor. He understood that the order of the cultivation world in Deqi relied on the Taoists and the divine Tao system. Now that the divine Tao is in trouble, the Taoists have shifted their stance, and the stabilizing forces within the cultivation world have weakened. It would be strange if Deqi did not face problems. Given the circumstances, there is nothing more to say. I hope Deqi can withstand this rebellion. The hopes of the emperor and the officials were destined to be in vain. As Zhou Heng's fate-watching eye observed that the capital's city god's mansion was being assailed by black and gray calamity energy. The overall scale of the calamity energy could not compare to the overwhelming fortune of the city god's mansion, but they tenaciously formed black and gray rings, temporarily stalling the city god's mansion. Civil unrest, military rebellion, infighting, divine concealment. Various adverse situations converged, making it impossible for the officials of Deqi to escape unscathed. Your Majesty, you must leave quickly. Chiang Palace cannot hold out any longer. Where can I go? I do not know how many people outside want my life. If I leave, they will surely send powerful beings to pursue me. You take the crown prince and the princes with you. Without me, you are likely to save your lives. Father, your great righteousness, since you are willing to stay and fight alongside the soldiers, then I must not leave. Father, rest assured, our father-son bond will surely protect the foundation of Deqi. The former emperor wanted to step forward, but the current emperor clearly did not wish to let him leave. Thus, this elder who had battled against the emperor for 3 years ultimately did not prevail. Bang! The doors of Chaiyang Palace were kicked open, and a large number of burly men, unlike ordinary disaster victims, led the way for the disaster victims to stream inside. Kill them all, eliminate these corrupt officials. The treasures of the entire palace belong to us. What are you doing? If you injure the emperor and us, none of you will escape. The army of the capital has already entered the city. I advise you to surrender early to avoid punishment. What are we doing? We are here to fight for our lives. Since we cannot escape, you should not expect to live either. The hall was stained with the bones of ministers. At this moment, the emperor was like a common man. As blood fell to the ground, the black dragon, representing the fortune of Dechi, also fell. The fall of the whale gives life to all things. As the black dragon descends, it freely disintegrates in the space between heaven and earth, transforming into numerous auspicious creatures, such as snakes, carps, wolves, and cranes. Meanwhile, the white tiger, which had been roaring and struggling atop the black dragon's spine, leapt from the dragon's corpse, brimming with murderous intent, ready to prey on the auspicious beasts around it. The common people close their doors, and the soldiers eradicate the rebels. With the slow advance of the soldiers from the 8 camps, the living space of the rioters entering the capital is continually compressed. Ultimately, most of the rioters were forced into the imperial city, where they found their only chance of survival in the palace. Quick, please summon His Majesty. As long as he stands by our side, we will live. Yes, as long as His Majesty gives the order, these soldiers must let us go. A few influential leaders among the rioters, still unaware of the severity of the situation, entered the palace with the help of their followers. Led by a young eunuch desperate to survive, they quickly surged into the Chaiyang Palace. Your Majesty, we are not rebels, but righteous men who kill corrupt officials, please. That fool has killed the emperor. The leader entering the Chaiyang Palace stared in shock at the blood-soaked hall before him, filled with rioters, officials, and 2 individuals clad in bright yellow dragon robes. It seems the one who killed the emperor feared others would not recognize him, as he had carefully propped the emperor's body on the dragon throne while the retired emperor was placed before it. From the outside, the emperor appeared to be looking down at his father amidst a sea of corpses and blood. Yet the wound on his chest, which had ceased bleeding, and his pale, stiff face proved he was already dead. A single emperor, one who had just ascended to the throne 3 years ago and had managed to maintain relative stability in the nation, had died just like that. Even though he once held a prominent position as one of the 2 rulers of Dechi, far too many wished for his demise, and despite being the emperor, he still met his end through their collusion. Moreover, he not only died physically, but his soul and dragon chi were also forcefully extracted and taken away. Observing the emperor's death, several leaders among the rioters grasped that the situation had become complicated, entirely different from what they had anticipated before the uprising. At this point, the army in the capital would never let them leave. Attack the city. Those who ascend ranks will be rewarded with promotions and gold. Initially, the rioters planned to threaten the capital's army with the safety of the emperor, but they miscalculated. The official army showed no signs of compromise and directly began the siege. Fight them. If they enter the city, they will definitely not spare us. Do not be afraid. The leaders have already seized control of the emperor, and he is currently writing a pardon for us. Once the pardon arrives, we will be innocent. Victory, victory. The chorus of soldiers shouting in unison indicated that the victors had emerged, and those in power seized this opportunity to eliminate the civil officials while breaking free from the shackles of imperial authority. It seems that the powers within the 8 camps of the capital also had certain connections with the extraordinary forces causing the chaos, otherwise they would not have allowed the rebellion to rage until the last moment before deploying troops to quell it. Although the rebel forces had been defeated, the soldiers, rioters, robbers, and thieves took advantage of this rare opportunity to plunder wealth indiscriminately. The soldiers would raid the residences of the wealthy, the rebels would invade prosperous markets, and the thieves would target various neighbors. In such chaotic circumstances, several groups of rebels attacked the North City Cavalry Station, but most of them were from the common folk, lacking strong leaders, and thus their attempts were repelled by the cavalry. The numerous corpses warned later attackers that the cavalry station was not to be trifled with, resulting in fewer and fewer assaults on the station over time. Deputy Wei Zhou, the soldiers cheer for victory, suggesting the situation has been controlled. Do you think we are safe now? Yes, the situation in Daliang City has been controlled, but the situation in the world is uncertain. Before it was beasts devouring the dragon. Now, with no dragon left, the next step will naturally be to consume the beasts and transform into a dragon's body. However, it is unknown how long the chaos will last before the calamities arising from today's riot are quelled, nor how many will perish in the future conflicts across the land. At night, all the streets became no man's lands, and the fortunate survivors hid in their homes, daring not to venture out. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Bright torches, synchronized footsteps, loaded crossbows, and bloodstained spears signified that the army had begun to vigorously suppress the unrest. Though the bloodthirsty army was incredibly dangerous, their patrols at this moment provided the citizens of Daliang City with a sense of safety that had been sorely lacking. In addition to the visible military presence, many spectral enforcers were secretly dispatched to capture the souls of the deceased. Today's turmoil had enraged the city god, with the Liang city breached, the emperor's soul lost, and their side held back by powerful demons. Each event challenged the frayed nerves of the city god. Thus, in a fit of rage, the city god issued orders to cleanse the wandering souls before promptly returning to the underworld, intending to discuss plans for counterattacking the demons with the underworld's officials. Among the ranks of spectral enforcers, a land god clad in red was also busy capturing souls. Since Zhou Heng's spectral form had been registered at the city god's office and the land god indeed held the authority to extradite souls, the enforcers paid Zhou Heng no mind. It wasn't that they were aloof, rather there were simply too many souls to handle in Liang City at this time, so much so that the enforcers desperately wished for their colleagues from nearby counties to come and assist them. Zhou Heng's speed in collecting souls far surpassed that of the enforcers. With a wave of his hand, he could capture a multitude of souls, transforming his story world into a lake of souls. Amidst the wandering of these souls, wisps of incense energy emerged to nourish them, ensuring their survival. Zhou Heng's intent in capturing these souls was not to devour them with his story world, but for another purpose. The enormity of the events today made it impossible for the news to stay hidden. It would soon spread to the nearby states and counties, ultimately reaching the entire Diqi. This signified that a new story with many believers was taking shape. Although Zhou Heng was not the protagonist of this new tale, he was undeniably an experiencer within this narrative. As long as he could enter the new story world, he would have a way to make it his possession. Thus Zhou Heng began to gather those souls, intending to bring them into the story world and fuse them with their counterparts within the tale to see if those within the story would gain wisdom as a result. If these souls could instill wisdom in their counterparts within the story world, then everything would be perfect. The essence of the story world is information. If this information learned to think, then Zhou Heng's story world would no longer be merely a real existing world, but rather evolve into a living, breathing reality. That's enough. Continuing to capture souls would be excessive. After gathering over 10,000 souls, Zhou Heng halted his efforts. Fearing that further actions might alert the enforcers, and considering that the quantity he had was already sufficient, he allowed his spectral form to return to his physical body. The next morning, Captain Ten Shuan entered the enforcement hall of the garrison, displaying a look of panic as he carried a proclamation. The emperor has passed away, the crown prince is missing, and the generals must support the 6-year-old king of Bohai to inherit the throne. The disappearance of the crown prince is undoubtedly the worst news imaginable for both the Diqi and the noble faction. The emperor's death had already diminished Diqi's legitimacy, and now with the legal heir also missing, their claim to power has plummeted to an all-time low. While the nobles have achieved their goal of breaking free from imperial authority, the prince's disappearance has transformed them from potential supporters of the state into power-hungry ministers holding the central authority hostage. With this, the forces throughout Diqi now have even more reason to reject the central government's leadership. The nobles in Liang City can support the king of Bohai's ascension, and the local powers can rally behind other princes who have already claimed their fiefs as the rightful rulers of Diqi. Consequently, it is highly probable that multiple emperors will appear on Diqi's land simultaneously. If this continues, Diqi may completely disintegrate, and the decline of imperial authority will accelerate the chaos. A change is coming, but it seems the management system of Liang City will be thoroughly restructured. In response to Zhou Heng's remarks, Ten Shuan the captain nodded in agreement, fearing that he would be framed and dismissed during the power transition. Zhou Heng's speculation quickly became reality. Within just 3 days, the then Grand General Duke Su Guogong Zhangshiji united the noble faction under the pretext that a nation cannot be without a leader for even a day, supporting the king of Bohai's claim to the throne. The 6-year-old king of Bohai, Xiao Jiming, was still far from capable of governance, leaving all affairs of state in the hands of the noble faction. After seizing control of the court, the noble faction appointed numerous personnel from their own ranks to official positions, and even the Zhou family, a lesser noble clan, reaped considerable benefits. Zhou Jian was promoted from the 5th rank of the Ministry of War to the 4th rank as the Deputy Minister of War. While this might not seem like a significant promotion, the head of the Ministry of War is a 3rd-rank minister with 2 4th-rank deputy ministers beneath him. Thus, Zhou Jian leaped from a mid-level official in the Ministry of War to one of the 3 major powers in the ministry, this promotion granting him substantial influence over national affairs. Additionally, Zhou Heng's elder brother Zhou Rui left Guangzhou Gate to serve in the 5-city garrison, rising from a 6th-rank city gate captain to a 5th-rank commander of the North City garrison. However, the most significant promotion went to Zhou Heng as a decree arrived expanding the Tiki division into 5 divisions and 1 guard. Consequently, the North City Tiki Guard expanded from 100 soldiers to 500. Zhou Heng was also promoted from a 7th-rank Tiki deputy to a 6th-rank Tiki captain of the North City. As for Zhou Heng's former superior, Captain Ten Shuan, he was reassigned to the Tiki Guard as the head of captures, maintaining his position without promotion or demotion, successfully navigating the transition of power. Through the changes within his family, Zhou Heng confirmed that Xian Wuhou, He Hong, had gained sufficient advantages during the chaos in the capital, significantly enhancing his political influence. The Zhou family, having all received promotions, naturally went to the residence of Xi and Wuhou to express their gratitude. During their visit, He Hong did not engage in detailed discussions with Zhou Jian, but instead spoke seriously to Zhou Heng and Zhou Rui. Brothers Rui and Heng, you both are aware of the current situation in Daliang City. I have appointed one of you as the commander of the North City garrison and the other as the captain of the North City Tiki. It is imperative that you both work together to restore order in the North District swiftly. I do not wish to see other districts return to normal while the North District remains in chaos. We will obey your command, my lord. We brothers will not disappoint you. Zhou Rui's North City garrison has 2,000 soldiers, while Zhou Heng's North City Tiki Guard has 500. As brothers managing the same district, they certainly should achieve some results. After leaving the noble residence, Zhou Heng immediately summoned 5 of his subordinates and briefed them on the situation in the North District and the court's requirements. From then on, large numbers of soldiers could be seen patrolling the North District daily, and under the deterrence of archers and armored troops, the public order in the North District quickly returned to normal. However, compared to the restoration of order in Daliang City, chaos gradually spread across the Qi. Many regions began to disregard central orders, and some even formed private alliances to support local princes in their ascension. After clearing out the local government offices, the Mahudwan of Yun and Liang states divided into multiple factions attacking each other. Now that the smaller chaos has subsided, a larger turmoil could erupt at any moment. Here it comes. The story of the Daliang City turmoil is unfolding. The restoration of order provided a platform for the residents of Daliang City to communicate, and with the continuous spread of news, the tale of the Daliang City turmoil finally took shape. In the moment the story took shape, Zhou Heng's higher dimensional true spirit successfully embraced and condensed a vague and seemingly non-existent piece of information. The North City Tiki Guard killed numerous insurgents during the chaos, providing protection for the residents around the guard station, thus featuring prominently in the narrative. As the deputy captain of the North City Tiki Guard, Zhou Heng did not gain much fame, but his higher dimensional true spirit was still able to extract some information from the North City Tiki Guard's records. That information represented the soldiers within the North City Tiki Guard, and Zhou Heng's own information was naturally included, but it was too vague and insignificant to take form. However, after his higher dimensional true spirit condensed his own information, everything changed, and Zhou Heng's information gradually became clearer, ultimately taking on the life of a story. This unique story life also upheld the reality of the tale, Daliang City turmoil, with its own wonder. Form the shield, draw arrows, and anyone daring to approach the Tiki Guard without warning shall be executed immediately. As soon as Zhou Heng immersed his consciousness in the story world, he immediately heard Captain Ten Zaiwen's voice. However, this place is not the real world. All the beings here except Zhou Heng lack wisdom. They enact the events of the day of the turmoil according to a fixed script. Thus, at this moment, the story of Daliang City turmoil resembles a game instance, with Zhou Heng as the sole player. During the actual turmoil, it was impossible to ascertain the strength of the rebels or predict how many extraordinary factions would appear, so I could only hold my ground. But now it is different. Let me see what roles those in power are playing. The story world is formed from the evolutionary information of numerous similar lives. In other words, it encompasses the experiences of the puppet masters, nobles, deities, and others from that day. Regardless, the Daliang City turmoil is a significant event for all who experienced it. Even if they do not seek someone to confide in the information they emit while pondering, will eventually converge into this story. This grants Zhou Heng the opportunity to explore the truth and allows him to relive the chaos of that day countless times. The Tiki Guard mounts up. Follow me to quell the rebellion. With Zhou Heng's command issued, the 50 Tiki Guards under his command immediately mounted their horses and prepared for battle. There are advantages to the beings in the story world lacking wisdom. Were Zhou Heng to issue such a command on the day of the turmoil, in reality the Tiki Guards would likely not even pay him any heed. Let's go to the palace. Kill, kill. Zhou Heng led the cavalry out of the guard post and soon encountered a chaotic army. The chaotic army was poorly equipped, with almost no one wearing armor, but the leaders were exceptions. Beneath their rough outer garments they wore iron armor, and their weapons were all fine swords. In the real world, this chaotic army would likely choose to avoid the 50 well-equipped cavalry. However, this is a story world, and devoid of wisdom, they lacked fear. Thus, when faced with the charge of Zhou Heng's cavalry, they did not retreat, but instead charged forward with howls. Bang, bang, bang. The street near the cavalry guard post was not wide about enough for 20 knights to march side by side, so Zhou Heng's cavalry formed a compact formation of 3 rows. Without fear, the cavalry launched a fearless and unyielding charge down the street, their tight and orderly formation reminding Zhou Heng of the wall charge scene in Earth's history. It proved that such a dense impact could cause immense damage, affecting both enemy troops and their own cavalry. Accompanied by a tremendous impact, many of the chaotic army were thrown aside, and the charging cavalry were also unseated. At this moment the battle was just beginning, yet both sides had already suffered significant losses in a mere exchange. Those well-equipped members of the chaotic army were directly killed by the charging cavalry. The combat power unleashed without fear is truly astonishing. Until Zhou Heng and the remaining cavalry killed the last of the chaotic army, this skirmish finally came to a complete end. Throughout the encounter, not a single person from either side fled. They all became fearless warriors. After such a brutal skirmish, Zhou Heng's subsequent journey did not become any smoother. To avoid the chaotic army, he led the remaining 10 or so cavalry to take various narrow alleys toward the inner city, but even in the narrow alleys he encountered small groups of the chaotic army. Thus, after just a few street corners, Zhou Heng's soldiers were nearly all incapacitated, and the remainder of the journey relied solely on him. Finding it difficult to navigate the streets and alleys, Zhou Heng took a different approach by climbing the walls, advancing with the help of the densely packed buildings of the capital. The sounds of clattering tiles echoed. That was caused by Zhou Heng accidentally stepping on fallen tiles while running on the rooftops. People hiding in their rooms screamed, and the chaotic army wandering the streets roared. At this moment, the ancient and elegant Liang city seemed to be in chaos, as if besieged by zombies. Whoosh! Accompanied by the sound of whistling arrows, a sharp arrow shot towards Zhou Heng, who was running on the rooftop. He immediately dove down to avoid the incoming arrow. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. However, more arrows followed, forcing Zhou Heng to roll off the rooftop and land in the courtyard below. After checking and finding no one in the house, Zhou Heng abandoned his physical body, taking on the form of his spiritual self to return to the rooftop. This time he finally saw the assailants. They were not from the chaotic army, but a group of elite armored soldiers, and Zhou Heng even spotted a familiar figure among them. Peng Zhi, former cavalry lieutenant, should be one of the loyal men of Xan Wuhou. Why is he stationed in a courtyard in the northern district instead of the inner city when the turmoil broke out? This would be curious for anyone else, but Lieutenant Peng was different. Not only was he a cavalry lieutenant before the turmoil, but he also rose to become the commander of the 5th Guard of the cavalry after the chaos. Logically, this noble military officer should be stationed at the governor's office or following some noble, so he really shouldn't be found in such a place. Common mortals in the story world also cannot see spiritual beings. Thus, even though Zhou Heng's spiritual self had reached Peng Zhi's side, he did not react at all. Zhou Heng passed through the armored soldiers led by Peng Zhi and entered the room in the courtyard. He wanted to see what was in the room guarded by Peng Zhi. To Zhou Heng's surprise, the room did not hold a powerful noble, but a gentle-looking woman who amidst the chaos of the city was enjoying tea and admiring paintings under the protection of soldiers. Would Peng Zhi abandon the governor's office and the noble military officials for a woman? Under normal circumstances, absolutely not. Thus Zhou Heng reached for the woman and the painting in her hand, wanting to see if she was as harmless as she appeared. However, what Zhou Heng did not expect was that the woman ignored his attack. Even when Zhou Heng's spiritual attack injured her, she merely cried out in pain, without noticing the nearby spiritual self of Zhou Heng. Who dares to harm Princess Changwen? The woman's cry attracted Peng Zhi's attention. He pushed open the door, looked around to confirm there were no enemies, then exited the room to continue guarding the courtyard. Princess, what's going on? Is Peng Zhi a royalist among the nobles? In Zhou Heng's view, the nobles had already proven their disloyalty through their actions, which certainly included Xan Wuhou He Hong, but it seemed that Lieutenant Peng, promoted by Xan Wuhou, had his own faction. Since the woman posed no threat, the one with issues must be the painting. Otherwise, Peng Zhi could simply have brought the princess to the cavalry command for protection without needing to station trusted soldiers in this remote little courtyard. Zhou Heng's probing attack was not heavy, so the woman was neither severely injured nor dead, as she quickly got back up and opened the painting again, focusing intently on it. Wait, the painting isn't of the deceased emperor, is it? The painting in Princess Changwen's hands was not a beautiful landscape, but a highly realistic portrait depicting a Taoist riding a tiger. Overall, it did not seem particularly special, but the Taoist crown was adorned with a coiling dragon bead combined with Princess Changwen's special status as royal blood, leaving Zhou Heng unable to dismiss it. I wondered how the Emperor of Deqi died so easily. Both the Imperial Astronomical Bureau and the palace guards had issues at the same time. It's possible he intentionally used the chaos to escape. With this suspicion, Zhou Heng decided not to proceed to the palace. He had countless opportunities to explore the Liang City uprising story, so he remained in the current room to see if he could discover any secrets. On October 13th, in the afternoon, the Emperor passed, and the dragon fell. Everything mirrored the events of the turmoil in the real world. However, as the Emperor died, the painting in Princess Changwen's hands began to transform from black and white ink into vibrant colors. Only the coiling dragon bead on the Taoist's crown remained black, but it seemed to come alive, moving and stretching its body across the canvas. As the colors blended, the image became increasingly detailed, ultimately taking on a human form that stepped out. I, your son, pay my respects to father, wishing you to break free from your cage and shatter your shackles. Changwen, you've done well, though after I'm gone you must continue to lurk in Liang City. Be cautious and careful while hiding, and use the painting spirit returning secret technique to escape if necessary. Remember, do not have any further contact with the governor's office. It will soon become the most dangerous place in Liang City. I will strictly follow father's orders. As the emperor spoke to his daughter, Zhou Heng's spiritual self was being attacked. At the moment the emperor stepped out from the painting, his mount, a white tiger, charged at Zhou Heng with a roar. I knew it. The noble faction always has its own schemes, and the emperor must have arranged an escape route for himself. With a majestic roar of the tiger, Zhou Heng's shadowy body was torn to shreds by the white tiger. The white tiger, believing it had eradicated the invading enemy, leaped back into the scroll with Emperor Qi, Xiao Yinjin, only for the once vibrant colors to fade back into lifeless ink. Princess Changwen calmly rolled up the scroll and opened the door, leaving the secluded courtyard in the North City under the escort of the cavalry commander Peng Ji. After their departure, Zhou Heng's shadowy body reformed. The militaristic aura of the white tiger posed no real threat to him. What has happened to this world? Besides the divine powers, why do all other forces seem to be rebellious? Zhou Heng did not expect that the great Qi, a part of the human forces in this realm, would have its emperor lead a rebellion. What is this, a rebellion against myself? The image of the Qi emperor portrayed much information. Dressed in a Taoist robe, he appeared to have entered the Taoist forces after abandoning his physical form. This choice was quite normal, as the Qi emperor controlled the Qintian Observatory, which was itself a Taoist force. When he distanced himself from the divine powers, aligning with the Taoist forces was his best option. Looking back, the Qi emperor had ascended to the throne only 3 years ago, yet the world had been invaded for over 30 years. Thus, the abdication of the emperor in favor of the Qi emperor, while in good health, makes perfect sense. The royal family of the Shao clan truly knows how to scheme. The Grand Emperor follows the Buddhist path, the emperor follows the Taoist path, and leaves the Prince Bo Hai to befriend the divine powers. That missing crown prince is unlikely to resort to the demonic path, aligning with the invading forces. Furthermore, the aura of dragons and tigers carried by the Qi emperor also conveyed much information. It is perfectly normal for an emperor to accumulate some dragon aura. However, the white tiger presents a problem, as it typically represents military nobility. This indicates that many military generals in Great Qi remain loyal to the royal family, and among those seemingly rebellious nobles awaiting the palace's siege, there are likely many royalists. Thus, it seems that the greatest beneficiaries of the chaos in Daliang City are the royal family. They not only severed their deep ties with the divine powers, but also seized the opportunity to make multiple investments, preparing for the future's unpredictable circumstances. It appears that 30 years ago the divine powers managed this world so well that even the ambitious have been striving to suppress their desires. Now, with external invasions and the decline of the divine powers, the changes they have long awaited have finally emerged, and the repressed desires have thus surged forth. Previously, Zhou Heng knew nothing of the Haotian emperor of this realm, but now through his own experiences he has gained some understanding of this Haotian emperor. This emperor is undoubtedly a paragon of impartiality. His governing style must adhere strictly to rules, otherwise during the previous flourishing of the divine powers, he should have taken the opportunity to eliminate all evil spirits and demons. However, the reality is that under his governance, as long as one abides by the rules, they can survive. This inclusive yet strict rule model makes him more akin to the generalized will of heaven and earth. If the Haotian emperor truly embodies the generalized will of heaven and earth, then the situation in this realm becomes even more severe. The war is ongoing, and our leaders and elite troops are besieged by the enemy. In such circumstances, it is difficult for the Great Qi world to have any chance of turning the tide. Victory, victory. With the cheers of the soldiers from the 8 camps of the capital, the story of the Daliang City rebellion came to an end. Looking back, Zhou Heng once again returned to the story's cavalry base. However, this time, Zhou Heng gained a deeper understanding of the turmoil in Daliang City. He realized that beneath this ordinary riot was a struggle among countless forces. This struggle among forces could be glimpsed through the infighting of the palace guards. Some were manipulated by other forces, some were ordered to rebel by the emperor, and it is very likely that both scenarios occurred. Loyalists, traitors, and those ordered to rebel. This clash among 3 factions caused what was once a fortified Daliang City to be easily breached by the rioters. Amid the chaos, the emperor broke free from his cage. Other forces probed the current battle power of the divine powers, and the nobles gained unprecedented authority. All the infamy will be borne by the rioters and faction officials. Without extraordinary powers, they ultimately can only become pawns to be used. A Taoist with the aura of dragons and tigers, Qi Emperor; a monk with the essence of dragon aura, Grand Emperor; and even a missing person representing the dynasty's legitimate succession, the Crown Prince. If this development continues, it wouldn't be surprising if one day the missing Crown Prince leads the invaders' players to wage war against Great Qi in the mortal realm. In this magical reality, with each faction harboring its own schemes, this world, after experiencing countless years of stability, is gradually descending into madness. Experiencing the story of the Daliang City rebellion once more allowed Zhou Heng to uncover a wealth of hidden clues. As he left the story world to reflect and analyze Qian, she brought him a piece of news that was both expected and unexpected. Commander, the third son of the General Zhang Hongshuan, is to marry Princess Changwen. Should our North City cavalry show some acknowledgement? When is this happening? Just now, during the morning court, His Majesty personally granted the marriage. The court has already begun posting notices in Daliang City. The Qi Emperor Xiao Yinjin hasn't been dead for long, and the young emperor hasn't even held the coronation ceremony, yet has issued such an order. It seems this must have been arranged by the Qi Emperor while he was still alive. Otherwise, the general wouldn't have held such an urgent marriage during the emperor's mourning period. After all, having substantial control over the government, he would have plenty of time to arrange a princess for his son. We must congratulate him. The general is the benefactor of the Xuanwu Marquis, who oversees all cavalry. Naturally, our North City cavalry must prepare a generous gift to congratulate the general. Qian was previously a colleague of Zhou Heng. After the turmoil, he was promoted to cavalry captain and is now one of Zhou Heng's 5 subordinates. Among his subordinates, Zhou Heng was closest to Qian, thus placing him in the inner city of Daliang to gather court news for timely insights into the court's direction. Understood. I will first go to the treasury to select gifts and bring them to you for approval later. Go on. Zhou Heng's words made Qian realize that what the North City cavalry needed to demonstrate was not the gifts, but their attitude. The general needed not gifts, but the loyalty of his subordinates. Indeed, everything was as Zhou Heng had anticipated. The emperor's mourning period coinciding with the marriage announcement sparked considerable opposition from many old officials who publicly accused General Zhang Shiji of disrespecting the late emperor, refusing to attend court and threatening to resign. This provided the general with an excuse to purge the old officials, and numerous resignations were graciously accepted by the court. Their previous deputies and the scholarly officials such as Hanlin academicians and Shijishi, who had accumulated for years in the court, suddenly became the real power holders of the court. These newly appointed officials quickly marginalized the old officials to maintain their own power. General Zhang Shiji seized this opportunity not only to eliminate a group of political rivals, but also to gain the support of a large number of new officials. The emperor and the nobles he has conferred titles upon share a keen alignment of interests, a bond that transcends the ordinary relationship between ruler and subjects. In a world devoid of extraordinary powers, General Zhang Shiji could very well have become a figure akin to Prime Minister Chao or Grandmaster Dong. However, in the realm of the Great Qi, such scenarios are unlikely to unfold. The royal family has pushed Wang Zijiming of Bohai to take the fall, and the other nobles, aware of the circumstances, naturally refrain from becoming pawns in the conflict between the cultivation world and the divine path. Thus, the position of the young emperor, merely 6 years of age, remains stable for now, with no one daring to make a move against him. Yet beneath the surface of this stability, the court is rife with undercurrents. Many regions have already begun openly supporting the prince's ascension, and some border generals claim to have received secret edicts from the crown prince calling for a united effort to cleanse the city of rebels. The powerful figures of Daliang City have not sat idly by you as they initiate military expansions. They are also appointing officials across the Great Qi. With each decree of reward, the power struggles throughout the Great Qi have intensified, forcing many local officials who once cooperated into this chaotic political strife. However, under the suppression of the stationed army in the capital Daliang City, the birthplace of this turmoil has gradually begun to regain its prosperity. Yet everyone knows that the stability that once fostered prosperity is no longer attainable. The current flourishing is merely a temporary result of wealthy families relocating to Daliang City out of safety concerns. Amidst the temporary influx of local funds, the lives of Daliang citizens have begun to resemble their former state, and the expanded patrol department has once again become a relatively quiet establishment. As the practical officer of the Northern City Patrol, Zhou Heng has thus gained more time to explore the story of the Daliang City uprising that sparked the reforms in the Great Qi. Once again delving into the Daliang City uprising, Zhou Heng selected a soul from the over 10,000 he had previously captured as a test subject, immersing it into the reality of the story world he had created. That fortunate or unfortunate soul was the street patrol officer Wenrini from the North District of Daliang City. I'm alive again. Wenrini clearly remembered dying at the hands of the chaotic army, and that after death, he entered the Yellow Spring Soul Lake to await the underworld summons. Yet he never expected to find himself back in Daliang City on the very day the chaos erupted. The chaotic army has entered the city. Still in shock at why he had returned to the mortal realm, when Rennie suddenly heard the panicked shouts of the residents of Heshenfeng. He instinctively tightened his grip on the iron ruler, the patrol officer's weapon akin to a blunt knife in his hand. What are you standing there for, Xiaowen? Run. The magistrate only pays us half a tael of silver a month. You don't want to risk your life, do you? When Renai's partner Niu Dafu usually offered a piece of advice like this before rushing into the alleys. Come back, old Niu. In such dangerous times we should stick together and help each other out. Having never experienced chaos before, the young patrol officer, when Rennie was terrified. After hearing Niu Dafu's words, he ran straight back to his own home without a second thought. However, having already faced death once, he understood that surviving the chaos required more than just luck. Strength was paramount. Thus, he wanted to call out to Nyo Dafu to gather other patrol officers and rely on their numbers to secure their survival. But he miscalculated. It seemed Nyo Dafu had not heard him, showing no intention of turning back. Having already died once when Rini was unwilling to face death again, so he sprinted after Nyo Dafu without hesitation. In the face of impending danger, he wanted to stay with familiar companions. Old Nyo, slow down. We're too weak on our own. Let's head to the patrol's rest area in the neighborhood first to see if we can gather a few more colleagues. Trust me, this civil unrest is no small matter. Only by working together can we save our lives. When Rini chased after Nyo Dafu, trying to persuade his partner, but it seemed Nyo Dafu did not hear him, continuing to rush in a certain direction. No, Old Nyo, are you deaf? Old Nyo, I'm talking to you. It's over. Old Nyo has been scared silly. After wasting some time by Nyo Dafu's side, when Rini, fearing that the chaotic army might enter the neighborhood, had no choice but to grit his teeth and continue following Nyo Dafu. Old Nyo, brother, I'm being loyal to you this time. I hope the place you lead us to is hidden so that we can save our lives. Old Nyo, I feel like I've dreamt of today's events before, but in the dream, I couldn't escape this calamity. Under normal circumstances, when Rini would have detected something off about Nyo Dafu, but he was far too anxious now. The terror of death felt like an invisible blade pressing down on his ability to think. Mother, open the door. It's Dafu, I'm back. Creak. The old wooden door was opened from the inside, and upon seeing her son, Nyo's mother joyfully pulled Nyo Dafu inside. Aunt Nyo, I came with Brother Nyo. I figured we should stick together at a time like this. That makes sense, right? Seeing that Nyo's mother ignored him, when Rini awkwardly smiled and stepped forward to greet her. For the sake of survival, he could no longer concern himself with embarrassment. After greeting her, he forcibly entered the narrow courtyard of Nyo's home with Nyo Dafu. However, what happened next made him deeply regret trusting Nyo Dafu. Thief! How dare you threaten my family? No, Brother Nyo, where are the thieves? Don't scare me. When Rini was startled by Nyo Dafu's words and hurriedly looked around, finding no one else in the cramped courtyard. He sighed in relief, intending to calm Nyo Dafu, only to see him turn and retrieve a large knife with an iron ring on the hilt from the house. Thief die. The heavy knife was swung vigorously by Nyo Dafu, who had some strength. Old Nyo, are you crazy? It's me, Shaolin. As the knife came down, when Rini still failed to realize he was the thief Nyo Dafu was referring to, he would truly be an idiot. He dodged while shouting for Nyo's mother to come out and stop her son from going mad, but what came to him instead was a bamboo clothes drying pole. Dafu. When Rini stumbled over the clothes pole, the last thing he heard was Nyo's mother calling her son, but her tone sounded less like a reprimand and more like encouragement. Could it be that Nyo Dafu's family are hidden traitors? That shouldn't be the case. The black-clothed officers have been passed down for generations. My grandfather and his grandfather were old friends. With blood gushing and heads rolling, when Rini once again met death, filled with endless confusion. However, this death was not as painful as the death in his dreams. After all, Nyo Dafu's iron knife was still sharper than the weapons of the rioters. Don't kill me. When Rini regained consciousness, once more he found himself back on the streets of Heshenfeng, and Nyo Dafu was accompanying him on patrol. Faced with this knife-wielding maniac, he instinctively drew his iron ruler. The chaotic army has entered the city. What are you standing there for, Shaolin? Run. The magistrate only pays us half a tael of silver a month. You don't want to risk your life, do you? He awoke to find himself trapped in a time loop. Was this fortune or fate's cruel jest? If the loop days were ones of peace, perhaps all was not so dire. But when Rini was bound to the very day chaos erupted, a day shadowed by death, its suffocating pressure threatening to shatter his mind. Thwip, thwip. The sickening sound of blades piercing flesh momentarily stilled the storm of his anguish. With his final breath, he strained to memorize the faces of his killers, the searing agony etching their features deep into his bones. You are doomed. I will return. His voice, frail and hushed, carried no weight, yet those whispered words became the iron resolve that kept him alive. Revenge, he craved it. He would make his murderers taste the same icy kiss of death. The rebel army has breached the city gates. Consciousness returned. Once more, when Rini stood upon the cobbled streets of Husheng Lane, turning to Nyo Dafu beside him, he spoke without preamble. Old Nyo, I'll spare you this time. Even as a hollow puppet stripped of thought, you still guarded your family. I respect you as a true man. I'll let your killing of me pass. And though you'll never recall my slaying, you consider us brothers once more, reconciled. Nyo Dafu offered no reaction, not a flicker of alarm. He repeated word for word the same phrase he'd uttered on that fateful day of upheaval. Shaolin, why stand there dazed? Run. The prefectural yamen pays us wretched street patrollers only half an ounce of silver per month. Surely you don't intend to die for it. Scram, fool. I'm off to exact vengeance. Watching Nyo Dafu vanish down the alleyway, when Rini's face softened with quiet envy. Perhaps this is better after all. Without thought, there is no fear. Unlike me, trembling inwardly, yet forced to wear the mask of ferocity to keep madness at bay. After bidding Nyodafu farewell, when Rini slipped through familiar alleys, vaulted into a secluded courtyard, and retrieved a finely forged long saber and a lacquered hunting bow from a storage shed. He had discovered this courtyard during earlier loops while evading the rebel troops. Though he'd escaped their pursuit, then at the stroke of midnight, he always reappeared, back on Hushing Lane streets. When Rini refused to believe he was condemned forever to this single day, after careful reflection, he concluded his failure to break free stemmed from one cause: he had not yet slain the very rebels who killed him. Thus in each subsequent cycle he visited the courtyard each morning, to arm himself and to hone his saber and archery skills. In the afternoons, he traversed pre-mapped safe routes back to his home, laying traps while awaiting the rebels' inevitable arrival. Through repeated trials, he had grown certain he could now slay the band of rebels who surrounded him. Now he would end them himself and rewrite his own death. Whip, whip. His hunting bow was no war bow, but the rioters were only cloth and flesh. Crouched atop his roof, he exploited the narrow confines of his courtyard to reap their lives with chilling ease. Some 30 rebels advanced as before, none fled. They watched their comrades fall with chilling indifference, and watched when Rini upon the rooftop with even colder detachment. When nearly all lay fallen, one burly man remained unscathed, his tattered outer robe parting to reveal the cold gleam of metal beneath. "Hold, armored warrior, I'll deal with you shortly." Setting aside his bow, when Rini stretched his aching hands, then pulled out wine and roasted meat from a nearby satchel and ate heartily. Even he failed to notice. He was no longer the timid street constable he once had been. Now he faced encirclement with calm certainty, dispatched foes with methodical precision, and even drank wine amid the carnage, his cup clinking softly against the groans of the dying. Where was the lowly patrolman now? Even seasoned battlefield veterans would have found little to fault in his bearing. "Don't run, I'm coming." Fully rested, when Rini tossed a hemp rope over the eaves, clenched a steel saber between his teeth, and slid down. Landing, he sprinted around a corner, only to intercept the rebel commander who, having lost his target, had just turned away from the courtyard. It was clear this was no first-time maneuver. "Armored warrior, how deftly you dodge. I hurled stones at you a dozen times, yet you evaded every one. My arrows cannot pierce your armor, leaving me no choice but to meet you blade to blade." Then fight. When Rini wore no armor, face-to-face combat placed him at grave disadvantage. Yet he had already planted several long spears within the alley. Now, armed with intimate knowledge of his foe's tactics, he would strike swiftly and lethally. Now, as the armored warrior lumbered forward, when Rini ducked sideways into a narrow passage. When the man rounded the corner in pursuit, a spear lunged straight for his brow. Instinctively raising his shield, the warrior left his lower abdomen exposed. When Rini dropped low, seized another spear and thrust upward with surgical precision, striking the gap beneath the warrior's half-armor with devastating effect. Without pause, when Rini snatched up his long saber and slashed backward toward the alley's mouth, two opportunistic thugs caught mid-rampage met their ends upon its keen edge. Their skill paled beside the armored warriors. Had they not ambushed him treacherously last time, when Rini would never have fallen to such men. A slash, then a thrust, dispatched them cleanly. Then retrieving another spear from the ground, when Rini delivered the final decisive blow to the fallen warrior writhing in agony. Having finished, he drew a sheet of paper from his chest, moistened his brush with his tongue, and methodically crossed out two names: rebels and bandits. As ink smudged across the page, the sole remaining name stood stark and luminous. "All who slew me, I have slain them in turn. If midnight passes and nothing changes next time, I'll eliminate Nyodafu, the rebels, and the bandits, altogether." Yet when Rini feared that if reality restored itself, his killings might become irrevocable. Given the choice, he wished not to kill Nyodafu. After all, he still hoped to walk the streets with him tomorrow, perhaps even debate which maiden's smile held the most charm. Though he knew deep down that after all he had endured, returning to his former life would be near impossible, he chose nonetheless to try. Midnight arrived as foretold. Just as before, he saw soldiers marching with torches and witnessed the great city of Daliang slowly reasserting order amidst the ruins of chaos. Yet this familiarity brought no comfort, for familiarity meant stagnation. He might well awaken again on Hushing Lane, it doomed to relive the same horrors once more. Had the people of Daliang retained consciousness and conversation within the loop, when Rini might have borne this absurdity, but adrift among soulless puppets, he felt a loneliness that pierced the marrow of his spirit. So be it. Perhaps the torment of death is this endless recurrence. Dong, dong, dong. Just as despair settled like ash upon his heart, distant chimes rang out, pure, resonant, eternal. Lifting his gaze, he beheld a silent temple shimmering with ethereal radiance in the distance. That temple, and those bells, had never appeared before. When Rini knew with absolute certainty that the temple was the threshold to tomorrow, and without hesitation, he ran toward the unknown. Tianzhao Xin-Weiing Temple, divine arbiter of the three realms, surveyor of virtue and vice. Is judgment upon me at last? After when Rini pushed open the door of the divine temple, he saw nothing but a still and silent emptiness. With confusion in his heart, he continued forward, the mottled stone walls emitting a faint glow, filling this sunless place with a gentle light. The ancient temple was vast, and as when Rini walked through this grand architectural complex, he carefully sensed the former glory that once resided here. Do humans die? Do gods die too? His words resonating in the silent temple echoed back in this peculiar space, as if many were questioning him with the same inquiry. Yes, everything has an end and gods are no exception. A voice arose from the side of when Rini, transformed by the echoes into a continuous, overlapping response. Who? Show yourself. When Rini drew the long blade hanging at his waist and stepped towards the direction of the voice. He cautiously turned around a side hall, being someone who was adept at using corners for ambushes, he feared encountering a treacherous attack. However, his caution proved unnecessary as he did not face any attack along the way. When he arrived before a temple that pierced the clouds, he saw the person who had answered his question, a young monk in white sweeping the floor. Little monk, why do you clean here when it's spotless? Benefactor, cleaning is a ritual rather than a goal. The temple blesses all beings, and I as a monk must physically express my respect to the temple. Having endured a long cycle of bloodshed, when Rini felt profoundly lonely, so upon seeing a normal life form he instinctively wanted to converse more. Little monk, where is this place, and why have I come here? Have you received the divine seal? No, I have not. The calm and focused little monk paused his sweeping upon hearing when Rini's words, examined him closely, and then resumed his task. Since you haven't received the divine seal, you may enter the main hall to seek answers. What if I have received the divine seal? Then the temple will have the answer. When Rini desperately wanted to know what had happened to him, and the temple that had freed him from the time loop was his only clue. Now the sweeping monk also mentioned that the main hall might hold the answers he sought, prompting when Rini to approach the grand hall before him with a mix of anticipation and trepidation. Before the entrance of the main hall, he saw an ancient bronze mirror hanging high in which he caught a glimpse of his own figure alongside some text. Fortune 1, incense none, evil deeds 1, good deeds 2. It seems I truly am an insignificant person, but fortunately I can still be considered a good person. When Rini had learned from a young age about kindness and love, although later as a constable, he realized the world was not so simple, he did not turn into a wicked person. Now the mysterious mirror before him had rendered a judgment on his life, and he accepted the clear result with understanding. He, a mere street constable, could not become a complete good person, nor could he turn into a villain. Ultimately, he had lived as only a half-good person. When Rini pushed hard against the massive door, which he had initially thought would be heavy, yet it opened smoothly. At the moment the door opened, he beheld an endless black and white mural depicting the towering forms of myriad deities, some glaring fiercely, others with compassionate expressions or radiating calm assurance. If the multitude of colorless deities embodied a range of expressions, then the few colored deities were vividly lifelike. When Rini even felt that the vividly colored deities were emitting various divine lights scrutinizing him, under such a majestic gaze he instinctively wanted to bow in respect. However, he ultimately refrained from bowing as one of the colorless deities gradually transformed into his own likeness, and a surge of information about the temple surfaced in his heart. By now he understood the answer the little monk had spoken. He could receive the temple's blessing to become a deity, and his arrival here meant he belonged to this place. The gods observe me, I shall become a deity. The opportunity to attain divinity lay before him, and a multitude of complex emotions surged within when Rini. He feared this was a deceptive dream, yet he worried he might not fulfill the role of a god well. Nonetheless, all these emotions could not deter his advance, for he was even more afraid of returning to that chaotic loop without a future. As when Rini approached the mural, he seamlessly merged into it, as if he had not physically touched it at all. In the next moment, he saw a brilliant divine seal rise from his eyes, and the constable's attire he wore transformed into a pitch-black armor with bows and long blades manifesting one after another. Luofeng 6 Heavens Tianjai of the Sinful Qi, the judge's office's inspection department, capturing the Yin officials bestowed with the Yin god body. When Rini was not a living person, his flesh had long perished, and a temple seemingly abandoned could not offer him incense for free. Thus the authority bestowed upon him by Zhou Heng was the Yin god body, with the logic of authorization being that Zhou Heng's higher dimensional true spirit authorized his lower dimensional soul, which then granted when Rini the ability to possess the Yin god body. In this way the Yin god body transformed into a power sustaining the survival of when Rini's soul. Once when Rini secured the Yin god body, Zhou Heng discovered a stable symbiosis had formed with his narrative body. The narrative body provided him with the concept of living, while his soul reflected the concept of reality back to the narrative body. In other words, when Rini as a living soul combined with the narrative body had gained the qualification to leave the story world and enter the real world. As a result, he transformed from a being originally belonging to the Great Qi into a life form possessing dual nationality in both the Great Qi and the narrative world. The experiment is very successful. Under stable conditions, the narrative body and the real soul can combine to form a brand new life. This kind of life seems neither dead nor alive. They are more like a pure energy life capable of existing in both the human realm and the narrative world. The stability of Wenrini, this experimental subject, brought Zhou Heng considerable gains. He could use this as an example to convert a batch of narrative lives to build his Yin realm system. And the location of his Yin realm was the narrative world of the Great Liang City uprising. He would transform it into a reincarnation Yin realm. When one day the city god's office of Great Liang City is no longer in existence, his reincarnation Yin officials will become the new resting place for the souls of the people of Great Liang City. Zhou Heng will allow souls that meet the reincarnation criteria to merge with their narrative bodies, continuing to live in the narrative Great Liang City. Taking Great Liang City as an example, Zhou Heng's ultimate goal is to create an entirely new underworld, one with an alternative reincarnation system. Should the Great Qi world be destroyed or the underworld be attacked and occupied, Zhou Heng would turn his underworld into the last refuge. Wenrini had become a deity, yet he was still filled with confusion. He wanted to understand what was truly happening in the cyclically tumultuous Liang City, and how a mere patrolman like him could enter the divine temple and obtain the divine seal. Regarding his doubts, the little monk Zixin's master Huiming provided a reasonable explanation. Huiming informed Wenrini that the cyclic Liang City was the sea of suffering, and after his death, he had fallen into the depths of this sea. Souls in the sea of suffering continuously experience the torment of death. They either completely succumb and collapse or change their destinies to break free from the sea of suffering with no other choices available. What about the divine temple? The divine temple is the other shore. It exists everywhere, but only the awakened can see it. Wenrini, you have conquered yourself and awakened your true self in the sea of suffering. Thus you were able to gaze upon the other shore and enter the divine temple, transforming from death to rebirth, from human to deity. Master Huiming's words were quite reasonable, and Wenrini could find no better explanation for his experience of abandonment, so he had begun to believe that he had glimpsed the other shore divine temple through awakening his true self. The other shore, you say? Master, I used to believe in deities. And now I believe even more, for I have already become a deity myself. Master Huiming was an excellent counselor. He was well-versed in Buddhist teachings and had the courage to reinterpret them, making his words resonate more with individual issues. Under Master Huiming's guidance, Wenrini let go of his doubts and confusion and stepped out of the divine temple. Now, whether the outside was the cyclic Liang City or the normal Liang City, he was mentally prepared to face it. Having entered the temple without receiving the seal and rewriting my fate of death, it seems the temple not only accepts humans, but also other potential life forms. Before meeting Wenrini, Master Huiming had only thought of him as a fortunate individual. However, after their conversation, he felt a bit envious of Wenrini's experience, wishing to have a similar journey and to break free from the depths of suffering to glimpse his own other shore. Indeed, Huiming believed that each person's other shore was different. It should represent redemption, not a specific place. He believed that Wenrini's other shore was life and divinity, while the other shore he envisioned was the golden lotus seed of the compassionate Buddha. I have truly returned to the normal world. Master Huiming did not deceive me. After breaking free from the sea of suffering, I have been reborn. The moment Wenrini stepped out of the divine temple, he arrived at a desolate graveyard filled with tomb mounds. He looked down and saw that he was standing on a grave mound with a wooden board in front of the grave inscribed with Tomb of Wenrini, erected by his friend Nyodafu. At that moment, the scene before him completely convinced him of Master Huiming's words. He had returned from death and once again entered this vibrant world. Old Nyo is still quite righteous. Once he dies, I will promote him to be my subordinate Inkai. Wenrini's parents had passed away early, leaving him to fend for himself in Liang City. He had thought that his corpse would be carelessly buried in a mass grave, but unexpectedly Nyodafu had given him a proper burial marker. This small act of kindness warmed Wenrini's heart, as it showed that there were still people in this world who remembered him. I am dead, yet I am still alive. How can this be clearly explained? Perhaps it is better to start anew in a different place. When Wenrini left, he departed from Liang City. When he returned in the future, he would no longer be the patrolman Wenrini, but the Insure Wenrini. After Wenrini's experiment succeeded, Zhou Heng began to release tens of thousands of souls into the story world in batches. However, not all souls possessed the fortune of Wenrini, nor could everyone withstand the pressure of continuous death and lack of future. This led a significant number of souls to choose to evade. After several tests, they discovered some safe places, and thus began a lonely and secure life within the cycle. As they abandoned themselves and escaped to the extreme, they became increasingly aligned with the characters in the story, slowly losing their thoughts and nearly becoming ordinary roles within the narrative. In addition, there were a group of chaotic souls driven mad by constant death, as they could not overcome the elite troops sent to suppress the bandits in the city, no matter what methods they used. After experiencing multiple deaths, their spirits finally broke. Some fled to avoid death, while others mechanically killed in rage before being suppressed, and killed by the army. In the ongoing cycle, these chaotic souls gradually became assimilated into the story world, turning into story characters that operated mechanically. Ultimately, of the tens of thousands of souls, only a little over 100 confronted life to change their fates. These 100 individuals did not become Inkai like Wenrini, but were authorized by Zhou Heng to become Yinbing Wuzhong, the grassroots officer managing 5 soldiers leading the Yinbing, who were the souls trapped in the story world. Those souls trapped in the story world, due to their possession of a soul essence, were still different from ordinary story beings. After receiving Zhou Heng's authorization for the ancient body, they could similarly exist in the story world and the mortal realm, which is why Zhou Heng assigned some thoughtless whiteboard Yinbing to the outstanding Yinbing Wuzhong. Under the training of the Yinbing Wuzhong, these Yinbing gradually took on the semblance of proper soldiers. Fearless and selfless, they executed orders with determination, making them well-suited for the profession of Yinbing. Unlike normal recipients with physical bodies and souls, those souls merged with story world beings had their soul essence belong to the story world, including Wenrini. In other words, these individuals could refresh like story characters. The story world could refresh their story bodies, and after their soul essence replenished their spiritual power, they could regenerate new souls. However, their memories were attached to their current souls, and the newly generated souls were merely new lives, without any memories. Relying on his high-dimensional true spirit, Zhou Heng possessed nearly infinite soul power that could be mobilized thus as long as he wished. Those Yinbing could be resurrected at will. However, he would not do so, as the most important aspect of a Yinbing is combat experience. Each time they are restarted, they must begin to grow anew. Therefore, Zhou Heng needed those Yinbing Wuzhong to properly train the Yinbing and fulfill their duties as grassroots officers leading these soulless Yinbing to complete their tasks. The current task of the Yinbing Wuzhong was the duty carried by their divine seal. The information contained within their divine seal informed them that they were the law enforcement unit of the underworld tasked with capturing ghosts and monsters with excessive evil deeds in both the underworld and the mortal realm. In this process, they could promote their divine status based on actual contributions while obtaining layers of enhancement for the authority of the Eye of Evil Deeds. In the capital's underworld prefecture, the ghost emissaries recently discovered something peculiar. Several trained teams were capturing malevolent spirits. However, every time they attempted to apprehend their targets, the latter would vanish in an instant, causing some distress among the ghost emissaries. Nonetheless, those capturing the spirits did not infringe upon the safety of the living, nor did they indiscriminately capture the souls of deceased citizens. Therefore, although the ghost emissaries were dissatisfied with these individuals' illegal actions, they did not classify the matter as a serious invasion. What the ghost emissaries did not know was that the troublesome ghost-catching teams actually belonged to the legitimate law enforcement of Daliang City, which was not part of the real world. Thanks to the protection of the story world, the ghost soldiers from Zhou Heng's underworld unit had not faced capture by the underworld prefecture emissaries during their operations over the past several days. Just as the ghost soldiers were gradually becoming accustomed to playing hide-and-seek with the underworld emissaries, they noticed one day that the number of emissaries from Daliang City had suddenly decreased significantly. This sudden change left them with many questions. Old Fong, did you encounter the underworld emissaries today? No, those emissaries used to guard against us like thieves, but we haven't seen them much these past couple of days. Fong Haoyu was previously a squad leader in the 5-city military command, and now he served as a ghost soldier officer in the underworld system. Although his identity and position had changed, he adapted very well. After becoming a ghost soldier officer, he demonstrated great enthusiasm for the new duty of capturing malevolent spirits, making him one of the officers who encountered the underworld emissaries most frequently. Who knows? Next time I run into them, I'll look for an opportunity to ask, "Old Zhong, are you crazy?" They would love nothing more than to capture us one by one. If you approach them, it would be like walking into a trap. Zhong Songyu was different from Fong Haoyu. He had been a butcher running a meat shop in life, and his innate boldness and straightforward nature earned him a good reputation among friends and neighbors. What is there to fear? They are ghost emissaries, and I am still a ghost soldier officer. Besides, they guide the souls of the deceased while we capture malevolent spirits, so in terms of duty, we are kind of colleagues. But it's not the same. They belong to the underworld prefecture while we are part of the heavenly Zezuki Tian under the jurisdiction of Luofeng's 6 heavens, overseeing the hall of good and evil across the 3 realms. To them, we are not colleagues, but competitors vying for their bread. Old Fong, you are too cautious. Look, they can't catch us and have no means against us. We haven't done anything excessive, so there is a basis for communication between us. Zhong Songyu had always had a bit of courage, but with the protection of the temple, he became even bolder. Of course, he did not intend to provoke the underworld emissaries. He simply wanted to find an opportunity to inquire about where the deceased ultimately go. He still thought about his old mother who had passed away 2 years ago, and he wanted to know how she was faring in the underworld. By the way, Old Fong, how is your son recovering? He is nearly recovered. I just visited him today, and he can already get out of bed and walk. I just don't know how they will manage without my protection for the days to come. Things will get better. Old Fong, you could find a chance to let them know you are not dead. Children speak without thinking, and calamity comes from the mouth. Oh, let's wait a bit longer. The ghost soldier officers were discussing the underworld emissaries while the emissaries had no time to heed them. With the decree from the underworld prefecture lord issued, a large number of ghost emissaries entered the underworld under the leadership of the martial judge, preparing to participate in the punitive war against the rebel Ghost King's forces. As night fell, Zhou Heng clearly sensed that the ghost soldiers under his command had become more active, forming over 100 small teams to take turns patrolling Daliang City. Meanwhile, the number of emissaries originally belonging to the underworld prefecture had decreased, and the two sides had begun tentative contact. However, the law enforcement authority of the ghost soldier officers had not been recognized by the underworld emissaries, so the relationship between the two sides was temporarily not harmonious. Erlang, what are you thinking about? After the three Zhou family members finished their drinks, the lively atmosphere gradually dissipated, and they silently sipped tea, pondering their troubles. I was thinking that, elder brother, you are almost 20 years old. How come you are not married yet? I will, once my mother and I reconcile. The Marquis' wife is preparing to arrange a marriage for me. Is that so? What a pity. I wonder which girl will end up with you, a frequent visitor to brothels. Cough. Zhou Rui suddenly spat out the tea he had been drinking, looking around nervously, and only relaxed when he confirmed that his mother was not nearby. Erlang, what nonsense are you talking about? Elder brother is a serious man. Are you foolish? Your second brother is a captain in the North City Cavalry. How could he not know about your little escapades at the North City brothel? Zhou Jian secretly rejoiced that he had only visited high-end places in the inner city for safety, though otherwise the He family would have discovered his indulgence long ago. After scolding his son, Zhou Jian took out a roll of silk brocade from his bosom and handed it to Zhou Heng. Erlang, this is the inner scenic morning yuan skill from the Qingyang Palace. The Taoist master Shojing says this skill is excellent for nurturing the body. Take it back and practice. If there are any questions, you can directly ask Taoist master Shojing at Qingyang Palace. Thank you, uncle. Heng will certainly practice this skill diligently to improve his health. Zhou Heng had thought that Zhou Jian had forgotten about the martial arts, but unexpectedly this uncle really sought out a skill for him along with a teacher named Shojing. After Zhou Heng became the captain of the North City Cavalry, he had also sent subordinates to search for martial arts, but those collected were not different from the ordinary skills in the Jianghu, which provided him with no effective help. Therefore, while Zhou Heng's physical strength had increased during this time, there had been no qualitative change. Conversely, his lower dimensional soul had improved significantly due to the incense contributions from several subordinates. Name Zhou Heng, human, spirit 10 Shi 1, divine 18 talent, high dimensional true spirit, high dimensional vision, spirit body, skills, incense garment, copper skin, iron bone, iron cloth, has reached the iron garment realm, and iron sand palm has reached the steel bone realm. Both combined are considered a single skill by Zhou Heng. Zhou Heng's copper skin iron bone was not a magical power, but rather his skin and bones had truly reached the hardness of copper and iron, so ordinary swords could no longer harm his flesh. The ordinary martial arts circulating in the Jianghu had decent effects, so Zhou Heng was naturally very much looking forward to the martial arts that came from the famous Qingyang Palace. Thus he bid farewell to Zhou Jian and Zhou Rui, returning to his own courtyard to carefully study the inner scenic morning yuan skill by candlelight. Nurturing the body and practicing qi, accumulating qi to nourish the spirit, using the spirit to feed qi, and integrating qi to strengthen the body, the inner scenic morning yuan skill can indeed create a marvelous cycle of energy. The method of energy conversion in Neijing Chaoyuan Gong is indeed effective. Zhou Heng referenced the energy transmutation technique within it and managed to achieve a qualitative change in his strength in just 3 hours. However, the core operation of Neijing Chaoyuan Gong is the integration of the three treasures, emphasizing the unity and coordination of essence, qi, and spirit to ultimately form a stable energy circulation loop. As a result, after Zhou Heng constructed his energy grand cycle through this technique, his attributes became unified and stable. At this moment, his data stood at essence 18, qi 18, spirit 18. 3 flowers gather at the crown, 5 qi, toward the origin, ultimately condensing the primordial qi to transform the mundane into the innate sacred, and then ascend to immortality. This path is too stable and comprehensive, it is likely that very few can traverse it. To successfully cultivate Neijing Chaoyuan Gong, not only is it necessary to continuously break through the limits of certain attributes, but also to nourish other attributes in return, which requires an astonishing amount of energy. Zhou Heng estimated that Neijing Chaoyuan Gong in Qingyang Palace is one of the most time-consuming and laborious foundational theoretical cultivation methods. This method may not be incapable of achieving divine abilities or attaining an easygoing state, but its drawback is that it is too slow and stable, making it a text primarily for novice disciples who need to study cultivation theories. However, what Zhou Heng needed was not some divine scripture, he simply required mature enhancement techniques. Thus, in his hands, Neijing Chaoyuan Gong allowed him to rapidly yield some results. Now, in addition to the unity of essence, qi, and spirit, Zhou Heng had also learned the technique of nourishing qi with spirit and maintaining the body with qi. With these two techniques, he could convert true qi or heal bodily injuries at any time using his spiritual power. In other words, after learning Neijing Chaoyuan Gong, Zhou Heng's true qi also possessed attributes akin to infinity. Moreover, as long as his physical body was not immediately destroyed, it could continuously recover by consuming vast amounts of energy. Therefore, the emergence of Neijing Chaoyuan Gong brought about a qualitative change in Zhou Heng's strength. Now, even if he donned iron armor to battle hundreds or thousands of ordinary soldiers without resorting to his own spirit, he could exhaust those soldiers merely with the power of his physical body. The qualitative shift in strength greatly improved Zhou Heng's mood, a change that even those around him could feel. Erling, you seem to be in a good mood today. Is that scroll from Qingyang Palace truly effective? Very effective. Uncle, while Neijing Chaoyuan Gong is easy to understand, yet difficult to cultivate, the initial stage of body nourishment is quite easy to get into. You should give it a try. Having a good body is always a good thing. Meditating and cultivating a clear mind is indeed troublesome. Only I won't practice it. Just study it well yourself. Zhou Jian stroked his beard and smiled, waving his hand to decline. This was not because he was unaware of the benefits of cultivation, but because after trying it he found that cultivation took a lot of time with minimal returns. He truly had no time to invest his limited energy in slow-progressing cultivation. Erling, you need not worry. Qingyang Palace has many secret medicines for nurturing the foundation. Those convenient methods are more suitable for me and your elder brother. That is also fine. Cultivation indeed takes time and effort, and it is uncertain how much return one might get. During their casual chat, Zhou Jian subtly indicated to Zhou Heng that after Zhou Rui's marriage they would consider his lifelong affairs. The reason was not that Zhou Jian was anxious, but that the He clan affiliated with the Xuanwu Marquis felt that Zhou Heng had already received too many benefits from the Marquis household. At just 16 years old, Zhou Heng had been subtly promoted by He Hongming of the Xuanwu Marquis to a real power official of the 6th rank, and the He family felt that they could not let the young military official they raised benefit outsiders. Thus, they wanted to use marriage to draw back the political capital invested by the He family into their clan. Zhou Heng was rather averse to this, although he could understand the demands of the He clan. After all, many distant He clan relatives did not hold positions as high as Zhou Heng's. Their desire to recover political resources through marriage was indeed a reasonable action. However, understanding does not equate to acceptance. Zhou Heng was willing to repay the support from the Xuanwu Marquis household through other means, but he could not accept having his emotions manipulated by those clan powers. Moreover, Zhou Heng was not an ordinary person. He was the actual controller of the Luo Feng's 6 heavenly divine system. He could be friendly to others, but would not be easily manipulated. Uncle, this move is inappropriate. We cannot unconditionally bind ourselves with the Xuanwu Marquis household. You are aware of the current situation in the court. A crisis may arise at any moment, and we must leave a way out for the Zhou family, so I cannot board the ship of the Xuanwu Marquis again. What do you think? Erling, I am pleased to hear you say this. It proves that you have not lost yourself in the splendor of Daliang City and the power of official positions. Please share your thoughts. Zhou Jian had anticipated that the impetuous Zhou Heng might be dissatisfied with his marriage being controlled by others, but if Zhou Heng truly expressed such feelings, he would be very disappointed. For Zhou Jian, this marriage could be formed or not, but if it were not, there had to be a reasonable justification along with a means to avoid the marriage. Uncle Heng plans to be transferred to another place to actually control local military power. Thus, if any unrest occurs, the Zhou family will have its own foundation. Indeed, it is a good idea. But with the chaos in various regions, can you survive in another place and successfully take power? I can. Heng's blade is already very sharp. Zhou Jian pondered for a moment, then stood up and patted Zhou Heng on the shoulder, signaling him to follow him to the study. Erlang, if you leave the position of the Northern Capital Cavalry officer, it will revert to the He clan. At that time, if you wish to marry into the He clan, they will not even look at you. Of course, if you voluntarily relinquish the position of the capital's real power officer, the He clan will certainly be pleased, as having outsiders in power is not as useful as having their own people. Therefore, in order to facilitate your quicker relinquishment of the position, the He clan will surely assist you in advising the Xuanwu Marquis to promote you from a 7th rank official to a 6th rank official. The Xuanwu Marquis also values face, and he will certainly express his sentiments. As they spoke, Zhou Jian took a simple map from the bookshelf and spread it out on the desk. According to tradition, when court officials are sent to local positions, they are promoted by 1 rank. Since you have contributed by voluntarily yielding your position, you will likely be promoted 2 ranks. If you are promoted 2 ranks, it would be a 5th rank official position, allowing you to serve as a prefect in various regions. However, considering your young age and inability to command respect, your options will be limited to practical military positions in some local garrisons. Look here, the court currently only has actual control over 6 states in the north-central part of the Great Qi's 24 states. The places you can choose from are also confined to these 6 states. Do you have any thoughts? If not, I can select one for you. As one of the three major figures in the Ministry of War, Zhou Jian had considerable knowledge of military affairs in various regions and did not want his nephew to perish because of an incorrect choice. I want to go to Yuzhou, Yuyang County, where the soldiers are good at fighting near the border, and it is not far from the sea. Having a sea route means having a retreat. Once a deputy officer managing 50 cavalry, the He family looked down upon him. But now it is different. As a rightfully appointed officer overseeing 500 cavalry in the capital, the He family holds him in high regard. When Zhou Heng expressed his willingness to relinquish this position, the elders of the He family praised him for his understanding and promised to do their utmost to help him secure a good position. As for the issue of a marriage alliance, the He elders did not even bring it up, as if they had never entertained such thoughts. Just as Zhou Jian said, after losing the identity of an influential official in the capital, even if Zhou Heng wanted a marriage alliance, the He family would not agree. However, this turned out to be quite good. Although the matter of a marriage alliance was off the table, both Zhou Heng and the He family were satisfied with the current situation. As for Xan Wuhou He Hong, he too was quite pleased, as in recent days he had been somewhat embarrassed by the frequent visits from the elders. Initially, he had hoped to resolve the family disputes through a marriage alliance, but he never expected Zhou Heng to be understanding enough to relinquish the position. Thus at the banquet, Xan Wuhou He Hong held Zhou Heng's hand and incessantly praised him for his wisdom, stating that he would surely achieve great things in the future. In return for Zhou Heng's understanding, Xan Wuhou promised to arrange a new position for him soon, and he would be appointed as a 5th-rank Zhao Wu general for a post in the local area. After discussions between the Zhou and He families, the He clan quickly dispatched a middle-aged man named He Wei to take up the position of officer at the Northern City Cavalry Division. Of course, not everyone was satisfied with this position change. Zhou Rui was puzzled as to why his father arranged for his brother to suffer in the local area, but he only had some dissatisfaction. The most dissatisfied was Zhou Heng's aunt He Shi, who scolded her husband in the carriage on the way back, lamenting that Zhou Heng should have stayed to compete with her maternal family. This woman had worked hard to send all three of the Zhou family's men into officialdom and become influential officials in the capital. After marrying into the Zhou family, He Shi always believed that the Zhou family belonged to her, while the Xan Wuhou residents belonged to He Hong. Thus, she tirelessly used her maternal family's power to assist Zhou Jian. Now, due to the greed of some clan elders, she was on the verge of losing an influential official from the Zhou family, and she certainly could not calmly accept all of this. Madam, do not be angry if this decision was made after discussions between me and Erlang. Discuss what? Erlang is only 16, how could he understand? I never expected you to have become the Deputy Minister of War and still fear those old men. He Shi was merely the eldest daughter of the secondary line of the Ho residents, not the biological sister of Xan Wuhou He Hong. Otherwise, she would have directly rebutted those old men at the banquet. Unable to be reckless, she suppressed her anger, finding Zhou Jian increasingly unpleasant to look at. Madam, the situation has changed. While the capital is indeed the place of the virtuous, it is also a vortex of power struggles. The Ho Lord is decisive and wise, but he may not be able to ensure our family's long-term peace, so we need to leave ourselves a way out. Since we need to leave a way out, why not leave a few more paths? Let Weiner, Zhou Jian's daughter, and her husband leave the capital together. They cannot go now. Every place is very dangerous. If they leave the capital, their safety is uncertain. In fact, after the turmoil in Daliang City began, Zhou Jian had wanted to seek a way out for the Zhou family, but he could not leave himself, and Zhou Rui and Zheng Zhihai, his son-in-law, were not capable of standing on their own. Thus, he had given up on the idea of expanding the family, but yesterday's conversation with Zhou Heng gave him new hope. He was willing to give his nephew an opportunity and the Zhou family a chance. As for Erlang, do you not fear he will die outside? Erlang showed great bravery when leading troops to eradicate the evil cult, and during the chaotic invasion of the city, he also killed many bandits. He is my only capable nephew. Moreover, this path was chosen by Erlang himself. When he reaches the local area, he will know what he ought to do. Zhou Jian's words gradually calmed He Shi, who had been extremely angry. She had a mediocre impression of Zhou Heng, but held a deep admiration for Officer Zhou Heng. Thus, she was willing to trust the strategy jointly formulated by Officer Zhou Heng and her husband. On October 26th, in the first year of Yangon the young emperor's reign, Zhou Heng departed from the capital Daliang City amidst the send-off of many friends and family. Xan Wuhou He Hong displayed great generosity this time. He transferred over 100 elite soldiers from his controlled army to Zhou Heng as personal guards. In addition, Zhou Heng's friends at the cavalry division Qian Shi and Yao Sun would also accompany him north to Yuzhou. Yao Sun wished to avoid wasting his life at the cavalry division, while Qian Shi found himself in a rather unfortunate situation. The newly appointed cavalry officer, He Wei, dismissed him from his post, forcing him to seek refuge with Zhou Heng, who was being promoted. Thus, accompanied by old friends and escorted by over 100 elite soldiers, Zhou Heng embarked on the road to Yuyang County. Interesting, truly interesting. After a few days of travel, Zhou Heng and his group arrived at the port of Zhulu River, where they changed horses and boarded a ship. On this day, while deeply exploring the hidden information of the Daliang City Uprising story world, Zhou Heng suddenly sensed that a divine seal he had emitted was activated. If the activation of the divine seal had been by a local life form, it would not have mattered. However, this time, it was a player, an invader, who activated the divine seal. Upon discovering that a group not planned for the players had activated the divine seal, Zhou Heng immediately intended to close the divine seal's authorization, but in the next moment, he abandoned that idea. For him, the activation of the divine seal by a player represented an opportunity to reverse invade the player's world. Therefore, Zhou Heng focused his consciousness on the temple of observing good and evil in the three realms and observed the player's every move through the connection with the divine seal. Is this the temple of observing good and evil in the three realms belonging to the divine seal? This is indeed the correct way to open the demon god conquest. We do not need to join the forces of those demon gods. We can become demon gods ourselves. Bai Mawa is a beta player of the demon god conquest game, and he is deeply fascinated by this revolutionary game that approaches 100% realism. He enjoys the natural scenery of Daki and also likes to observe the social culture of Daki. Although he cannot communicate with the people of Daki, he is still obsessed with exploring everything here. With a spirit of exploration, he ignored the novice tasks issued by the game officials, directly transforming into a nocturnal thief. Through theft, he acquired numerous local books and items from Daki. Today, he stole a book related to mythical legends, and while he was seriously reading it, a golden light emanated from the book and melded into his brain. That light was named Confer. Observe the ghostly and demonic law eye. After merging with the divine seal, Bai Mawa discovered that he could enter a certain temple, and without a second thought, he immediately entered the temple of observing good and evil in the three realms. What he did not know was that the divine seal had penetrated through his player shell and virtual soul, ultimately binding to his true essence. What he believed to be a game item, the divine seal, would also grant him extraordinary powers in the real world. All of this was because the power of the divine seal originated from higher dimensional projections. Under the radiation of higher dimensional powers, the divine seal's power is nearly applicable to all lower dimensional worlds. Bai Ma's original name was Ma Jigang. As a professional player, he was fortunate to obtain a beta testing spot for Demon God Conquest. Initially, he thought Demon God Conquest was a revolutionary holographic virtual game, but the divine seal from the game world revealed to him the true nature of reality. Demon God Conquest not only possesses a unique social culture, but also various mythological tales, indicating that the game development team truly invested significant effort into constructing the game's worldview. A high-end and exquisite gaming pod was pushed open from the inside, and as Ma Jigang stood up, he praised the quality of Demon God Conquest. Even though he had logged out of the game, he still felt unsatisfied with his experiences within it. Thus, he quickly replaced the nutrient liquid in the gaming pod and intended to re-enter the game to experience that mysterious world once more. Wait, what is that thing? While Ma Jigang was cleaning the gaming room, he inadvertently caught sight of several strange objects floating in the sky. Driven by curiosity, he approached the window. Are those balloons someone released? Who would be so malicious as to release such ugly balloons? As Ma Jigang gazed intently, he realized that the objects drifting in the air were grotesque and sizable. He concluded that someone had deliberately released these hideous balloons to scare the residents of the upper floors. This malicious act greatly displeased Ma Jigang, prompting him to take out his phone to capture this scene and post it in the residents group to alert other upper floor residents. Why can't I capture anything? Is my phone broken? He looked at the clear sky displayed on his phone, still unaware of the severity of the situation. He rummaged through his room for a camera and aimed it at the sky again. However, the camera still captured a clear and clean sky, as if those ugly balloons did not exist. This shouldn't be the case. How could such large balloons not be captured? The current bizarre situation reminded Ma Jigang of supernatural stories he had read before, sending a slight chill down his spine. Forget it, I shouldn't overthink and scare myself. Perhaps my eyes are just playing tricks on me. I'll visit the hospital later. Hey, why is there such a long black line hanging from the balloon? It seems to be connected to a person. Forcing himself to believe in science, Ma Jigang noticed that a balloon floating in the air suddenly dropped a black line, which then pulled a human-shaped object into the sky. In the next moment, that balloon opened its terrifying maw and swallowed the human-shaped object, chewing it for a moment before falling silent once more. That direction, I remember that direction, leads to a hospital. The scene of the balloon feeding sent chills down Ma Jigang's spine. In an instant, a copious amount of sweat broke out on his body, as if every fiber of his being was filled with fear. He trembled as he zoomed in, with the camera quickly capturing the words Tsuha Central Hospital appearing in the frame. What are those things? Was that person devoured a human or a soul? Why am I seeing these things? Endless terror and countless questions surged in Ma Jigang's mind. He was screaming internally, yet his body lay trembling on the floor, curled up. Are we the livestock being raised for food? Is this the true nature of the world? If the world is this hopeless, I would rather know nothing. At least that way I would suffer less. Who made me see this cruel reality? The divine seal, yes, the divine seal. Surrounded by fear, Ma Jigang suddenly recalled the divine seal he had obtained in the game. He remembered that the authority represented by that divine seal was to command and to observe the ghosts and demons. If the divine seal truly exists, then everything makes sense. If the divine seal is real, then demon god conquest must be a genuine world. But why do we descend into that world as players? Is it possible that our world is not entirely unaware? The upper echelons and the world may be planning for self-rescue, which is why countries are promoting demon god conquest so vigorously. Because there are deities and divine seals there, we can obtain the power for self-rescue from that place. With these partial speculations, Ma Jigang looked back at the promotion process of demon god conquest and the prize system set by the game's officials, and he suddenly felt an insight into the truth. So the extensive promotion is not because the game is exceptionally good, but because we need this game, we need self-rescue. The power of the divine seal can bring about reality. What about other powers? With doubts in his mind, Ma Jigang carefully operated the Thunderbolt Heart method he obtained in Demon God Conquest. However, after half a day, he sensed nothing, as if the Thunderbolt Heart method was just a regular game skill. Although he spent some time without any gains, Ma Jigang's anxious and desperate feelings were somewhat alleviated. Jianghu martial arts represent mortal, while the divine seal and authority represent divine. It seems only the power of the deities can descend upon the Taixing world. Now that I have obtained the power of the deities, my authority is too singular and lacks other offensive capabilities, so I cannot deal with those terrifying ghosts and demons for the time being. I wonder if there are other players who have obtained the power of the deities, thereby discovering the true situation of Taixing. Although Ma Jigang silently questioned himself, he knew that the chances were slim. After all, most players are seriously playing the game, and very few treat the game as a real world to explore from the outset like he did. Under normal circumstances, these players would need to wait at least 2 or 3 years to acquire authority from their respective demon lords. Moreover, Ma Jigang felt that the authority granted by the demon lords might not necessarily be applicable back in Taixing, as the strength of those demon lords was limited. How could their power be usable in different worlds? Among the 4 celestial forces I know, the demon lords, evil gods, the Haoyan divine court, the Luofeng 6 heavens, and the immortal Tao, only the power of the Luofeng 6 heavens is confirmed to be real and effective. As for the powers of other celestial forces, I wonder how many can be used normally in Taixing. However, this is already quite good. I should be the first Taixing human to obtain the power of the deities, and I also know the currently effective divine paths. I should find an opportunity to make more people understand our situation, and it would be best if everyone knew of the existence of the Luofeng 6 heavens. Ma Jigang initially planned to announce this news on the game forum, but he reconsidered the randomness of obtaining the divine seal, and thus temporarily shelved this impulsive idea. The internet and forums may not be safe. Various national powers have not explicitly stated that they are recruiting senior elite players, so their internal safety cannot be guaranteed either. As the only deity in Taixing at present, I should first protect myself and seek like-minded companions within the game world. Though the game world is safe, it is ultimately inconvenient for us humans to establish a self-rescue center. If only we could enter the Hall of Good and Evil Oversight on Taixing. Why can't we enter? The authority of the divine seal is real and effective, and the Hall of Good and Evil Oversight might also possess cross-world capabilities. Let me give it a try. If I can enter the temple from Taixing, I will have a safe retreat. Tian Zhao's divine shrine of good and evil in the 3 realms. Ma Jigang lay on the bed pretending to sleep, yet inwardly, he was continuously calling for the arrival of a miracle. His call transcended worlds through the divine seal, eliciting a response from the divine shrine of good and evil in the 3 realms. Influenced by the high-dimensional true spirit radiation of Zhou Heng, the shrine could also perceive the status of the divine seal across dimensions. Therefore, with Zhou Heng, the master tacitly permitting it, the shrine responded normally to the anchor point, the divine seal, located far away in the Taixing world. It really is possible to enter the shrine from Taixing. This is simply wonderful. In the repeated calls, Ma Jigang anxiously begged for the favor of fate. The moment the shrine responded to his call, his soul returned to the silent and empty shrine area once more. Upon arriving at the shrine, a tremendous sense of security enveloped him, sweeping away the despair and fear that the true nature of the world had previously induced. Calm down, Ma Jigang. You are the only divine being in Taixing now. You must learn to disguise yourself. The joy of finding refuge combined with the mindset of surpassing all Taixing inhabitants ignited a sense of arrogance within Ma Jigang. Yet amidst the fervent emotions, the only rational thought reminded him that he now merely had a good starting point, and how things would unfold in the future remained uncertain. The world was in grave danger, and he was one of the very few who knew the truth, being the only divine being capable of confronting the crisis. The superiority of understanding the truth, coupled with the sense of responsibility stemming from his newfound power, birthed a profound sense of destiny in Ma Jigang. In this moment, a notion named salvation ignited within his heart. My wisdom is not exceptional, nor am I a self-righteous madman, who I should strive to help more people become divine. Only when our power grows strong can there be hope for saving the world. To be honest, Ma Jigang still did not know what those grotesque and twisted beings on Taixing truly were, their combat capabilities, or how to resist their predation. If someone had to attack them and collect data on their powers, Ma Jigang did not want to be that volunteer. He preferred to be a non-combatant in the Taixing Divine Salvation Society. Of course, as the founder and elder of the organization, enjoying a few privileges would be even better. Embracing a mix of salvation and cowardice, responsibility and evasion, Ma Jigang exited the shrine and returned to the game pod. De Chikai Zhou Tai County Jia Ling Mountain. Hey Xiaoma, why aren't you playing your thief game? Have you been wanted down the mountain? No way. Louding, let me tell you, we are professionals. As long as I don't go easy, those NPCs down the mountain can't possibly catch me. By the way, where is Hai Bai? I need to find him for something. He's in the hunter's cabin studying the scriptures you sent last time. Xiaoma, have you found something mysterious again to sell to Hai Bai? I mean, Hai Bai works hard every day to earn those points, and you've deceived them all away. Do you know that now 1 point has risen to over 100? Doesn't your conscience hurt? What are you talking about? It's clearly Hai Bai who has this need and hired me, a professional, to gather information. How is that deceiving? Don't say such things casually. Ma Jigang waved his hand at Lao Ding while speaking, then headed straight for the hunter's cabin on the mountainside, without looking back. Ow! On the way, a yellow-skinned, green-eyed tiger suddenly darted out of the jungle. Ma Jigang did not avoid it. Instead, he approached and diligently scratched and massaged the tiger. A bit harder, not bad. You humanoid phantoms are indeed much better than those remnants of souls. Serve me well, and when I become the mountain god, I will reward you with the position of patrol general. The tiger enjoyed Ma Jigang's service leisurely, perhaps too comfortable, as it let out several purring sounds during the process. Though Ma Jigang was anxious, he could only patiently stroke the big cat, thinking of his goal for this trip. After a while, the mountain lord tiger grew tired and wagged its tail, signaling Ma Jigang to leave. Patrol general, just wait, players will eventually push you out as a boss. Previously, Ma Jigang treated the Dechi world as a game, so facing such a unique lord as the mountain tiger felt quite interesting to him. However, after obtaining the divine seal, he now knew that the Dechi world was a real world. Seeing the man-eating ghostly tiger made him feel very disgusted. Considering his weak strength, Ma Jigang had to temporarily endure the mountain lord known as the ghostly lord, who was in fact a monster. Hai Bai, open the door. I found something you would be very interested in. The young man in the hunter's cabin, who was engrossed in flipping through Buddhist and Taoist texts, immediately leaped up from the ground upon hearing this, and quickly opened the door. Ma Gu, what have you gained this time? A lot. I discovered exquisite murals in the basement of a wealthy merchant. I feel that those murals should depict scenes of rituals for the deities. I originally wanted to knock off 2 pieces to bring to you, but those stones are special, and when struck they emit a sound as crisp as porcelain. I was afraid of alarming the merchant's guards, so I returned empty-handed. Phew, that's great. Thank goodness you didn't knock off 2 pieces. Such items related to rituals lose their original charm once damaged. Let's go, Ma Gu, hurry, and take me to the site for inspection. All right. Ma Jigang smiled slightly, his expression as if he had earned another point. Players are not afraid of death. Their greatest wealth is game points. Therefore, there's no scenario of being deceived down the mountain and ambushed. Thus, Li Hai Bai was easily tricked down the mountain by Ma Jigang. However, after descending the mountain, Li Hai Bai kept asking about the details of the murals. Since Ma Jigang really had no murals, he could only rely on his imagination to fabricate their content. But this fabrication based purely on imagination was full of holes, and it didn't take long for Li Hai Bai to notice something was off. Ma Gu, are you trying to deceive me? We've already descended the mountain and left the Lord's sphere of influence. Just say what you need to say. But I don't want you to use this kind of thing to deceive me in the future. You may consider my preferences absurd and ridiculous, but you cannot play me like a fool. Don't be agitated, Hai Bai. I truly have a significant discovery, but I can't discuss it on the mountain, which is why I lured you down. Ma Jigang had known Li Hai Bai for a long time and understood the boy's obsession with mystery rituals and deities. According to Li Hai Bai, he became a professional player just to research different myths and rituals. Entering the game, ghostly deity warfare proved that his choice was indeed very correct. Hai Bai, do you believe that there are really ghosts and deities in the world? I mean, in reality. Of course not. Ma Gu, you must believe in science. If there were ghosts and deities in reality, why would I come to play a game? If given a chance to become a deity, but you had to face a terrifying world-ending crisis, would you still wish to become a deity? Ma Jigang seemed to be casually chatting, yet he was fully attentive to the boy's reaction. Is there a chance of success? Ma Gu, hypotheticals must have a certain logic. I don't know, but at least your shrine will provide you with absolute safe refuge. Absolute refuge. Then the chance of success is quite high. All right, brother Ma, now that we are at your hiding place, just say what you need to say. Li Hai Bai felt that Ma Jigang's questions today were somewhat strange, but he thought Ma Jigang was intentionally bringing up a topic of interest to distract him. I have already mentioned it. Huh, brother Ma, you can't be joking, right? Ma Jigang did not respond verbally to Li Hai Bai, but instead looked directly into his eyes and nodded firmly. Faced with Ma Jigang's sincere and steadfast gaze, Li Haibai's naturally relaxed expression slowly turned serious, and his slightly trembling hands betrayed his inner excitement. Brother Ma, you are referring to the background of the game Demon God War, right? I didn't expect such a grand storyline from this game. Of course, Haibai, you don't think I'm talking about the real world, do you? Just now you told me to believe in science, yet here you are indulging in superstition. Li Haibai's response greatly disappointed Ma Jigang. He had thought that Li Haibai, who was fascinated by the mysterious, would be the best breakthrough point. However, he did not expect that despite his obvious hints, Li Haibai still associated the matter of salvation with the game. The fear of knowing the truth of the world and the boiling blood from receiving a response from the divine transformed into an excitement that made him eager to meet Li Haibai, but now he felt disappointed. At this moment, Ma Jigang felt that his previous caution and probing seemed ridiculous like a clown, so he forced a smile and changed the subject. How can you blame me? It's because, Brother Ma, you were too serious earlier, making it impossible for me not to overthink. By the way, Brother Ma, does this mean you have already become a god and discovered the hidden background of the world? Yes, I unexpectedly acquired the divine seal and traveled to a place called Observing the Good and Evil of the Three Realms Shrine, where I learned some secret information. So, Haibai, instead of following the game's guidance, I have gone ahead of you. Why don't you simply become my subject, and together we can certainly become top-tier players. Sure, but Brother Ma, without a task guide, can your subject still take on point-earning tasks? That's temporarily not possible. So you want to exploit my labor and let me generate energy with love? You exaggerate. I, Brother Ma, am merely in the entrepreneurial stage and indeed need some investment right now. But once I become a powerful deity, I will definitely appoint you as the law enforcement deity. Huh. The Mountain Lord's Patrol General and your law enforcement deity, I see you two are peas in a pod. Indeed, a person's stance is determined by their interests. As the two laughed and talked, Li Haibai asked many questions about the divine seal and the shrine, while he also provided Ma Jigang with numerous ways to collect incense offerings. Ma Jigang expressed his gratitude to Li Haibai, and under the pretext of taking up a day of Li Haibai's time, gifted him 2 books on rituals that he had collected. After watching his friend leave, Ma Jigang let out a deep sigh. In that moment, he dropped his disguise, and a sense of loneliness he had never felt before enveloped him heavily, while the previous disappointment transformed into profound confusion. I was too simplistic in my thinking. An obsession with mythology does not mean one is willing to bear the responsibilities of a deity. Perhaps what he pursues is merely the privileges and powers of a god. After the fervor and expectations dissipated, Ma Jigang finally recovered from his earlier childish mindset. However, this confrontation with reality did not feel good. He even did not know what to do next. Am I to passively waiting for the next lucky person to acquire the divine seal and gamble that this lucky person will not evade? Ma Jigang knew that this passive waiting was meaningless. He could not expect many lucky ones to appear, nor could he expect that those who acquired the divine seal would all have the courage to face the truth. The conflicting psychology and anxious, confused emotions caused Ma Jigang to lose sleep. Tossing and turning, he picked up the book on the mythological origins of the divine seal and began to read it carefully, hoping that this book that had granted him miracles would provide him with some inspiration once again. In the myth of the divine ladder of the Tai Star, it is recorded that the earliest humans could see far into the distance, but the gods feared they would see their true forms, and thus eliminated their ability to see afar. The seers thus became figures who could see more and further, akin to prophets. Brother Ma, are you a seer? Haibai, didn't you leave? The closed door was pushed open from the outside, and the boy named Li Haibai stepped into the candlelit room from the dark world. Yes, I left, but on the way back I kept thinking about what you said today. Brother Ma, your authority is the spectral eye of the ghosts. You must have seen some things we cannot see, which is why you talked to me about becoming a god and salvation, right? Since you guessed it and left, why come back? Because my guess is just a guess, and I cannot fully believe your words. So I turned back halfway to see what you would really do. Brother Ma, now tell me the truth. Let's have an honest conversation. Li Haibai's eyes were filled with fervor. He hoped Ma Jigang would provide a satisfactory answer, believing that a miracle was at hand, and hoped it truly existed. Are you sure? Once I tell you, there will be no turning back. To keep the secret, I would kill anyone who might leak it. Of course, facing a god who has descended into reality, I have enough respect. Besides, Brother Ma, you have the absolute protection of the shrine as a fallback. You can try to trust me just this once. Li Haibai was unaware of the extent of Ma Jigang's extraordinary powers in reality, but he knew that even if those powers were minimal, it likely wouldn't be difficult for him to kill an ordinary person like himself. But he was not prepared to back down. Besides his obsession with miracles, he had seen many legends of seers in the myths of various countries in Tai Star, and he believed that similar legends across different cultures hid the secrets of the world. Alright, anyway, all my plans have just begun, so there is no harm in telling you. Everything began with this book. That day the divine seal integrated into my soul, and I thus glimpsed the truth of the world. Ma Jigang tried to describe all the abnormalities he had witnessed and the grandeur of the shrine. Unlike his previous assertiveness, he truly needed a companion in this desperate reality. Brother Ma, the power of the spectral eye of the ghosts allows you to see terrifying monsters, but I suspect that the cultivators in Tai Star are not so singular. You need to quickly enhance your authority to uncover the hidden truths of Tai Star. And do not regard them as terrifying monsters, but as a civilized entity. We may be living in their farming grounds. That makes it even more despairing. No, it's filled with hope. Our situation cannot get worse. Every step we take will lead to improvement. People tend to trust what they see with their own eyes, and players from the Tai Star world are no exception. The authority bestowed upon Ma Jigang by Zhou Heng revealed to him an unseen facet of reality, naturally reshaping his entire worldview. In truth, the player's situation is far from secure. Though their world may possess formidable power, they are not its sovereigns, but merely one link in its vast hierarchical web of life. The humans of Tai Star, occupying a low rung on that biological ladder, are in essence livestock, bred and sustained for the gods and demons above. So long as the truth remains veiled surface, tranquility endures. Yet the moment Ma Jigang opened his eyes to reality, the seed of rebellion took root. I never imagined players were not only the soldiers invading the Tai Star world, but also standing reserve sustenance. The plight of Tai Star's humanity reminded Zhou Heng of horses, some trained as war steeds to serve mankind in battle, while most labor under human dominion, or end up upon the human table. The seed has been sown. Now it is time to arm them with swords. Under Zhou Heng's watchful gaze, Ma Jigang and Li Haibai embarked upon their charlatan's pilgrimage. Leveraging players' daily free resurrection ability, they staged performances across countless rural villages. When villagers witnessed Ma Jigang, the so-called mute, returning unscathed each dawn after repeated executions, they gradually came to revere him as an incarnation of divinity. Thus, in the loosely governed countryside, Ma Jigang swiftly amassed a devoted following, his miraculous resurrections lending him an aura of the sacred. Though he could not speak to the people of the great Qi realm, his silence, punctuated only by occasional gestures, only deepened the villagers' conviction that he was truly divine. Once his accumulated faith reached the threshold, Ma Jigang ascended his divine rank and formally delegated the authority of the spectral vision technique to Li Haibai. Upon receiving the miraculous power he had long yearned for, Li Haibai hastened back to the mortal world. In Tai Star, a realm steeped in mysticism, he finally beheld the enigmatic and merciless truth. Having mentally prepared himself in advance, he felt profound oppression, but not the utter despair that had once consumed Ma Jigang. Tianzhao, sin-infused celestial tribunal of the three realms, judge of virtue and vice. When Li Haibai truly stepped into the divine hall from Tai Star, his stifled soul erupted in cathartic release. He laughed wildly, tears streaming down his face. How utterly fascinating! How utterly fascinating! This is the mystery I have always craved. While Ma Jigang and Li Haibai played prophets and stirred chaos, Zhou Heng's entourage at last arrived at Yuyang Commandery. As the nominal highest-ranking military official of the commandery, Zhou Heng was accorded considerable deference by all local factions. Thus, even 3 li short of Yuyang City, an official welcoming party awaited them. Your humble servant Guo Yu, speaking on behalf of all Yuyang's people, respectfully greets General Zhao Wu. Your Excellency, the prefect and the former garrison commander await you within the city walls, where a banquet has been prepared in your honor. Pray follow this servant into the city. Though Guo Yu had heard the new Zhao Wu general was young, he had not anticipated such youthfulness. Judging by his countenance, the new general appeared younger even than Guo Yu's own son. Wasn't the Zhao Wu general merely scion of a minor aristocratic house? How could he be so young? Had the nobles now entrenched in court power abandoned even the pretense of propriety? Though Guo Yu brimmed with questions, he dared not voice them outright, and so offered only the perfunctory smile of bureaucratic courtesy. A pleasure, a pleasure. Thank you, Your Excellency, for guiding us. Yuyang City, a fortified frontier stronghold, lacked the opulence of Daliang City. Here many commoners wore swords or daggers, a testament to the region's fiercely martial spirit. Passing through scarred ramparts and a gate tunnel stretching over 20 meters, Zhou Heng's party entered the walled city, its skyline studded with numerous watchtowers. Master Guodaliang City's walls are far less substantial than Yuyang's. Does Yuyang possess superior masonry techniques? General Zhou, you are unaware. Though Yuyang appears a single city, it is in fact 2 concentric fortresses. The outer wall stands approximately 6 meters thick, the inner 5. Between them lies a 10-meter gap. Their seamless integration creates the illusion of unity, but in truth the structure lacks the monolithic resilience of Daliang's walls. Your Excellency knows well the paramount challenge of wall construction bearing weight. By dividing the defense into twin walls, we enhanced both security and economy, saving both labor and materials. I see. The interstitial gap also allows for concealed apertures, enabling archers to fire or spearmen to thrust outward. Indeed, a brilliant reinforcement strategy. Precisely. In wartime, legions of militia would occupy that gap to aid in defense. Through this exchange, Guo Yu sensed the young general was no ignorant dolt. His anxiety eased if only slightly. He feared Yuyang, a strategic bastion, would become mere political currency in the hands of the aristocracy recklessly bartered away. And should that happen, it would be Yuyang's people who suffered. Master Guo, what purpose serve those evenly spaced towers within the city? They are siege towers, raised for close-quarters combat, should the walls fall. Built of rammed earth and stone, their internal stairways are so narrow only a single man may ascend on hands and knees. Yet their broad summits can accommodate 50 archers firing in unison. Do not underestimate them, General. Their modest height belies formidable battlefield efficacy. Have they ever been used? Twice. May your excellency never need them again. The great Qi dynasty had reigned less than a century. Yuyang, as a vital frontier commandery, tolerated no incompetence. Guo Yu prayed this youthful general would refrain from reckless commands, and thereby preserve Yuyang's inviolability. Rest assured, I am no fool. Then may your excellency honor these words, and avoid autocratic decrees. Your candor is admirable, though perhaps your rank is modest. After traversing several streets, Zhou Heng at last glimpsed bustling commercial districts, like stepping from a military encampment into civilian life. Citizens moved briskly, purchasing salt, grain, leather goods, and weapons. Do not be astonished, General. Yuyang permits bows, arrows, and leather armor. Only iron armor and heavy crossbows are forbidden to civilians. Noticing Zhou Heng's lingering gaze toward weapon shops, Guo Yu assumed he marveled at the abundance of arms, and thus clarified Yuyang's fundamental ordinances. Master Guo misunderstands. I know prohibitions must adapt to local conditions. I bear no grievance against civilian arms. My attention rests upon the city god temple. Master Guo, what accounts for the city god temple? I see artisans repairing it. You mean the city god temple? That matter is indeed strange. Roughly half a month ago, a torrential rain fell upon Yuyang, and afterward the temple collapsed. Strangest of all, many nearby residents reported hearing fierce battle cries that very night, including the chilling shout, "Yuyang has fallen." Yet when able-bodied men rushed out armed and alert, they found nothing amiss. The next day, the prefect, struck by its uncanny nature, ordered immediate reconstruction. Is something amiss with the temple, General? Gravely amiss. Through Zhou Heng's celestial fortune vision, the newly rebuilt temple bore not a single thread of golden celestial fortune, the mark of the Haotian divine court. General Zhou's visit truly illuminates this humble abode. Please take your seat. You are a promising and extraordinary young general, and with our combined efforts, we shall ensure the long-term stability of Yuyang City. General Zhou Heng holds a 5th-rank title as a Zhaowu general, which theoretically places him on par with the prefect of Yuyang. Thus the prefect, wishing to welcome his new colleague, graciously offered the main seat to Zhou Heng. My lord prefect, you are too courteous. You are older than I and have governed Yuyang for many years. In any regard, you are my senior. Please do not belittle me and take your seat. Since the general has spoken thus, I shall not decline. You please join me at the table, General. The prefect of Yuyang, Shun Yin, realized that the newly appointed young general was not arrogant and was quite reasonable. Thus his previous dissatisfaction with Zhou Heng's age faded somewhat. I foresee Yuyang City struggling to maintain stability in the future. A tall, burly military officer seated to the right of the main seat scoffed disdainfully at the harmonious interaction between the prefect and Zhou Heng. My lord Shin, may I ask who this general is? General Zhou, please forgive me. That is the former Yuyang garrison commander, General Peng Yuanhang. He had to leave Yuyang due to your sudden arrival from the capital. However, General Peng had deep feelings for Yuyang after many years of service and was somewhat displeased. General Zhou, please be understanding. I see you. I happen to need to speak with General Peng. If he does not wish to leave Yuyang, that would be splendid. I shall write a letter to retain him. General Peng Yuanhang was pretending to drink alone, but when he heard Zhou Heng's words, he nearly spewed his drink. Unlike that clerk, Wei Yu, Peng was well aware of Zhou Heng's background. Given the current relationship between the Zhou family and the Exine Wuhou family, he could genuinely be forced to remain as a subordinate. General Zhou, please do not joke. I apologize for my previous attitude, but you cannot make me demote myself to be your subordinate. I have been in Yuyang City for nearly 8 years. While I may not have achievements, I have endured hardships. I have finally been promoted, so please let me go, General. What do you mean by that, General Peng? Do you think I am petty? You misunderstand me. I genuinely want you to stay, and as my superior. Zhou Heng looked earnestly at Peng Yuanhang. Ever since he saw the decline of the Yuyang City God Temple, he had wished for the original garrison commander to remain, and even to be assigned a better position. General Zhou, you are not joking, are you? Such matters are no joking matter. General Zhou, you truly are straightforward. I apologize for my earlier attitude. I shall self-punish with 3 cups as an apology to you, General. Peng Yuanhang originally intended to give the new noble a warning, but he did not expect Zhou Heng to have such a deep background and to be so reasonable and loyal. Thus all the resentment he had towards Zhou Heng vanished, and in fact he felt that Zhou Heng could be a friend worth cultivating. General Zhou, I appreciate your goodwill, but Yuyang City is small, and if I remain, I must be demoted, so I shall not stay. Moreover, let me give you a piece of advice. Prefect Shun is an exceptionally petty good official, so your days ahead may be quite difficult. General Peng is drunk. General Zhou should not take it to heart. The prefect of Yuyang Shun Yin was originally observing the two tigers fighting quietly while discreetly analyzing Zhou Heng's character. However, he did not expect his former colleague to be so unreliable. What does it matter if he can write a letter for your promotion? Has he bought you off? What about your stance? My Lord Shun and Peng, I am not joking. I truly need General Peng to stay. Please listen to my reasons, esteemed seniors. Seeing Zhou Heng so insistent and exceptionally formal, Shen Yin and Peng Yuanhang involuntarily grew serious. They exchanged glances, preparing to hear what this new young general had to say. Since I entered the city, I have observed that the soldiers of Yuyang are disciplined and their weapons are sharp. I also noticed that the archery towers within the city are well maintained, with each tower conveniently covering a civilian block. These all demonstrate that the prefect governs well and that the garrison general knows his military affairs, which is why I wish for the general to remain and take on more important responsibilities. By the way, you both know my public identity. Now I shall speak of another identity, which is related to my desire to retain General Peng. The prefect Shun, who was stroking his beard, paused slightly and looked at Zhou Heng with suspicion. Did this General Zhou have a more significant background? Peng Yuanhang straightened his back as if to say that he was indeed that outstanding, deserving of a higher position and greater responsibilities. In addition to being a court official, I am also the land god under the city god of the capital. My great-grandfather, the founding general, was the night wanderer of the capital's city god. After arriving in Yuyang City, I discovered that the Yuyang City God Temple had no deity, which is why I wish to recommend General Peng to lead the Yuyang City God Temple to protect the common people of Yuyang. Moreover, General Peng need not worry that I am insignificant. The capital's city god office promotes talent above all else. Yuyang City is a special case, as long as I report to the underworld, General Peng has a great chance of being promoted to the local city god. Peng Yuanhang, who had been sitting up straight, suddenly hunched over. He wanted to show a smile to explain, but the smile twisted into a grimace on his face. At this moment, he was inwardly thanking Zhou Heng profusely. Thank you, you truly think highly of me. In reality, I am not as outstanding as you believe, and we are not familiar with each other. You do not understand me at all. Peng Yuanhang was not an ordinary person who knew nothing. He had a certain understanding of the divine system. Given that the newly appointed city god had just passed away, he did not believe his small stature could intervene in the conflict between the divine and the cultivation realms. General Zhou, you jest. Isn't the city god chosen based on merit after death? I am still alive. This is truly inappropriate. Unlike the bitter-faced Peng Yuanhang, the prefect Shun Yin, who had been sitting quietly, suddenly stood up with a start. General Zhou, are you serious? I am serious. This matter concerns the common people of Yuyang and the divine system. I would not joke about it. That is good to hear. Truly, there is no path that the heavens will not open for people. Prefect Shin picked up a cup of wine from the table and walked seriously towards Peng Yuanhang. Upon nearing, he respectfully bowed and raised the cup high above his head. Please drink, General. My Lord Prefect, that is a dead end. I cannot drink this wine. Prefect Shun Yin waited for a while, noting that Peng Yuanhang truly would not drink, realizing that this plan would not work. After hesitating for a moment, he raised his cup and drank it all. General Zhou, let me give it a try. Without the city god to protect us, demons will eventually invade the city. Yuyang City is one of the 9 vital strongholds of the Great Qi and cannot afford to lose. My Lord Shin speaks with great righteousness. General Peng, it is only natural to hesitate, having never experienced the divine's incursions. You need not worry. Since I have spoken, there will not be just one solution. What other methods are there? I shall assume the position of the Yuyang City god with Lord Shun as the prefect and General Peng remaining to continue managing the military. General, your righteousness is beyond my reach. I, Peng, am willing to stay and assist you in guarding Yuyang. Peng Yuanhang originally thought that Zhou Heng was intentionally elevating his position to dig a pit for him, but he did not expect Zhou Heng to be willing to personally take on the dangerous position of the city god. When a person is truly willing to sacrifice for the greater good, even if their colleagues do not agree with him, there will be a moment when they respect him. Xin Yin and Peng Yuanhang had no conflicts of interest with Zhou Heng, so they greatly admired the young general before them. Good, with General Peng's assistance, Yuyang City will surely be secure. Zhou Heng had already considered the future path on his way to Yuyang. He was not adept at ancient military command, and he did not want his arrival to cause issues in the well-defended Yuyang City. Therefore, from the very beginning, he planned to keep the original Yuyang garrison general in place. Later, when he saw that the city god temple of Yuyang was devoid of a deity, this idea became even more resolute. Originally, Zhou Heng wanted the original garrison general to temporarily take the position of city god to maintain the balance of order between the realms of Yin and Yang in Yuyang. Now that Peng Yuanhang had explicitly rejected this proposal, Zhou Heng could not let the non-competent Shin governor take on the role of city god, so he planned to shoulder this position himself. My lords, I will simultaneously submit a request to the court and the city god's office. We will be colleagues for a long time to come. It is our honor to work alongside General Zhou. Please proceed with the request. To be honest, the world is quite chaotic now, and given the choice, Peng would not wish to leave the familiar Yuyang city. A welcome banquet turned into a meeting to establish the order of yin and yang in Yuyang, yet all three attendees were quite satisfied. If all goes well, both realms of yin and yang in Yuyang city will fall under their control, and in this increasingly chaotic phase, Yuyang city may become a safe haven. In the capital Daliang city, at the residence of the Duke of Xinwu, Brother Heng is truly a thoughtful person. I was initially worried that his youthful arrogance would impact state affairs, but now it seems I was overly concerned. What happened, my lord? Did Zhou's nephew do something commendable? The Duke of Xinwu Heng's remark caught the attention of his wife Shui, as she knew her husband seldom praised his relatives privately. Indeed, Brother Heng sent me a letter asking me to retain the original garrison general of Yuyang, stating that he is young and inexperienced in military affairs. To prevent losses in the crucial Yuyang region, he wants the original garrison general to continue managing military affairs in Yuyang. There are many vying for power and few willing to delegate. This Zhou family's second son seems to be a wise individual. Indeed, with this approach, he will certainly reap the rewards. If the court seeks accountability, they should first question the original garrison general of Yuyang. Brother Heng is indeed a clever person who knows when to advance and when to protect himself. Previously, Zhou Heng's initiative to relinquish the real power of the capital's captain made Heng glance at him, but Heng did not expect him to dare to retain the deeply rooted garrison general in Yuyang. He is indeed a talented individual. The Duke should have kept him close from the beginning. Anything is better than that arrogant fellow He Wei. He cannot stay. At this time, the smarter subordinates must be sent to the localities. As long as they can hold real power in the regions, they are far more useful than staying in the capital. Moreover, the Zhou family is deeply bound to us. If there are changes in the capital, Brother Heng will also be one of our backers. The Duke of Xinwu Heng initially exerted effort to elevate Zhou Heng's position, not just because of Zhou Heng's initiative to cede authority. His greater intention was to take this opportunity to let his faction grasp more military power. It now seems that Zhou Heng has indeed lived up to his expectations. In his view, showing ambition in the unfamiliar place of Yuyang immediately would be a poor strategy. The best approach should be to display a gentle and cooperative attitude, ensuring he secures his position and builds influence before vying for power. My lord, will there really be changes in the capital? This is not something the court can decide. The city god's office is in the capital. It provides us protection, but is also the root of turmoil. Reports from spies indicate that many city god temples in various counties have collapsed. Now the situation of the divine realm is precarious. Without the protection of the divine realm, those with great supernatural powers, such as immortals, ghosts, and demons, will directly manage humanity. Indeed, the human and divine realms mutually benefit each other, and together with the impartiality of the heavenly emperor, this is what creates the prosperous human age. If other forces become the new rulers, humanity may very well become slaves and food. Although Shui is a noblewoman from a prestigious household, she is originally the legitimate daughter of the Duke of Wei, so she is not entirely ignorant of the divine realm. Since marrying into the Duke of Xinwu's residence, her husband, Heng, has also educated her about the connections between the divine and human realms, which has made her aware of the roots of the stability of the great Qi and humanity. In the face of the great changes affecting the world, we are powerless to resist and can only go with the flow. We have already sent Yuner to Qingyang Palace and Eerie to Talon Temple. There is not much more we can do. Let's wait. The forces of immortals and Buddhas are not weak. If these two paths gain influence, humanity can continue to survive. The change of a local garrison general is a small issue for someone of Heng's rank. When his memorial is submitted to the court, Peng Yuanheng, the garrison of Yuyang, will not need to be transferred elsewhere. Within Daliang City, at the city god's office, King Fuming Ling received Zhou Heng's memorial earlier than Heng, but he was somewhat indecisive. Summon the night walker, Zhou Su, into the office. Yes. Upon hearing the summons from the city god's office, night walker Zhou Su did not dare to be negligent and immediately set aside his inspection work, following the official to the office of the city god. Zhou Su, I have heard that you have a descendant named Zhou Heng. Reporting to the city god, indeed, I have a great-grandson named Zhou Heng. By a stroke of fortune, he condensed a spirit, and to protect his life, I sought a land deity seal for him. This matter was handled entirely by Judge Wu Lord Liu. Zhou Heng was also tasked with clearing out the lewd worship of Wudong. His background is correct. Zhou Su, do you think Zhou Heng is trustworthy? Facing the majestic city god, Zhou Su dared not withhold any information. He first recounted all he knew about Zhou Heng, then reported to the city god that he believed Zhou Heng should be trustworthy. Zhou Heng has submitted a request to the city god of Yuyang, stating that the temple has no deity and he wishes to temporarily take on the role of city god to maintain local stability. What does the Nightwalker think? Absurd. He has no fortune and no governance experience. How could he become a city god of a county? Please, city god, reject his request. After Zhou Su delivered the land deity seal to Zhou Heng, he had rarely contacted him, so he did not even know that his descendant had already become a 5th-rank general of the Great Qi. He has fortune. He is now a 5th-rank general with real power in the Great Qi. With no deity in the Yuyang City God's office, he can establish a new administrative system according to his understanding. Zhou, so let me ask you, if the city god's office needs him to become the city god, do you think he can manage it? If the city god's office has such a demand, he would naturally be duty-bound. Are you sure? He is only 16 this year. Are you not afraid he will be attacked by evil spirits? He is a land deity, and also an official of the Great Qi. He occupies both realms of divine and human. How could he possibly retreat? The capital's city god temple is severely lacking in personnel, or rather the entire divine system is in need of more people. However, the city god cannot arbitrarily recruit individuals to become deities, as what is required now are those capable of battle, not ordinary people who are inept in combat. Thus, upon receiving Zhou Heng's application, the city god was willing to grant him an opportunity to prove himself. The only hesitation was the fear that Zhou Heng would become mere cannon fodder, perishing shortly after taking office due to an onslaught of demons. This concern was not unfounded. The previous city god of Yuyang was a prominent military general of the Great Qi dynasty who ascended through the city god examination. That general, named Yang Jingyan, was a renowned and valiant figure in Great Qi, yet he failed to adapt to the divine battles, as the methods of demons in combat differ significantly from those of mortals. Therefore, even though he displayed the same bravery after becoming a deity, he ultimately fell, and all the shadowy soldiers under his command perished in that battle. My lord city god, I have previously discussed the state of the world with Zhou Heng. He is aware of the current situation within the divine system. Since he dares to seek the position of city god, he must be mentally prepared for it. Currently, our underworld system is lacking talents everywhere. If he wishes to contribute, please grant him this opportunity, my lord city god. Agreed. I hereby appoint Zhou Heng as the city god of Yuyang County. As the city god made the final decision, his divine seal radiated a sacred light, imprinting upon the document. At the same time, Zhou Heng's land god seal transformed into that of the city god, and numerous unfamiliar authorities emerged. In addition, a powerful divine energy continuously surged from the city god seal, pure and refined. Thank you for your trust, city god. I will do my utmost to ensure peace in this land. The moment the divine seal changed, Zhou Heng knew that the city god had approved his application, and from then on he became the city god of Yuyang County. We pay our respects to the revered deity. We ask for your protection over the people of Yuyang henceforth. Governor Shun and General Peng were originally discussing Yuyang's defense with Zhou Heng, but Zhou Heng suddenly stood and saluted respectfully, and after the salute, the originally gentle youth transformed into a figure of majesty and divinity. Seeing this, Shun and Peng understood that Zhou Heng had become the new city god, and they immediately rose to pay their respects. There is no need for such formalities, my colleagues. In the future, the incense offerings for the city god will require your efforts as well. Rest assured, we will promptly hold a city god festival in the city. To help the revered deity quickly regain divine powers, we will host celebrations every 10 days and a temple fair each month. What do you think, revered deity? That is feasible, so I will rely on both of you for this endeavor. You are too kind, revered deity. This is what we ought to do. Although Zhou Heng indicated that Shun and Peng need not be overly formal, the two remained respectful throughout, completely shedding the casualness they had when addressing each other as colleagues. They understood that the man they had previously chatted with was General Zhou Heng, while now he was the city god Zhou Heng of Yuyang County. Though they were the same person, they could not be treated the same way. If the revered deity has no further instructions, we shall take our leave to prepare for the city god festival. Agreed. Watching Shin and Peng respectfully withdraw, Zhou Heng knew they would no longer engage in casual conversations or merriment with him. The moment the city god seal changed, not only altered his identity, but also transformed his standing in the eyes of Shun and Peng. Governor Shun, I have not disrespected the city god, have I? Indeed you have. How could you forget? On the very first day the city god arrived in Yuyang, you spoke disrespectfully. Don't worry, you are beyond saving, and worrying is futile. You are quite the joker, Governor Shun. How could the city god, so dignified and gracious, stoop to argue with someone as insignificant as me? That may not be the case. You are a large and plump chicken suitable for being killed to establish authority. General Peng muttered a few words softly, but ultimately chose not to retort against Xin Yan. General Peng, since you hold the city god in such high esteem, why did you not agree to the revered deity's recommendation back then? Old Shin, please do not mock me. I fear not fighting enemies to protect our borders, but I truly cannot withstand demon incursions. The former city god Yang Jingyan was so valiant in life, yet he ultimately fell, did he not? I do not think I can achieve what Lord Yang from the noble house of Xinghua could not. Indeed, that is why the revered deity is a deity while you and I are merely mortals. When the highest official of a land wishes to accomplish something, as long as it is reasonable, all local resources will swiftly lean towards that goal. Under the commands of Shun and Peng, all officials in Yuyang City were mobilized, and notices quickly covered the streets and alleys of Yuyang. On the day of last month's heavy rain, demons invaded the city and caused chaos. Fortunately, the city god manifested divine protection for the citizens. To express gratitude for the city god's mercy, a festival will be held in Yuyang 3 days from now. On the day of the festival, all citizens of the city must offer incense. The revered deity, in his great benevolence, will surely bless the pious people. This is the direct order of the governor, and I urge all citizens to strictly comply. Although the citizens of Yuyang are known for their fierce temperament, they are still located in a border town where they may be conscripted and die at any moment, so they take the matters of the afterlife very seriously. Under the call of the highly respected Governor Shun, even those among the Yuyang citizens who do not believe in gods and demons would respectfully offer a few sticks of incense at the city god temple for peace of mind. Therefore, it goes without saying that those who already believed in the existence of spirits would contribute, causing the city god temple to become a flourishing place of incense even before the festival commenced. However, this batch of incense was merely supplementary energy for Zhou Heng. What he truly valued was the pure divine power conveyed through the divine seal from the city god. This high-quality pure divine power is a resource allocated by the city god for Zhou Heng to establish the city god's domain, but Zhou Heng did not intend to use this divine power to forge his city god domain. Because this divine power is transformed from pure will, it is exceptionally stable and easily manipulated and absorbed, so Zhou Heng directly absorbed this divine power using his own spirit. Under the influence of this divine power, Zhou Heng's low-dimensional soul continuously broke through energy limits, ultimately raising his divinity attribute to as much as 35 points. The wealth and power of the divine realm truly live up to their reputation. Directly absorbing pure divine power is a loss for all deities because they have plenty of incense, but obtaining pure divine power to stabilize their domains is quite difficult. However, Zhou Heng was different from them. Due to limited energy, they emphasized constructing a domain wall akin to a copper wall and iron bastion when building their domains. In contrast, Zhou Heng, whose energy was nearly limitless, intended to win by quantity, constructing a nearly solid fortress-style city god domain. It cannot be said that one approach is better than the other, but Zhou Heng's method undoubtedly suits himself. It would be very challenging for demons to breach his barrier-laden city god domain. Let me see the authorities contained within the city god seal. With these powers, my divine path will be further perfected. Zhou Heng understood that his divine path had a clear deficiency, a lack of offensive and defensive powers. Now that he possessed the complete city god authorities, all these issues would be resolved. Although the authorities authorized by the city god indeed could not be applied to other realms, once these authorities were in Zhou Heng's hands, they would be different. Under the radiation of Zhou Heng's high-dimensional true spirit, the authorities he delegated would all transform into genuine divine abilities that traversed multiple realms. Under the jurisdiction of the city god, there are civil and martial judges, various deities, General Gan, Lu General Fan, Xie General Nioma the Knight, and Day Wandering Spirits, General Jiasuo, and other gods. The city god of the county governs 3 departments, the city god of the prefecture governs 6 departments, and the city god of the capital governs 12 departments. The 12 departments of the city god are the Yin-Yang Department, Rapid Report Department, Merit and Crime Department, Virtue, and Sin Department, Department of Various Blessings, Pestilence Department, Response Department, Department of Evil, Merit Assessment Department, Contribution Record Department, Incident Response Department, and Prison Department. At the same time, the 12 departments of the city god are also a manifestation of his authority. Zhou Heng is the city god of Yuyang Prefecture, governing the powers of the 6 departments of the city god. After Zhou Heng's reorganization, his newly acquired powers include communication between the realms of Yin and Yang, enhancement of blessings and fortune, safeguarding the territory and the people, adjudicating crimes and punishing evils, managing lost souls, and curing diseases and emergencies. As the local official within the Yin division system, the city god possesses not only the normal powers of the Yin division, but also the general functions of purifying incense and forging divine power. With this function, the power of the city god is no longer merely the force of incense. He possesses a more concentrated and powerful divine energy. With divine power in motion, authorities such as adjudicating crimes and punishing evils will unleash extraordinarily powerful forces. Any life-bearing sins will be restrained to varying degrees by the city god. As for authorities like safeguarding the territory and the people, they can not only protect the citizens under the city god's jurisdiction, but also grant the city god formidable defensive capabilities within his realm or legal domain. In summary, the city god is akin to a local lord within the Yin division system. The powers he possesses allow him to be self-sufficient and to establish his own small Yin court. The emergence of new Yin division powers will enrich the functions under Zhou Heng's divine path, making them resemble a legitimate deity. Therefore, Zhou Heng quickly incorporated these newly acquired powers into his divine system, and in the future his subordinates would gradually receive authorization for these powers as they advanced in their divine roles. Upon analyzing the newly acquired powers, Zhou Heng began constructing his own city god realm. With a soul strength of 35 points in divine attributes, it far surpasses the incense offerings of ordinary citizens. With Zhou Heng's unrelenting investment of soul power, his city god realm is rapidly taking shape. The new city god realm possesses hundreds of layers of protective barriers. For example, with Zhou Heng's power as a prefectural city god, a normal city god would find it nearly impossible to shake such terrifying layered defenses. The benefits of multi-layered defensive barriers are evident, but the drawbacks are substantial. A normal city god would not be able to sustain a realm of this scale. The reason is the excessive consumption. Conducting such an operation with the incense income of a city god is tantamount to self-destruction. However, this realm is perfectly suited for Zhou Heng, who possesses near-infinite energy. For him, maintaining the new city god realm is almost no different from maintaining an ordinary land realm. On the 22nd day of the 11th month in the first year of Yong'an, the entire Yuyang city was bustling even before dawn. A large number of Yuyang citizens spontaneously left their homes in groups to head to the city god temple, while the officials of Yuyang city also dared not be negligent, arriving at the temple in the early morning to wait. This was not due to their piety, but because the governor of Yuyang, Shun Yin, and the guarding general Peng Yuanhong had arrived at the city god temple early, prompting them to appear more proactive. Governor, look at how much the citizens value the city god celebration. Do you think the revered deity will be satisfied with the scale of the celebration? Surely the sincerity of our hearts and the respect from the citizens are enough. The previous city god did not receive such treatment from the revered deity. Indeed, who knows the value of reincarnation when the world is clear? Now that a crisis is upon us, reincarnated Yin division has become the most needed refuge for us. Peng Yuanhang was not afraid of death. He knew that mortals eventually die, but he feared that after his death his soul would become food for evil spirits, leading to an irredeemable fate. Thus he eagerly anticipated Zhou Heng bringing a new order to Yuyang. He also hoped Zhou Heng would remain safe and not be attacked by demons. By the way, General Peng, how is the preparation for the Yin messengers coming along? No problem. The revered deity said that there are many souls of fallen soldiers protected by incense in Yuyang's loyal martyrs cemetery. Those soldier souls are the best candidates for Yin messengers. In a few days, the revered deity will summon them into the city god mansion to serve as messengers. That's good. I will write to the revered deity shortly to see if we can allow those soldier souls with families to manifest during the celebration. This will enhance the cohesion of Yuyang's military and civilians and provide many devout believers for the revered deity. That's a good idea. Those who died valiantly on the battlefield and were enshrined after death will make Yuyang a divine kingdom on earth for the revered deity, and all citizens of Yuyang will become the revered deity's subjects. Governor Shen Yin did not appear as kind as he looked. He was not a die-hard loyalist of the Diqi court. His life ambition was to be a good official who benefits the country and the people. Therefore, even during the turmoil in Diqi, Yuyang city under his governance remained stable. However, he would not always prioritize the Diqi court when better options arise. If the city god could provide protection for Yuyang in the chaotic world where demons are about to rise, he would be willing to lead the citizens of Yuyang to become subjects of the city god. At the Yuyang city god temple, Shun Yin respectfully knelt and worshipped with 3 sticks of sandalwood incense. Revered deity, allowing the spirits of fallen soldiers to be enshrined will display your benevolence. The citizens of Yuyang will surely be loyal to you, and this action will help your divine path flourish. I humbly request your compassion and blessings. Good. The original city god system did not encourage excessive interference in human affairs, but now that the heavenly emperor is trapped in the battlefield beyond, the city gods had no choice but to grant higher autonomy to various local city gods. Before Zhou Heng took office, the Yuyang city god mansion was devoid of any gods, allowing him to act entirely according to his own will without any conservative forces hindering him. Therefore, Zhou Heng planned to take decisive actions. He wanted the citizens of Yuyang to clearly understand the existence of the city god and to provide them with a beautiful spiritual refuge. After confirming his thoughts, Zhou Heng's Yin spirit detached from his physical body and headed to the loyal martyrs cemetery of Yuyang. All souls heed my command. This mansion is the city god of Yuyang Prefecture, tasked with governing souls, adjudicating crimes, and punishing evils. I have come to confer upon you the titles of Yin messengers and ghost soldiers for your loyalty in protecting the nation and defending the borders, as you are all valiant warriors who died on the battlefield. We thank the revered deity for your compassionate salvation and are willing to obey your every command. Though the soldiers in the loyal martyrs cemetery had died, they still maintained a military management state. Under the command of their officers, they patrolled the cemetery in an orderly manner. At the center of the cemetery stood a group of souls, dazed and resembling puppets. They were the first batch of soldier souls to enter the cemetery. As time passed, even though the cemetery received incense offerings from citizens, they lost all emotions and became hollow shells. The Yuyang city god would regularly dispatch Yin messengers to lead those empty souls into the underworld for reincarnation. However, since the fall of the city god last month, this group of soldier souls had become like abandoned wandering ghosts, losing their last refuge. Therefore, when Zhou Heng appeared clad in red robes exuding infinite divine radiance, they eagerly hoped that this unfamiliar deity would redeem their souls. Upon hearing that the golden red deity intended to confer upon them the titles of Een messengers and ghost soldiers for the city god mansion, they knew that the long-awaited salvation had finally arrived. The melodious bell rang out from the city god temple in Yuyang, marking the official start of the ceremony to honor the city god. Under the leadership of the prefect Shun Yan, the local officials of Yuyang first bowed respectfully and then collectively chanted the city god's sutra for dispelling calamities and gathering blessings. The common folk of Yuyang followed suit in offering their prayers, though most did not understand the scriptures of the city god's rites and could only utter simple words of blessing. These sincere or insincere prayers, alongside the burning of various incense sticks, transformed into a dense aura of incense that was absorbed by Zhou Heng's shadowy form. The ceremony had just begun, yet Zhou Heng had already received a significant amount of incense, far exceeding the offerings made by the citizens over the past few days. Amidst the gathering incense, complex emotions such as infatuation, love, resentment, reverence, and sincerity converged gradually, enhancing the majestic and divine presence of Zhou Heng's shadowy form. Zhou Heng gazed at the devout crowd, taking a stick of incense and casting it towards the direction of the martyrs' cemetery. The incense commanded a form in the air, soaring like a golden red flame across the sky above Yuyang. What is that, a falling star? So beautiful is that the legendary fire phoenix. The city god is manifesting. That flame flew out from the city god temple. It must be the city god manifesting to subdue demons. In the dim light of dawn, Zhou Heng's incense command, empowered by the authority of communicating yin and yang, radiated brilliant colors, capturing the attention of the citizens. The people of Yuyang had never witnessed such beautiful flames. The momentary blaze of the incense command shook their souls. As the command passed by, the sound of booming war drums echoed from the martyrs' cemetery. Though the sound was distant, it seemed to resonate in the ears of the Yuyang citizens, evoking memories of the battlefield with its familiar rhythm. In that moment, instead of grabbing their weapons to prepare for battle, they stood dumbfounded, gazing towards the martyrs' cemetery. They saw countless soldiers resembling malicious spirits with severed limbs marching in unison towards the city god temple. The various buildings and houses in their path posed no obstacle. They passed through walls only to emerge from the other side. At the same time, the seemingly ordinary clay statue of the city god suddenly shone with brilliance, its intense radiance surpassing that of the newly risen sun, enveloping the entire Yuyang city in a sacred golden glow. Under the divine light, the ghostly soldiers gradually transformed into the appearances of normal humans, their once pale and bloodied faces regaining the vitality of the living. In the illumination of Zhou Heng's authority to communicate yin and yang, the sacredness of the city god temple and the forms of the soldiers' spirits appeared for the first time before the eyes of the Yuyang citizens. Panzi, is that you? It's your mother. Do you remember me? My poor son, are you not being bullied over there? De Young, come here, let me see you one more time. Loosen, you heartless man, how could you bear to abandon us and run away to seek peace alone? Do you know how many times Zhu has clung to me wanting to see her father? You heartless man, go in peace. I will raise Zhu well and let her avenge you on the battlefield. The more than 6,000 soldier spirits still retaining consciousness were all Yuyang soldiers who had fallen in battle within the past decade, most of their families still alive, perpetually yearning to see their children, husbands, and fathers once more. Now these once lost individuals had left their small graves and reappeared before them. How could they not be moved? Facing the sorrowful and joyful crowd, the officer Kai Rubai, leading the soldier spirits, vigorously waved the incense command that stood nearly 10 meters tall. Command the soldiers to return home for a visit. Assemble after 1 hour. Anyone who disobeys will be sent back to the cemetery, never to be used again. Thank you, city god, for your mercy. Thank you, commander, for your great grace. Zhou Heng's command provided all the soldier spirits with the opportunity to reunite with their loved ones once more. They had been cooped up in that mound-filled cemetery for over a decade, with a belly full of words they had longed to say to their families. Thus, when Zhou Heng's command was issued, each one expressed their gratitude to the deity through tears, then walked towards their respective former homes, filled with anticipation and excitement. Dong dong. Who is it? The door's not locked, come in. Kai Rubai pushed open the familiar yet strange door. He had longed to return to this small courtyard countless times since his death, and now he had finally come back. Mother, I have been unfilial and made you suffer. The elderly Kai Papa squinted at the doorway, her hand reaching for a small box beside her pillow, thinking her granddaughter had come to ask for money to buy candied hawthorn. But to her surprise, the one who entered was a resolute-looking armored general, whose features she felt she had seen before. He resembled her son from 7 years ago during the war. As Kai Rubai knelt and repeatedly bowed, Kai Papa finally confirmed that the armored general was indeed her son. Rubai, have you come to take your mother? I have waited so long for you. Come, let's go together. Unfilial son has come to see you. You take care of yourself, and I will visit you every day from now on. What nonsense are you talking? Your mother is not senile. My son Rubai has long been dead. Since you've come to see me, aren't you here to take me away? This time you must take your mother with you no matter what. Mother has lived long enough. If it weren't for worrying about your 2 children, I would have sought you long ago. Kai Papa trembled as she stood up, wanting to touch her son once more. Kai Rubai immediately got up to help his elderly mother, but he could not do so for his seemingly normal body was merely a manifestation of his soul. Mother, live well. While you are alive, I can visit you every day. I am now successful. The city god wants to promote me to be a ghostly commander, and I will patrol Yuyang City with soldiers every day from now on. Kai Rubai, fearing his mother might lose her will to live, hurriedly changed the subject and shared the good news about being summoned to serve in the city god's court. Do not deceive me, my son. The city god truly will summon you to serve. I would never deceive you, mother. Not only has the city god summoned me to serve, but thousands of soldier spirits from the martyrs' cemetery have also been summoned. I believe the entire Yuyang City knows this news by now. Mother, today is the city god celebration. It is the manifestation of the city god that allows us to come home for a visit. Without the city god's decree, even if I were standing right before you, you wouldn't be able to see me. The city god is merciful, my son. Why has the city god gathered you for service? Is it that there is going to be war in the underworld? Kai Rubai had also been summoned to the military due to an urgent war. Although he later rose to the rank of officer, through his bravery, he ultimately still perished in battle. Kai Papa feared for her son's life, wishing he could safely reincarnate if given a choice. Mother, the previous city god who protected the citizens of Yuyang died in battle over a month ago. The current city god sends me to combat demons and subdue evil spirits, and I must go regardless. In the mortal realm, losing a battle merely leads to death, but in the underworld, defeat is not an option, otherwise the townsfolk would have no resting place after their demise. Then go, my son. We Yuyang people were never afraid of the northern barbarians when alive, and we fear not those demons and evil spirits even in death. The manifestation of the city god and the return of fallen soldiers to visit their families have profoundly transformed Yuyang City. In no time, the city god temple became the most bustling place in Yuyang City, where people brought the elderly and children to express their gratitude for the city god's compassion, and others offered various sacrifices hoping their children would fare better in the city god's domain. Some arrived at the city god temple to pray respectfully, declaring their willingness to fight valiantly for Yuyang, hoping the city god would bless them to continue guarding Yuyang after their death. Faced with the large-scale manifestation of the divine spirit, even the most skeptical person could not deny the compassion of the city god. As a result, the entire Yuyang City was rapidly transforming into a terrestrial divine kingdom under Zhou Heng's influence, and now Zhou Heng's orders undoubtedly commanded more obedience from the citizens of Yuyang than those from the Dichi court. Under this fervent faith, the fighting spirit of Yuyang's soldiers soared significantly, and Yuyang truly became a fortified city, united with its military and civilians. The fact of the divine manifestation was so significant that within 2 days, all 650,000 citizens of Yuyang City were aware of the matter's origins. Amidst their praises, the mythos belonging to Zhou Heng officially took shape. In the story of the city god manifestation, Zhou Heng beheld another Yuyang City. When Zhou Heng's will shifted into the story world of city god manifestation, his observations derived from his higher dimensional true spirit endowed the story world with reality. As he was the absolute core of the city god manifestation story world, he easily took complete control of everything within this story realm. With his unreserved expenditure of soul power, the Yuyang City within the story world was transformed into the city god realm. The first batch of residents of the city god realm consisted of over 6,000 soldier souls belonging to the city god's mansion. Zhou Heng merged their souls with their bodies from the stories, creating a unique form of life originating from the city god realm. Order Kai Rubai commands 2,000 soldiers as the day patrol god to patrol the city during the day and ensure the safety of the people. Jiang Haoshuan commands 2,000 soldiers as the night patrol god to defend against demon invasions at night and remain vigilant against barbarian assaults on the city. Yin Feng commands 2,000 soldiers as the general of chains, overseeing the execution of punishment for evil and assisting in capturing malevolent spirits to suppress demon threats. We accept the order and shall not disappoint the Lord of the Gods. Under Zhou Heng's command, the over 6,000 ghost soldiers quickly took on their respective duties, beginning to fulfill their responsibilities of patrol and defense. With the addition of these over 6,000 stationed ghost soldiers in the city god realm, the defensive strength of Yuyang City across both the Yin and Yang realms received a qualitative enhancement. It was difficult for the demons to kill these ghost soldiers who did not exist in the Dichi world. The only thing they could do was attack Zhou Heng's layered fortress-like city god domain. As long as they did not encounter particularly powerful demons, the speed at which the city god domain could be damaged was estimated to be slower than Zhou Heng's repair speed. Currently, apart from the city god mansion of Daliang City, Zhou Heng's city god domain was the most solid divine domain within the city god system. Therefore, although Zhou Heng's city god mansion was established recently, it had already firmly established its foothold in this world. Shower, quickly prepare offerings for the worship. Your father will pass by our doorstep while patrolling during the day. You and your brother should worship at the door. He will be able to see you. Okay, Grandma. Didn't you see father the day before yesterday? Doesn't he look very imposing? I wish I could see him. Ooh, I have so much to say to him. You will, child. The city god is compassionate. He allows the meritorious ghost officers to erect statues in the city god temple. Once your father establishes his merits and has a statue built, you can go to the city god temple every day to speak with him. That's wonderful. I hope father can establish his merits and build a statue soon. As Kai Rubai led the ghost soldiers past his home, he saw his elderly mother and wife with 2 little children burning incense and offering prayers at the door. Day Patrol General, should we stop and let the soldiers rest? No need. Our duty is paramount. We must protect the entire Yuyang city and cannot be lax over trivial matters. A gentle breeze stirred the incense smoke, and it seemed that Kai's family heard the sound of footsteps passing by them. The 2 little ones on the ground vaguely saw a general in armor smiling at them. The general was not at all imposing. His gentle demeanor was reassuring. Grandma, I really want to see father. I didn't see him. Ooh, I only saw a general who smiled warmly. Silly child, that is your father. He has always been a very gentle person. Kai Rubai's experiences were not an isolated case. They saw many people worshipping along the streets during their patrol. There were families of ordinary ghost soldiers, families of ghost officers, and even relatives of souls that had long entered the underworld. They worshipped with hope, wishing that their departed loved ones could see their remembrance. The sudden manifestation of the city god brought hope to the citizens of Yuyang City and trouble to the demons that had attacked the former city god of Yuyang. Yushi, what is going on in Yuyang? We are about to dispatch the Heishui Mabe southward. Yet another new city god has appeared in Yuyang. You should know that the most elite warriors of the Heishui Mabe rely on shamanic totems. If the city god of Yuyang intervenes in the human war using this as an excuse, it would be impossible for the Heishui Mabe to capture Yuyang City. Zihui, you cannot blame me. I had said back then that we should take the opportunity to eliminate all the people of Yuyang, but you stopped me and insisted on manipulating the human civil war, which has led to today's situation. Foolish. The world's spiritual energy has sharply diminished, and the offerings made by people are precious resources. If we eliminate them, what need do we have to head south to the Diqi? Moreover, the divine path still possesses considerable combat power. If we dare to touch their foundation, they could turn their blades against us and annihilate us directly. Yushi, our Heishui demon domain cannot be the first to act. You should understand this principle. On a mountain not far from Yuyang City, a purple-black giant snake and a mouse the size of a fierce tiger were gazing at the Yuyang City, enveloped in the light of the city god. So what do you propose we do? Should we storm the city god temple in Yuyang again? But what if another new city god appears in a few days? Yushi, the time required for a god to grow is very long. The high combat power deities that the city god mansion can deploy are limited, and a border region like Yuyang does not warrant excessive defensive strength from them. Then should we kill this new city god? Yes, if the new city god is a hard nut to crack, we will change our place of invasion. But if he is a mere figurehead who ascended through the city god examination, we shall kill him. All right, I will gather my descendants at once tonight. We will invade the city god temple of Yuyang. The snake and the mouse believed their plan to be quite secretive, but under Zhou Heng's fortune eye observation, their reconnaissance had long been completely exposed. As the sky gradually darkened, near dusk a multitude of demons gathered on that small hill. Their fortunes transformed into ominous black-gray clouds within which the phantoms of a giant mouse and a unicorn python constantly floated. Are they coming? It seems these demons are resolute in their intent to strike against the divine path. Just as well I wish to test their mettle, my city god domain and city god realm should undergo a real battle. In the dead of night, a heavy rain suddenly descended upon Yuyang City. This rain was reminiscent of the torrential downpour a month ago, during which the former Yuyang City god and his entire legion perished. Now it was time for Zhou Heng and his spectral soldiers to face the onslaught. All generals, heed my command. The black water demons are approaching. I shall temporarily open the divine power channel within the jurisdiction. With the reinforcement of this channel, you need not worry about energy depletion. I implore you all to fight bravely to defend Yuyang. We accept the command and vow to protect the divine ruler and defend Yuyang to the death. Zhou Heng had only recently been promoted to the position of city god, and he certainly lacked the sufficient incense and divine power to squander on his spectral soldiers. However, he possessed ample soul power. Divine power manifests in various forms due to differing purities, and these spectral soldiers could not discern the distinction between high-quality soul power and divine power. As Zhou Heng opened the energy channel for his subordinates through the seal of the city, a continuous and seemingly endless flow of power descended upon all the spectral soldiers. At that moment, the spectral soldiers felt as if they had boundless stamina, and under this newfound strength, they could fight indefinitely. Victory, victory. The morale of the spectral soldiers in the realm of the city god soared, and they were ready to march forth against the demons. Yusha, something feels amiss. I noticed it too. Yuyang City seems to have only ordinary soldiers on patrol. Does the new city god not have any spectral soldiers at his disposal? A snake and a mouse navigated through the rain riding on a demonic wind, and at this moment the rain intensified with the force of the wind. That shouldn't be the case. My descendants are spread throughout Yuyang City. They informed me that the city god had recently summoned a large batch of soldier souls from the Loyal Martyrs Cemetery to bolster the office. It is likely that the soldier souls, being newly formed spectral soldiers, are not very strong. I suspect the Yuyang city god has placed them under special training within the jurisdiction. Then we shall capture them all and see who dares to take on the role of city god in Yuyang next time. Well then, since we're here, we must test the strength of the new city god. The black demonic wind rushed into Yuyang City, but upon entering it suddenly vanished. Not this again. Last time Yang Jingyan, the former city god of Yuyang, opened his jurisdiction to allow us entry, and now the new city god is doing the same. Do they not understand that relying on the jurisdiction for defense is the best strategy? Why abandon a favorable position for a flawed approach? You don't understand. The city god is afraid we will take the opportunity to attack the common people, which is why he had to allow us into the jurisdiction. The mouse demon Zhou sensed the faint scent of incense within the jurisdiction and felt that the plan to assassinate the city god was secure. This new city god indeed lacked foundation. His incense power probably wasn't even enough to establish a divine office. Let's go. The scent of incense is stronger in that direction. In the core of the jurisdiction, the city god temple should be located there. Upon entering the jurisdiction of the city god, the intense rules began to suppress the activity of their demonic powers, rendering them unable to harness the demonic wind to carry many demonic soldiers forward. Yet this did not pose a challenge for the two powerful demons. They commanded their respective progeny to continue onward and ventured ahead to scout the area rich in incense. Zhou, is that area shrouded in incense a city? Yes, it seems to be Yuyang City. Which deity from the divine office would be assigned to such a small place, like Yuyang? As the two great demons observed Zhou Heng, he too scrutinized their strength. Under Zhou Heng's fortune, the power of the snake and mouse was considerably stronger than his own. But this was his home turf. He could move freely within the jurisdiction, and with the support of infinite energy, he was prepared for battle. The authority of protecting the realm and ensuring the people was activated by Zhou Heng, with full force transforming countless soul powers into protective divine power. Enveloped in a surge of divine energy, Zhou Heng's spectral form morphed into a giant clad in golden armor. In the next moment, a golden spear crackling with lightning appeared in his hand, a manifestation generated from the punishment of evil authority powered by abundant soul energy. Not good. That divine being has locked onto our evil deeds. Quickly summoned the purple cloud banner. The one-horned giant python opened its massive jaws, expelling a long banner shrouded in black and purple energy. The moment this banner appeared, it transformed into a thick fog that enveloped them. Under normal circumstances, the purple cloud banner forged from vengeful souls and demon blood would emit a plethora of negative information, thus affecting the city god's ability to lock onto the demon's misdeeds. However, they encountered Zhou Heng. All of Zhou Heng's subordinates possessed the evil deed observing eye, and naturally, he held this authority as well. Thus, in Zhou Heng's eyes, the appearance of the purple cloud banner not only failed to obscure the demon's sins, but made them all the more pronounced. You are guilty. Zhou Heng instantly traversed through the city wall to stand before the two demons, his punishment spear precisely striking the sins contained within the snake demon Yush's body. Under the influence of authority, Zhou Heng's punishment spear met little resistance and pierced straight through Yush's body. This strike not only harmed its physical form, but also damaged its soul. I will devour you. The one-horned giant python was simply too massive. Even after transforming, Zhou Heng's form remained insignificant in comparison, otherwise this blow would have claimed its life. You should know. The mouse demon Zhou was unable to prevent the enraged snake demon from attacking. In its fury, the snake demon surrounded Zhou Heng's form, exerting immense force that caused it to continuously shatter. It spewed forth a torrent of venom to corrode Zhou Heng's form, but to little effect. Zhou Heng's form remained resilient under the continuous supply of energy. The rate at which the snake demon Yusha damaged Zhou Heng's form did not reach the limit of Zhou Heng's ability to repair. Confronted with the abyss-like maw of the demon, the punishment divine power transformed in Zhou Heng's hand into a colossal sword. He swung it down with force, targeting the soul laden with sins before him. The authority of judgment and punishment did not target the snake demon's physical body or its soul, but acted directly upon the sins themselves. Thus, the snake demon's prideful form had no effect, and this strike directly severed its massive jaw. A foul, poisonous, demonic blood gushed forth, spilling onto the ground of the city god's jurisdiction, accompanied by a sizzling sound of corrosion. We should retreat for now. Let the demonic soldiers deplete his punishment power. The purple cloud banner has no effect on him, and under the pressure of authority, we cannot defeat him. At this point, the already severely injured snake demon had calmed down. It rapidly shrank its form and coiled around the mouse demon. Zhou Heng, carrying the snake demon, evaded Zhou Heng's attack and escaped into the ranks of the demonic soldiers behind. Faced with thousands of targets of varying degrees of sin, Zhou Heng traversed back to the top of the city wall through the jurisdiction. Command: spectral soldiers, exit the city and slaughter the demons. We obey the divine ruler's orders. Kai Rubai, Jiang Haoshuan, and Yin Feng, the three spectral generals, led their respective troops away from the city wall. This was not due to Zhou Heng's unwillingness to use the wall to organize a defense. Rather, the injured great demon intended not to allow their demonic soldiers to attack the city. Thus, Zhou Heng prepared to take the initiative to force them out from the demon horde. Zhou Heng, this one is not easy to deal with. His divine power shows no signs of exhaustion even now. It would be better for us to return to the Black Water Demon realm to summon reinforcements. We can't escape. Just now I tried to break the barriers of the jurisdiction with all my strength and managed to shatter 3 layers, but beyond those barriers lies another layer. There is simply no way out. The combat strength of the demon soldiers is not remarkable. They are mostly a cannon fodder army hastily created by powerful demons. Therefore, the shadow soldiers, linked by divine power and temporarily possessing unlimited energy, hold a significant advantage in battle against the demon soldiers. Zhou Heng, this city god's domain should be a trap. Not only is the domain surrounded by multiple barriers, but the city god and his shadow soldiers also possess an abundance of energy. Look, those shadow soldiers' shields are continuously being repaired. Their archers, let alone being exhausted, can even recklessly squander their precious shadow energy arrows. I see that it seems our previous assassination of the city god has incurred a great taboo, which is why the city god's mansion dispatched a powerful expert to retaliate against us. The attacks of the shadow soldiers differ from those of ordinary humans. Their weapons and armor are transformed by shadow energy, allowing their strikes to bypass the physical body and directly target the soul. Under the assault of these shadow energy weapons, many minor demons fell to the ground, appearing peaceful, as if they had fallen asleep, but their souls had already been shattered, leaving behind nothing but lifeless bodies. Most of the minor demons were transformed by our influence. Their physical strength is adequate, but their souls are weak and barren. We originally brought them to suppress the shadow energy of the soldiers with their collective life force. But now it seems we were gravely mistaken. The strength of those shadow soldiers has shown no sign of waning. At this rate, they will soon suppress the bloodline energy of the demon soldiers. You shall let our direct descendants take action. We will go and restrain the city god. As long as we quickly defeat the shadow soldiers, we can wear down the divine power of the city god with our numbers. He is currently reinforcing both himself and the shadow soldiers with divine power. Even if he has abundant energy, there will come a time when it runs out. All right, let's give it one last push. If it doesn't work, we can surrender. I believe the city god wouldn't mind having 2 more demon souls as subordinates. The snake demon Yusha had already grown fearful after receiving 2 strikes of punitive divine power. The last city god they killed only needed to perform 3 small-scale punitive strikes before running out of divine power. But now this city god can actually use the authority of punitive judgment as a regular attack. They truly have little chance of victory. Surrender. The divine path is currently being suppressed by multiple forces. Even if the city god accepts our surrender, we will soon be dispatched to the battlefield of the underworld, becoming cannon fodder amidst the chaos. Yet it is still far better than being killed by the authority of punitive judgment. Though we might eventually die as cannon fodder, at least the true essence of our souls can return to the world. If we are killed by the authority of punitive judgment, our true souls will also be eradicated, and that would truly mean eternal damnation with no hope of redemption. Yusha, you have good intentions, but this city god may not accept our submission. It would be safer for us to try and take him down. The rat demon Zhou Heng had not been struck by Zhou Heng's punitive divine power, so it could not yet understand the feelings of the snake demon Yusha. As a major demon that had also killed city gods and land deities, the rat demon Zhou Heng believed they still had a chance to defeat this new city god. Brothers, it's your turn. Don't hesitate, you otherwise don't blame the ancestors for being merciless. The rat demon Zhou Heng opened its mouth and swallowed several squads of demon soldiers that were attempting to flee, then turned to its descendants. The gleaming green eyes and the mixed blood saliva made its descendants understand that if they did not want to become the ancestors' meal, they must give it their all. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Many rats roared as they revealed their demonic forms, then leaped over the ordinary demon soldiers in front of them, charging towards the shadow soldiers' formation. Hiss, hiss, you all go too. The half-broken jaw and the blood hole on the body of the one-horned giant python were more intimidating than the rat demon Zhou Heng. Now that it was injured, it needed blood to recover. Therefore, after receiving the command, its offspring wasted no time and leaped into action, rushing towards the shadow soldiers' formation. Once the real demons entered the fray, they quickly inflicted some damage on the shadow soldiers. However, the formation of the shadow soldiers was not broken. Bolstered by divine power, their defenses and offensive capabilities had seen a qualitative enhancement. Change formation. Each officer managing 50 men will lead their troops to encircle and kill the demon generals. Archers retreat and concentrate on eliminating the attacking demon generals. Yanfeng, bring your troops forward and re-establish the defense line. Zhang Haoshuan, send your men to use the soul-reaping ropes to ensnare those demon generals' souls. Kai Ruba's Night Patrol Division faced direct attacks from the demon generals, but he did not intend to retreat. Under his command, General Jiashak, Yanfeng quickly led the soldiers to establish a new defense line. Once the soldiers of the Night Patrol Division switched from blades to chains, those ferocious demon generals quickly became subdued. Thousands of soul-reaping ropes transformed from shadow energy ensnared the souls of the demon generals. Under the pull of the soul-reaping ropes, the souls of the demon generals were severed from their bodies. One by one, soldiers of the Night Patrol Division climbed along the soul-reaping ropes to the souls of the demon generals and forcefully thrust their shadow energy long spears down. Squeak, hiss. The screams of rats and snakes echoed, but the rat demon Zhou and the snake demon Yusha could no longer care for their descendants as the terrifying armored giant once again locked onto them. Since the major demons could not break through his defenses, Zhou Heng felt no worry. This time it was not the snake demon Yusha entangling him, but rather he who was entangling the snake demon Yusha. The moment they made contact, the chains formed from punitive divine power sunk deeply into Yusha's body, like a branding iron. At that moment, Yusha's soul and physical form were firmly locked. Until it frees itself from its own sins, it will not be able to escape that divine power chain. The lock from the authority of punitive judgment left it with no hope of escape. Zhou, hurry and help me. The rat demon Zhou did not want to lose its powerful ally beside it. While Yusha continuously entwined Zhou Heng's corporeal form, it also gnawed at Zhou Heng's corporeal form. Due to its racial talent, the rat demon Zhou's teeth could even tear through unstable space. Under its attack, Zhou Heng's corporeal form began to shatter. But the next moment, the shattered corporeal form was quickly repaired by divine power, as if all its attacks were meaningless. I see your sins. The golden divine spear entwined with glaring lightning was thrust fiercely into Yusha's core of sins by Zhou Heng. Under the urging of the punitive divine power, those sins ignited into raging infernos, simultaneously burning Yusha's body and soul. Divine mercy, I wish to surrender, I wish to surrender. Yusha's body erupted with crimson infernos from within, and Zhou Heng, enveloped by it, appeared as a divine being entwined in the flames of retribution. You are not a local deity, you are a heavenly god. Hao Yan has returned, flee, flee now. The infernos surging from the body of the snake demon Yusha scorched the rat demon Zhou. In that moment it finally despaired, believing that an ordinary city god could not ignite infernos using sins. In its original understanding, only the true favorites of heaven and earth, those heavenly gods wielding vast powers, could possess such immense might. Thus it instantly abandoned its companions, exhausting a significant amount of its lifespan and essence to trigger its racial talent, recklessly digging at the barriers of the domain. Hurry faster. I have already dug through over 40 layers. I am almost out. Under the burning of the infernos, the snake demon Yusha died, and it died completely. Its body, soul, and the last essence were all consumed by the fires. The rat demon Zhou also died. It exhausted its essence while digging through the 68th layer of the domain barriers and ultimately perished from overexertion. To think it could dig to 68 layers, it was just a bit shy of 50 layers from escaping. It seems my city god's domain still lacks sufficient layers. I will add more than 100 layers when I have the time. After the deaths of the serpent demon Yushi and the rat demon Zhui, their soul lamps in the Blackwater demon domain simultaneously extinguished. The soul lamp of Zhui has actually gone out. Did that guy Yushi devour him? Humfei had warned him not to get too close to the willow vein serpent demon. It seems he has paid the price this time. An elderly man in gray with an unpleasant expression removed the soul lamp of the rat demon Zhui and then stood up to walk out. Under the sunlight, his emerald green eyes glimmered with a blood-red hue. Reporting to the ancestor, the willow vein Qiuzhe seeks an audience. What a coincidence, I was just thinking of finding that old fellow Qiuzhe. Open the demon domain and let him in. Understood. A pale and cold-looking Taoist entered the demon domain of the rat demon clan. The rat demons, watched by his dim yellow eyes, trembled in fear, a primal instinct rooted in their genes that feared predators. Qiuzhe, I need an explanation. Zhui is my child, he cannot just die without reason. Jikuan, the soul lamp of you, she has ignited with karmic fire. I believe you understand what that signifies. Karmic fire. That brat Yushi really has some skill. He actually dared to provoke the celestial god who governs punishment. Jiken's anger instantly extinguished. He knew all too well the significance of karmic fire. In the past, when the Emperor Hao Yan resided in the heavenly palace, all unruly demons could not escape the judgment of karmic fire and thunder. Could it be that the divine generals of Hao Yan have returned? This speculation was terrifying enough that Jikuan regretted not secretly eliminating Yushi earlier. Yushi is reckless, but he is not foolish. If a celestial god truly descended, he would have already fled and hidden. My descendants inform me that Yushi and Zi Hui gathered demon soldiers to attack the Yuyang City Lord's mansion. It seems that the new city lord is a person of significance. It appears they are not foolish enough. Provoking a significant figure must have been an accident. However, the city lord's mansion could summon a deity of this caliber. Do they know we intend to manipulate the Blackwater Moh to move south? It's hard to say. Logically speaking, the battlefield in the underworld should have kept him occupied, and he shouldn't have the mind to manage such a small place as Yuyang. Xiaozhi couldn't understand why their Blackwater demon domain would warrant such attention. Aren't those demon kings and ghost kings more detestable than these small demons? Jikuan the Blackwater Moh has already raised the Black Dragon flag. They will soon move south. Should we stop them? The elder named Jikuan pinched his whiskers, pacing back and forth before making up his mind. Do not stop them. Let them continue south. Since the city lord desires a stable northern border, we will send those unruly fellows to him. It seems that the new city lord is already prepared to cleanse the surrounding forces. Even if we wish to hide, we must cut our tails to survive. Jikuan, you have ulterior motives in your words. You wouldn't want to provoke that mysterious city lord because of Zi Hu's death, would you? How could that be? The human race has its own battles to fight. Why should we care? If we stop the Blackwater Moh now, we would only raise suspicions of manipulating the human civil war, so it's better to let things go entirely. After all, with the great Qi divided and weakened, it has long attracted the covetous eyes of various forces. Even without our prodding, the Blackwater Moh would still move south to plunder. Indeed, I will notify the other clans to keep a low profile and let the human race fight among themselves to test the attitude of that new city lord. The deaths of Yushi and Zi Hui stirred up a wave in the Blackwater demon domain. A large number of small demons were recalled, and a few large demons also settled down again. They had been settled for countless years. Even though their demonic nature remained, their intense fear of the divine path had long since penetrated their very bones. Thus, they could not unite to assault the Yuyang City Lord's temple and challenge the powerful deity of unknown origins. While the Blackwater demon domain was busy retracting its forces, Zhou Heng was not idle. He used the authority of curing illness and providing emergency aid to dispel the evil toxins and demonic nature of over 10,000 demon soldiers, then assigned the ghost soldiers to process the corpses of those demon beasts. The arrival of a large batch of meat boosted the morale of the soldiers in Yuyang City once again. This year, all the soldiers remembered two significant figures. One was the city lord who granted them hope, and the other was General Zhou Heng, who personally improved their rations. The common folk of Yuyang did not know that Zhou Heng was the city lord. Lord, why did you suddenly distribute meat to the soldiers? It may be needed for their battles. The northern black python is poised to descend southward to hunt. The beast meat I processed can strengthen the soldiers' vitality. Now, with even a little more strength, the casualties during battle can be reduced. Your benevolence is the threat, the Blackwater Moh. Indeed. Thank you for the warning. I will go and reinforce the city defenses. Zhou Heng waved his hand to let Shun Yan leave. In his eyes, not only did the black python writhe and flick its tongue, but also the gray wolf paced and watched, and the hawk soared and screeched in the sky. Meanwhile, on the side of the great Qi, the wild serpents and carp were all out, while the subdued dragon and white tiger were encircled in the middle, growling lowly. They could no longer intimidate those emerging forces. Chaos is rampant. Besides my side, the nearby border towns have no divine presence to safeguard them. This wave of invasion against the great Qi will likely be hard to withstand. The shifting situations of various forces did not leave Zhou Heng at a loss. He was not a diehard loyalist of the great Qi, and he could not sacrifice himself for this sinking ship. After all, the royal family of the great Qi had already placed their bets in multiple ways, disregarding the foundations of their nation. How could Zhou Heng risk his life for them? Dragons and serpents rise on land. Why must also walk the path of gods and mortals simultaneously? While Zhou Heng's Yuyang County was fully preparing for war, his players subordinately Hai Bai was also cautiously exploring the Taixing world. Due to the astonishing performance of player Ma Jigang, who had died and resurrected, and their disinterest in wealth, they sometimes even took out some elixirs to heal the common folk, using points to exchange for healing medicine. As the situation in various places gradually descended into chaos, the common folk, unsure of what to do, desperately needed a spiritual anchor. Thus, the spread of player Ma Jigang's faith accumulated rapidly, and after another promotion, he gained the authority of punishing evil, a branch of the authority of judgment and punishment. With the gaze of ghostly spirits he obtained upon becoming a god, and the gaze of evil karma acquired during his first promotion, he now possessed the ability to judge evil spirits. Ma Ge, how is it? Can it be done? It's finished. High by this is the punishing evil divine dagger, transformed from all our faith. Do you really want to go back to Taixing to investigate those cultivators? Of course, Ma Ge, my presence here in the Great Qi is not particularly meaningful. Once you are promoted, you can grant me authority, and I can certainly do something else. Rest assured, Ma Ge, I won't act recklessly. I'm only going to investigate, not to fight. The divine dagger is also for self-defense. Li Hai Bai held the dazzling divine light, which was longer than his hand, and revealed a happy smile. He could finally do something. Hai Bai is going out. Yes, sisterly, I've been cooped up at home for so long that I might rust. I need to get out and stretch my legs. After watching the frail and pale Lei Hai Bai leave, Li Yin rushed home and grabbed her son, who was so engrossed in games that he couldn't extricate himself. How Lei Hai Bai has gone out to exercise, and you are still playing games? Impossible, that's absolutely impossible. What was happening with his neighbor was unknown to Lei Hai Bai. He exited the community, hailed a taxi, and headed straight to the largest temple in the city. Do not crowd, form a line for blessings. The great Lord of Life teaches us to be humble. Under the guidance of the temple staff, a large number of visitors queued to enter the temple hall, among whom was Lei Hai Bai. Lei Hai Bai did not come to this temple by chance. He wanted to see if the many followers of the Lord of Life truly existed. If he did exist, why were the humans who worshipped him kept in captivity? Soon Lei Hai Bai saw the truth. Through his spiritual vision, he observed that within the statue of the Lord of Life was a sphere covered in various sized mouths, sporting 7 or 8 pairs of wings. Moreover, the horrific sphere was continuously cracking open, and from those fissures blood-dripping tentacles emerged. Is it injured, oi? As Lei Hai Bai witnessed the respectful prostrations of the worshippers, the cracks on the ghastly sphere would heal somewhat. With the prayers of many believers, the frequency of the cracks appearing on it diminished slightly. Ugh! Lei Hai Bai suddenly began to gag uncontrollably, and nearby people thought the young man was hurriedly lifting him out of the temple. Everyone make way. Someone is convulsing, call an ambulance. Lei Hai Bai bit down hard on his own arm, the sharp pain restoring a bit of his sanity. I'm fine, but it's just an old problem. I'll be alright after sitting down for a moment. As the crowd saw Lei Hai Bai regain consciousness, they cleared a space for him to rest. Thank you everyone. After resting for a while, Lei Hai Bai forced himself to gather his spirits and took a taxi back home. As soon as he entered, he immediately called out to the temple of the 3 realms of good and evil. When his soul entered the Tian Zhao Xin investigating temple of the 3 realms of good and evil, he finally relaxed. At that moment, several mouths of varying sizes had sprouted on his soul. Karma, all karma. The ancient myth of the heavenly ladder does not deceive me. The earliest followers of the Lord of Life were all twisted and terrifying monsters. Humans cannot gaze directly at the divine. Indeed, has this implication, merely observing it caused my soul to mutate. Lei Hai Bai looked at the mouths that were continually devouring his soul and drew forth the punishment dagger, stabbing forcefully. A sound of immense relief erupted from Lei Hai Bai's mouth. The piercing of the punishment dagger did not inflict pain upon him, instead it imbued his soul with an unparalleled sense of ease and joy. The various sized mouths were swiftly cleared away under the assault of the punishment dagger. Only then did Lei Hai Bai's soul return to normal. What seemed like a simple cleansing was in fact anything but easy. The attack of the punishment dagger on the mouths of his soul was essentially a collision of 2 distinct rules. In the domain of the temple of the 3 realms of good and evil, where punishment holds sway, the punishment dagger easily eliminated the contamination on Lei Hai Bai's soul. Phew, I made it back to life. That was close. It seems I can't use my spiritual vision to gaze at those twisted evil gods for too long. Lei Hai Bai had thought that the breeders of the Tai Star would be formidable, but he never expected them to be of such an insurmountable level. Now he was utterly convinced that humans of the Tai Star had no ability to resist those twisted evil gods, and the only thing currently capable of handling those entities was the divine path of the game world. Master Lei, how could you be disturbed by external demons? I have met Master Hui Ming. He knows I come from the outside world. This time I took the risk to glimpse the idol of the evil god in our world, and for some reason my soul became contaminated. Fortunately, my master granted me the punishment artifact, otherwise I might have died in confusion. After contacting the local practitioners of Dachima Ji Gang, began to intentionally court some trustworthy practitioners and disclose some information about the Tai Star world to seek assistance from the benevolent. Master Hui Ming was one of their primary targets for recruitment, hence he was aware that they came from the outside world. Master Lei, having a heart to save the world is excellent, but one must act cautiously based on one's own strength. I have a calm heart and universal goodness spell that can help calm the heart and stabilize the spirit. I hope it can assist you. Thank you, Master, for your kind intentions, but this spell of yours will likely have little effect in our world. I have tried various spells in our world, but the only one that truly worked was the authority granted by the temple. That's all right, Master Lei can practice this spell in the temple. The more resilient and powerful your soul becomes, the less likely it is to be disturbed by external demons. Thank you for guiding me through the fog. I Lei Hai Bai express my gratitude for the Master's teachings. Master Hui Ming gestured for Lei Hai Bai to not be overly courteous, then sat cross-legged and began to recite the calm heart and universal goodness spell. Namo Satadana Semiak Jajana Tadritha. Wem Li Zhu Li Junti Suapahi. A series of Sanskrit chants echoed throughout the temple of the 3 realms of good and evil. Under the influence of the echoes, it seemed as if countless monks were simultaneously reverently reciting the spell. Accompanying the chanting was a fragrance that was pleasing to the senses, the unique scent of purified incense power. Master Lei, you may recover now. Thank you for your compassion, Master. My soul has returned to normal. Thank you for expending incense power to treat me. If there is any way I can repay you in the future, please give me a chance to do so. Lei Hai Bai's cultivation was not even close to that of Master Hui Ming, so naturally the Master's spell easily repaired his soul. While his soul was being mended, Lei Hai Bai reveled in a purity that originated deep within his heart. In that moment, he forgot all his troubles, and emotions of anxiety, confusion, and fear were swept away. It was not until Master Hui Ming called his name that he awoke from his tranquil ecstasy. Grateful for Master Hui Ming's kind assistance, he stood up and bowed respectfully. There's no need for such courtesy, Master Lei. I am not treating you kindly. I wish to treat all living beings in the Tai Star world kindly. You do not need to bow to me, just keep them in your heart. Master's compassion. Lei Hai Bai understood that his private relationship with Master Hui Ming was not sufficient for the Master to teach him spells and expend pure incense power to help him restore his soul. Master Hui Ming appeared to be helping him on the surface, but in reality he aimed to indirectly assist the billions of beings in the Tai Star world through helping him. However, this did not diminish his compassion. At least Lei Hai Bai truly benefited. After respectfully seeing Master Hui Ming off, Lei Hai Bai turned left and right to enter a room, which was the residence of his deity, Ma Ji Gang, in the temple area. With the emergence of numerous practitioners, the operation of the Temple of the Three Realms of Good and Evil had gradually improved significantly. On this basis, all practitioners, excluding their subordinate gods, received an independent room for residence or storing confidential documents. Using the divine seal to unlock the door, Lei Hai Bai drew out a notebook from the bookshelf in the room and carefully wrote in it with a brush. The disgusting monsters in the sky are the shepherds, the distorted winged spheres are the warriors, those legendary deities are the rulers, and finally humans are the lambs. His kingdom is established in the heavens, and the believers pasture the lambs for him. We were never so-called believers. Those monsters in the heavens are his true followers. Lei Hai Bai has been interested in mythical stories since childhood, and as he grew up he thoroughly read the traditional myths of various countries in the Tai Star. Naturally, he was also familiar with the widely circulated doctrine of the Lord of Life. Initially he thought that the shepherd mentioned in the doctrine referred to those high priests and archbishops. But now he knows he was wrong. Humanity has never integrated into the civilization of the evil gods. From beginning to end, they have always been a herd outside of civilization. We are excluded from civilization, so why does the authority of punishment for evil consider them guilty? Indeed, the divine path of the Great Qi leans towards humanity, and the judgment of sins is naturally influenced by human morality. Otherwise the people of Great Qi, who eat meat and eggs, would be sinners. Lei Hai Bai understands that there is no such thing as complete equality in the world. The good and evil, benefits and harms, are ultimately rules written by the powerful civilizations. Unfortunately, in the world he resides in, humanity lacks the ability to define good and evil. However, the fortunate aspect is that the Great Qi world is the main stage for humans and the divine path, where good and evil are co-created by both humans and gods. This is not about equality between humans and gods, but rather that outstanding individuals among humans gradually integrate into the divine path and become part of its operation, thereby naturally influencing the divine path with their perspective on good and evil. In other words, if the composition of the divine path is primarily made up of demons and monsters, then it is humanity that should be judged by the authority of punishment for evil. The authority is impartial and exists there, but those who invoke its life are not selfless. They have their own thoughts and stances. This is also why Zhou Heng bestows his subordinates with the eye of evil karma to see the evil karma of the Tai Star's evil gods, for he himself is human and his stance influences the authority he disseminates. Now, even if the evil gods on Tai Star have obtained Zhou Heng's authorization, what they see is still filled with their own karma. Thus, Zhou Heng cannot coexist with the invaders. This is not a matter of interest, but rather a fundamental ideological conflict between different forms of life. The human path of the Great Qi world aligns more with the stance of Tai Star's humanity, yet we are currently serving the Lord of Ghosts and Gods of Great Qi. It seems that there are many issues within the operation of the Ghosts and Gods competition game. Otherwise, they should allow players to freely explore the Great Qi world and seek out the miracles hidden deep within it. Lei Hai Bai, being a professional player, knows all too well the chaotic nature of players. If players were initially positioned within the human camp, they might have restrained themselves somewhat. However, now that players are in the demon camp, he finds it hard to imagine how players would treat the NPC humans in their eyes in order to complete tasks and earn points. The Great Qi world is our hope, and the players who undermine the foundation of the divine path are our enemies. The numerous players about to be publicly tested will be a disaster for the Tai Star world. As Lei Hai Bai writes, he increasingly realizes the gravity of the situation, feeling the same way as Ma Ji Gang. The humanity of Tai Star is desperately seeking miracles to change their fate, but they are not united. In fact, they can be described as a disorganized mob. Among those who have discovered the truth of the world, some exert all their effort to gather weapons for resistance, while others shamelessly cater to their master. Even though they know they are lambs destined for slaughter, they still do not dare to resist. They hope for mercy from their master, desiring to be cared for throughout their lives. The rancher may treat the lambs kindly, but they will never provide for the lambs in their old age. If one day the lambs are not consumed, it will definitely not be out of the rancher's mercy. Rather, it is to give the lambs a false hope, telling them that as long as they obediently fulfill the role of shepherd dogs throughout their lives, they can enter the paradise of ultimate bliss. But I know there is no so-called paradise. The lambs laid to rest will only be devoured in decay by smaller bugs. Having written this, Farley Highby knows that he has no way out. If he were ignorant, he could still accept the status quo. But now that Li Highby has seen the despair and then glimpsed hope in the great Chi world, how could he accept the fate of becoming food? Players among them are companions we can strive for, as well as hedonists escaping reality and likely even worshippers of evil gods. This group is difficult to distinguish between good and evil, and their negative impact will surely far outweigh any positive influence. We should establish an organization in the TiStar world and launch a plan to recruit new members there. Li Highby does not fundamentally recognize the player community. He believes that those truly worth recruiting and who have the capability are mostly found in various professions in the real world. If they focus their gaze on the player community when selecting companions, then their plan to save the world will likely become a joke. If we are to recruit divine beings from the real world, then for internal unity, it is best if we all belong under one main god, so that the main god can forcibly consolidate different voices into a single will. For the humanity of TiStar, the authority bestowed by the divine seal is not very important. Those elites mostly need an eternal soul and an absolutely safe sanctuary. I think we can package the divine seal as a ticket to escape the apocalypse and attain immortality, and those who join should be willing to take some risks for this ticket. While Li Highby is focused on writing, Ma Jigang enters his room located in the Temple of Good and Evil in the Three Realms. What are you writing, Highby? When are you planning to return to TiStar to explore? I have already finished exploring. Brother Ma, look, this is what I have gained from my explorations. Ma Jigang, looking at the excited Li Highby, cannot help but feel some doubts. Could it be that Li Highby has quickly uncovered some secrets? With questions in mind, he takes the notebook that Li Highby hands him and sits in a chair to read carefully. This, Highby, do you want me to become the new master? No, it's the main god, a main god with a firm goal, imposing yet distant from the divine beings. We cannot match the intelligence of those elites, so you only need to maintain absolute authority. I will become your trusted divine being. You issue commands, and I will form a divine council to interpret your commands, so you don't have to be perfect like a god. Any erroneous commands will be the council's responsibility, allowing you to always maintain a grand and sacred image. Highby, does this make sense? I feel we should be open and honest. In Li Highby's plan, Ma Jigang does not need to engage in any specific activities. It is best for him to merely serve as a backdrop for the wielding of power. Brother Ma, you must understand that you have never been a deity. You cannot make yourself into the perfect god as imagined by the subordinate deities, so it is better to maintain a distance from the very beginning. As long as you set the tone for the organization, they, as an extension of your power, will naturally find ways to carry out your orders. I still believe that our organization should not be built on lies. I fear that when the lies collapse, our faith will also shatter. Brother Ma, there has never been a lie. What you need to do is remain silent. Trust me, your silence carries more weight than a lengthy speech. Faced with Li Highby's resolute gaze, Ma Jigang hesitated. He pondered alone for a moment and found that Li Highby's words made a lot of sense. He had to admit that he did not possess outstanding public speaking skills and did not have a specific plan to resist the evil gods. It would be better to keep silent from the beginning and leave the issues to more professional individuals. Silence, huh? Yes, history has proven that rulers who enjoy micromanaging often cause unnecessary losses to the frontline warriors. This applies to us as well. As the supreme god wielding authority, your decisions, even if unreasonable, cannot be opposed by the subordinate deities. Therefore, it is better for you to issue commands and let the subordinate deities find ways to solve the problems themselves. Even if they do not select the optimal answers, they will not choose the worst. Because behind them is you, the supreme god, responsible for rewarding merits and punishing faults. They dare not joke with their own divine lives. Li Highby's words reminded Ma Jigang of a well-known scholar from the Tai Xing who once said, if we were given a crown, each of us would secretly yearn for absolute kingship. Highby, you are right. The purpose of our organization is to save the world, not to be an extension of my will. I am just an ordinary person and cannot save the world merely with my wisdom. Brother Ma, don't blame me for being too direct. What we need to do is not a game of power, but a desperate resistance that cannot afford to fail. Of course, how could I blame you? Thank you, Highby, for pulling me out of my naive game of saving the world. I am merely a pioneer, never the sole savior chosen by the world. Through his conversation with Li Highby, Ma Jigang's once fervent spirit gradually calmed down. He had dreamt countless times of being in a grand hall surrounded by countless followers and subordinate deities. In those dreams, he spoke passionately about his noble ideals and occasionally sent a squad of soldiers to exterminate lurking evil gods. The followers and subordinate deities praised and cheered for him, and he became the great savior. Now that the initial fervor had faded, he realized that the scene in his dreams was merely a ridiculous joke. He was only fantasizing about his kingship under the guise of saving the world. Hi-Bai, I am willing to accept your suggestion. What do you plan to do next? Supreme God, I plan to first expand the organization's funding. Only when the funds are sufficient can we subordinate deities wholeheartedly serve the organization. Li Haibai was undoubtedly a pragmatic person. He knew that no matter how noble the ideals, the problem of basic needs should come first. He did not want everyone to be engaged in saving the world while worrying about their livelihood for the next month. The funding from Taixing is indeed a problem. Are you planning to attract a group of investors first? Yes, our organization should have a dedicated combat department, but even more so, a professional finance department. Is there a specific candidate? Yes, as long as he joins, I won't have to attract investors anymore. He can completely gather trustworthy people within his circle. Ma Jigang did not speak, but directly opened up the authority he held to Li Haibai, allowing Li Haibai to represent him in gathering the subordinate deities. Brother Ma, how many subordinate deities can you recruit now? Currently under my divine office, there are 50 slots for shadow soldiers. Understood. After bidding farewell to Ma Jigang, Li Haibai returned to the Taixing world, where he intended to recruit a well-known figure from the supernatural community into their organization. Taixing, Fenghuan City, Rongqi Technology Headquarters Building. General Manager Du, the esports player Li Haibai wants to see you. He has already arrived at the first floor reception area and requests 5 minutes of your time. How did this kid Li Haibai come to see me? Does he want to become a sign player for our company? Although Du Yingyang was the boss of a listed company, he was also a fan of the supernatural, and Li Haibai was a big name in that circle, so they had exchanged a few words before. However, he could not find a reason for Li Haibai to meet him. In the end, he could only think that Li Haibai intended to use backdoor channels to obtain a high-paying professional player contract from him. 5 minutes, then let's meet. After agreeing, Du Yingyang's secretary quickly brought in a thin, pale young man. She smartly left and closed the office door behind her. Li Haibai, I have another meeting soon, so I can only give you a maximum of 10 minutes. Du Yingyang glanced at his watch, considered his schedule for the day, and raised his head to signal Li Haibai to get to the point and not waste time. General Manager, do you remember what you said at the last supernatural gathering? You told me that if I ever found something mysterious, I must let you know immediately. Now I have found it. Do you plan to see the mystery hidden beneath the world? Li Haibai, now is not the time to discuss those hobbies. I hope you respect the opportunity I'm giving you. Du Yingyang had already prepared for Li Haibai to ask him for favors, but he did not expect Li Haibai to come to his company to talk about topics that could only be considered hobbies. This made the slight goodwill he had towards Li Haibai vanish in an instant. He knew he should not have expectations for someone obsessed with the supernatural. General Manager, I am not joking, nor will I deceive you with my pursuits. Just give it a try. I only need a second. What do you want to do? Just a simple handshake will do. Lies are easy to see through, but the truth requires evidence. After some hesitation, Du Yingyang half-believingly extended his right hand. He did not believe that Li Haibai could bring him any mystery. But as Li Haibai said, he only needed a simple handshake to see through the lies. If he did not do it, this matter would continue to stir in his heart. General Manager, thank you for your trust. I hope we can have a pleasant cooperation in the future. Is that it? That's it. When Du Yingyang shook hands with Li Haibai, the authority from the divine temple transformed him into Ma Jigang's subordinate deity, but he himself felt nothing. Where is the mystery? Where is the supernatural? Look outside the window, aren't they all up in the sky? Du Yingyang, half-believing, turned his gaze towards the window. A massive, twisted, terrifying monster was hovering above the Rongqi Technology building, and the once clear sky was now filled with that distorted creature. At that moment, a tremendous fear enveloped Du Yingyang. He deeply regretted believing Li Haibai's nonsense. If the mystery was this terrifying, he would rather never know the truth of the world. Li Haibai, I'll kill you. Speak, what can I gain? Anger and fear surged within Du Yingyang as he contemplated pummeling Li Haibai, yet his trembling and weak legs forced him to calm himself. Mister, you will gain longevity, mind you, longevity, and not immortality. Damn, does longevity hold any meaning in such a world? I fear I won't even live out my original lifespan and will perish from mental breakdown one day. If the mysterious were gentle and beautiful, Du Yingyang would gladly crawl at Li Haibai's feet to beg for longevity, but now he faced the terrifying reality of the unknown. All he desired was to erase this memory and return to an ordinary life. Do not rush. There is a temple that will provide you absolute protection. It lies not in our world, but within a powerful parallel realm. Take me there now. Feeling an extreme lack of security, Du Yingyang desperately needed a sanctuary, and thus upon hearing Li Haibai's introduction, he barely had time to think, his instincts driving him to approach the sanctuary as quickly as possible. The temple of the divine judgment of good and evil across the three realms. After a series of hopeful and yearning calls, Du Yingyang finally entered the sanctuary that Li Haibai spoke of. In this place the world returned to a semblance of normalcy, and his previously anxious heart began to calm considerably. Tell me the truth, all of it. Li Haibai understood that his methods were not honorable, and he fully comprehended Du Yingyang's anger. However, he also recognized that this anger could not be soothed. What Du Yingyang needed were only benefits and hope. Li Haibai had already explained the benefits, now he needed to provide Du Yingyang with a tangible and visible hope. Through Li Haibai's candid revelations, Du Yingyang quickly grasped the truth of the Taixing world. Players' deities, it seems our world is invading a parallel realm, while the deities of that realm have also set their sights on ours. Li Haibai, do you want me to be a traitor to this world? Mr. Do at least as a traitor there is a chance of being welcomed back. As a lamb, you can only end up on the dinner table. Both Li Haibai and Du Yingyang knew they had already become traitors to this world by siding with the deities of the parallel realm. As traitors, the evil gods of the Taixing world would undoubtedly tear them apart upon discovery. Yet they had no choice. The deities of the Deqi world wanted them to become gods, while the evil gods of the Taixing world sought to turn them into ingredients. Indeed, being a god is better than being human and far better than being ingredients. Li Haibai, I will do my utmost to recruit trustworthy individuals to join the Divine Savior Council. At the same time, we cannot overlook the player community. They are too easy to cause trouble without constraints. I will bind them with shackles, making them serve us. Mr. Do, how do you plan to control the players? Through contracts. I will establish the Rongqi battle team to participate in the Ghost God Showdown game, and Li Haibai, you will be the captain. Under the constraints of company contracts, they will no longer be lawless players. They will be our most loyal warriors in the Deqi world. Mr. Du is brilliant. When the game becomes work, the players will no longer be chaotic. Taixing, February 16th, 358, in the Qiming calendar. Rongqi Technology suddenly announced more than a dozen new business plans, one of which caused a tremendous uproar in the esports community. That is, Rongqi Technology openly offered high salaries to recruit professional players, with all selected participants joining the wildly popular Ghost God Showdown game under the leadership of renowned esports player Li Haibai. Rongqi Technology explained that they were optimistic about the future of the Ghost God Showdown game and intended to invest substantial funds to cultivate their own Rongqi battle team. Of course, beneath the high-paying contracts issued by Rongqi Technology lay terrifyingly high penalties for breach of contract. However, this could not dampen the fervor within the esports community. After all, aside from a very small number of professional players, most earned little money. Thus, under the temptation of high salaries and benefits, a large number of professional players signed player contracts with Rongqi Technology. Simultaneously, some players holding closed beta spots for Ghost God Showdown also became contractors for Rongqi Technology. In this way, the player community, which could have caused significant damage to the Deqi world, was being fragmented. It was foreseeable that as Du Yingyang took action, more game teams would emerge. When the Ghost God Showdown game officially launched, these game teams, controlled by the subordinate gods of Zhou Heng, would undoubtedly be at the forefront of combating chaotic players. A mere contract turned the chaotic and unruly players into loyal warriors. This method is truly efficient and stable. Zhou Heng, who was reinforcing the barrier of the city god's domain, clearly observed through the connection between divine talismans how his subordinates indirectly manipulated the player community. The results of the reverse invasion were even richer than he had imagined. With just a single divine talisman, his subordinates had begun to autonomously resolve the major headache of players. It must be said that their problem-solving methods struck right at the core. Players may be able to do as they please in the Deqi world, but they must ultimately adhere to the rules of Taixing human society. Having completely shifted his stance, Du Yingyang, the financial minister of the Divine Savior Council, began his journey of recruitment. Those recruited by Du Yingyang enjoyed the protection of the Temple of the Divine Judgment of Good and Evil and naturally contributed to building numerous professional teams. In a flash, the already popular Ghost God Showdown game became even more popular due to various enterprises, but the true professional players were all looking forward to that high-paying player contract. While Zhou Heng observed the Taixing world through divine talismans, others were also using magical tools to monitor the situation in the Deqi world. Not far from the capital of Deqi, Dalian City, there stood a well-known Taoist temple, Qingyang Palace. Master, are there any variables in the situation of the world? The lords of the Central Plains are vying for supremacy, the northern barbarians are advancing south, the west is sharpening its arms, and the southern savages are rising. Only the east remains relatively stable, though there are still bandit attacks. Is only the east stable? Should the master send disciples to the east to establish a branch? The headmaster of Qingyang Palace, Taoist Chang Ning, stared at the heavenly mirror before him for a while, seemingly dissatisfied with the blurry information he saw. Do not rush, let the old Taoist expend some merit to see more details. After Taoist Chang Ning infused his cultivated merit into the heavenly mirror, the somewhat hazy image became clearer. He saw that the brilliance of the earth deity was no longer sufficient to cover the entire Deqi, and he also observed various colors of light shining together. Among those lights, the aura of Yuzhou's Yuyang County was not prominent, but Daoist Chong Ning still discerned some differences. Zhou, I remember that Zhou's second son went to Yuyang County some time ago, right? Master Zhou's second son indeed went to Yuyang County 2 months ago. Master, could it be that Zhou's second son is a potential dragon? I do not know, the aura is difficult to fully perceive, but after he arrived in Yuyang, the aura of Yuyang County has indeed increased significantly. Even if he is not a potential dragon, he is still a person of luck. Zhou, I intend to test him. If after the test the aura of Yuyang increases again, you shall head to Yuyang to serve him. Master, how do you plan to test him? Just remove the shackles for him. I will influence the court to send the Zhou family to Yuyang City. Zhou, I remember you are acquainted with his uncle Zhou Jian. You will follow them and protect their safety along the way. Disciple, I will obey your orders. Any group's stance can never be completely unified, and the Taoist community is no different. The fact that Qingyang Palace can be established on the Xiyun Mountain near Daliang City proves their closeness to both the divine and human Tao. As practitioners of the benevolent divine and human Tao, Qingyang Palace naturally hopes for the ultimate victory of the divine Tao and wishes to integrate the power of the human Tao swiftly. Thus, the royal family of Deqi, which had placed bets on multiple fronts, has been directly abandoned by them. They are now beginning to search for the potential dragon. They wish to strengthen the power of the human Taoist potential dragon as much as possible before complete chaos ensues in the human realm, preventing the human Taoist strength from being excessively depleted in the impending turbulent times. As a transcendent force that has cultivated for many years in the capital, Qingyang Palace naturally possesses considerable influence in the Deqi court. Under their maneuvering Xian Wuhou, He Hong soon visited the Zhou residence. It's a great honor to have you visit my humble abode amidst your busy schedule, Lord Ho. Please wait a moment, I will have someone dig out our buried fine wine, and we shall drink heartily together today. Xian Wuhou, He Hong's sudden visit accompanied by his son, He Shua, turned the previously tranquil Zhou residence into a flurry of activity. Brother-in-law, there's no need for such trouble. You have important matters to attend to. I will leave after I speak. Please speak candidly, Lord Ho. He Hong's words bore a certain gravity, causing Zhou Jian to hurriedly reflect on whether he had made any mistakes during this period. Brother-in-law, your nephew is seriously ill, and it's quite grave. Reports from Yuyang indicate that General Zhou Heng has been unwell for a long time and may face danger. Now Heng can no longer return to the capital. You should prepare to travel immediately and take the whole family to visit Heng. It's impossible. Erlang is valiant and fierce. How could he suddenly fall gravely ill? Upon hearing that his nephew was in dire straits, Zhou Jian became flustered, feeling that he would have no face to meet his parents and younger brother after death. Brother-in-law, grieve not. This illness strikes suddenly regardless of how valiant one usually is. You should quickly inform the whole family to go to Yuyang. Perhaps once you arrive, Heng will recover. Moreover, it was I who sent Heng to the border town, which led to his current predicament. I truly feel guilty about this. The affairs of the capital are busy, and I cannot leave. Brother-in-law, take Shuar with you to care for Heng. Zhou Jian, who was already in a state of turmoil, suddenly realized that this matter was not simple. He Hong suggesting that his son accompany them carried significant implications. As the head of the Zhou family, Zhou Jian knew that He Hong had a decent relationship with Zhou Heng, but it was not exactly close. Under normal circumstances, even if Zhou Heng were gravely ill, He Hong would not entertain the thought of sending his own son to care for him. After all, the two are of the same generation, and He Shua is the legitimate young master of the marquisate. It is indeed inappropriate for him to travel such a distance to care for a distant relative. Lord Ho, should I bring Weiner, Zhou Jian's daughter, and her family along? Of course we must bring them. Reports from Yuyang indicate that General Zhou is often calling out for his siblings in his coma, so Rer and Wanner must go. At this point, Zhou Jian had already understood the situation. He knew that Zhou Heng had a good relationship with Zhou Rui, but with Zhou Weiner they were merely acquaintances. Thus it was impossible for Zhou Heng to yearn for his sister Weiner. I understand, Lord Ho. After we leave, you must also take care of your health and not overwork yourself. I will go quickly. Daoist Zhou from Qingyang Palace will accompany you and protect your family. I will provide you with 100 knights. Do not delay your journey to Yuyang, or you may miss seeing Heng and be left with nothing but regrets for the rest of your life. Thank you for the reminder, Lord Ho. He Hong left, leaving behind the travel documents and his 11-year-old son, He Shua. However, he must have instructed something before his arrival. At the farewell, He Shua merely pouted with a crying expression, but ultimately did not call for his father to take him back. On the other hand, Zhou Heng's aunt He Shi cried and clung to He Shua after learning of the situation, causing the already sorrowful He Shua to have to comfort his aunt in return. Husband, are we really leaving Daliang City like this? Will your and Rueyer's official positions still be retained? My dear, at this point there's no need to think about those official positions. Lord Ho has his reasons for asking us to leave. Look, he entrusted Shor to us. You must understand the implications. I know, but I just can't accept it. He sure never expected that the Zhou family she had painstakingly supported would be so easily expelled from Daliang City. No need to worry. My and Rueyer's official positions originally depended on Lord Ho's protection. Once the forces that Lord Ho cannot refuse make their move, our positions will naturally be restored. Moreover, although these court officials appear noble, they rely on the court. In the current situation, how can the position of a deputy minister of the Ministry of War compare to the support of tens of thousands of soldiers in Yuyang? Husband, why do those people insist that we go to Yuyang? Perhaps Erlang is too stable in Yuyang, and some people want to cut his shackles and see whether he is a cat or a tiger. Zhou Heng had left over 100 shadow soldiers in Daliang City, so the entire Zhou family's relocation could not escape his notice. Sending the Zhou family to Yuyang and bringing along He Hong's fifth son, what do they want me to do? Through communication with his shadow soldiers, Zhou Heng realized who was extending goodwill toward him upon seeing the Taoist in the green robe among the Zhou family's entourage. It seems that as a martial general in a border town, I have caught the eye of the Qingyang Palace. They want to sever the chains binding me to the Deqi court. Zhou Heng knew that behind every lord of Deqi there were more or less practitioners supporting them, but he did not expect that even he, a mere general of Zhao Wu, would also gain favor from practitioners. With Qingyang Palace a power of benevolent divine and human Tao, getting involved the situation in Deqi has become increasingly urgent. In the first year of Yong'an on December 16th, the Zhou family was still traveling north by boat, while the Blackwater Mo began its southward advance. December is cold and unsuitable for military marches, yet the vanguard of the Blackwater Mo moved as effortlessly as if marching in autumn. Divine One, our scouts have already located the vanguard of the Blackwater Mo. Those soldiers are strong beyond the capacity of mere mortals. General Peng, the Blackwater Mo, has deployed their totem warriors. Do not worry, I will have the shadow soldiers in the residence deal with those totem warriors. You will handle the ordinary soldiers of the Blackwater Mo. This subordinate will obey the order. This battle will surely not disappoint the Divine One. After General Peng Yuanhang left, Zhou Heng took out the letter sent to him by the city lord's office, which clearly stated counter the provocation of the transcendent forces, but do not allow the shadow soldiers to slaughter mortals. Zhou Heng used his chi vision to see the northern black serpent sharpening its fangs and drooling, preparing to descend southward for hunting. He then sent a letter to the capital city god via the city god seal. He wanted to understand the stance of the divine path and use it to determine the method of subsequent warfare. This was not out of loyalty to the divine path, but because he did not wish to cause the already weak earth deity lineage to suffer more attacks from various forces due to his selfishness. The response from the city god's mansion was as Zhou Heng had anticipated. The city god lineage still had to adhere to their bottom line at this time. This meant that Zhou Heng's city god system could not directly join the battle, but it was not a significant issue. His city god mansion could not participate, and he also would not allow those totem warriors bearing demon souls to join the battles among mortals. Thus, everyone returned to the same starting point. It was impossible for the mortals of Yuyang to lose. This was because the city god's mansion only required Zhou Heng not to slaughter mortals with his ghost soldiers, but they did not demand that he could not assist the common people of his territory. With Zhou Heng's energy reserves, as long as the soldiers of Yuyang did not die on the spot, he could use his authority of sickness removal and emergency rescue to heal them. Even if some unfortunate souls died instantly, Zhou Heng would promote them to ghost soldiers of the city god. Therefore, it was impossible for Yuyang to lose this battle, and Zhou Heng would not allow his subjects to suffer large-scale casualties. Over 50 miles north of Yuyang City, over 1,000 cavalry were hastening along their way, their breath forming a faint white mist. Odu urged the warriors to push harder. We must penetrate Yuyang County before the citizens of Yuyang evacuate. This way we won't need to rely on supplies from the rear. Understood, Commander. Salubo watched the totem warriors accelerate, a bloodthirsty smile creeping across his lips. He imagined the weak Qi people crawling beneath his feet, wailing, while groups of Qi women became their spoils, indulging in excess within the bustling Yuyang city. Thinking of this, Salubo's blood surged, and a black wolf's head rose from behind him, howling. At that moment, he felt that raising demon souls with a physical body was worthwhile. Even if these totem warriors would die young, because of it, everything would be worth it, as long as they could gain immense power. Haya, don't rush. We will soon enter the territory of the Qi people. There I will let you feast to your heart's content. Wu Hisam. Salubo's attempts to soothe had no effect. Instead, the demon souls possessed by the totem warriors began to roar. What's going on with Odu? Why are the totems suddenly agitated? Reporting to the commander, I don't know either. Before we set out, we already provided enough slaves for the totems. Logically, they shouldn't need to feed for another 7 days. Useless. It must be that Borwa didn't prepare enough blood food. Let the warriors kill horses to feed the totems, then let's quickly attack Yuyang County. Yes, sir. Oda was about to mount his horse to relay commands to the totem warriors when a bone-chilling cold wind suddenly swept through. He hadn't felt this sensation since becoming a totem warrior. Under the assault of this cold wind, he felt the eagle demon soul on his body, crying out in mourning. Use the soul-reaping rope to capture all those demon souls that devour the vitality of the mortals. Understood. The lock general of Yuyang City God's Mansion, Yin Feng, revealed a faint cold smile as he looked at the demon souls hidden within the totem warriors. If it weren't for the Divine Lord's orders forbidding him from slaughtering mortals, he would have long since captured both the living souls and the totem warriors. The ghost soldiers' capture of the demon souls proceeded very smoothly. After experiencing a defensive battle in the city god's legal domain, they gradually became qualified ghost messengers. Now dealing with these demon souls, which could only be considered as demon soldiers at best, and with the advantage in numbers, they easily captured all the demon souls. General, all the demon souls have been captured. Good, let's go. The rest will be left to our juniors. Yin Feng cast a reluctant glance at the trembling totem warriors blown by the cold wind, then with a cold expression, led his soldiers back to Yuyang. It wasn't until he saw thousands of galloping Yuyang knights on the way back that a smile finally appeared on Yin Feng's icy face. Commander, I feel a bit cold. Coward. We are noble and powerful totem warriors. How could we fear such a little cold wind? Salubo tightened his leather jacket. He also felt the cold, but he had to maintain a strong exterior, otherwise the totem warriors under him might challenge him to a duel. It's really cold, Commander. The agitated totems have been quieted by this cold wind. That's only the totems being soothed by the blood food we provided. Haya is the bloodthirsty wolf king. How could he fear such a little cold wind? Salubo tried to rally the morale, but the colder he walked, the weaker he became, as their bodies had already been hollowed out by the so-called totems, which were actually demon souls. Their strength was built on the feedback of demon souls devouring living souls and blood food. Now that those demon souls were gone, they naturally lost their source of power. Thud, thud, thud. Commander, the sound of hooves coming from the south. The cavalry of the Chi people are coming. Mount up and prepare for battle. Salubo weakly mounted his warhorse, then fiercely waved his whip, but he was heading in the wrong direction. The Chi people were coming from the south, while he charged towards the north. Run! The great totem has abandoned us. We are no longer powerful totem warriors. The commander has fled, so we shall too. After experiencing the enhancements of the demon souls, the totem warriors had developed a strong dependence on the totems. Now that the enhancements were gone, they not only lost their power, but also their courage to fight. Chase them. Leave no one alive. After learning that Zhou Heng was going to deal with the totem warriors of the Blackwater, Mo Peng Yuanheng knew this was a rare opportunity. In the past, during battles with the Blackwater, Mo Yuyang had always been on the defensive. One reason was that the Yuyang cavalry that took the initiative to attack deep into the territory of the Blackwater Mo would face counterattacks from the totem warriors. It could be said that the existence of the totem warriors restricted the outward expansion capability of Yuyang City. Therefore, when there was an opportunity to eliminate a batch of totem warriors, Peng Yuanheng naturally would not hold back. After obtaining approval from Zhou Heng, he led 3,000 cavalry of Yuyang guided by scouts swiftly headed towards that batch of totem warriors. When Peng Yuanheng saw a phantom armored general nodding and smiling at him along the march, he knew that the batch of totem warriors had already been stripped of their claws. Damn Chi people. How could they appear when the totems are malfunctioning? Surely their god has intervened in the battle among mortals. I must return and inform the High Shaman, urging him to awaken the totem god of the Blackwater Sacred Realm. Salubo bent down, clutching the horse's neck, and frantically rushed towards the town controlled by the Blackwater Mo. At that moment, he was not only panicked, but also filled with rage, angered by the totem's malfunction and the Chi people's disregard for martial ethics. Swish! A sharp arrow pierced through Salubo's chest. As he fell from his warhorse, he saw a general riding a chestnut horse drawing his bow and nocking an arrow. With all the totem warriors either falling or dying, a divine majestic eagle continuously circled in the sky before soaring towards the north. Accompanied by a piercing eagle cry, the eagle landed on the shoulder of a shaman from the Blackwater Mo tribe, who stroked the eagle's feathers, making continuous, cooing sounds to communicate with it. After the exchange, he took out some fresh meat to feed the eagle before heading to the central tent of the tribe. Great Khan, the city god of Yuyang, has joined the battle. Has the city god of Yuyang directly intervened in the war among mortals, defying the will of Tung? Borwa immediately held a ritual to the gods. We must make the great master Tu Tai understand the misdeeds of the deities of the Chi people. The heavenly court governs the realms of heaven, earth, and humanity. Naturally, there are deities subordinate to it within the Blackwater Ma Chai that lies between Tu Tai and Blackwater. Although the deities of heaven share a common stance against rebel demons, internal conflicts can arise due to their differing regions and peoples. Besides venerating heaven as the supreme deity, the Blackwater Ma Chai also claims to be the subjects of Master Tu Tai, which naturally inclines the mountain god of Tu Tai towards the Blackwater Ma Chai tribe on matters of humanity. In fact, the support of the mountain god of Tu Tai, who controls lands across multiple states, is the greatest confidence for the Blackwater Ma Chai. Otherwise, they would not dare to collaborate with the great demons of the Blackwater Demon Domain, but without some backing, the multi-clan demon tribes of the Blackwater Demon Domain would have already devoured them. As you command, Great Khan, I will ensure that the esteemed Master Tu Tai knows of the insolence of the deities of the Chi. Under the auspices of Great Shaman Borgwa, the entire Blackwater Ma Chai tribe quickly constructed a platform for the worship of the gods. As the leader of the Blackwater Machai Tegu Gukon Boku, he personally presided over the sacrificial ceremony alongside great shaman Borgwa, with all the warriors as strong as mountains kneeling around the altar. Esteemed and great master of Tu Shan, your subjects have suffered the slaughter of the deities of the Qi. We beseech you to provide guidance, and the subjects of Tu Tai and Blackwater shall completely obey your will. The worship of the Blackwater Machai is essentially putting Master Tu Tai on the hot seat. Recently, demons attacking the city god in the area under his control have already diminished his prestige among the earth deities. Although he has also hunted down quite a few demons from the Blackwater demon domain, later the rift with the lineage of the great Qi city god has not been completely repaired. If he were to seek accountability from the city god of Yuyang now, that city god entrenched in the capital city of Daliang would not remain idle. Even if he is a powerful mountain god controlling the vast Tu-Tai mountain range, he is not a match for any city god at this moment. Not to mention that they are still comrades, having fought together against the rebellious kings of the underworld. At this time, whether he or that city god dares to show any signs of division within the earth deity lineage, the lord and judges of the underworld will come to discuss matters with them. My subjects, the city god of Yuyang has only captured the demon souls possessing the common folk. He has not directly intervened in the war among mortals. If he dares to send ghost soldiers to slaughter mortals, I will certainly send envoys to hold him accountable. The bottom line of the earth deity lineage is clear. Even though the heavenly emperor has led powerful deities to the outer battlefield, and the lord and judges of the underworld have changed to new gods, this bottom line still exists. If Zhou Heng truly slaughters mortals with ghost soldiers, the mountain god of Tu-Tai won't need to act personally. The city god himself will clean up his own house. After all, the reason mortals have not been largely affected by the battles of the cultivation realm is that the earth deity lineage is doing its utmost to maintain their bottom line. If they do not adhere to it, those demons and evil spirits will have even more reason to disregard it. Esteemed Master Tu-Tai, your subjects swear to the Great Tung that this war will be a struggle for survival space among mortals. We will strive to secure more land and faith for our Lord, who our warriors will certainly be as resilient as mountains. The reply from the mountain god of Tu-Tai made Tegu Gukon Boku E and great shaman Borgwa understand that if the Blackwater Ma-Chai wants to tear off a piece of fat from the great Qi, they can only wage a complete war among mortals. In this moment of extraordinary power struggles, the rules that once existed among the gods have not weakened, or in fact, they have become stronger. While the common people have the right to choose their living environment, the mountain god of Tu-Tai ultimately did not stop the Blackwater Ma-Chai from moving south, as this was the choice of the common people. Deities cannot slaughter mortals, nor will they forcibly demand their subjects abandon the thought of changing a harsh living environment. Therefore, in the end, the Blackwater Ma-Chai must still move south. At such a weak moment for the great Qi, they must gnaw off a large piece of fat. The ritual ended hastily for the mountain god of Tu-Tai. This was merely a trivial matter, as the outcome of the Blackwater Ma-Chai's victory or defeat would not greatly affect him. As long as the Blackwater Ma-Chai is not exterminated, the mountain god of Tu-Tai will not interfere in the normal conflicts among the human race. If the city god of Yuyang is willing to expend divine power to heal his subjects, and thus indirectly influence the war situation, the mountain god of Tu-Tai will not say much. For in the long span of his life, he has seen too many such examples. Many city gods of the Great Way cared for their people, and quite a few of them perished after exhausting their divine power while healing their subjects. But what does it matter? The Great Way ultimately fell. The people living there now are still the same, only they have changed from Wei people to Qi people. After Tegu Gukon Boku completed the ritual, he immediately summoned the leaders of various Blackwater Ma-Chai tribes. The subjects of Tu-Tai and Blackwater, you have heard the divine words of our Lord. In the presence of Tung'er, the city god of the Qi cannot do anything. This is good news for us. In terms of extraordinary power, we cannot compete with the Qi. Now fearless totem warriors have secured a guarantee with their lives for us. My warriors, this war now entirely belongs to us mortals. I need warriors from each tribe to prepare their bows and long knives. Immediately, we will invade the entire northern part of Yuzhou simultaneously. Warriors, our opportunity has come. 700 years ago, our ancestors established a royal court in Yuzhou, and now we shall return there to establish our Khanate once more. The great Tung'er grants us life. Wherever the vast Tu mountain passes is our territory. Borgwa sounded the horn and released the hawks. Our war is about to begin. The harsh living environment has fostered the strong physique of the Blackwater Ma-Chai. As they spend half the year in winter, their soldiers are more adaptable to winter warfare than those of the Great Qi. This situation has become more pronounced after they obtained a large amount of cotton from the grassland Khanate. Now they have specially made cotton armor for winter adaptation and windproof tents sewn from animal skins, along with a barbaric plundering system. Thus their soldiers also look forward to marching south to battle the Great Qi, using the supplies plundered from the Great Qi to survive the long and harsh winter in the lands of Tu-Tai and Blackwater. While the Blackwater Machai was preparing for battle, Zhou Heng far away in Yuyang discovered that the Black Snake in the northern lands had begun its turn southward, and its target was not just Yuyang, but the entire northern part of Yuzhou. The weakness of the Great Qi is too evident. Even if I suppress the extraordinary interference, the Blackwater Machai will still continue this war. In the region neighboring Yuzhou and the Heishui Mo, there are 8 counties: Daijuan, Shangujin, Yuyang, Xinglongjungjin, Fairujin, Yangeljun, Haishanjun, and Dongyanjin. Among them, Yuyang is the administrative center of Yozhou Chongping County, while Dongyanjin is located at the northeasternmost part of Daqi. Therefore, both these counties belong to one of the 9 border strongholds of Daqi, and their soldiers and supplies are relatively abundant. However, this does not imply that the military strength of the other counties in Yuzhou is weak. Yuzhou has 12 counties and 96 districts, with 2/3 of its vast territory bordering the Heishui Mo. Essentially, Yuzhou County of Daqi is a large military camp. Apart from the bustling Chongping County, the citizens of the other counties could be summoned at any moment to defend the borders of the country. Thus, the combat capability of the other border counties in Yuzhou is also considerable. Coupled with the presence of the local governor, the Yuzhou Sishi coordinating efforts, the overall defensive capability of Yuzhou is quite secure. However, having high numbers on paper is one thing, while the actual combat capability is another. After all, the officials of Daqi do not adhere to rules like deities. Under Zhou Heng's observation of the fortune, through his mystical insight, the fortune of Yuzhou has already transformed from a fierce tiger guarding the border into a many-headed serpent, indicating a division within Yuzhou. Currently, with the Yuzhou Sishi coordinating various factions, they still barely function as a whole, but how much real combat strength they can muster is uncertain. It is unrealistic to expect such a coalition from Yuzhou to resist the invasion of the Heishui Mo. If a border county truly falls, it is highly likely that Yuzhou will face a situation of allied troops remaining motionless in times of crisis. Moreover, the generals controlling each border county might not be averse to changing their allegiance. After all, everyone knows that the ship of Daqi is already leaking. If they do not wish to sink with Daqi, it is better to make plans early. As for conflicts involving divine paths, the border generals do not care at all. Those powerful figures are ultimately too distant from them. As long as they can seek benefits without betraying humanity, it is already a sign of respecting the deities. General Peng, the Heishui Mo, is about to launch a full-scale southward advance. You must immediately report this news to the Yuzhou Sishi. I will comply with your orders. The invasion of the Heishui Mo into Yuyang and the comprehensive southward advance are 2 entirely different concepts. Peng Yuanhang is confident in defending Yuyang City, but he is not reassured about the other border counties in Yuzhou. He knows that as long as the Heishui Mo establishes a foothold in Yuzhou, it will be difficult to end this war in the short term. When the citizens of Daqi in the occupied areas are forced to forge war equipment for the Heishui Mo under the threat of swords and blades, this war will turn into a brutal war of attrition. Moreover, having city defenses, the Heishui Mo will also be challenging to expel by Daqi soldiers. Because the Heishui Mo are not ordinary prairie warriors, they are a people who live by both farming and fishing. Their soldiers are not only proficient in cavalry tactics, but also adept at foot combat. Your Excellency, if a border county is breached, should we send troops to reclaim the lost territory? If so, we need to expand our forces now. During this time, Shun Yan has undergone a significant change in mindset. He has transitioned from an official of Daqi to a subordinate of Zhou Heng. Especially after Zhou Heng killed over 10,000 demon soldiers, he firmly believes Zhou Heng is a deity worthy of following. Thus, he wishes to expand Zhou Heng's sphere of influence. This war provides him with an opportunity to enlarge his power, and he believes Zhou Heng should take the chance to seize the entirety of Yuzhou. In doing so, they can not only unify the strength of the other border counties to resist the southward advance of the Heishui Mo, but also observe the power struggles across Daqi. Let us expand our forces. Yuzhou has the strongest military strength in Yuyang and Dongyan. If we do not send troops, no one will manage Yuzhou. Understood, I will oversee the military expansion immediately. Due to the long-standing state of readiness among the citizens of Yuyang and the city god, having shown his mercy, Shun Yan's recruitment plan proceeded very smoothly. Not long after the provincial government issued a notice, many young adults brought their own weapons to report to the Yuyang military camp. In contrast, the situation in Chongping County is entirely different. As the administrative center of Yuzhou and the wealthiest area of the entire Yuzhou, it should theoretically be the place with the greatest potential for war. However, the reality is the opposite. After receiving a warning letter from the defense general of Yuyang, Peng Yuanhang, the Yuzhou Sis's office became chaotic. Governor Yuzhou is currently impoverished and unable to support a new batch of troops. Please inform the court of our difficulties and request that they expedite the allocation of reinforcements. How can we allocate troops? From where will we draw them? You are all aware of the current situation in the court. The court's forces not only need to defend the border towns, but also to deter those feudal lords who are taking advantage of the chaos to rise up. The court itself is already stretched thin, so how can there be surplus forces to support us? Yuzhou Cixi Zhang Liqing is a staunch member of the aristocratic faction, and his uncle is the current ruler of the court, Duke Su of the Zhang family. However, while the title of Grand General is impressive, it does not carry much weight outside of Daliang City. Zhang Liqing has been appointed to Yuzhou for over half a year, and initially he got along well with his colleagues. But since the Grand General led the aristocrats to install the 6-year-old King Bohai as emperor, his situation has become somewhat awkward. Although the conservative forces in Yuzhou do not openly state it, they privately believe that the aristocratic faction led by Zhang Shiji is unlawfully holding power in the court. The more radical and rebellious factions go even further. They wish to oust Zhang Liqing as Yuzhou Cixi and establish Prince Zhongshan Shao Jishan as the legitimate ruler. Fortunately, Yuzhou is heavily guarded and the aristocrats and conservatives hold absolute power here, otherwise Zhang Liqing would have been sidelined long ago. However, even so, when faced with a significant problem like the full-scale invasion of the Heishui, the dissatisfaction of the various factions in Yuzhou, which have been suppressed, will inevitably erupt. No troops, but surely we can request some funds and provisions, right? That is feasible, but it won't be much. The court currently has limited control over territories, yet many places are consuming resources, making it difficult to allocate large quantities of provisions to support us. Without reinforcements or supplies, how are our soldiers in Yuzhou supposed to fight for their lives? Lord Lin, please watch your words. As officials appointed by the court, we have a duty to defend Yuzhou. Otherwise, what does the court want from you? Are you suggesting we complain without purpose and disrupt the morale of the troops? As the Cixi Zhang Liqing spoke of disrupting morale, Lin Pingsong, who was in charge of Yu's finances, could only remain silent, but his flushed face indicated his lack of conviction. General Gao, what do you think we should do? Cixi, I believe we should recruit a batch of local militia as reserves, and also ask you to grant us the authority to act freely in Yuyang and Dongyan counties. If a border county is indeed breached, Yuyang and Dongyan, which are heavily guarded, can quickly support the other border counties. Zhang Liqing initially thought the bureaucratic group in Yuzhou would be a hassle, but General Gao Yuanpei's words made him realize that the martial generals of Yuzhou are no pushovers. Granting such authority may seem trivial, but what if Yuyang and Dongyan use it as an excuse to deploy troops and control other counties? Nevertheless, having already rejected the bureaucrats' request for assistance, Zhang Liqing could not refuse the military's proposal, or else he would have to come up with a solution himself and bear the blame. Although General Gao's method is somewhat inappropriate, the situation in Yuzhou is dire, and we cannot afford to wait for a perfect solution. I will adopt General Gao's suggestion. With the authorization from the Chongping Prefecture, the formerly multi-headed serpent representing Yuzhou shed one of its heads, and that head did not confront the descending black python, but instead turned its gaze toward its neighboring companion. As the northeastern frontier town of Deqi Yuzis, Dongyan County is a crucial stronghold well equipped with troops and sufficient supplies. However, there is a significant issue in Dongyan County, or rather a common problem across all the counties in Yuzhou. That is, military power has long been dominated by the aristocratic families of the border counties. These families have maintained the defense of the country for generations, exhibiting both combat prowess and loyalty. Yet such border aristocrats can only be considered local tyrants in Deqi, making it exceedingly difficult for them to penetrate the central government in the capital. Consequently, discontent has accumulated over generations. When turmoil erupted in the capital and the nobility seized control of the government, this discontent reached its peak. When the nobility sought to maintain control over Yuzis border troops by intentionally replacing border generals with their own offspring, the aristocrats of the border counties could no longer tolerate it. When fathers die, brothers inherit. When brothers die, younger siblings take over. In times of war, which family's sons do not adorn themselves in white sails. Moreover, in some cases, the male members of the family are nearly extinct. But what have we gained from our struggles? We have only exchanged our lives for the disdain of the Sanhe gentry and the nobility in the capital. When they need us, they call us the sons of good families from the border counties, and when they do not, they merely assign us to some empty post. Dongyan County's defending General Zhao Zhan held the authorization document from the governor of Yuzhou, angrily questioning his subordinate officers. Brothers, the opportunity has come. General Gao has secured an authorization from the governor for us. The men of Yuzhou can now choose how to establish ourselves in this chaotic era. General, are you planning to gather troops and start a movement? This action is unwise. Yuyang, a critical stronghold, is controlled by the noble faction, and with the Heishui Mo tribe advancing southward, our internal stability cannot afford a disturbance. Zhao Zhan's vice-general Sun Shao, also hailing from a border aristocratic family, shared the same dissatisfaction with the court's marginalization and oppression, but he knew that amidst the looming threat, they could not afford internal chaos. General Sun has misunderstood us. We are not plotting rebellion, we are seeking self-preservation. We will resist the Heishui Mo and comply with the military orders from the court, but we will no longer accept appointments from court officials. Yuzhou belongs to the people of Yuzhou. We are capable of managing it without those high officials from the temples pointing fingers. General, but Sun Shao intended to retort, but he suddenly noticed that his former colleagues had turned to stare at him. It was only then that he understood what Zhao Zhan meant by we. As someone who still held some loyalty towards the court, he had unknowingly become an oddity among the Dongyan troops. General Sun, think of the soldiers you lead. Which of them is not a son of Yuzhou? Now look at our superiors. How many of them are sons of good families from Yuzhou? The court treats the sons of border counties so poorly. Given the situation, I am willing to follow your orders, General. Good General Sun is indeed one of us. General Zhao Zhan gestured behind Sun Shao, indicating that the soldiers behind him should sheath their weapons. Now that we have clarified matters with our brothers, I shall not hold back. General Firu Deng has already sealed off the Liao West Passage. From this moment forth, Yuzhou is divided in two. The lands of Liao West will still belong to the governor and General Zhao Wu of Yuyang, but the lands of Liao East will now belong to our border aristocrats. Brothers, look closely. The Liao East region comprises the 5 counties of Firu, Yangla, Heishan, Dongyan, and Shishui. Yu's geography is wide at both ends and narrow in the middle. As long as we hold the Liao West corridor, the 5 counties of Liao East can be united as one. We have 30,000 troops in Dongyan plus over 20,000 from Firu and Shishui. Soon the entire Liao East region will be under the control of our Dongyan army. At that time we will no longer be pawns at the mercy of the court. Of course we will not rebel. We merely seek a sanctuary to evade the open and covert strife from the court. Zhao Zhan drew his sword and drove it into the wooden table, then pointed the scabbard at the map of the state and counties hanging behind him. General, with the Heishui Mo tribe advancing southward, can our current military strength defend the entire Liao East? Of course we can. Yuzhou has 12 counties and 96 districts, most of which have the aristocratic families on our side. With the expansion of our military, the strength of the Liao East army will soon surpass that of Liao West. As long as we withstand the initial attacks from the Heishui Mo, they will eventually seek easier prey elsewhere. General, how can so many aristocratic families be on our side? Zhao Zhan sneered, tapping the map at the capital city of Dalian. Naturally, the border aristocrats have been plotting today's events for a long time. The lords of Dalian will form alliances, and we border aristocrats are not without our own strategies. Upon hearing Zhao Zhan's response, Sun Shao was completely disheartened. The noble officials at the court could maneuver various intrigues using the young emperor, and the border families could also escape the chessboard and break free from their control. Gongxing Gaofan, you two immediately take the governor's authorization to the armies of Yangla and Heishan. Next, we must consolidate all forces in Liao East to resist the invasion of the Heishui Mo tribe. Understood. As Yangla and Heishan fell under the control of the Dongyan army, the land of Yuzhou, which encompassed 12 counties, was completely divided in two. The relatively prosperous 7 counties of Liao West were temporarily under the control of the court, while the barren and impoverished 5 counties of Liao East effectively became local lords. Regardless of the intentions of Dongyians defending General Zhao Zhan and Yu's General Xianwei Gao Yuanpei, they had undeniably begun to gather troops. In the midst of the rapidly changing situation in Yuzhou, Zhou Heng perceived it as a multi-headed snake, Liao West 7 counties, and a white iron snake, Liao East 5 counties, uniting against the descending black python. However, the strength of that multi-headed snake was gradually waning, while the white iron snake was slowly growing stronger. Xinyan, why do you think the situation in the world has changed so quickly? Respected deity, there are many ambitious individuals in the world, and even I harbor some ambitions of revenge. Following the disarray and inability of the court to manage various regions, they will naturally emerge. Indeed, there are too many ambitious people. In times of chaos, it is a battlefield for the common people and a playground for the ambitious. Even with his ability to see through the fate of Yuzhou, Zhou Heng understood the general situation. However, he did not grant himself the ability to see through people's hearts. Thus, even he could not discern the private calculations of the various generals in Yuzhou. But that was of no consequence. He would not easily open his heart-seeing eye. He feared that if he saw through the hearts of all people, he would be disappointed in everyone. Has the grain and money from Chongping County arrived? Yes, the grain and supplies from Yu's chief Lin Pingsong have arrived in Yuyang under his personal escort. He said the governor has instructed him to stay and assist our Yuyang defenders in distributing resources from various places. However, he also mentioned that the supplies Chongping County can provide are limited. The court's aid has yet to arrive, and Dongyan County may not receive assistance from the state. Lin Pingsong, being the chief of the state, had tried his best to phrase it delicately. In truth, he knew that Governor Zhang Liqing had intentionally abandoned the impoverished 5 counties of Liao East due to his inability to allocate substantial grain and reinforcements. He had already ordered the defender of Firu Deng to guard the Liao West corridor. The self-establishment of the 5 prefectures in Liaodong could not escape the notice of Zhang Liqing, the governor of Yuzhou. However, instead of worrying about it, the pressure in his heart had lessened considerably. It was no longer a case of him secretly giving up on the 5 prefectures, but rather the generals of the 5 prefectures rebelling and breaking free from Yu's control. Therefore, Zhang Liqing immediately sent an urgent report to the court aiming to substantiate the rebellion of the border generals in the 5 prefectures, while also intending to throw General Gao Yuanpei, who proposed to delegate power under the bus. However, as the highest military commander of Yozhou, it was unrealistic to expect the already rebellious border generals to escort their commanding general into the capital. In the end, Gao Yuanpei merely went through the motions and under the protection of his personal guards headed to the Liaodong region. From then on, the 7 prefectures of Liaoxi controlled by the aristocrats completely severed ties with the 5 prefectures of Liaodong dominated by the families of border generals. Though still nominally obedient to the court's orders, the 5 prefectures in Liaodong began to establish their own administrative system. Facing the pressure of the invasion by the Heishui Mo, the court, if it did not want to completely alienate the 5 prefectures in Liaodong, could only issue edicts to appease them, though this would solidify the control of border families over the 5 prefectures. The 5 prefectures in Liaodong were expanding their military and preparing for war, while Yuyang City was also improving its defenses. Zhou Heng dispatched 500 shadow soldiers to the 6 counties under Yuyang and ordered the reconstruction of the city god's temple in those counties. Next, he planned to connect the city god's temple in the 6 counties with that of his own prefecture, allowing him to quickly reach various counties to assist the scattered garrisons of Yuyang. As for the shadow soldiers dispatched to each county, they would serve as the best scouts, constantly monitoring the invasion situation of the Heishui Mo. While Zhou Heng was expanding his divine territory, his subordinate Shen Dao was also busy. Li Haibai, the captain of the Rongqi battle team, was leading Master Huiming to visit his old acquaintance, the Mountain Lord of Jialing Mountain. Master Huiming, can you really subdue the Mountain Lord? Our situation is not urgent, and if helping us leads to your brothers getting injured, it would be a loss. Through the connection of divine seals, Li Haibai could communicate directly with Master Huiming, as he sincerely hoped that the strongest ally of the current taxing humanity would not encounter any problems. Rest assuredly, donor. My brothers-in-arms are all skilled cultivators, and the fierce tiger of Jialing Mountain is not a nameless figure. We have a certain understanding of his abilities. That's good. Master, this way the Mountain Lord likes to hunt at the halfway point. Li Haibai, accompanied by 8 cool-headed bald players and 7 others, entered the territory of the Mountain Lord from the foot of Jialing Mountain. Ma Jigang, the direct superior of the taxing deities, was also part of this team. After all, the contract from Rongqi Technology was too enticing, so Ma Jigang came to enjoy a high salary. To maintain the majesty and mystery of the main deity, those transformed into deities in taxing did not know Ma Jigang's true identity. There was no one else who could achieve what Ma Jigang had done. Now his subordinate, Du Ingyang, the owner of Rongqi Technology, was not only working for him, but also paying him a salary. When the leader and subordinate are the same person, the middle management truly becomes a tool. Captain, after we take down the Mountain Lord, can we really change our class? Of course. As long as we take down the Lord, we will be free men. Then we can directly join Master Huiming's Songxiang Temple to change to monk warriors, which is much better than being a ghost under the Mountain Lord. Li Haibai understood that the game, Demon and God Struggle, made players the subjects of demon lords, which was a significant obstacle to controlling players. If this issue was not resolved, their controlled player teams would be unable to suppress the gradually strengthening other player factions in the later stages. Thus, he sought out Master Huiming to deal with the Mountain Lord, wanting to verify if the game, Demon and God Struggle, was indeed picky. If the game Demon and God Struggle was not picky and could even recover points from player lords, he would lead a professional battle team to make as many players as possible become free men. He knew that as long as the issues of the Lord and point acquisition were resolved, most players would still subconsciously lean towards the human faction. After all, normal players, when seeing ferocious beasts eating humans, would treat the man-eating beasts as bosses to strategize against, even if they wouldn't save NPCs. Wait a minute, this game is called Demon and God Struggle. Wouldn't we deviate from the main quest after taking down our own demon lord? Old Ding, think about your identity. You are a member of the Rongqi battle team. Du has asked us to explore various developmental paths for the game. We must execute the company's orders. You are not playing a game, you are working. Sorry, Captain. I'm used to being a freelancer and haven't adapted to the mindset of a worker. For the bonus, please let me be the first to go take down the Mountain Lord. What are you thinking? We are the guides. The real main force is Master Huiming and his brothers. Under the guidance of Li Haibai and Ding Yingshan, 2 players familiar with Jialing Mountain, Master Huiming and his team quickly locked onto the green-eyed, yellow-skinned, fierce tiger Mountain Lord. I knew you unreliable human-like ghosts would be unreliable. Forget it, after I deal with these monks, I'll use you as human sacrifices. Mountain Lord, you are ill. Why not come back with us to Songxiang Temple for treatment? You are the one who is sick. This Lord sees that your hearts are corrupted and dares to trouble me. Who gave you the audacity? The Mountain Lord's roar caused a tremendous whirlwind, and it leapt into the wind, ready to attack the monks glowing with Buddhist light. But those monks stood there neither sad nor happy, showing no sign of panic at the sight of the great demon. It was not that they possessed the power to crush the Mountain Lord, but in their eyes this mighty Mountain Lord was indeed ill, and multiple ailments plagued him. The brothers of Master Huiming he brought along were all his subordinate deities. When he joined Zhou Heng's divine path, he obtained the eye of insight into all people's suffering. This extraordinary authority allowed him to see through most ailments that living beings possess. Thus, in the eyes of Master Huiming's brothers, this fierce mountain lord was merely a facade of external strength, concealing internal decay. A woo! The violent wind blew Li Haibai and the other players off balance. As they struggled to cling to a large tree to prevent being blown away, the fierce tiger mountain lord poked its head out of the whirlwind, lunging at the leading monk. The tiger essence manipulation is indeed impressive, but your tiger essence has a cause of illness. Master Huiming manifested a wrathful visage, and with his right hand, the demon-slaying staff, directly targeted the cause of illness he observed, while his brothers also attacked the other causes of illness of the mountain lord. Strangely enough, while the monk's glass-like Buddhist light was attacking the whirlwind, the mountain lord seemed to have suffered a heavy blow, crashing down from the whirlwind in an instant. Blood and black smoke continuously poured from its mouth, and those black smoke transformed into human figures kneeling before Master Huiming. The injured mountain lord still wished to resist, but at this point it could no longer stand. Those monks had struck it down to the point where it almost lost control of its own body. What was that attack just now? What did you do to me? Mountain Lord, I mentioned before that you are ill. We merely triggered all your causes of illness. Is there still hope for me, Master? I am willing to become your guardian spirit beast. I can see your causes of illness, but I am not skilled in healing. The Lord of Jialing Mountain has left, and his departure was anything but peaceful. The attacks from Master Huiming and others on its illness were as terrifying as a group of brawny men wielding a demon-slaying club, inflicting devastating damage. The Lord of Jialing Mountain believed that enduring the bone-deep, soul-piercing pain while pleading for mercy was a testament to its toughness among demons. Unfortunately, Master Huiming failed to recognize its resilience and insisted on sending it to the Pure Land for treatment. Thus, the once dominant Lord of Jialing Mountain departed, leaving behind its massive tiger body and the demon's soul trembling in fear hidden within its form. Originally, the Lord of Jialing Mountain thought it would be transcended by the monks. After all, monks are known for their compassion. Since they had killed it, they likely wouldn't obliterate its demon soul, causing it to lose its essence. But it overlooked one type of being, the players it referred to as human-shaped wraiths. Captain, the Lord is down. Should we collect it? Don't move, let me handle this. Li Haibai drew a dagger from his waist, severing the branch that had pierced his calf in the fierce wind, then quickly hopped toward the Lord of Jialing Mountain's corpse, dragging his limp leg. Li Benefactor, you are injured. I have a secret medicine from Songxiang Temple. Please use it first. A mere scratch is no trouble. Thank you for your compassion, Master. I will attempt to recover the Lord's corpse first. All right, whether the demon can be collected is a significant matter. Please proceed, Benefactorly. After obtaining Master Huiming's permission through the communication of divine seals, Li Haibai extended his hand toward the Lord's corpse and summoned the game's points exchange panel. Submit infected tiger demon and weakened demon soul. Submit. As Li Haibai confirmed the submission, the Lord's demon body and soul vanished in an instant along his palm, as if this small player had devoured the colossal Lord. It was proven that the Ghost God domination game was not picky. As long as it involved a soul, whether human, animal, or demon, it welcomed them all. Captain, how did it go? Did you gain anything? Yes, and it's a significant gain. The boss is indeed different. The Lord not only provided us with 3,000 points, but also dropped in a tribute-enhancing elixir and the Tiger Soul Wind Control Divine Ability. Divine Ability. Just the name sounds far more powerful than skills or techniques. Do Ghost God Lords possess such treasures? Facing the curious teammates, Li Haibai generously shared the item descriptions of the elixir and Tiger Soul Wind Control with all members. Tiger Bone Elixir consuming, it will simultaneously increase physique strength and agility by 5 points with a maximum attribute cap of 20 points. Tiger Soul Wind Control, it allows one to transform into wind by expending energy, eliminating physical form, and becoming an energy-based life form capable of flying with the wind and attacking enemies with it. Wow, is this the correct way to play Ghost God Domination? Honestly, being a Lord subject for years wouldn't yield such rewards. The players of the Ronchi team felt they had uncovered the truth behind Ghost God Domination. Previously, they had painstakingly completed points tasks, and although their levels had increased over 2 months, they had only gained a few free attributes. In the Ghost God Domination game, leveling up grants 1 free attribute point. Now, the generous rewards bestowed by the Lord made them realize how naive they had been. It became evident that collaborating with NPCs to become Lords was the true path to success for players. Thank you, Master Huiming, for your assistance. My validation has been successful. The entity does not discriminate. After submitting the Lord's body and soul, it granted me ample rewards. Buddha is compassionate. It seems the Lord was acquainted with the game. It should receive good treatment there. After players descend into the world of Daki, they become subjects of the Ghost God Lords. So Li Haibai and Master Huiming concluded that the demons of Daki were linked to the game, or rather they were cooperative allies. The Lord has been turned into attribute elixirs by the game. Even the innate divine ability Tiger Soul has been extracted. What kind of treatment is this? It's probably going to reunite in its belly. Upon hearing Master Huiming mention treatment, Li Haibai couldn't help but scoff internally. The people of Daki were still somewhat naive if familiar faces were the best targets to harvest. Master Huiming, you already know about the players. I would like to entrust you with a portion of the players we control. In the future, you can assign them any dirty or exhausting tasks. There is no need for thanks, benefactorly. Helping you is helping the beings of this realm. No gratitude is required, nor any repayment. Master Huiming's willingness to help Li Haibai deal with the Lord of Jialing Mountain was purely based on mutual benefit for the beings of both realms. He never expected to gain anything from the perilously fragile humans of Taixing. In that case, Li Haibai humbly request the Master to open the gates of convenience and accept the players as guardians of the temple. This way, new players entering will see new career paths, preventing them from tirelessly supporting those ghost god lords. Good Songxiang Temple indeed needs some lay disciples. The members of the Rongqi team discussed the power of the divine abilities while their captain was arranging their future paths. Now these individuals without identities, unable to communicate, and of unknown character finally had the opportunity to transition into monks. Brothers, Master Huiming believes that our courage to infiltrate the demons and seek out righteous individuals to eliminate them proves our benevolence. Therefore, he is preparing to accept us into Songxiang Temple. Master Huiming is indeed a wise monk. He can see the purity of my heart. I must become his disciple. Finally, I can change my class. I want to be a diamond great monk. The players were eagerly anticipating their class change. After learning about the rich and diverse social structure of the Daki world, they were thoroughly fed up with living as a wildling alongside the Lord on the mountain. Now being able to switch from the demon camp to the human camp while gaining greater freedom was something they naturally desired. After Li Haibai instructed the team members to follow Master Huiming to Songxiang Temple, he headed to the Temple of Divine Judgment of Good and Evil in the Three Realms, where the true master of the Rongqi team, Du Yingyang, was waiting for him. How did it go, Haibai? Did our plan succeed? It succeeded, General Du, and the harvest exceeded expectations. Besides points and powerful attribute-enhancing elixirs, we also obtained the Lord's innate divine ability. Its lack of selectiveness is fantastic. Haibai, please write a detailed strategy guide. I want to change the mindset of players who have already entered the game and those who will enter in the future. Players should focus on defeating bosses. Playing the Lord game honestly has no future. Understood, General Du. With the efforts of Li Haibai and the members of the Rongqi team, a detailed strategy on how to counter their own Lord was soon developed. This detailed guide, exceeding 10,000 words, caused a tremendous sensation in the recently popular Ghost God Domination gaming community, fundamentally changing players' perspectives on the game. The true way to open the battle of the spirits lies in the beginner's gift pack hidden beside you. Discussing how players can become spirit lords themselves. Under the guidance of Rongqi Technology and many tech companies, numerous posts about how to quickly conquer the lords and earn the first pot of gold in the game flooded the spirit battle player community. While the beta players were still engaged in the lord farming game, striving to level up in hopes of advancing to the martial arts era, the Rongqi battle team, led by Li Haibai, had already leaped into the Immortal era. Faced with such a huge difference in gameplay, their hearts were undoubtedly in turmoil. We are all players. Why could the Rongqi battle team do what they could not? When the Rongqi battle team released introductions to the Mountain Lord Tiger Bone Pill and Tiger Soul Wind Control Technique, the discourse in the spirit battle gaming community reached a peak. Is this the difference between a professional team and ordinary players? Are you really playing the same game? To think we could even join a sect to learn skills. Why should we serve those lords? As the situation escalated, numerous gaming teams also stepped forward, declaring they would attempt this new strategy. Under the guidance of those professional players and tech companies, the positioning of spirit battle in players' minds was shifting. The previously obedient beta players began to show signs of rebellion to the extent that their respective lords noticed their subjects seemed to be looking at them with newfound enthusiasm. The strategies of the Rongqi battle team subtly influenced the thoughts of the players while also delivering a devastating impact on a select few beta players. These individuals were among the 5 players who followed the 5 communes evil god captured and imprisoned by Zhou Heng during his time as a deputy constable in Daliang City. Although Zhou Heng later left the North City Constabulary, the newly appointed constable, He Wei, was completely oblivious to their existence. Thus the 5 of them remained confined in the North City Constabulary's cell, truly a model of being trapped. Chiefing, have you seen the strategy released by the Rongqi battle team? Of course I have. If only we had killed the 5 communes, we might have obtained the good fortune divine technique. With the current exchange rate of Dachi silver to our real currency, acquiring the good fortune divine technique would mean achieving financial freedom. As fellow professional players and beta testers, they originally had the chance to secure contracts with major companies. However, as soon as the interviewers heard that they were trapped in the North City Constabulary and unable to leave, their friendly demeanor instantly changed. Those with a poor attitude told them to leave immediately, while those with a better attitude informed them that they could reapply once they gained their freedom. Yes, the best opportunity slipped away just like that. I now understand why Spirit Battle hasn't enabled a language interaction system for us. Perhaps the game operations team is also worried that we might gain too powerful a technique early on through NPCs, thus creating an overwhelming advantage over new players. Damn, our game characters are still trapped in the North City constabulary. When will this end? I hope we won't still be locked up when the game publicly launches, as such a huge bug should be addressed by the game planners. Chiefing tried numerous suicide methods in the game cell, but those constables were quite clever. Under their care, Chiefing had yet to succeed in escaping. We can't wait any longer. A step slow means a step late. We must regain our freedom quickly and seize some advantages before the public launch, otherwise those professional teams won't consider us when players flood in. What are you planning to do, Senior Brother Wenhan? Let's contact Li Haibai. He has extensive connections in the game world, and only he might be able to find someone to enter the North City constabulary and eliminate us. Indeed, that's a plan, but I wonder if Li Haibai still thinks highly of us now. As a professional player, Li Haibai was once teammates with Lu Wenhan for a time during their esports career, so Lu Wenhan has Li Haibai's contact information. Haibai, this is Wenhan. I need your help. After getting through to Li Haibai, Lu Wenhan briefly explained their situation. NPCs won't easily kill in the constabulary. Wenhan, you need to offer reasonable compensation, otherwise, even if I find a connection, I won't be able to help you. Haibai, we are willing to become a subordinate team of the Ronchi battle team. We can sign a normal labor contract. Give us a 3-month unpaid trial period. If we can't create enough value during this time, I will pay a penalty for breaking the contract. Okay, I will send you the contract right away. Once you sign it, I will quickly find someone to help you escape. Although the value of Lu Wenhan and his 4 companions may not be sufficient for Li Haibai to expend resources to help them, they possess an undeniable external value. They are situated in the capital city of Dechi. Dechi is a vast nation so large that members of the Ronchi battle team are spread across various parts of the world, making it impossible to gather them in the short term. Among the hundreds of beta players currently recruited by Ronchi Technology, there are none located in the capital city of Daliang, thus Lu Wenhan and his team are valuable to Li Haibai. As long as they become subordinates of the Ronchi battle team, Li Haibai can learn about the true situation in Daliang City through them, which will be particularly good news for the intelligence section of the Ronchi battle team. With the intelligence from Daliang City and scattered news from various regions, the intelligence section of Ronchi can analyze the social situation of Dechi and possible major events in the future more swiftly. As for how to help Lu Wenhan and his team escape, Li Haibai already had some ideas in mind. He planned to seek assistance from a young master named Yang Yuan Kuei from the Duke of Xing's mansion in Dechi. Although they were not familiar, he could offer sufficient compensation to have Yang Yuan Kuei provide assistance. Everything went as Li Haibai envisioned. Lured by the power of incense, Yang Yuan Kuei decided to test the waters. Now, with the magical ability of observing my past, Yang Yuan Kuei had already secured the title of scholar, thus significantly improving his status within the Duke of Xing's mansion. In the current Daliang city dominated by noble powers, it was incredibly easy for Yang Yuan Kuei from the Duke of Xing's mansion to eliminate a few imprisoned cultists. Ultimately, he only spent 20 taels of silver to buy the lives of Lu Wenhan and his 4 companions. The constable who received the payment even enthusiastically offered to let him choose the method of execution for the cultists: swords, drowning, hanging, or any other method he was capable of. In the Great Qi, on the 23rd day of the 12th month of the first year of Yong'an, Zhou Heng had a peculiar dream. Logically speaking, at Zhou Heng's level, he should no longer dream, as the feedback of low-dimensional information could not affect his high-dimensional true spirit. His low-dimensional soul had also become the city god, and ordinary external information was equally difficult to influence his soul. However, the source of this dream was quite unique. It originated from Zhou Heng's city god seal, with information surging forth from the seal, transforming into dreamlike scenes. In the dream, Zhou Heng saw a massive yellow dragon freely swimming through the mountains and lands of Yuzhou, with the solid earth wrapping around it like gentle seawater. Beside it, Yuzhou was as soft as the sea. The land and mountains undulated with its movements. It resembled not a king of the sea, but rather the very soul nurtured by the land of Yuzhou. Yuzhou comprised 12 prefectures and 96 counties. Such a vast expanse of land formed its body. The majestic and divine dragon, merely walking upon the earth, could alter the geography of the entire mortal realm. Yet this powerful dragon was gradually becoming ethereal as it moved, eventually transforming into specks of glowing light and vanishing. After its disappearance, the once vibrant land of Yuzhou returned to silence, but this was not a good sign, as the quiet land seemed to have lost its soul and vitality. Moreover, the lifeless land of Yuzhou was slowly sinking, and the seawater from the border gradually surged in. Has the dragon god of the bitter sea fallen? This is indeed a matter capable of changing the mortal realm. In ancient times, Yuzhou was not a complete land, but rather a vast ocean directly connected to the Great Eastern Sea. Back then, the beings of Yuzhou could only live on scattered isles, now the peaks of major mountains, and each tide would pose a deadly threat to the life on those isles. Furthermore, the regions of Qingwei and Bing near Yuzhou were often flooded by the surging sea, causing disasters of rampant floods. Thus, in those times, Yuzhou was known as the Bitter Sea. It was not only the bitter sea of Yuzhou's beings, but also that of the common folk in Qingwei and Bing. The reason Yuzhou became the land it is today is due to the bitter sea dragon god Aozhen joining the heavenly court in ancient times and offering land to reject the sea. One could say that for thousands of years the beings of Yuzhou had lived under the protection of Aozhen. Without this powerful dragon god's protection, this land would inevitably return to the embrace of the Eastern Sea. Due to Yuzhou's unique situation, the city god land deities, mountain gods, and river lords of Yuzhou are not only divine beings of the earth spirit lineage, but also subordinate gods of the bitter sea dragon god Aozhen. The fall of Aozhen caused damage to the seal of the deities of Yuzhou, breaking a pillar that granted them divine power, naturally leading to feedback in the seal of the earth spirit. The Heavenly Emperor has been on campaign for over 30 years, and there have been few reports of powerful deities falling. I never expected that the pillar of Yuzhou would be among them. Without the support of the bitter sea dragon god Aozhen, the land of Yuzhou is bound to sink again. At that time, the waters of the Eastern Sea will once more fill Yuzhou, displacing nearly 10 million human beings and countless other creatures. What determines the fate of the Great Qi and its people is not the struggle between dynasties, but a higher-level world war. Under the collapsing nest, how can there be intact eggs? Looking at the invasion of the Heishui Mo, the establishment of the Liaodong regime by the Eastern Extension Army, and the internal strife among the nobility in the 7 counties of Liaoshi, Zhou Heng felt a deep sense of absurdity. In the face of absolute power, the political struggles of various factions seemed so laughable. They were still plotting how to seize benefits and strike at their opponents. However, after the fall of the bitter sea dragon god Aozhen, the significance of their disputes instantly lost its foundation. When the waters of the Eastern Sea surge in and the bitter sea reemerges, they can only drown in their ambitions amidst the upheaval of the world. I was indeed mistaken. How perilous is the war between the two worlds? I thought I could manage a territory and rise quietly. How naive and laughable that was. Today, with the fall of the bitter sea dragon god, Yuzhou will be submerged. Tomorrow, perhaps the Mother Earth Yuanjun will fall, and the mortal realm will again turn into murky energy and return to the world's origin. By then, all demons, evils, and righteousness will lose their foundation for existence. Perhaps only those great divine beings will survive, and they may even reap some resources for advancement when the world's material returns to energy. The fall of such a powerful divine being as the bitter sea dragon god not only turned the internal strife of Yuzhou into a joke, but also struck Zhou Heng awake with a harsh blow. Two worlds were at war with the risk of overturning at any moment. There was no time for him to develop slowly. Now he should shift his gaze away from the Great Qi world and truly focus on the countless low-dimensional worlds. Zhou Heng previously harbored a sense of complacency. He did not believe that the situation in the world would change so quickly. This mindset became more pronounced after he witnessed the emergence of the players and glimpsed the Taixing world through the players' subordinates. At that time, he thought that since the Taixing world had sent players to invade, it was likely that they had not gained a significant advantage on the front lines. After all, the Heavenly Emperor and his divine army had been resisting the invaders for over 30 years, and during that time the Great Qi world had not undergone major changes. But now he understood that the Taixing world was likely engaged in simple multi-front warfare. In favorable circumstances, they were attempting to open up second and third battlefields. Players were their tools, or whether they were effective or not did not matter. As long as it was a method to quickly defeat the Heavenly Court, they were willing to give it a try. I am ultimately not a great divine being with inherent divinity. I once thought that being able to view the Great Qi from a worldly perspective was commendable, but I was still too shallow. I should transcend the constraints of the Great Qi world and the Taixing world and think about the future development direction from a broader perspective. Zhou Heng was once an ordinary person, and even after gaining power, he could not instantly change his original way of thinking. However, he has now awakened. He shifted his high-dimensional true spirit's gaze away from the narrative of the rebellion in Daliang City, allowing this illusory world to collapse back into a simple story. Then he continuously projected this simple story information outward, akin to how the Earth star emits signals into the universe. For this purpose, Zhou Heng also crafted a small artifact to enhance the signal. Due to the existence of his high-dimensional true spirit, Zhou Heng could descend into this stream of information at any time. He would continually replenish energy for this stream until it was received by the beings of other worlds. Now for him, the biggest challenge was whether the Taixing evil gods would intercept these signals. However, these signals were merely a simple, ordinary story, so the likelihood of the evil gods paying attention was low. This was also why Zhou Heng did not solely project his information outward. By projecting the vague story of the rebellion in Daliang City, he aimed to prevent being locked onto by the invaders. Outside the Great Qi world, numerous evil gods were constantly attacking the world's barriers, while the Heavenly Emperor and his army were also striving to repair the world's breaches. Is someone planning to transmit a distress signal? A gigantic tentacled evil god grasped a wisp of information from the void. After tasting it, he found that this wisp of information was merely a simple story, so he paid no further attention to this inconsequential tidbit. After all, the great Qi world was constantly emitting various information to the outside, and even he could not intercept all information. His main goal, along with his subordinate gods, was to prevent the heavenly emperor from disseminating information to the outside world. As for the ordinary information emitted by the great Qi world, they had no time to concern themselves with it. Did I succeed? Next, I just need to wait for other beings to write the story for me. The successful transmission of the tale, The Uprising of Daliang City, was undeniably excellent news for Zhou Heng. Next, so long as sentient beings from other worlds received this thread of information and composed stories based upon it, he could use it as an anchor to remanifest the tale as a phantasmal world, binding it precisely to that world's coordinates. Thus, Zhou Heng would gain yet another path of retreat, and simultaneously he could absorb and integrate the power of that world using the story world itself as its core. Even if the great Qi world were truly breached, he could still traverse to other realms and continue his cultivation and influence there. The fall of Ao Zhen, the dragon god of the Bitter Sea, was an event of staggering magnitude. Even as Zhou Heng continued broadcasting the tale of the uprising of Daliang City into the void, the capital city god and the Yuzhou prefectural city god issued urgent summonses. Upon receiving the decree, the local deities of Yuzhou swiftly gathered at the corresponding underworld magistrate's yamen in the Netherrealm. There Zhou Heng witnessed firsthand the current strength of Yuzhou's divine lineage. He observed that aside from the prefectural city god, only 6 commandery city gods remained. Yet over 50 county city gods were present, along with more than 20 mountain gods and river lords combined. These constituted the entirety of Yuzhou's divine might at present. Minor spirits, such as earth gods and underworld officers, were excluded from deliberations of this magnitude. You are all surely aware of the dragon god of the Bitter Sea's return to the heavens. I shall not belabor the point. What concerns us now is the backflow of the Eastern Sea. The Eastern Sea dragon sovereign has departed with Emperor Haoyan to wage war beyond our realm, and his offspring lack the power to part the seas and raise new land. Though they strive desperately to halt the inundation, the overall situation remains grim. Thanks to the concerted efforts of several dragon princes, large-scale submersion has been temporarily averted, but with the Bitter Sea dragon god gone, Yuzhou's terrain will inevitably sink gradually and inexorably. In time, Yuzhou shall become a river valley basin. Seawater the dragon princes cannot contain will slowly transform it into a vast stagnant marshland. Now each of you is invited to propose viable means of saving Yuzhou's people. The capital city god gazed upon the 80-odd deities before him, hoping for practical solutions to rescue the mortal populace. Your Excellency, might we not shift Mount Tutai to block the sea's backflow? Impossible. Mount Tutai spans multiple prefectures, not all within the Great Qi's dominion. But even so, shifting such a mountain would unleash cataclysmic devastation upon all lands it traverses. To say nothing else, the relentless seismic tremors alone would annihilate life across numerous prefectures. To sacrifice countless lives elsewhere to save Yuzhou would be unacceptable. Not only would Mount Tutai's spirit refuse, but the underworld magistrates currently suppressing rebellions would never consent. Why not? Shifting Mount Tutai would not only save Yuzhou's millions, but also halt the barbarian horde's southward advance and slaughter of innocents. A feat of unparalleled merit echoing through millennia. The county city god who spoke had ascended through the city god examination, a former official of the Great Qi. Though now divine, his allegiance to the human realm remained firmly rooted in the Great Qi's perspective. To him, relocating Mount Tutai promised not only salvation for Yuzhou, but also the eradication of northern barbarian tribes, an outcome of extraordinary strategic benefit. Outrageous. Harmony between deities and mortals refers not solely to the Great Qi, but to humanity as a whole. How dare you jeopardize countless lives across multiple regions for the sake of one prefecture? The capital city god had served as a deity for many years. Though his tenure as capital city god was brief, he had previously governed as the Jinling city god for a long time. Thus he had long transcended mere human sentiment, evolving into a far more impartial divine arbiter. Asking him to condemn multitudes elsewhere to preserve Yuzhou's people was utterly unthinkable. Your Excellency, Yuzhou's collapse will not merely form a marshland. It will cause the landmass to descend so drastically that it gradually severs itself from the wider human world. By then its people will lack even the capacity to flee. Even if humanity wished to intervene, how could grain and supplies possibly reach Yuzhou, a land now thousands of feet below the rest of the realm? Yuzhou has always been barren, barely producing enough grain to sustain its own populace. Should seawater inundation further render vast tracts infertile with salt, its people will face utter ruin. The bitter sea of Yuzhou, the suffering sea of Yuzhou. Your Excellency, Yuzhou must not be abandoned, else its 10 million souls shall drown eternally in sorrow and despair. The Yuzhou prefectural city god bore the sacred duty to safeguard his domain and ensure his people's peace. He could not bear to watch them all devolve into specters doomed to drift forever in that desolate sea. And though he knew even the capital city god possessed no better solution, he still fought, desperately, for a sliver of hope for Yozhou's people. Given our dire straits, perhaps we should evacuate Yozhou's populace before the land sinks entirely. Anything is preferable to entombing them alive. Evacuate, to where? The entire great Chi teeters on chaos. Beyond our borders, nomadic khanates launch relentless raids, where then could shelter nearly 10 million refugees. And do you realize how many would perish during such a mass exodus? Under the Dragon Prince's protection, they may yet endure for years, yet your proposal condemns them outright to death. Then tell us what should be done. This fails, that fails. We as deities cannot simply stand by while our people descend into hell. Two commandery city gods, overcome by urgency, had already erupted into heated argument. Had the capital and prefectural city gods not been present, they might have drawn divine weapons on the spot. Enough. I summoned you here to deliberate strategies for saving lives, not to listen to quarrels. Others, do you have alternative proposals? Speak freely. Today no statement shall be held against you. The capital city god had reached an impasse. Moving mountains was within the domain deity's power. Yet uprooting such a peak would trigger widespread land collapse and ceaseless tectonic upheaval, a consequence too catastrophic to risk. Blocking is futile. Even with mountains as barriers, Yuzhou will eventually be submerged, so why not seek another path to survival? Your Excellency, let us mobilize Yozhou's full military might and march northward. By conquering the Khanate's territories, our people shall secure new lands to dwell upon. A viable option. If barbarian soldiers may invade the Great Qi from the south, then Yozhou's people may just as rightly seize their northern homelands. The capital city god refrained from interfering in intra-human conflicts, whether Yuzhou natives or Mo tribesmen mattered little to him. Though feasible in theory, such a war for survival would claim over 1 million lives. Moreover, in open field combat deep within the Blackwater Mo heartlands, Yozhou's forces may well falter against a foe fighting without retreat. The Yuzhou prefectural city god had indeed contemplated inciting his people to a northern campaign, seeking new territory to inhabit. Yet he also knew full well launching a total war with Yuzhou alone, into the frigid northern plains, against the Mo who thrived in that harsh environment, was virtually unwinnable. Your Excellency, the gravest peril arising from the dragon god's fall lies not in human strife, but in the revelation of his demise to wavering powers once Yuzhou sinks. Indeed, human affairs may yet be mediated, but if more ambivalent factions interpret the dragon god's death as weakness and align with invaders, our world faces calamity. Your Excellency, might we elevate a new deity to assume the dragon god of the bitter sea's divine office, thereby stabilizing both the mortal and cultivation realms? Difficult. Not just anyone can bear the weight of all Yuzhou. Lord City God, could you allow the virtuous earth immortal to bear the divine office of the dragon god of the sea of suffering? Currently, the lineage of the earth deities does have gods capable of bearing the divine office of the sea of suffering, but those who can carry this office are busy suppressing rebellions across various realms. If a lord of the underworld were to be sent to bear the divine office of the sea of suffering, that lord would struggle merely to uphold the realm of Yozhou, let alone maintain order in the underworld. In this way, it would effectively incapacitate one of the highest combat powers of the underworld, and the already precarious situation would likely collapse in an instant. This situation is absolutely forbidden by the earth deity lineage, for their greater responsibility is to maintain the stability of the entire world in addition to safeguarding the human realm. Their most important task at present is to prevent the Emperor Haoyan and his divine army from suffering defeat in the outer battlefield due to internal issues within the world. This is also the reason why the city god has never suggested that the earth deity lineage bear the land of Yuzhou. Other city gods understand without being told that the current earth deity lineage is incapable of shouldering Yuzhou. Thus, some have set their sights on those powerful beings who are close to both humans and deities, hoping to stabilize the human realm and the cultivation world by bringing in external aid. It is feasible, but the cultivators willing to agree might lack the capability. There are very few cultivators who can bear Yozhou, and at this time, they would never abandon the protection of their own traditions to bear the burden of Yuzhou in the sea of suffering. The city god knows that if the Emperor Haoyan had not yet mobilized and the world was stable, those deeply skilled, powerful beings would likely be willing to bear Yuzhou. But now, with the Emperor Haoyan leading his troops and internal chaos in the world, no one would expend their strength to bear Yuzhou. It is not that people's hearts have changed when there are plenty of people willing to act, but when there is a shortage, no one is willing to step up. It is the situation of the world that has changed. Is there really no way? If I am willing to bear Yozhou, I wonder if it would be possible. Even if I can only bear it for a month before I suffer damage to my Tao, I am still willing to try. The city god of Yuzhou made a difficult decision through gritted teeth, hoping that his subordinates would support him and inherit the divine position of the city god after his death to continue bearing Yuzhou. He believes that as long as the city god examination continues, new city gods will come to bear the land of Yozhou, and they can exchange sacrifice for the peace of the human realm and the cultivation world. The city god of Yuzhou has good intentions, but while your divine office covers the entirety of Yuzhou, you do not possess the capacity to bear it. With your cultivation and divine power reserves, if you were truly to bear it, you would instantly perish, and your true spirit would be crushed by the divine office of the Sea of Suffering. The innate deities nurtured by the world and the earth deity lineage supported by the Emperor Haoyan after the merger of humanity are completely different concepts. Like the dragon god of the Sea of Suffering who grasps part of the world's rules, even while bearing Yuzhou, he can still follow the Emperor Haoyan to wage war in all directions. If the earth deity lineage's underworld lords were to bear it, those lords who became deities through human transformation would likely be unable to move, let alone fight. Moreover, the dragon god of the Sea of Suffering bears Yuzhou based on the rules he controls. Whether Yuzhou is land or sea makes no difference to him. However, if the underworld lords were to bear Yuzhou, they would need to exert a tremendous amount of divine power to support it, and the toll of the two is not comparable. The dragon god could support it for 10,000 years without feeling it, but if an underworld lord were to support it for a few decades, they might exhaust their divine power and perish. Then what should I do? The heavens treat me with kindness, nurturing me and granting me authority to protect humanity, yet when I am truly needed, I find myself powerless. For thousands of years I have received countless blessings from the heavens and enjoyed the offerings of the people of Yuzhou. If I watch Yuzhou fall and the fence-sitters turn their backs, how can I, the city god of Yuzhou, return to the source of heaven and earth with any face? The city god of Yuzhou is undoubtedly a fierce and loyal deity. His ability to express such sentiments proves his willingness to sacrifice himself for the heavens. Yet this loyal and fearless deity now finds himself without even the qualification to sacrifice, which is truly heartbreaking. After collapsing, this city god, named Meng Gong, shed tears. This fair and just city god, who had intentionally forgotten his own surname over the centuries, cried. His tears even moved the iron-hearted city god. Indeed, the heavens nurture them, and the Emperor Haoyan entrusts them with authority. Though they are not born deities, they are among those who have received the most grace from the heavens. Witnessing the weakening of the heavens and the decline of the Emperor Haotian's court is undoubtedly the greatest torment to their souls. Alas, brother Meng Gong, do not be agitated. We are the last bastion of the human realm. As long as we are not dead, those rebels will not succeed. The newly appointed city gods through the city god examination cannot comprehend the feelings of the city god and the state god, but their selection undoubtedly indicates their quality of loyalty. In the past, they were willing to die for Diqi. Now they are equally willing to perish for the Emperor Haotian's court. Just like the former city god of Yuanyang Jingyan, he may not possess the special feelings for the world that innate deities have, yet he still willingly dedicates himself to his duties. This is the divine path of the Emperor Haoyan. He is the just and fair heavenly emperor, and his followers are bound to share similar qualities. To be honest, this scene greatly impacted Zhou Heng. He originally thought that Haoyan united his divine followers through the possession of primal authority. But now Zhou Heng realizes that this heavenly emperor's divine path possesses great infectious power. He can naturally attract resonances of similar positive emotions. Is it not said that he is the Haoyan of the world? With such a title, how could this heavenly emperor merely be a tyrant who controls his divine followers with authority? He is indeed a primordial divine being nurtured by heaven and earth. However, good and evil are dualistic. The just and fair heavenly emperor attracts positive life forces of the world, while negative life forces are excluded from his divine path. This is also the reason why many extraordinary forces in the Diqi world have developed rebellious sentiments. The just and fair heavenly emperor must adhere to the rules he has established and will not unjustly slay cultivators who have not erred. If Haoyan truly judged beings based on good and evil thoughts rather than practical actions, then there would hardly be any living beings left in the current Diqi world. This explains why demons and evil spirits can exist in this world. When they were under the rule of the Emperor Haoyan, they were once law-abiding cultivators. However, as time has passed, once the greatest justice of heaven and earth mobilizes its army, representing justice, the world inevitably sees an increase in evil. If possible, Zhou Heng truly hopes that Haoyan, like him, can return alive from the outer battlefield. For that heavenly emperor, who can even accommodate demons and evil spirits, will surely impartially accept his new divine path, even providing guidance for the development of his new divine path. As for worrying about conflicts arising from incense offerings, that would completely underestimate the innate divine nature of Haoyan. Haoyan does not require incense offerings to sustain his divine court. It is the very heavens and earth that sustain his divine court, and only these can uphold his divinity. He is the greatest ruler of the world, the greatest person responsible for the world, the most steadfast warrior, and the most selfless king. Is there truly no way at all? If we can stabilize the situation between the mortal realm and the cultivation world, it would be acceptable even to bestow the divine position of the Sea of Suffering upon the benevolent celestial beings. The divine positions of the Haotian divine court not only grant authority to the recipients, but also bestow responsibilities, and it is this very responsibility that gives rise to the divinity of the recipient. Thus, even righteous cultivators from the demon race, as long as they are willing to bear the responsibilities of the divine position, will be welcomed by the divine path. Demon celestial beings. The Husan Taigong and Husan Taijia would likely agree the fox race, celestial beings righteous, celestial gods of the family-protecting lineage, but I fear that bearing the burden of Yuzhou might cost them their lives. These two fox race celestial beings have cultivated for thousands of years, often safeguarding families and doing good deeds. For our divine path to demand their self-sacrifice for the sake of the people of Yuzhou is no different from asking others to sacrifice for one's own benefit. However, your words remind me of another possible divine force that might be willing to bear the land of Yuzhou. The city god is unwilling to sacrifice benevolent gods and demon celestial beings due to moral reasons and concerns about the world situation. In this time of weakened divine path, if the divine path, under the guise of saving the people, demands that benevolent celestial beings sacrifice themselves for others, would that not chill the hearts of the righteous demon celestial beings? Moreover, it would deepen the animosity of those sitting on the fence, since benevolent celestial beings can be cast aside during tribulations. They would have no choice but to ally with invaders. Besides the Emperor's divine court, are there other divine forces in this world? The city god's statement stunned the 80-plus divine beings of Yuzhou present. Goodness, how many strange paths has the Haotian Emperor embraced? Why is it that when he departs, not only do demons and ghosts emerge, but even the divine path has beings daring to meddle? What is going on? Is he establishing a new divine court? Among the present gods, the only ones not surprised were the city god and Zhou Heng. The city god initiated the question, while Zhou Heng suspected that the divine path mentioned by the city god was likely the new divine path he had established. While it seems that being a god is indeed not an easy task, Zhou Heng's new divine path has yet to be recognized, but must already shoulder the responsibilities of a deity. Yes, and right under my jurisdiction in Daliang City, my underlings recently reported that they discovered over 100 teams of ghost catchers specifically capturing evil spirits. They originally intended to capture those ghost soldiers without legal authority, but those ghost soldiers would vanish in an instant. Even when my civil judge personally intervened, they were unable to capture any. It is indeed incredible that even the civil judge could not capture their ghost soldiers. The civil judge of the city god's office is usually a city god in a state possessing immense power. That he could not capture even one of the other side's ghost soldiers indirectly proves the strength of their faction. Indeed, therefore, I authorize the civil judge to make contact with them. In fact, those ghost soldiers are not difficult to approach, as they were mostly citizens of Daliang City in their previous lives. Through contact, the civil judge discovered that they came from a place called Tianzhao Zwiki Tiansha, Sanjishan Xinmiao, and they were brought back from the Sea of Suffering by that temple after their deaths. Interestingly, after identifying himself, a ghost soldier captain named Zhong Tsongyu, who was a butcher in life, actually invited the civil judge to switch to their temple. Hiss! How bold of them! The gods present were surprised that a subordinate of another divine path was so audacious as to poach from the city god's office, especially targeting the civil judge with real authority. No wonder the city god said it was extraordinary. For a moment, the gods of Yuzhou could not discern whether the other side was cunning or simply naive. Did the civil judge refuse, my lord? No, I had him agree, so now the civil judge has become a deity bearing two sets of authority and responsibility. All this. The city god's maneuver left the gods of Yuzhou at a loss for words. They thought it was a naive and arrogant joke that their direct leader had taken seriously. It seems that the authority the civil judge obtained is indeed remarkable, though otherwise the city god would not have mentioned them. Indeed, given the civil judge's outstanding status, the ghost soldier named Zhong Tsongyu recommended a ghost soldier captain named Feng Haoyu to the civil judge. The civil judge received the authority of the observation of karmic eyes, which not only allows the observation of karmic deeds themselves, but also enables direct attacks on karmic deeds. To be honest, this type of authority, which is similar to I observe and can touch, is more useful than our judgment and punishment authority. When the civil judge explained the abilities of this authority to me, considering that the other party's divine temple is called observing the three realms of good and bad, it is likely that there is karmic retribution as well as good fortune. At that time, I was truly worried that a wicked person obtaining the observation of good fortune ability would use this authority, which pierces the essence of life, to diminish the good fortune of virtuous individuals and deities. The city god's worries will not come to fruition. Zhou Heng's opening of the observation of karmic eyes is precisely to guide his subordinates in punishing sins. As for the observation of good fortune authority, he has not yet granted it to anyone fearing that someone might exploit the prosperous virtuous individuals for some sinister purpose. In this light, that authority is indeed remarkable, and that divine force certainly possesses the ability to bear the land of Yuzhou. The city god of Yuzhou originally held little hope but he did not expect that what seemed to be a joke of a divine force would possess such deep roots. Could it be that the Haoyan Emperor has bestowed part of the divine authority upon them? That shouldn't be the case. The Emperor is impartial. How could he grant such extraordinary authority to a ghost god that has not achieved merit? Because that authority likely does not stem from the Emperor. After the civil judge entered that divine temple, he discovered a divine position chart containing the divine seals of various gods, while ordinary ghost soldiers could only see the divine positions of Luofeng's 6 heavens. The civil judge, however, could see the divine position of Emperor Fengdu, whose information in the divine position chart indicated that Emperor Fengdu managed all affairs of the underworld and the netherworld. Given the extraordinary nature of that divine force's authority and its profound roots, I have sent the civil judge to oversee the observing the 3 realms of good and bad temple and guide those new gods onto the right path. How curious! That temple possesses a mirror of reflection, which allows one to see incense fortune, evil deeds, and good fortune. With the aid of that mirror, the civil judge has begun to fulfill his duties as a judge in that divine temple. City god, do you mean to use that divine position chart containing the divine seals of various gods to bear the divine position of the dragon god of the Sea of Suffering? Indeed, not only that, but I intend for all the gods of Yuzhou to reside in the observing the 3 realms of good and bad temple. There are not many new gods and their positions are not high, but once you all join you can guide that divine force to become our strength. Feasible, worth a try. The gods of Yuzhou found a way to save the people of Yuzhou, and were thus very pleased. Zhou Heng, however, was unsure whether to be happy or not. A batch of strong divine beings would soon join his new divine path, which was indeed good news. Yet his observing the 3 realms of good and bad temple might thus become a branch of the local gods of Yuzhou, which was truly unexpected. However, since he had opened the door wide, he would not refuse the joining of the gods of Yuzhou. The city god resolved to allow the gods of Yuzhou to reside in the temple of good and evil, observing the 3 realms, no longer satisfied with others controlling the source of authority of the new divine path. Thus he took the lead in offering a substantial amount of incense power, and the gods of Yuzhou, witnessing this scene, generously contributed as well. In this way, after the literary judge offered a massive amount of incense to the divine position diagram within the temple, he not only broke free from the constraints of the shadow soldier Captain Feng Haoyu, but also became the first punisher of the temple of good and evil, observing the 3 realms. In addition to the promotion in divine position, Zhou Heng also granted him most of the authority of the Eye of Observing Evil Deeds, elevating the literary judge's authority to the Eye of Observing All Beings' Sins. Now, apart from the sins inherent in the world itself, the sins of all beings in this realm would be difficult to escape the gaze of the literary judge. Having been promoted to Punisher of Evil, the literary judge naturally acquired a large number of subordinate divine positions, and thus centered on his own authority, he brought all the city gods, mountain gods, and river gods of Yuzhou into Zhou Heng's new divine path. After more than 80 earth deities entered the temple of good and evil, observing the 3 realms, they immediately centered on their own authority, and each selected a group of subordinates to enter. In this way, the Yuzhou earth deities quickly became the largest, most powerful, and principled faction within the temple. Subsequently, in the name of Punisher of Evil, the literary judge established his punishment office in the temple district. At this point, the subordinates Zhou Heng had previously recruited found their days were numbered, though under the guidance of the punishment office, they could only develop towards the direction of the righteous deities. Literary judge, this is the sutra of the Sea of Suffering that the lords have reconsolidated. You should present it at the divine position diagram in the temple. Since that temple can bear the divine position of Emperor Fengdu, who governs everything in the underworld, it should also have the ability to bear the sutra of the Sea of Suffering to uphold the land of Yuzhou. After the fall of the dragon god of the Sea of Suffering, his divine position returned to the heavens and the earth. The lords of the underworld were capable of reconsolidating this ungoverned divine position, and they had the right to do so. Before embarking on his expedition, the Emperor of Heaven granted the earth deities the authority to consolidate the divine sutra, which was also the reason the heavenly court had been able to sustain its battles. With the authorization of heaven, even if the frontline celestial beings and earth deities fell, the deities remaining in the great Qi world could quickly consolidate the fallen one's divine sutra and use it to cultivate new deities. I will faithfully obey the command of the city god, and will try it right away. The literary judge held a holy divine sutra of earthy yellow in both hands as he entered the temple of good and evil, observing the 3 realms, while the gods of Yuzhou, who had long been waiting anxiously, watched the divine sutra. Although after joining the temple, they would gradually channel this divine power into the earth deities, it was merely a delightful surprise. Their true purpose from beginning to end was to stabilize the land of Yuzhou and thereby secure the situation of the mortal world and the cultivation realm. A large number of gods from Yuzhou lined up in 2 rows as the literary judge walked through them, holding the divine sutra, the solemn atmosphere causing the original shadow soldiers in the temple to stand in respect. As a messenger of the heavenly court and a member of the temple of good and evil, I respectfully present the Sutra of the Sea of Suffering. Please divine diagram accept it to save all beings of Yuzhou. The literary judge knew that the divine position diagram leading up to the heavens had no consciousness, yet he still earnestly recited the incantation and bowed respectfully. He was not bowing to the gods depicted on the divine position diagram, but was petitioning for the revival of all beings in Yuzhou. After completing the necessary rituals, he presented the Sutra of the Sea of Suffering to the divine position diagram. As the Sutra of the Sea of Suffering touched the divine position diagram, it naturally blended into it. In the next moment, a majestic and sacred dragon god appeared above the divine position diagram. Everything proceeded unexpectedly smoothly, so much so that it seemed the Sutra of the Sea of Suffering originally belonged to the divine position diagram. Observing the position of the dragon god of the Sea of Suffering, it was situated beneath the 6 heavenly sovereigns of Luofeng at the 10 halls of reincarnation, a position that was already quite elevated. From this point on, although Zhou Heng's underworld system did not yet include the 10 halls of reincarnation, it had already preemptively created the Sea of Suffering for all beings. Seeing that the divine position diagram had truly accepted the Sutra of the Sea of Suffering, the literary judge led the gods of Yuzhou in a respectful salute, reciting benevolent divine path shore of the Sea of Suffering. As they worshipped the temple of good and evil, observing the 3 realms bore, the land of Yuzhou and the land of Yuzhou, which had already begun to sink, gradually rose again. Moreover, the temple of good and evil, observing the 3 realms, was rapidly expanding, with Zhou Heng's high-dimensional true spirit continuously bestowing reality upon the temple, and the barrier between Yuzhou and the East Sea in reality was also quickly recovering. The integration of a Sutra of the Sea of Suffering allowed the temple to acquire all information related to Yuzhou, and a new Yuzhou was forming in the space rooted in the story of heavenly observation of evil deeds in the 3 realms. At this moment, as Zhou Heng was also in the temple district under the gaze of his high-dimensional true spirit, the new Yuzhou was rapidly becoming real. When the gods of Yuzhou finished their worship, they discovered that outside the temple, it was no longer the gray chaotic void, but a complete piece of Yuzhou land. Is that Jimen County? I can actually feel the territory of the city god here. I feel it too. It seems the temple has replaced the dragon god as one of the pillars of our Yuzhou god's divine sutras. It is indeed incredible that the temple can generate another Yuzhou here. Although the Yuzhou in the temple district was not a physical entity, the gods of Yuzhou could sense that the new Yuzhou possessed a higher level of reality than the city god's law domain. If a comparison must be made, the gods of Yuzhou felt that the new Yuzhou was similar to the special planes of the underworld. Since this place can provoke a reaction from our city god divine position, doesn't that prove our city god divine position has transformed into a dual world divine position? Indeed, I tested it, and there is no difference between us in this realm, and in the great Qi Yuzhou, our divine positions can still be used normally. It is truly marvelous. After we enter the heavenly observation of evil deeds, we can not only continue to perform the duties of the city god, but also possess a piece of land we protect here. As the gods of Yuzhou marveled at this, beneath the gradually rising land of Yuzhou, a massive dragon invisible to the life forms of the great Qi world was swimming. It was the proliferation of Zhou Heng's heavenly observation of evil deeds temple. This originally formless and intangible story space was gradually supporting the land of Yuzhou from an informational level. From then on, all information related to Yuzhou would become anchor points in this story world, bearing Yuzhou acquiring all of Yuzhou's authority and transforming into the dragon god of the Sea of Suffering. As the news of the fall of the dragon god of the Sea of Suffering had not yet leaked, a new dragon god of the Sea of Suffering was born. Therefore, the life forms of the great Qi world did not notice anything amiss in Yuzhou, but the supreme master of Qingyang Palace, who was holding the Zhantian mirror and observing the Yuyang area, noticed some clues. It seems that the fortune of the entire Yuzhou has risen a bit. Now Shou Zhen should lead the Zhou family into the territory of Yuzhou. If that is the case, General Zhao Wu from Yuyang, Zhou Heng might truly be a potential dragon gathering the fortune of humanity. Otherwise, it doesn't make sense why the overall fortune of Yuzhou would rise when his family arrives. After the expansion of the Heavenly Hall of Tranquil Justice, it can no longer be called a hall, though at this moment it has earned the right to be referred to as a domain of its own. Upon witnessing the land of Yuzhou appear in the Heavenly Hall of Tranquil Justice, the deities of the Yuzhou lineage understood that the divine position diagram here not only embraced the seal of the Sea of Suffering, but also bore the responsibility of the dragon god of the Sea of Suffering in rejecting the ocean. Thus, the civil judge immediately departed and returned to the city god's office in Daliang City. City god, we have succeeded. I am aware, the civil judge has just received an urgent report from the Dragon Prince stating that the barrier between the East Sea and Yuzhou is rapidly restoring and the land of Yuzhou is also rising. As the city god spoke, a hint of joy involuntarily appeared on his face. The fall of the dragon god of the Sea of Suffering had weighed heavily upon his heart, like a mountain, and now, with Yuzhou's restoration, he finally felt some relief. However, that feeling of relief lasted only a brief moment. The next moment, he began to worry about the celestial emperor and the divine army that were dispatched. The dragon god of the Sea of Suffering is the strongest among the 4 great dragon lords. Now that he has fallen, does that mean the situation for the emperor and the deities has worsened again? The city god understood that the fall of the dragon god of the Sea of Suffering signified an escalation of battles in the outer realms, and he genuinely feared that more celestial beings would fall in succession. At that time, how would the earth deity lineage maintain the order of heaven and earth? They could not allow that obscured hall to monopolize all the innate divine positions returning to heaven and earth. If the earth deity lineage were to do so, wouldn't they become the sinners dividing the celestial court? Yet if they did not do so, how many could they present to bear the authority of those innate deities? At that moment, the city god felt caught in a dilemma. City god, I have one more matter to report. After the hall absorbed the divine positions of the Sea of Suffering, it transformed into a vast domain of blessed land where a new land of Yuzhou emerged. Did it correspond to the land of Yuzhou? Not exactly. It created a new land of Yuzhou which feels akin to the underworld. Although the living cannot go there, it can accommodate the survival of souls. Moreover, the gods of Yuzhou sense the feedback of the authority of city gods, mountains, and rivers in that new land. The authority bestowed upon us by the celestial emperor can also be utilized there. What are you saying? He possesses such great power. Civil judge, tell me everything you witnessed in the hall area. As you command. With the civil judge's narration, the city god occasionally furrowed his brows and sometimes displayed a look of joy. By the end, this normally composed city god even rose and paced back and forth in thought. Civil judge, do you think that the hall domain has a master? I do not know, but I think it likely has a master. Otherwise, how could it have the energy to create a new land while also bearing the entire Yuzhou? Indeed, it most likely has a master and is probably a keystone of the outer divine court. If only the emperor were here, the divine paths contained in this hall domain are similar to ours, and the emperor could find its source and attempt to forge an alliance. The civil judge's words led the city god to discover a retreat that was not truly a retreat. Since the hall domain can create a piece of land in Yuzhou, it means that the earth deity lineage can transform it into a final sanctuary. Thus, even if the emperor were to be defeated, the beings of heaven and earth would still have another chance. As long as they exist, the emperor will eventually return. The beings of the world of Daki and the celestial emperor complement each other. As long as the celestial emperor exists, even if the beings of heaven and earth are exterminated, he can still guide them back. Even if the celestial emperor were to fall, as long as the beings of heaven and earth remain, they too would guide him back. It would be better if he had no master. Having a master means that it is both a retreat and a dead end. We might be accepted if we retreat into it, but he may not be willing to accept the emperor. Indeed, if the people of the celestial emperor were to transform into the subjects of the hall to survive, it would be the greatest betrayal to the emperor. Both the city god and the civil judge understood that if the celestial emperor were to be defeated, he would certainly be willing to let his subjects enter another realm to seek survival. But it is precisely because of this that the earth deity lineage cannot do so. The celestial emperor does not betray the beings, so how can the beings betray the celestial emperor? Civil judge, the martial judge has gone to battle in the underworld. From now on, the matters of the hall domain will be entrusted to you. If the situation deteriorates, you may lead the common people into the hall domain for refuge. I will obey the city god's command. If necessary, I will preserve the flame of existence for heaven and earth. The city god and the civil judge exchanged a glance, not mentioning what to do about the other deities, for they both knew that someone must fight for this world until the last moment. The burden of the Sea of Suffering has been found, and the calamity of Yuzhou has temporarily come to a pause. The gods of Yuzhou left some subordinates to assist the civil judge in operating his punishment office before returning to their respective places. After all, they were very busy. If they stayed away for too long, those hidden demons and evil beings in Yuzhou would likely jump out and revel. After returning to the jurisdiction of the city god in Yuyang, Zhou Heng finally had time to carefully explore the authority information contained within the seal of the Sea of Suffering. Upon inspection, Zhou Heng discovered that the authority held by the dragon god of the Sea of Suffering was somewhat less than he had imagined. He only saw 3 authorities within that divine seal, namely Yuzhou Sea of Suffering and Relief from Suffering. It includes land-related authority encompassing the entire land of Yuzhou, as well as water-related authority of the surface and underground of Yuzhou and part of the East Sea. These 2 are equivalent to powerful earth deities and water deities. The Relief from Suffering authority is the core authority of the dragon god of the Sea of Suffering. He can stabilize the positions of innate deities with this authority. Indeed, under his protection, generations of Yuzhou citizens and countless other life forms can thrive in the land of Yuzhou. He is indeed constantly engaged in relief from suffering. The authority of relief from suffering encompasses various forms of salvation, such as relief from distress and redemption, making it undoubtedly a very powerful authority. Zhou Heng remembered that in the mythology of the Earth star, Tao, there was a deity known for relief referred to as the Great Emperor Tai of the Eastern Polar Blue, who the celestial lord of relief from suffering. Logically speaking, a deity possessing such divine positions would wield tremendous power when fighting for the myriad beings of heaven and earth. Yet such a deity as the dragon god of relief from suffering has fallen. No wonder the earth deity lineage would rather surrender the dragon's divine seal to the Hall domain to maintain the appearance of the dragon's existence. The impact of the dragon god's fall is indeed immense. After all, with the relief from suffering deity fallen, who knows how long this world can endure. Relief from suffering, an unraveling sea of suffering and water elements very much align with the functions of the great emperor of the underworld, unraveling water official. The dragon god of relief from suffering, the water official of unraveling the earth deity lineage, has chosen to bear hope with my divine position diagram, and I will not let them down. In fact, Zhou Heng has already begun to fulfill his divine responsibilities. As he supported the land of Yuzhou within his Hall domain, the authority of relief from suffering once again radiated brilliance in this world. The celestial emperor, weakened by the fall of the dragon god, quickly regained his power. My path is not lonely, the divine path flourishes. Zhou Heng's divine palace cave carried the Kuhai divine inscription, granting him all the powers of the Kuhai divine inscription. After his divine palace cave transformed into the serene and auspicious sinful sea dragon god, supporting the land of Yuzhou, the spiritual energy he possessed began to spontaneously convert into relief divine power. This was not a reward bestowed by heaven and earth itself, but rather a ritual or duty feedback that produced higher divine power from the relief authority. With the sacrifices from the gods of Yuzhou, Zhou Heng's reserve of spiritual energy was now abundant, and that spiritual energy was continuously transformed into relief divine power by the relief authority. Soon Zhou Heng possessed ample relief divine power to utilize, and moreover the relief authority seemed to be inherently connected to the Kuhai authority. By stabilizing the relief authority after fulfilling his duties, Zhou Heng indirectly activated the Kuhai authority, and the resonance between these two authorities stirred the water essence throughout Yuzhou. However, when he stirred the authority of the land of Yuzhou, he could only directly manage the land and mountains of Yuzhou and could not manipulate the essence of the earth's chi. It is likely that the Kuhai dragon god is inherently the god of water essence, and the land is merely the manifestation of the water essence sinking beneath it. Thus, its Kuhai authority is purer and more powerful than the Yuzhou authority. Water can transform into mist and dance with the wind, rise into the sky to nourish the land with thunder, and sink underground to silently nurture life. Water exists in different forms in various environments, and in this peculiar land of Yuzhou, water is omnipresent. After Zhou Heng stirred the water essence of Yuzhou through the Kuhai authority, his consciousness seemed to morph into an invisible dragon freely roaming amidst the water essence of heaven and earth. Through the omnipresent water, he saw the Dongyan army which controlled Liaodong preparing for battle, and saw the soldiers of the Heishui Mo continuously pouring into the land of Yuzhou against the cold wind. He also saw Zhou Jian's family had arrived at Chongping County, where the Yuzhou governor Zhang Liqing was warmly hosting them. After all, in terms of background, they were all noble families. In terms of status, Zhou Jian's position as the assistant minister of war was equal to that of a governor, but undoubtedly much more prestigious. Moreover, with Zhou Heng's connection, Zhang Liqing naturally held Zhou Jian's family in high regard. Zhang Liqing, upon seeing Zhou Jian leading an 11 or 12-year-old boy to the table, instinctively asked, "Who is this young master?" "This is he Shua, the fifth son of Duke Xinwu. He shares a like-minded spirit with my second son, and thus insisted on accompanying us to Yuyang upon hearing that my second son was gravely ill." "What? Zhou Heng is sick? How serious is it? How come I didn't know about this?" Zhang Liqing's friendly demeanor towards Zhou Jian was merely to win over Zhou Heng. Otherwise, how could an assistant minister of war have the privilege of joking around with a governor of deep background? However, Zhou Jian's words nearly made him jump. Zhou Heng must not have any mishaps now, as Yuyang had 30,000 elite soldiers, and he had already sent the grain from Chongping to Yuyang. A few days ago, Lin Pingsong, the Yuzhou chancellor stationed in Yuyang, had sent a letter stating that the Yuyang army was fully prepared, and with the grain support they had expanded by an additional 20,000 troops. He believed that not only could the Yuyang region hold its ground in this battle, but they could also win and even support other prefectures. Therefore, at this moment, General Zhou Heng of the Zhaowu army in Yuyang, along with his 50,000 elite soldiers, was the strongest military force indirectly controlled by Governor Zhang Liqing. This was one of the reasons why Zhang Liqing, as a superior, personally hosted Zhou Heng's family. His background was deep, but Zhou Heng, holding 50,000 elite soldiers, was the most formidable presence in the 7 prefectures of Liaoxi. Now Zhou Jian suddenly telling him that Zhou Heng was gravely ill caused ripples in his strongest military force, leaving him unable to feel at ease. "Lord Zhang, do not worry. We are unclear about the details. About half a month ago, Duke Xinwu suddenly mentioned that my second son was gravely ill, prompting our family to go to Yuyang to visit him. However, since you who manage Yozhou have not heard of this news, there must be some misunderstanding. Indeed, there is a misunderstanding. Perhaps General Zhao Wu is in good health, but is suffering from heart troubles. Zhang Liqing pondered for a moment and considered the pros and cons. He had to admit that the young General Zhao Wu might be a capable and ambitious individual. Otherwise, why would there be Taoists from Qingyang Palace escorting his family, and how could his family escape the control of the court? It must be noted that there were 50,000 border soldiers in Yuyang. Even in prosperous times, such a force would be qualified to engage in treason, let alone now during a time of strife among the feudal lords. If it is a heart trouble, our family members are just the right ones to provide guidance. I wonder why the court ordered our entire family to Yuyang. It turns out the Grand General had long known the cause of my second son's illness. The Grand General oversees state affairs, and with someone like Brother Liqing guarding the local area, the lineage of Duke Su truly stands as a paragon of excellence in the world. Upon hearing Zhang Liqing mention that Zhou Heng was suffering from heart troubles, Zhou Jian knew that this descendant of the current Grand General had the intention of keeping their family. Thus, he stated that this action was sanctioned by the court, subtly implying that this Grand General's descendant was in Yuzhou, while his family members were also in Yuyang. The power of Grand General Zhang Shiji allows you to govern the local area, and the soldiers in my family's hand can keep you from leaving Yuzhou. Moreover, we are all noble families. You, Duke Su, are the steward of the noble line, and we are all on the same side, so we should give each other face, otherwise it would not be good for anyone to fall out. Brother Zhou overpraises me. The court is benevolent to its subordinates, which has led to the prosperity of the Duke Zus lineage. My official relationship with General Zhao Wu, along with mutual trust, brings stability to Yuzhou. Governor Zhang Liqing gazed at Zhou Jian for a moment before lifting his cup with a smiling face. Through his conversation with Zhou Jian, he had already abandoned the idea of keeping Zhou's family. As Zhou Jian expressed, if he could trap Zhou's family, the 50,000 elite soldiers of Yuyang could also trap him. In this way, it would only lead to a falling out which would not benefit anyone. Therefore, it would be better for everyone to directly comply with the court's orders, which would not only give each other face, but also avoid internal strife among the noble families. Lord Zhang governs wisely. I Zhou toast you a cup. After setting aside the issue of Zhou's family's journey to Yuyang, Zhang Liqing had no other conflicts with the Zhou family, so he could still engage in light conversation with Zhou Jian while drinking. During this time, he expressed his admiration for Duke Xinwu. He Hong openly stating that Duke Xinwu, He Hong had allowed his young son to travel a great distance to Yuzhou to care for distant relatives, truly setting an example of loyalty and righteousness. In reality, he was using this opportunity to satirize He Hong for betting on too many horses, and now even a small General Zhao Wu was not spared. However, Zhang Liqing also knew in his heart that He Hong must have his reasons for doing so, and moreover, although the General Zhao Wu was not grand, he currently commanded 50,000 border troops. After the banquet, Zhou's family stayed overnight in Chongping City and set off the next day for Yuyang County in the northern part of Chongping. Husband, why not clarify He Shua's identity? My dear, if we do not clarify, it will seem as if my second son is plotting treason, and there will be no room for maneuvering. In the first year of Yong'an, on the 26th day of the 12th month, the Zhou family finally entered the territory of Yuyang. Upon entering the Yuyang region, the Zhou family immediately felt the power that Zhou Heng held there. They saw over 1,000 well-equipped Yuyang soldiers stationed early at the border between Yuyang and Chongping under the command of a military officer. I pay my respects to Deputy Minister Zhou. I am Sun Gui, sent by General Zhao Wu to await your family. Please, Deputy Minister Zhou, allow me to accompany you. I will ensure your safety with all my strength. Thank you for your welcome, General. I heard on the road that the Blackwater Mabe is invading southward. How is the battle situation in Yuyang now? Although Zhou Jian knew that Yuzhou was facing a great war, he was unaware of the specific situation in Yuyang. Now that they were about to enter Yuyang, he felt some concern about the battle there. Report to Deputy Minister Zhou, a division of the Blackwater Mabe army has already entered the Yuyang region. This is why General Zhao Wu sent someone to welcome you and your family. However, Deputy Minister, there is no need for you to worry. Currently, the troops in Yuyang are well-equipped and wealthed, and with General Zhao Wu and the Yuyang garrison general working together to defend, those barbarians will soon be driven back to the northern plains. That's good to hear. I was indeed overly concerned. With your elite border troops here, Yuyang will surely be as stable as a rock. Deputy Minister, you flatter us. After exchanging a few pleasantries, the Zhou family's convoy merged with the Yuyang soldiers, and Zhou Jian returned to the carriage feeling somewhat calmer after his restless heart along the way. Father, I didn't expect Erlang to be so impressive in Yuyang. I never enjoyed the treatment of being escorted by over 1,000 soldiers while in the capital. Indeed, times have changed. In the past, Erlang relied on the family's protection, but now he has the capability to provide protection for our family. That's true. Erlang has really made something of himself. I wonder what kind of position he will offer me. Now that I have also started a family, without an official position and salary, things will be difficult in the future. Zhou Rue thought simply. He came to Yuyang this time, bringing his newlywed wife Shui, who like his aunt hailed from the Duke of Weiss mansion. After becoming a husband, Zhou Rui's mindset changed significantly. A position that he previously did not value now became very important to him. Because he knew that Zhou Heng could provide for Zhou Jian but he could not support his small family. Even if Zhou Heng was willing to help, he felt embarrassed to accept. Now a suitable official position would not only support his small family, but also represent his status at home. Thus he took the opportunity to express this matter, hoping that Zhou Jian would assist in seeking Zhou Heng's help. "You rascal, you've learned to play tricks like your father. Don't worry, since Yuyang has expanded its military, they will definitely need some new military officers. With your status, Erlang will surely assign you to guard an important area. Father, please don't tease me. You know that with my abilities, being a military officer in the capital is manageable. But if I were to be a commanding officer here in the county, wouldn't that be giving the enemy credit for achievements?" Zhou Rui still had self-awareness. With his tendency to complain about riding for too long, he really did not possess the skills of a military scion. What he sought was merely a high-paying and prestigious position, while he preferred to stay far away from leading troops in a battle. "As long as you understand, I worry that you will get overly ambitious and insist on leading troops into combat based on your status. My son, today is different from the past. In the past, whatever you did was for the court. As long as there were no major mistakes, it didn't matter how well or poorly you performed. But starting today, you will be working for your second brother. If you don't perform well, others won't criticize you, but will instead say your second brother favors his own. So you must always stay self-aware, know your own strengths and weaknesses, and do not allow yourself to be used by petty individuals, becoming a tool that hinders your second brother." "I understand, father." Zhou Jian seemed to be educating Zhou Rui, but he was actually reminding himself. His position was more sensitive than Zhou Rui's. If influenced by others, it could indirectly affect Zhou Heng. That kind of scenario was unacceptable to Zhou Jian. When their family was in the capital, they were the bargaining chip in the court's grasp of Zhou Heng, a border general. But he could not allow the Zhou family now in Yuyang to become another tool to bind Zhou Heng. Their Zhou family had only gained this rare opportunity to become a lord after hundreds of years. He absolutely could not accept such an opportunity collapsing due to internal family issues. "You two really have no conscience. In the past you would ask for my opinion on family matters, but now even Rui's position issue is not consulted with me. Do you think that after leaving the capital and losing the support of the Xian Wu Ho mansion, I am nothing?" Since entering Yuyang, he had been in a bad mood. She felt that the familiar Zhou family of the past was gone. Now the wealth and power supporting the Zhou family were no longer her as the head matron, but rather General Zhao Wu, who held the military power of Yuyang. In reality, she felt a sense of pride upon seeing Zhou Heng's power, as Zhou Heng's success today was partly due to her efforts. She had witnessed her investments yielding exceptional returns, and even in chaotic times providing a solid support for herself and her family. To say she was not gratified would be a lie. Yet she felt more fear, as she was afraid that after entering Yuyang she would become an ordinary woman in a secluded household, living her days trying to please her husband's family. If that were the case, what would her over a decade of investment in the Zhou family amount to? It would merely be a fleeting dream. Why would the lady think this? I am merely advising Rui on how to conduct himself in the future. Do not overthink. Even if the two of us are idle in Yuyang, you cannot be idle. Think about it, as the direct female elder of Heng, shouldn't you help Heng contact the female relatives of his subordinates? Moreover, with the war imminent, once battle begins, who knows how many soldiers will fall. At that time, won't you need to represent Erlang to comfort the female relatives of the fallen officers? And those female relatives of fallen soldiers cannot be neglected, or whether you meet them one by one or in batches, you must see them. You need to let them know that although their husbands and children died for Yuyang, Erlang will not forget them, and neither will the Zhou family. In the event that someone bullies these widows later, who can they turn to for help? Isn't it you, the aunt of General Zhao Wu? We certainly can't let them go to court to air those grievances." Zhou Jian could understand his fears. Even if he came to rely on his nephew after losing his foundation, he too felt some unease. Therefore he advised from a practical perspective, aiming to tell her that she was much more important than she imagined. "All this. My husband, I have only connected Zhou family with the Xian Wu Ho mansion. Can I really handle the connections with the female relatives of the soldiers in Yuyang?" "You can, my lady. Your outer strength, inner gentleness, and inherent wisdom are exactly what is needed for these matters. Treating the female relatives of fallen soldiers with kindness is the greatest help to Erlang. Moreover, if you do not take action, should Shui, Zhou Rui's wife, go to comfort those female relatives in the name of Erlang's sister-in-law. With her overly kind disposition, she might be overwhelmed upon seeing a large group of grieving women. Indeed, this is something I must do. In the future, you gentlemen can wage war with peace of mind, for I will ensure the safety of those female relatives of the soldiers." "That's good. Erlang gathers loyalty and power, but someone must handle the aftermath so that those soldiers will sincerely submit." With the escort of Colonel Sun Gui, the Zhou family's travel speed increased significantly. 2 days later, they entered Yuyang City, feeling both anxious and hopeful. As soon as they arrived in Yuyang City, they were received by Qianxi, the captain of Zhou Heng's personal guard, and taken back to the General Zhao Wu's residence. After Zhou Heng finished dealing with the deployment of weapons and supplies with Shun Yin, he accompanied them back to visit the Zhou family. Uncle, I apologize for keeping you waiting. You came from afar, and I should have gone out to welcome you, but the soldiers of the Blackwater Mole have already engaged in battle with the garrison of Yinping County. Therefore, I had to first send out reinforcements to Yinping County. I hope you can forgive me for this delay. Erling, you need not say such things. We are family, and there is no need to be overly concerned with formalities. Moreover, the affairs of the nation lie in rituals and military matters. Right now, the soldiers of Yuyang are fighting valiantly against foreign enemies. If you neglect public duty for private reasons, that would truly displease your uncle. Thank you for your understanding, uncle. This is Shun Yin, the governor of Yuyang, a close friend of your nephew Zhou Heng, and General Peng Yuanhong, the garrison commander of Yuyang. General Peng has led reinforcements to Yinping County to fend off the invasion of the Blackwater Moa and cannot come to meet you. When he returns, I will introduce him to you. Good. Zhou has met Governor Shun. Since Shun is a close friend of Erlang, let us go inside and gather together. Thank you for the invitation, Lord Shen. Through Shun Yan's arrival, Zhou Jian indirectly understood Zhou Heng's power in Yuyang. He also realized through his conversation with Zhou Heng that his nephew was not arrogant due to his authority. He still remembered his uncle and the Zhou family. Therefore, he was willing to fulfill his responsibilities as an uncle, allowing Zhou Heng's subordinates and friends to enter the inner hall to meet the Zhou family. In Deqi, being able to enter a friend's inner hall and meet their wife and children signifies a close relationship and great importance placed on the visitor by the host. Thus, Shun Yin expressed his gratitude to Zhou Jian. After all, as Zhou Heng's subordinate, being accepted by Zhou Heng was different from being accepted by the entire Zhou family. The head of the Zhou family who came to Yuyang was not someone difficult to approach, which was good news for Xin Yan. As a blood relative of Zhou Heng, the Zhou family would definitely become part of the Yuyang government in the future, making it important for subordinates to build good relationships with them. After respectfully greeting his aunt, he sure Zhou Heng jokingly exchanged a few words with Zhou Rui, allowing Zhou Jian and the others to fully relax their previously anxious hearts. Seeing Zhou Heng's friendliness, they felt that the journey from the capital to Yuyang was worthwhile. It was truly good that the boy who had left their home had not changed. Uncle, aunt, and elder brother, the situation at the front line is urgent, so I will not stand on ceremony. It is now the time for everyone to work together to overcome difficulties, and I hope you all will not spare any effort to assist Heng. And I would like you to visit the families of the fallen soldiers at the front line. I will have Qianxi provide you with the financial reports from the household, and you can distribute some funds to them on behalf of your nephew. Additionally, you can promise their children and younger generations that we will prioritize their families for promotion to official positions. Erlang can rest assured, I will handle the proportions well. He sure felt that although Zhou Heng was not overly polite, he had decisively assigned her the responsibility of comforting the families of the fallen soldiers, instantly dispelling her previous worries. Doing these things not only greatly enhances her connections, but also indirectly accumulates a certain amount of public support. If she can perform well, she will soon become one of the most powerful women in Yuyang City. Elder brother, the original colonel of the inner city of Yuyang, accompanied General Peng on his expedition. Heng intends for you to take on the role of the new colonel of the inner city military officer in charge of maintaining order in the city. However, the colonel of the inner city of Yuyang must go to the battlefield when necessary. Elder brother, you will not only patrol for security, but also train alongside your troops. A second brother, I am familiar with the position of inner city colonel. You know, I originally did this in the Wuqing military command, but I truly have no experience in fighting and killing on the battlefield. I don't want to mess up your grand plans. Just do your best, elder brother. When the time comes, everyone in Yuyang, young and old, will have to become militia to fight. Experience will not matter then. All right, since second brother trusts me, I will not let you down. Zhou Rui bit his teeth and accepted the responsibilities of the inner city colonel. Now he understood his father's words better. Serving as an official for the court allows him to take advantage of the situation, but serving his family means he cannot just take advantage, he may even have to lead the charge. At this moment, he felt the happy life of taking it easy was waving goodbye to him. This pampered young master who had been protected by his parents would have to start working hard. Uncle, please assist Governor Shun in handling the supply of weapons and food to various states and counties. The original chief of Yozhou, Lin Pingsong, insisted on personally going to Yinping County to sort out logistics. No problem. However, Erlang, I heard that Governor Lin has a good reputation in Chongping County and is a good official for the country and the people. If something happens to him on the front line, it would not be good for you or Yuzhou. I wonder if it is possible to withdraw him from the front line. Uncle, you may not know, although Governor Lin is currently stationed in Yuyang, his direct superior is the Yuzhou inspector. I have already ordered him to oversee affairs in Yuyang, but he refuses to listen. I don't know what Inspector Zhang is thinking. As for Governor Lin going to the front line for logistics, he directly approved it with an agreement. Sai, I thought only the capital had factional struggles. I didn't expect Yuzhou to show signs of this as well. Erlang, rest assured regarding the allocation of weapons and food, I will take it seriously. Thank you for your assistance, uncle. After discussing the responsibilities, Zhou Heng had a meal with his family and then set out once again for the general's office. However, no one in the Zhou family felt he was being rude. After all, they had only just arrived and Zhou Heng had already assigned them responsibilities, which was enough to prove his trust and importance in them. Zhou Heng did not stay at home for long, and it was not that he had grown distant from the Zhou family. Rather, he was truly busy because a troop of over 10,000 soldiers from the Blackwater Mole had surrounded Yinping County. They were likely targeting the salt wells that produced brine for salt production in Yinping County. These salt wells were not only an important economic source for Yuyang, but also one of its crucial wartime resources. Originally, Zhou Heng had stationed 5,000 defending troops there, but unexpectedly, the Blackwater Mole still aimed to take that small county town with numerous defenders. Therefore, after discussing with Shun Yin and Peng Yuanhong, Zhou Heng decided to send another 5,000 reinforcements to Yinping County, and Garrison Commander Peng Yuanhong would personally head to Yinping to oversee the defense. Thus, on the first day of the Zhou family's reunion in Yuyang, they not only did not enjoy a proper reunion meal, but each one of them became busy with various responsibilities. In the evening, he sure said goodbye to several wives of Yuyang generals and returned home feeling exhausted. Madam, you have worked hard. Were you able to adapt to today's events? Husband, I have just realized that dealing with internal affairs for court officials is completely different from handling internal affairs for generals. Just today, I received 35 families of fallen soldiers. Husband, how do you usually handle government affairs? Why do I feel you seem much more relaxed than I do? Madam, my authority is great, but I also have many subordinates who can share the workload. You are different. If you send a maid to do it, that would not be a visit of comfort, but a slight to the fallen. What I do is practical while what you do is emotional, so it is only natural that you would feel a bit more tired. There is a significant difference between hearsay and what is truly seen. Zhou Heng's aunt, he sure witnessed her father leading troops into battle in her youth, and during family meals, she had heard her father speak of how many enemy soldiers he had beheaded. At that time, she only felt that her father was exceptionally formidable. A true man should fight bravely on the battlefield, protecting the nation and its people. However, the cries of the 35 bereaved women of the fallen soldiers yesterday offered her a more intuitive understanding of war. Now she truly felt that those fallen soldiers were not merely cold numbers. They had families, and their parents, wives, and children were all waiting for them to return home. If possible, she sincerely wished that the men of the Zhou family would not go to war. She would rather return to their home in the capital with her family, hoping everything would be as peaceful and harmonious as it was last year. With compassion for the bereaved women of the fallen soldiers and worries about the future of the Zhou family, he sure fell asleep and had a dream. In her dream, she saw 3 men from the Zhou family dying one after another on the battlefield, while she along with her daughter and daughter-in-law hid from the marauding soldiers amidst the chaos of the burning city of Yuyang. Oh no. Madam, what is wrong? Are you not accustomed to the environment of Yuyang? Did you have a nightmare? My husband, why is there chaos in the capital, strife in the borders, and turmoil throughout the land? Is there truly no place of peace left in this world? Madam, peaceful lands are not achieved by waiting, they are fought for. Rest assured, we no longer need to wait. Our Zhou family can make Yuyang and even the entire Yozhou a land of peace. Zhou Jian looked at his panicked wife and sighed inwardly at transitioning from a noblewoman in the capital to a general's aunt was truly a challenge for her. But there was no other choice. Although they lived leisurely and luxuriously in the capital, that power was ultimately like a tree without roots, easily toppled by a strong wind. Even their greatest supporter, the Marquis of Xinwu Hihong, derived his power not merely from his illustrious title, but from the military authority he wielded in the capital. Yet no matter how politically astute Hihong was with the constant provocations from various lords, he would eventually have to lead troops into battle. At that time, whether he could return safely to the capital was uncertain. Moreover, even if he could return safely if his troops suffered heavy losses or were defeated, even if he could preserve himself through past connections, what would happen to those who depended on him? Therefore, Zhou Jian had no regrets about coming to Yuyang. Here the Zhou family could determine their own fate and even reshape this chaotic world according to their desires. Indeed, relying on others' favors is not as good as striving for oneself. My husband, I remember when Erlang came to Yuyang, there was a coach from the cavalry department accompanying him. From today onward, let Ruyer train with that coach in martial arts. I do not expect him to become extraordinarily capable, but having a bit more courage is always good. It will increase his chances of survival on the battlefield in the future. Well, alright. Zhou Jian initially wanted to say that the martial arts taught by that coach Yao were hard to learn, but he reconsidered. It was indeed time for Zhou Ruey to learn some skills. Moreover, enduring some hardship is far better than being killed by the enemy for lacking the courage to wield a sword or spear. Thus, the love from his mother transformed into expectations and encouragement for Zhou Ruey. At this moment, Zhou Ruey, who was soundly asleep, was unaware that he was about to be forced to learn various skills of a military general. The next day, when he reported for duty, he suddenly discovered that there was an additional officer in his military camp. The officer named Yao Sun was not at all polite to him, directly placing a pot filled with beans and a few light wooden sticks wrapped in cloth in front of him. Zhou Xiaowei, you choose one. I have been entrusted by Lord Zhou and Madam He. You wouldn't want to make it difficult for me, would you? Coach, do you think I can choose none at all? Choose none at all. Then it seems you want to choose two simultaneously. Zhou Xiaowei, you truly have great ambition. General Zhao Wu also chose two back in the day. I hope you possess his resilience. At this moment, Zhou Rui was undoubtedly in despair. He just wanted to return to the warm lodgings of the capital and never stay in the cold training grounds of Yuyang again. However, reality would not change according to his will. Whether he liked it or not, he inevitably began his training. Coach Yao might not teach him how to be a general, but he could impart the martial skills necessary for killing enemies on the battlefield. While Zhou Rui was being forced to practice martial arts, Zhou Heng was also paying attention to the situation in Yinping County. He noticed that reinforcements from the Heishui Mo were flooding into Yinping County, and their chosen route of attack this time was different from their previous invasions. In the past, the Heishui Mo would first surround Yuyang City and then plunder the more fertile areas around it. Now their assault on Yinping seemed more like a strategic invasion of Yozhou, abandoning their previous plundering tactics. In other words, they previously only intended to seize wealth and leave, but this time they were not planning to depart. Even though they knew that capturing Yinping County would provoke fierce resistance from the defenders of Yuyang and even the entire army of Yozhou, they still intended to take on this hard nut to crack. It appeared that they were fully prepared for a total war. This time, it would be difficult for the defenders of Yuyang to repel them by merely diminishing their strength. Dragon God relieves suffering and cure illness swiftly. The water essence of Yuzhou was stirred by Zhou Heng, and the ubiquitous power of water essence followed the humidity, moisture, and wind and snow into the bodies of the Yinping defenders, causing their stiff bodies due to the cold to gradually become more agile. Quickly send the injured soldiers from the heavy armor camp to the city god temple. Under the command of the Yinping commander Dai Lin, numerous farmers braved the arrows and stones to drag the heavily armored soldiers down from the city walls. After conducting small-scale probes, Yinping's commander Dai Lin discovered that the city god of Yuyang could indeed heal the wounded and urgently constructed 4 more city god temples at the corners of Yinping's walls. Now Yinping City, along with the main city god temple in the center, had a total of 5 city god temples. These 5 temples, which continuously manifested and healed the wounded, greatly boosted the morale of the Yinping defenders. General, the troops of the Heishui Mo have increased again. Although we had cleared the surrounding woods in advance, they still managed to cobble together 2 catapults and 3 siege towers by demolishing civilian houses. General, today they have brought out the siege equipment they worked hard to gather. Most likely they are preparing for a full-scale assault. I see. Has the reinforcements from Captain Xiao and Yuyang arrived? Commander Dai Lin of Yinping observed the siege equipment being erected, but he was somewhat troubled. He was more concerned about the numerous makeshift wooden ladders. It was highly likely that the Heishui Mo would employ the cruelest method of siege known as ant-attachment. Only in this way could they maximize their numerical advantage. Reporting to the general, the Fudong department established by Zhou Heng to connect living people with the underworld officials has reported that General Peng has already brought 5,000 reinforcements to Yinping. Good. General Zhao Wu is courageous and righteous. Tell the soldiers to use all the stored fire oil, rolling stones, and logs. Our Yinping defenders must strive to deal a heavy blow to the enemy today to create an opportunity for General Peng to intervene in the battlefield. Understood. Shortly after Commander Dai Lin issued the order, the full-scale assault by the Heishui Mo began. An overwhelming sea of soldiers carrying ladders and brandishing swords rushed towards the walls of Yinping from 3 directions like ants. Only the eastern wall remained untouched by the Heishui Mo soldiers, but that was likely not a safe route. Rather, it was a dead end meant to lure the Yinping defenders into a panic and flee. The military campaign in Yuzhou drew attention not only from its local populace, but also from court ministers and commoners in Daliang City. As the situation in Daqi deteriorated steadily, foreign wars and regional conflicts became the most pressing topics among Daliang citizens. Just days ago, imperial officials requisitioned a consignment of grain from prefectures near Daliang City, claiming it was destined for the Yuzhou front. Consequently, the state of the Yuzhou battlefield became the dominant subject of public discourse in Daliang. Information that soon reached the Jingxing Squad, a subordinate unit of Rongqi Intelligence Division. A major lead at last. After all these days, we've finally uncovered vital intelligence. Transmitting this to Rongqi Intelligence will absolve us of any breach of contract penalties. Senior Brother Wanhan, isn't Daqi already in utter chaos? How can a provincial war constitute such significant intelligence? Chiefing this is precisely the opening. Rongqi team needs to intervene in Daqi's political order. Lu Wenhan knew full well that Rongqi technology, the power behind Rongqi team, harbored immense ambitions toward Daqi. Otherwise it would never have established a dedicated intelligence division to analyze regional developments across the realm. Moreover, Rongqi team's current strategic trajectory centered on leveraging native NPCs to overthrow bosses, making integration into Daki's political apparatus not merely desirable but inevitable. The Yuzhou front now presented just such an opportunity. Rongqi players could pose as enslaved laborers of the Heishui Mo, mute and poisoned, and attempt infiltration into the Yuzhou military. Fueled by their fearless resolve, these players would swiftly establish themselves within the Yuzhou ranks, granting Rongqi team not only influence within the cultivation world, but also an indirect foothold within the human political hierarchy. Then this intelligence is indeed invaluable. Senior Brother Wenhan, please transmit it to Rongqi intelligence without delay. I get a migraine just thinking about those penalty clauses in our contract. Very well, I'll dispatch a comprehensive intelligence assessment immediately. Though merely a professional esports competitor, Lu Wenhan had authored numerous in-depth game guides. Thus, he possessed solid analytical capacity regarding connections between narrative backdrops and pivotal in-game events. Upon submitting his detailed analysis of the Yuzhou campaign to Rongqi Intelligence, he received swift and effusive commendation from Rongqi Technology, which affirmed it would revise his contract proportionally upon verifying the intelligence's strategic value. Sir, this message arrives from our intelligence cell stationed in Daliang City. They assessed the Yuzhou campaign as an optimal entry point for Rongqi's intervention in Daki's political structure. Our analysts concur this Yuzhou campaign represents an exceptionally promising opportunity for intervention. For beyond Yuzhou, other regional conflicts remain contained. Though regional lords and court ministers hold divergent positions, they ultimately belong to the same social stratum. Intervening via Daki's civil war would inevitably place us under the suppression of entrenched local aristocratic lineages. Yuzhou, however, differs fundamentally. In interethnic warfare, there is inherently more brutal, and officer attrition far exceeds that of internal strife. Rongqi Intelligence's sociological analysis of Daki concludes that the realm operates as a feudal society governed by personal ties, rendering upward mobility nearly impossible for anyone lacking formal status or lineage. Yuzhou presents a stark contrast. Players who join local garrisons and survive successive large-scale engagements will naturally ascend through merit alone. Even if promotions within the Yuzhou military possess ceilings, those limits remain significantly higher than those imposed by internecine struggles among Daki's regional lords. After all, even captured enemy officers are rarely executed en masse lest reputations suffer. The Heishui Mo, however, operate under distinct societal norms and language. Compounded by generations of border warfare and deep-seated blood, feuds, their likelihood of sparing captured Yuzhou officers is vanishingly low. Indeed, massacres of entire cities are not beyond possibility, thereby offering players repeated opportunities to embed themselves within the Yuzhou military through relentless bloody campaigns. Truly promising intelligence. How many of our operatives are currently deployed in Yuzhou? Only 12, 2 squads in total. 12 is insufficient. Issue urgent recruitment notices to absorb all available closed beta players already stationed in Yuzhou. Simultaneously contact allied teams and coordinate a joint Yuzhou operation. The official update cycle for the game, Spectre Sovereignty, proceeds too slowly. Let us catalyze the emergence of a new main storyline. Activate our public narrative strategy office. I intend for the majority of players to recognize that the age of contention has truly begun. Understood. Du Yingyang watched the Rongqi Intelligence Director depart, then turned and drew open the Venetian blinds. Though appearing to gaze skyward, his true focus lay upon the colossal grotesque specters drifting across the heavens. Change proceeds too slowly. We must accelerate. Otherwise, we reserve biomass may be harvested at any moment without warning. The celestial ladder myth recounts how deities have repeatedly erased the world. The fortunate few were chosen by gods to board the Ark of the Apocalypse. Now I comprehend that vessel is no instrument of salvation, but rather a breeding vessel for sustenance. I have boarded another vessel, but this one wages war against our world. Salvation remains ours to forge unaided. Should the Daki world vessel founder, our own extinction follows immediately. Damn it. Why must a humble tech company CEO shoulder the burden of interworld warfare? All because Li Haibai plunged me into despair only to kindle hope anew. Du Yingyang inwardly raged as he observed the contorted phantoms overhead. Their nauseating habit of periodically extracting human-shaped forms from various locations and devouring them filled him with fury and helplessness alike. Creak, creak. Du Yingyang felt encircled by countless gnawing sounds interwoven with human cries of agony and desperate pleas for mercy. He recognized them as hallucinations. Since awakening his dharma, spectral apparitions haunted him daily, and the crushing psychological pressure had begun to erode his mental equilibrium. He now suffered mild delusional disorder, compelling him to practice the mind-purifying mantra taught by Master Huiming. Though efficacious in principle, the mantra proved ineffective within the Taixing world. He was thus compelled to enter the temple of observing virtue and vice across the 3 realms for cultivation every few days. After steadying his mind, Du Yingyang reclined onto a chaise lounge, draped a woolen blanket over himself to simulate afternoon repose, and invoked the temple inwardly. Have I arrived at the wrong location? Du Yang stood agape before the temple precinct, now expanded several-fold. What had once been serene now bustled with activity. He beheld imposing officials and radiant divine magistrates patrolling the grounds, and noticed a previously nameless hall, now bearing the plaque Department of Punishing Evil. What in the world transpired here? Has our Taixing Divine Salvation Council headquarters been overrun? No, please no. I've only just boarded this vessel. You cannot replace the captain so swiftly. Young scholar with the cropped hair? Yes, you. Stop gawking. You serve under the Taixing Divine Ministry, correct? Your records reside in the Department of Punishing Evil. Let me see. Your name is Du Yang. A local deity accompanied by officials approached. Du Yang consulted a ledger in hand and swiftly located his dossier. Esteemed Divine Magistrate, what monumental event has reshaped this temple precinct? Has our principal deity been apprehended? Indeed, a watershed development has occurred. The temple has invited a punishing evil judge from the Heaven Emperor Divine Court to reorganize local divine administration, a routine inter-divine collaboration requiring no concern. As for your sovereign deity, he remains unarrested. Yet the weight of his responsibilities grows unbearable. Fearing his potential demise, several city gods have placed him under intensive specialized training. I see now, but how did you, Lord Divine Officer, come to know my information? The Earth deity spirit in front of him had its own information, which made Du Yang very curious. Could it be that their Taixing lineage has been incorporated by the so-called Earth deity lineage? Of course it was your master god who informed us. He is concerned that after his fall you would return to mediocrity, hence he voluntarily cooperated with our Earth deity lineage. Now you can choose another divine master. From now on there will be 2 divine masters supporting your transcendence. Here we have the city god, mountain god, and river god. Pick one to go for an interview. Thank you very much. However, may I offer a suggestion, Lord Divine Officer? Please do. We will record any suggestions beneficial to the development of the divine path, but we cannot guarantee complete acceptance. Upon hearing Du Yang's suggestion, the divine officer not only did not show displeasure, but also took out a pen indicating that Du Yang need not hold back as he would take notes seriously. The thing is, in order to quickly expand the influence of the Taixing lineage in our homeland, I focused on practicality when recruiting new gods and did not consider the character or morals of the candidates too much. The punishing judge is willing to provide us with another pillar of divine sealing to prevent us from falling back to mediocrity, which is indeed a good thing. I thank the judge on behalf of my colleagues for his benevolence. However, Lord Divine Officer, the reason we can unite despite our individual thoughts relies on the constraints of the Master God. Therefore, while our divine seal will be more stable with an additional pillar, it may also fragment our internal unity. I believe my Master God has already introduced the situation in Taixing to you. It is fraught with danger, and if we lose the Master God's restraint, I fear the recipients of the divine seal in Taixing may have other thoughts. Du Yang hesitated for a moment, but still voiced his concerns. To say he was not looking forward to having another divine master would be a lie. For doing so aligns perfectly with his personal interests, but he is more worried that the newly developing Divine Salvation Council might deviate from its original intent, a scenario he simply cannot accept. After all, he is not a lone wolf in Taixing, nor does he have an antisocial personality. Having seen the world's reality, what he desires most is for his family and children to live under a normal sky. At the same time, he knows he cannot impose feelings and grand ideals on all the people of Taixing. He fears that those he has brought in may reveal their indifferent nature. Moreover, Du Yang is quite satisfied with his Master God. His Master God, apart from maintaining control over authority and establishing absolute objectives that must not be violated, does not manage specific affairs. Currently in their council, Li Haibai is the Grand Speaker, and he is the Vice Speaker. He lacks nothing in terms of freedom, status, or interests, so he is willing to uphold the existing system. Thus, after much hesitation, he still decided to voice this issue. He does not know whether this suggestion will be adopted, but at least expressing it brings him some peace. Mr. Do, your concerns are quite reasonable. Through your Master God, we have gained some understanding of the social situation in Taixing. Rest assured your worries will not become reality. We have strategies to address these issues. Can you tell us what those strategies are? Of course. Our Punishing Bureau is not a department that manages you, but rather a department that cooperates with you. If your Master God revokes the authorization of any subordinate god, we will cooperate, but it will go through a review by the punishing judge first. We will actively assist in all reasonable dismissal actions. However, if your Master God abuses his power for personal gain, overly cultivating subordinate gods, and forgetting the original intention of becoming a god, we will initiate countermeasures. Simply put, we will urge your Master God to fulfill the responsibility of salvation. What we provide is not restraint, but rather assurance. That sounds good, but I still have some concerns. While you provide us with assurance restraint, who then provides assurance restraint for you? Seeing that the Earth deity spirit in front of him was easy to talk to, Du Yang boldly expressed his thoughts. He appreciated the other party's goodwill, but was equally puzzled about who would guarantee that goodwill was maintained. If they believe themselves to be benevolent and can use their own morality to restrain the people of Taixing, then they are not truly benevolent, but rather arrogant tyrants. I understand your point. We are restrained by the earth deities. The earth deities are restrained by the celestial gods, and the celestial gods are the divine beings birthed by the world. Their character is steadfast and trustworthy, yet they are also restrained by the Emperor of Heaven. And what about the Emperor of Heaven? The Emperor of Heaven is impartial and just. He does not require restraint. Understood. I have no further issues. Du Yingyang awkwardly smiled. He noticed that when he mentioned the Emperor of Heaven, the previously amiable spirit's expression suddenly grew serious, which made him realize he had touched a taboo. However, he did not regret it as he had received the answer he sought. If this spirit in front of him was not deceiving him, then the Emperor of Heaven should be akin to an intelligent program devoid of any selfish desires. Their fairness is the logic of their reasoning. To be honest, having such a powerful emperor to restrain the deities of the Punishing Bureau is undoubtedly good news for the people of Taixing. In this way, if they were to suffer oppression from the Earth deity lineage, they could send players into the Daichi world, crying out the name Emperor of Heaven to seek justice. It stands to reason that the just and fair Emperor of Heaven would not allow his subordinates to harm another divine path with a heart for salvation or indirectly strip another world's humanity of their hope for self-rescue. Since there are no issues, please take a good look at the introductions of the Earth deities. Choose one that you think is compatible, lest the Earth deities do not accept you later. Your previous suggestions would all become mere fantasies. Understood. I will review them carefully. Du Yingyang said while flipping through the book the spirit handed over deliberately and inadvertently studying the spirit's face. Lord Divine Officer, I hope you won't mind my earlier rudeness. Mainly I am not familiar with the situation in Daichi and do not know the sanctity of the Emperor. It's nothing. Ignorance is not a crime. That's good. Lord Divine Officer, why are you willing to help us? Is it because the Emperor plans to show mercy and save the people of Taixing? Is it possible that the one warring against your world is the Emperor and the stability between your world and Daichi is merely a result of the Emperor holding back the invaders? Although Du Yingyang knew that the Taixing world was invading the Daichi world, he truly did not realize that the one resisting the invasion was the spirit belonging to the heavenly court of the Emperor. Now as he looked at the divine officers and underworld officials patrolling back and forth in the divine district, he suddenly had a peculiar feeling. Am I a traitor who has fallen into the enemy's office directly finding the organization? No, how could I be a traitor? I am clearly an elite agent of the human camp infiltrating the stronghold of the evil gods with lofty ideals and a bright future. Du Yingyang was merely a subordinate deity of Ma Jigang, which allowed him to seamlessly blend into the earth deity lineage. However, Ma Jigang was different. When he first entered the Divine Hall area, which was being expanded into a blessed land, he felt a deep sense of rejection. He did not wish for this last sanctuary of the Taixing humans to become a battlefield for the various divine factions. Yet he lacked the ability to change this predetermined reality, so he initially held on to the idea of not exposing himself and continuing to survive. Later, under the guidance of Master Huaming, he gradually accepted the existence of the Earth deity lineage and attempted to reveal some information in hopes of seeking cooperation from both sides. When the adjudicator learned of Ma Jigang's background and the existence of the players group, he immediately elevated the cooperation with the Taixing Divine Department to the highest priority. He never expected that the authority of the Divine Hall could be used across realms, which was undoubtedly thrilling news for the Earth deity lineage. The invaders can open a second battlefield within our world. Now we can establish a new battlefield within theirs. Ma Jigang's emergence gave the adjudicator hope for a counterattack against the invaders' stronghold. He planned to nurture and teach Ma Jigang for a period before providing him with substantial divine offerings to help him ascend to divinity. Then, through in-depth cooperation with Ma Jigang and the Taixing Divine Department, he was preparing to establish a divine academy within the Divine Hall. This would guide the new divine minds of Taixing while also training a group of battle deities through professional instruction. After the proposal from the adjudicator was submitted to the city god of Yozhou, it received high praise from the city god and the netherworld lords. From then on, the player team affiliated with the Taixing Divine Department became a recognized ally within the Earth deity lineage. Mr. Ma, are you satisfied with the contents of our agreement? Rest assured we share a common enemy and will not restrict the development of the Taixing Divine Department. Lord Adjudicator, I am quite satisfied with the agreement you provided, but why are you willing to allocate substantial resources to arm the Taixing Divine Department? Mr. Ma, the world war is brutal. If we fail, the world that nurtures us will become fodder for the invaders. Your failure merely continues the cycle of being farmed, which is why we cannot afford to lose. Supporting your development indirectly aids our own interests. The adjudicator understood that the sudden kindness and investment would raise suspicions in the otherworldly individuals before him, but that was normal. Time would prove the sincerity of the Earth deity lineage. The adjudicator was not lying. He truly hoped for the Taixing Divine Department to quickly gather formidable combat power. If it weren't for the fact that the Divine Hall currently only displayed the ability to reclaim subordinate deities across realms and did not show the ability to deploy subordinate deities, the Netherworld Lords would have long since sent an army to infiltrate the opposing world. Because whenever that army is discovered, the invaders must divert some of their forces to eliminate it while leaving some strength behind to maintain stability at home. In this way, the pressure on the Haotian Legion in the extraterrestrial battlefield would be reduced. Of course, if they could also contact the Haotian Emperor and deploy some celestial armies to fight on enemy territory, it would be even better, as that would completely break the blockade of the extraterrestrial battlefield. Alright, I accept your assistance, but please add a clause to the agreement that I have the right to refuse any suicidal combat missions on behalf of my subordinate deities. No problem. Rest assured, Mr. Ma, we will not require you to incite rebellion from within Taixing. That would undoubtedly be murder. We consider you intelligence operatives. The efficiency of the Earth deity lineage was quite high, especially for matters of high priority, such as those concerning the Taixing Divine Department. Therefore, after the formal agreement was signed between the Taixing Divine Department and the Earth deity lineage, the city god of Yuzhou and the 6 county gods received summons from the adjudicator. Colleagues, I have already explained the Taixing matter to you. Now please utilize your influence to help the players group controlled by the Taixing Divine Department gain entry into the Yuzhou governance. They need us to guide the players to discover new directions in the game. I intend to divide the players into factions: the Demon faction, the Divine faction, the Martial faction, and the Political faction. Of course, depending on the player's performance in the future, we can guide more factions. However, since the game's name is Gods and Demons Clash, what we need to do now is lead them into the clash and gradually bring them into the Yuzhou governance. Mr. Ma mentioned that players value their territories greatly. As long as they join the Yuzhou governance and obtain substantial military ranks, they will find it hard to abandon their acquired interests and start over. In Mr. Ma's words, as long as their development is going well, most players will not consider deleting their accounts and starting anew. I understand. After all, they are also humans with unique human thinking. Under normal circumstances, humans find it difficult to give up the rights and careers they have worked hard to attain. As long as we provide them with a fair path for advancement, even if they cannot fully integrate into the Yuzhou military, they will view the Yuzhou military as part of their interests. Having governed Yuzhou for many years, the city god understood all too well the human desire for profit. Thus, he realized that the adjudicator's method was quite feasible. They could attract those players to become forces of the Yuzhou military by granting them positions of power and authority. This method can indeed split the players group, but how do we provide a fair path for their advancement? You must know that the internal affairs of the Yuzhou magistrates and various county commanders are not clean. If they abandon their own people and focus on promoting the players group, it is likely that internal chaos will ensue. If that happens, it could trigger a civil war between the Yuzhou military and the players group, and our plan to absorb the players to form the political faction would fall apart. The city god of Xinglong was somewhat worried that players without concerns might directly overturn the power structure within the Yuzhou military. This would inevitably make it impossible for future players entering the Great Qi world to integrate normally into Great Qi society. The city god of Xinglong is overly cautious. Heng is not only the city god of Yuyang, but also the supreme commander of the Yuyang army. I am willing to absorb the players controlled by the Taixing Divine Department into the Yuyang army. This method is excellent, but Yuyang is ultimately too small to accommodate a large influx of players. No matter, since the lords of the Great Qi are numerous, Heng is willing to intervene in the internal power distribution struggles among the human race. Good. At this moment, we cannot concern ourselves with the divide between humans and deities. City god of Yuyang, conceal your human identity well and avoid being caught by celestial or demonic forces. Rest assured, Lord Adjudicator, I can distinguish between the two identities of City God of Yuyang and General Zhao Wu. As the Earth deity lineage determined its positioning towards the players group, the Yuyang army quickly established a military unit called Rongqi Battalion. After Du Yang returned to the Taixing world, he promptly announced that the captain of the Rongqi battle team, Li Haibai, had established contact with the Yuyang army and initially built a friendship. As Yuyang was currently being invaded by the Heishui Mo, players in Yuzhou will join the counterattack against the Heishui Mo under the identity of the Yuyang Army's Rongqi Battalion. At the same time, the Rongqi battle team announced military ranks and rewards available for achievements, marking the official beginning of the game's Clash chapter. Finally, it feels like there is some semblance of a clash. The world is so vast, why remain cooped up in territories supporting lords? Go forth and integrate into human governance, where there are the romance, fame, and glory that humanity yearns for, along with the clang of steel and the sound of horses. In the first year of Yangon reign of the Great Qi dynasty, on the 29th day of the 12th lunar month, a motley force of 53 men, unevenly armed and clad, crossed into the Salt Ping territory. From their long bamboo poles fluttered a large white banner bearing the bold characters Yuyang Rongqi Battalion. Esteemed warriors, we have now entered Salt Ping territory. Blackwater Mo troops may appear at any moment. Prepare for battle. He Fian, commander of the Yuyang Rongqi battalion, firmly grasped the arm of a man dressed as a hunter and withdrew a notebook from his robe, flipping it open to inscribe a message. Thank you. We shall proceed alone from here. The hunter had studied for several years in his clan's private school as a boy, not acquiring literary refinement, yet mastering common characters. Upon reading He Fian's words, his face flushed crimson. Do you hold me in contempt, sir? Since I guided you into Salt Ping, how could I abandon you now? Let me remain and fight beside you. He Fian shook his head and pointed westward, the direction they had come. Seeing the hunter still poised to argue, he stepped forward, embraced him warmly, and gave his back a firm, reassuring pat, then opened his notebook, once more writing a line for the man to read. Thank you, brother. You have a wife and children. Return home. Do not act rashly. At those words, the hunter's resolve wavered. In that quiet instant, he seemed to hear his infant daughter's babbling voice, whispering, Father. Very well, I will return. Head steadily westward, following the line of villages and dwellings. You will reach Salt Ping County seat. Stay vigilant, comrades. Do not all fall in battle. When General Yuyang summons the militia, I shall join the army and march to Salt Ping to reinforce you. Rest assured, we shall not die. The hunter read He Fian's reply, bowed deeply to him, and the others then turned and walked resolutely toward home. He hastened home to secure his family and await either triumphant news from Yuyang's forces or the general's official conscription order summoning militiamen to arms. With the hunter's departure, the battalion dwindled from 53 to 52, all now players. Our Yuyang NPCs possess genuine humanity. Now I feel even more compelled to drive out the barbarians and defend Yuyang. Indeed, they are indistinguishable from living people. Perhaps they are the true inhabitants of this world, and we are its anomalies. Captain, you're drifting again, still thinking of Miss Shuang. Rest easy, she and her father have already departed for Yuyang City and will be safe. And yes, we understand your fascination with cyberlife and digital companions. No need to hide it anymore. Players were, after all, human, bearing both humanity's nobility and its frailties. Yet the carefree mindset of gaming often veiled part of their deeper nature. Still, some immersed themselves so profoundly they blurred the boundary between reality and simulation, and He Fian was one such soul. He had been wounded fleeing a lord's domain. An injury ordinarily inconsequential for death meant only respawning. Yet fortune smiled upon him. A passing armed merchant caravan discovered him. Recognizing his character's unmistakably Chi ethnic features, they carried him to the nearest county town for treatment. Having no coin, He Fian repaid the physician Shun by assisting in processing medicinal herbs. He assumed this would be but an ordinary gaming interlude, until his conscription into the Rongqi team and an unexpected turn triggered by a farewell letter he penned before departure. He recalled waiting at the city gate the next morning for his teammates, when suddenly a vaguely familiar girl appeared and said, My father is bound for Yuyang. I shall await you there. That cryptic sentence became fodder for his teammates' teasing, but He Fian bore it without resentment, for this world was quietly filling the hollows within his heart. Enough chatter. Marching time is over. Enemies may appear at any moment. Prepare for combat. Understood, Captain. Following the hunter's directions, He Fian's party marched roughly 2 hours, until in the distance they sighted a patrol of mounted scouts. The scouts spotted them simultaneously. One rider spurred forward and shouted a challenge. Since players could not speak directly to NPCs, He Fian pointed to their banner, then gestured to his own mouth and shook his head. The Rongqi battalion. You are the Dao soldiers the general mentioned. Follow us. Do not stray from formation, or we shall shoot down any who break away. Guided by the scouts, He Fian's group soon stood before the true Yuyang army. Reporting, General. During patrol, I encountered the Rongqi battalion's Dao soldiers. Strip them of armor and weapons, then bring them forth. As ordered. Zhou Heng had imagined the Dao soldiers, said by Zhou Heng, to be resurrectable and fearless, as extraordinary beings. Instead, he found them indistinguishable from ordinary subjects of the great Qi. Yet he quickly reconciled himself. Of course, they must appear ordinary. Otherwise, cultivation sects would surely detect their uniqueness. Do you have a leader? If not, appoint one. Per Yuyang military regulation, 50 men form a company, 10 a squad, 5 a fire. He Fian stepped forward, declaring himself their commander. Several players behind him also stepped forth, signaling an internal command structure. Good. Shortly the quartermaster will issue you arms and armor. Master Li Haibai informed us you are Dao soldiers capable of resurrection. If this proves true, you shall undertake perilous missions. If false, you may depart now. Zhou Heng surveyed the 50-odd motionless Dao soldiers before him, nodded in satisfaction, and ordered soldiers to escort them to receive protective gear and armor. Weapons, of course, would be issued only on the eve of battle, for Zhou Heng still withheld full trust from these Dao soldiers. While collecting armor, He Fian's group also received wooden identification tablets and paper credentials, each inscribed with their names and physical descriptions. Captain, we've just been absorbed into the Yuyang army. Does glory, enfeoffment, and high command await us next? Dream on. We received armor, but no weapons. That alone tells us Yu Yang does not yet trust us. True integration demands bloodshed. Only through proven valor and unwavering loyalty will we earn our place within this army. Must we wait? I long for battle now. As the Rongqi battalion players eagerly anticipated action, Zhou Heng spared them no delay, issuing the call to his symbol that very evening. Masterly claims you may revive once each midnight. Tonight, therefore, you shall assault the Blackwater Mo camp twice. Those barbarians endured a brutal siege earlier today. They are exhausted. Seize this chance to erode their morale. He Fian retrieved his notebook, wrote a brief message, handed it to Zhou Heng, and led his unit to collect weapons. Under the guidance of sentries, they vanished into the battlefield's velvet night. We shed blood without flinching, die 100 deaths, yet never waver. Dao soldiers may not be mortal, but they possess hearts of men. Under the night sky, the Blackwater Mo army tents are patrolled by tribal warriors, their figures faintly visible amidst the flickering light of torches and bonfires. The brutal siege during the day has left many injured among the Blackwater Mo Legion, and the sounds of their anguished cries echo through the camp, a testament to their lack of effective treatment. These cries, carried by the cold northern winds, spread wantonly throughout the barracks of the Legion, extinguishing the inner desire for slaughter within the Mo soldiers. Noble Gushin Ujing, the battles of the day have cost us over 2,000 brave warriors from the tribe. Yet the Chirin defenders have shown no signs of chaos. Their fighting spirit and reserves far exceed our expectations. At this rate, our morale may be exhausted before the battle even begins. Duo Dire, I have seen all that you speak of. Listen, the northern winds did not carry the cries of the Chirin, but rather the wails of our warriors. I want to know, it has only been a few years since we last marched south. Why have our once mighty warriors become so weak? In response to the commanders questioning, the generals within the tent dared not speak. Before the siege, they had boldly promised the commander that the fierce Mo warriors would swiftly tear through Yamping's defenses. Now, not only have they not entered Yamping to enjoy the cries of the Chirin, but they are also listening to the wails of their own soldiers under the shroud of the cold winds, making it impossible for them to answer the commander's inquiries. Noble Gushinajing, it is not that our warriors have grown weak, but that the Chirin defenders have become stronger, particularly in their fighting spirit. During the day, I saw our warriors ascend the walls of Yinping multiple times, yet the Yinping defenders remained calm. Whenever a gap appeared, they rushed in selflessly to fill it. I recall 2 years ago when we besieged Yuyang City, the defenders were elite, yet they were not as resilient as the defenders of Yinping today. The Yuyang army at that time was also fearful and panicked, but today's Yinping army seems to be blessed by the gods, transformed into truly fearless warriors. As a deputy commander under the main commander Duo Dire, and noticed the other generals hesitating to speak, so he stood up to express his viewpoint. What do you mean by blessed by the gods? The Chirin gods must be aiding the Yinping defenders from behind. Oh, otherwise how could mere county guards resist our Mo warriors' onslaught? Commander Suaduo knew that under normal circumstances the brutal Mo soldiers would not lose to the small county's guarding forces. Thus he concluded that the gods of the Great Qi were supporting the Yinping defenders from behind, which was also what infuriated him the most. With the enemy's gods supporting them from the shadows and not directly intervening, the Blackwater Mo could not seek help from the god of Tushan. Despicable Chirin, even after becoming gods, they remain equally despicable. Noble Gushinajing, do not speak carelessly. This place falls under the jurisdiction of the Yuyang city god, and the souls of the fallen will be collected by his subordinates. To disrespect them may bring unforeseen consequences. I am a child of Tushan, and Heishui, what can he do to me? Although Commander Suaduo remained defiant, he no longer mentioned the Great Qi gods, and instead shifted the topic to discuss the siege plans for the following day. As the Blackwater Mo leaders discussed their plans for the siege, He Fian and his team, guided by a scout, crept close to the Mo army camp. We've arrived. That area glowing with bonfire light is the barbarians' camp. From here on, it's up to you. The scout gestured for the Rongqi Dao soldiers to act freely, while he himself found a hole to hide in. The scout did not plan to leave, as he needed to report the combat situation of the Dao soldiers to General Peng. All right, brothers, let's sneak in and make a push. When midnight comes, we'll refresh our chances and go again. No problem, but Captain, this ancient military camp is quite impressive. At the scale of the camp nearly rivals that of our village. Over 10,000 of them. They can't build houses, so they can only set up tents for the camp. For fire safety, they also can't be too close together, so the scale naturally becomes large. Players can only communicate through the game's built-in voice feature and cannot speak directly, but this is not entirely a disadvantage. At least their stealth now remains quiet. Otherwise, given the player's nature in such a battle against numerous foes, they would surely shout out to prove their might. Shall we stay at the back of the group? Activate the game's recording function. Our Rongqi battle team's first battle in the human conflict must be documented. Don't worry, Captain, I won't mess it up. I'm a professional at filming. As it was a nighttime stealth operation, He Fian and his team wore armor that was more convenient for movement and less likely to make noise. These players understood that the video of this battle would be viewed by company leaders, and it was possible that one of them might be promoted and rewarded for good performance. Thus, when Shaoli activated the game's recording function, they each tried their best to present themselves as professionals holding swords in their mouths and wooden shields on their backs, cautiously moving forward. The night provided the best camouflage. The bonfires of the Blackwater Moh camp not only soothed their soldiers, but also illuminated the way for the players. Captain, there are wooden barricades ahead. Change direction. Such a large camp cannot be completely surrounded. They did not approach the lit area recklessly, but after crawling in the darkness for over an hour, they finally neared the gap they had discovered. Captain, why are so many people squatting in that big pit? Are they the soldiers defending this gap? Look closely, that pit is likely a latrine. It really is. This game is so realistic. Captain, this is definitely a great breakthrough point. Most soldiers coming here will likely be incapacitated due to urgency, and we might achieve greater results because of this. Yeah, but I wonder if Manager Du will accept that his battle team's first conflict starts from such a place. It's fine, we'll just cut a segment of the video and change the playback order. I'm also a professional at video editing. With Xiao Li's assurance, Fian felt at ease, and he led his team to crawl close to the big pit before dropping the pretense. They all shouted phrases like "Charge forth, let's go," and rushed in. However, in the real scene, they opened their mouths wide, silently brandishing their swords as they rushed out of the darkness, scaring the Moh barbarian soldiers into thinking they had encountered evil spirits in the forest. Don't run, let's battle for 300 rounds. The frightened barbarian soldiers instinctively pulled up their trousers and fled, which greatly stimulated the players' desire for battle. At that moment, all 52 of them acted like fierce generals chasing after the fleeing barbarian soldiers. The Blackwater Moh never expected that such a small gap would be ambushed. They also did not anticipate that the Chirin would send a small team to their death. They merely thought the Chirin army was conducting a night raid. Not good, the Chirin have breached our lines. Warriors, don your armor and follow me. The Chirin outside the city are certainly no match for us. Hey, there's a person that looks like a general. He must be a boss. Brothers, let's take him down. Mo Duan is a centurion in the Blackwater Moh army stationed with his tribal warriors in the southeast of the camp. Today, during the siege battle, Mo Duan's tribe also participated, and after a brutal fight, his tribal warriors suffered 132 casualties. With over 10% casualty rate, his desire for plunder to the south was extinguished. At night, he listened to the wails of his injured tribal warriors, unable to sleep for a long time. He knows that the reason he can be a centurion is not due to his courage or loyalty, but because he has his own tribal warriors. Now his greatest fear is that his tribal warriors will be exhausted by this war. At that point, he would no longer be a general, but would become just an expendable, ordinary soldier. Such is the military system of the Blackwater Moh, both cruel and bloody. They are not only ruthless to outsiders, but equally so to their own. Perhaps this is also the reason they can maintain their combat effectiveness. In such a predatory power structure, only those who possess ruthlessness and martial prowess can survive. In the deep night, Mo Duan pondered what reasons to use to refuse to send troops, or to send fewer troops tomorrow, when sudden shouts of alarm raised his vigilance. It's bad, the Qi people have broken in. Upon hearing it was a night raid by the Qi, Mo Duan immediately lay down, pressing one ear to the ground. Moments later, his tightly closed eyes opened, revealing a cruel smile. This tremor indicates that not only are there few cavalry, but also not many infantry. While the weak Qi people were still playing, I have learned to hunt. Daring to bluff and launch a sneak attack, you must be tired of living. However, I must thank you. With your heads, my tribal warriors will not have to participate in the siege battle tomorrow. As Mo Duan donned his armor, he shouted to those outside the tent, warriors, put on your armor and follow me. The Qi people who left the city are definitely no match for us. As Mo Duan called out, his tribal guards also joined in the shouting. Within a very short time, over 100 tribal warriors gathered at his large tent, with more warriors continuously emerging from the barracks. Warriors of the Moh tribe, follow me to slay those invaders. While we hunt bears, they are still farming. How dare a bunch of farmers challenge the warriors who hunt ferocious beasts? My warriors will tear them apart. Tear them apart. The gathering of Mo Duan's forces also caught the attention of the players. A general surrounded by soldiers held a deadly attraction for them. Brothers, there is a general-like figure over there. He must be a boss. Let's go take him down. The warriors of the Moh tribe approached with disdain and anger toward the Qi people, while the players were filled with anticipation and excitement for the boss. The two sides collided together. As soon as they made contact, both sides were somewhat surprised by each other's strength. The players had not expected that despite being mostly level 3, with 2 points allocated to free attributes, they could not crush these barbaric soldiers. Meanwhile, the warriors of the Moh tribe directly felt the formidable strength of the players. They could not fathom how these Qi people could possess such combat prowess. Could it be that these Qi soldiers are the elite of the Yuyang army? Why would the Qi general send such elite troops to their deaths? Although the players gained some advantage through extreme point allocation, they were not accustomed to cold weapon warfare, and their coordination was not as fluid as that of the Moh tribe warriors. This resulted in a player being able to independently defeat a Moh warrior, But in team battles, the players' individual combat advantages were largely offset by the Moke warriors' teamwork. Duan saw that although the Knight raiding Qi soldiers were elite, they were few in number and lacked coordination, and they were already gradually being surrounded by his warriors. Thus, he stopped observing the battle and called for his personal guards to join him in the fight. This was not because Duan did not understand the principle of self-preservation, but rather that it is the tradition among the Mo that if a tribal leader retreats in battle, he will easily lose his prestige and subsequently his leadership over the tribe. Captain, the general is coming. Our first battle and first kill in the Rongqi camp depend on you. Rest assured, the Mountain Lord Tigerbone Pill has increased my attributes by a full 15 points, 5 points each in strength, agility, and constitution. Compared to him, I am the true boss. He Fian was not holding an ordinary sword, but 2 8-sided iron flails, which he specifically requested from the military supply officer. Such blunt weapons are typically used against heavily armored enemies and are difficult to wield effectively by anyone other than the elite in the army. However, He Fian was different. All his attribute points were invested in strength, and with the Mountain Lord Tigerbone Pill provided by the company, his strength attribute had reached as high as 8 points. This made the 2 heavy iron flails feel as light as plastic sticks in his hands. As soon as Duan entered the battlefield, he saw a Qi warrior in leather armor charging at him with iron flails, effortlessly smashing the tribal warriors blocking his path. Bang, bang, bang. The sounds of the iron flails striking armor and flesh rang out continuously, and Duan's heartbeat instantly quickened. Seeing the iron flail maniac suddenly rush in front of him, he knew escape was impossible. Forced to do so, he could only raise his shield to block the descending flail. He Fian's iron flail struck with all his might was not easily handled. This hit not only shattered Duan's leather shield, but also severed his left arm. The blunt weapon's cutting effect is much more severe than that of a sharp weapon. Duan not only lost his arm, but half of his body also went numb from the impact. Farewell, no need to see me off. He Fian silently muttered this in his heart, then swung the iron flail in his left hand toward Duan's head. The next moment, Duan became a headless corpse, forever remaining on the land of Yuyang. Captain, you are powerful. Come help us slay this wave of enemy troops. With He Fian's arrival, the warriors of the Moke tribe quickly fell back. The fact proved that as long as one had enough strength and speed, they could break through the enemy's encirclement without needing coordination. Just as He Fian and his teammates were striving to kill the enemies, the Black Water Mo's commander Duo Dyer also led over 1,000 soldiers toward them. There are such valiant generals among the Qi people, what a pity. Although he is valiant, he is ultimately a discarded piece, and the Qi still love their internal strife. Archers, concentrate fire. Do not let the Qi general escape. After Duo Dyer commanded his soldiers completely ignored the Moke tribe warriors still fighting and unhesitatingly released the bowstrings in their hands. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A barrage of arrows flew through the air, and in an instant many players and Moke tribe warriors fell to the ground struck by arrows. Captain, don't mind us. You are fast charging again. Ooh, I still need a tragic shot. All right. He Fian picked up a leather shield from the ground, and braving the rain of arrows quickly charged toward Duo Dyer and the archers. Pikemen, step forward and hold the line. Do not let that Qi general through. In the end, He Fian still charged forward, but under the stabbing of multiple rows of pikemen, he quickly fell within the ranks of the Moke people. However, he threw the iron flail in his hand with force toward Duo Dyer. Facing the rapidly approaching flail, Duo Dyer instinctively ducked to avoid it. Perfect, this is the shot I wanted. The incoming iron mace struck the soldier behind Duo Dyer, causing him to collapse, instantly blood gushing from his mouth as his internal organs were shattered by the blow. Witnessing the soldier's plight, Duo Dyer felt a wave of dread followed by a sense of relief. It was indeed fortunate that such a fierce warrior from the Qi had perished. Understood, should the Baiba soldiers, the elite warriors of the Heishui Mo, be included in the patrol? The scouts report that the reinforcements from Yuyang City have arrived at Yinping. Let the Baiba soldiers rest before they confront the Yuyang reinforcements tomorrow. Rest assured, such attacks should not occur again. The fierce generals of the Qi are limited, and they cannot be sent one by one to their deaths. Under the comfort of Duo Dyer's soldiers, the previously chaotic camp of the Heishui Mo gradually regained stability. As the exhausted soldiers once again fell into slumber, He Fian and his teammates successfully refreshed their respawn at midnight. Due to the game Demon God Strife allowing players to change their respawn points freely, the players of Rongqi camp decided to switch their respawn point to Peng Yuanhang's military camp for a better chance at completing their night raid mission. Your valorous sentinels have informed me, since you all truly possess the ability to respawn, I ask you to charge once more into the Heishui Mo's camp. When you respawn again tomorrow, I will certainly reward you based on your merits. Whether military rank, housing, or land, as long as it aligns with your contributions, we the Yuyang army will not be stingy. Peng Yuanhang looked at the Rongqi Dao soldiers who had suddenly appeared in the military camp, feeling it was quite extraordinary. However, he did not consider sending these respawning warriors to the front lines for now. Because the Yuyang army did not lack for over 50 brave fighters ready to fight, what they lacked were the death-seeking warriors to undertake fatal missions. In his view, the small-scale Rongqi Dao soldiers were born night raiders. With their presence, the enemies of the Yuyang army would find it hard to sleep soundly in the future. Come, I will take you to receive armor and weapons. After witnessing the players' peculiarities, Peng Yuanhang's demeanor improved significantly, and under his guidance the players of Rongqi camp were quickly rearmed. Captain, not only are there official rewards, but there are also houses and land. We've turned our fortunes around. Even if it's just in the game, I still feel exhilarated. Indeed, rewards for merit with no delays. Isn't that the fun of the game? Right? And besides, the differences between this game and reality aren't that significant. I plan to reside in the game world permanently. Oh, I want to get promoted, marry, and experience everything I couldn't in real life. Peng Yuanhang had no idea how much anticipation his promises would generate among the players. He merely adhered to Zhou Heng's instructions, treating the players as normal individuals. If his soldiers were to undertake such tasks, he would similarly promise rewards, and even higher ones, because his soldiers had only one life. Let's go. This time we must earn more merits for ourselves, and also experience the life of a general. Under the guidance of the Sentinel, He Fian and his teammates once again entered the nighttime battlefield with anticipation. However, during their first raid, they were primarily focused on completing the mission assigned by the Rongqi battle team, but by the second raid, they had gradually integrated into the structure of the Yuyang army. Now they were more inclined to carve out a new future for themselves, and the prospect of gaining benefits through company wages excited them greatly. We've arrived. Let's not attack from the old spot, as the Mo people will surely reinforce their patrols there. He Fian nodded in understanding, then led his team along the path revealed during their first night raid, slowly approaching the Mo camp. Captain, from which side shall we attack this time? It would be great to encounter another Mo general. If we take down 2 generals in one night, both the company and the Yuyang army will reward us. No rush this time. We'll carefully search for a gap. Around 3 or 4 in the morning is when people are most drowsy, so we will launch our attack during that time. During their first night raid, the players had to attack before the respawn opportunity refreshed at midnight, so time was a bit tight. However, the second night raid was different. They had ample time to scout and lurk. After about an hour, the players identified a new breakthrough point where the cooks of the Heishui Mo were stationed with dozens of earthen stoves and iron pots, exposing the function of this area. Goodness, why have they placed the logistics personnel on the outskirts of the camp? Because of the wind, feeding thousands of soldiers requires burning a large amount of combustible material, and with the wind blowing these past few days, they must be afraid of causing a fire while cooking. In the northern plains, winters are cold and dry, and with the unpredictable wind direction, the fire-headed troops, being neither important nor safe, had no choice but to station themselves on the camp's periphery. This is good. Attacking from here, we will face much less resistance. Come, brothers, it's time to achieve merit and glory. Let's strive for wealth and a family. Captain, you've gotten into character. This is just a game. Where will we find wives and children? When you become a general, everything will come, and we can serve as military officials of the Yuyang and also immerse ourselves in a new life here. Roar. Charge, charge, charge. The players' internal voice chat was in chaos, each of them hoping to realize their aspirations in this extraordinarily realistic game world. Duitier's enhanced patrols were very effective. As soon as the players began their charge, they were discovered by the additional sentinels stationed in the camp. Shoo! A series of sharp whistle sounds echoed from the northern side of the Mo camp, with patrolling soldiers and warriors from the northern tribes rushing towards the source of the sound. Damn, we've been spotted. Let's charge and take down as many as we can. He Fian knew that their first success came from the element of surprise, and it would be much harder to replicate that on the second attempt. Thus, for this night raid, he was prepared for a strong assault. He had donned 3 layers of armor, leather chain, and iron, and among the entire team, only he had the stamina and strength to wear multiple layers of armor while lurking. Moreover, he had also exchanged his weapon for a mixed iron cudgel, making him akin to a fully powered armored unit on the cold battlefield. His teammates, still clad in leather armor, had uniformly switched their weapons to thick-bladed swords and lacquered shields. Under He Fian's leadership, they resembled a special operations team of infantry and tanks. Bang, bang, bang. The mixed iron cudgel swung by He Fian created a series of afterimages, sending the Mo soldiers blocking his path, flying one by one. Fire. Infantry advance. The clanging sound of metal striking metal echoed continuously, but the military bows in the hands of the Mo soldiers lacked the power to penetrate 3 layers of armor. Thus, He Fian led his team into the ranks of the Mo men from the front. He lacked any form of staff technique, yet his strength and agility compensated for the absence of combat skills. Bang! An armored general was knocked over. The specially designed cotton armor did not save his life, as his ribs were shattered by the mixed iron cudgel, and his heart ruptured and bled. In his dying moments, he was left with one confusion. Didn't the commander say that the Qi would no longer send fierce generals to attack the camp? Why are the fierce generals of the Qi willing to undertake such life-threatening tasks? He Fian and his team charged into the ranks of the Mo soldiers, forcing them to abandon their bows and draw their sabers to engage in a bloody battle with the players. Despite He Fian's fierce performance, the warriors of the Blackwater Mo did not lose their fighting spirit due to the players' small numbers. On the contrary, each of them aimed to behead He Fian, viewing it as a way to achieve their own promotion. However, the players were not fools. Having learned from the previous lesson of being surrounded and annihilated, they decisively fled when they noticed more soldiers closing in. After a round of assaults, the 31 surviving players showed no intent to cooperate, instead dashing in different directions into the Blackwater Mo camp. In an instant, the fleeing players and their pursuers resembled over 30 officers of the Qi army leading their troops through the camp. Such a battle may not have been visually appealing, but it caused widespread chaos, forcing many Mo soldiers who were resting to don armor and grab their weapons. Capture them. Kill one and reward with 5 slaves, promote 1 rank. Capture a Qi officer and promote 3 ranks, reward with 100 slaves. Captain Duo Dai was nearly driven mad. He had just assured the overall commander Suo that he would strengthen the patrols and increase the number of hidden sentries to completely prevent night raids by the Qi. He had initially thought that the Qi, having attempted a night raid once, would not dare to do so again, but he did not expect them to be so reckless as to launch another night raid. Do they really not fear death? To disturb our rest with the lives of fierce generals and elite soldiers, is it truly worth it? Duodai did not know how many fierce generals like He Fian existed among the Yuyang army, but he knew that fierce generals were not meant to be used in this way, but he had never seen such a thing in his years of warfare. The scattered fleeing players found it difficult to counterattack against the pursuing soldiers, so they discarded their swords and shields, occasionally grabbing burning wood from the campfires to throw at the Mo tents. Their actions, bolstered by the cold wind, triggered even greater chaos, with tents being ignited by the burning wood. Fortunately, due to the players' small numbers, the chaos was concentrated in the northern part of the Mo camp. Otherwise, the entire Blackwater Mo army would have descended into turmoil. Menglong, take your White Fang soldiers and go kill them. Understood. The occurrence of a second night raid made the highest commander of the Blackwater Mo army, Commander Suo, restless. The White Fang soldiers, as the most elite warriors of the Blackwater Mo, were not only strong in physique, but also ferocious in battle. When they found it difficult to catch the fleeing players, while wearing cotton armor, they each shed their armor, discarded their shields, and rushed out with only a single saber in hand. With the joining of these fierce warriors, the players were quickly slaughtered one by one, but He Fian was not so easily killed. Even though the White Fang soldiers were incredibly strong, they lost over 20 men before finally slaying the exaggeratedly powerful player He Fian. The roles have reversed. Those soldiers are now like players, while the captain has become the fallen boss. The warrior, clad in 3 layers of armor, cutting through thousands of enemies, is truly exhilarating. This is the direction our Rongqi camp should head towards. Without He Fian's protection, the photographer Xiao Li was easily strangled by the White Fang soldiers, but before he was killed, he had already captured enough footage. After clearing the Qi soldiers who had launched the night raid, Commander Suo Yuo's anger was still not extinguished. Duodai, when dawn arrives and we attack the city, I want to see your tribe's warriors at the forefront. Understood. Duodai, watching Suo leave in a huff, felt a surge of anger within him. He knew he had become the scapegoat for these 2 night raid incidents. If he could not showcase his bravery on the battlefield at dawn, he would likely be labeled as foolish and weak Duodai by other tribal officers. If such a thing were to happen, his position as a captain and tribal leader would be unstable, for the Mo could accept foolishness but could never accept weakness. The sentry who had been guiding the players while secretly observing the battle from a distance quietly returned to the camp of the Yuyang reinforcements after noticing that the turmoil gradually subsided. General, the Dao soldiers performed exceptionally well. Not only did they cause chaos, but they also ignited several tents. After 2 night raids, some of the Mo soldiers will undoubtedly be fatigued. Good Peng Fusheng, what do you think this general should reward them with? Upon hearing his name directly called by Peng Yuanhong, the sentry realized that his uncle wanted him, the direct observer of the situation, to offer some suggestions. Uncle, I believe they have made a great contribution by bravely charging the enemy ranks, and logically, they should receive a reward equivalent to that of first assault. However, they possess the extraordinary ability of resurrection, so we cannot treat them as ordinary soldiers. Therefore, I think we should grant them conservative promotions while compensating them with wealth and land. I wholeheartedly agree. For the merit of first assault, a promotion of 3 ranks and a reward of 100 gold coins. And since He Fian has 50 subordinates, he can be considered a commander in the army, and after a 3-rank promotion, he will be the army Sima. Fusheng, I will promote the leader of the Rongqi Dao soldiers, He Fian, to army Sima, a mid-level officer commanding 400 soldiers, and you will serve under him as a military marquis, an officer commanding 200 soldiers. Additionally, I will dispatch another military marquis to join He Fian's Rongqi camp, and the 2 of you will reasonably assist him. Uncle, this is not appropriate. The combat style of the Dao soldiers is unlike that of ordinary people, and giving them real power may lead to the innocent harm of the soldiers. Peng Fushang, having witnessed He Fian's combat style, did not believe that those Dao soldiers could lead a normal army well. He feared that He Fian would want normal soldiers to launch deadly assaults like he did. What is inappropriate about it? If we grant them official positions, but do not give them actual power, that would indeed be inappropriate. Fushang, He Fian told me Dao soldiers are not human, yet they possess human hearts. They are not fools, and we must not treat them as such. Therefore, since we are granting him an official position, we must also provide substantial benefits. However, you need not worry excessively. Since they are preparing to integrate into the Yuyang army, they must abide by the military rules of the Yuyang army. Moreover, don't forget that you and another military marquis will directly manage the soldiers. I require you to adhere to He Fian's reasonable commands, and for any unreasonable military orders you can voice your objections to him, or even report to me. I understand, uncle, we are not He Fian's private soldiers. The Yuyang army will only absolutely execute General Zhao Wu's orders. That's good to hear. As time passed, the night gradually faded and the sky began to brighten. At this moment, He Fian was observing the camp of the Yuyang reinforcements in a phantom state. His teammates had all returned to reality, yet he felt that this place was his reality. Thus, he did not leave. Even though he could only remain in the resurrection point in phantom form and could do nothing, he still wished to stay in this more real world. Faced with his teammates' invitations, He Fian merely smiled and declined silently, saying, "You await the illusion, I embody the reality." In this way, as He Fian quietly awaited resurrection, he suddenly noticed two military officers leading hundreds of soldiers into the players' makeshift camp. What do they want? He Fian saw one officer holding a document while the other cradled a wooden box, and his curiosity propelled him forward to inspect the contents of the document. Yuyang Guard generals order the commander of the Rongqi camp. He Fian is loyal and valiant, having conducted 2 night raids on the enemy camp. This merit is comparable to first assault, and you are hereby promoted 3 ranks, specially appointed as the army Sima of the Rongqi camp in command of 400 soldiers of the Yuyang army. Furthermore, considering that you possess extraordinary abilities, your merits will henceforth be calculated separately and will no longer be treated as ordinary soldiers. I am now a general. Truly 400 men answer to my command. A surge of elation and bewilderment flooded He Fian's heart. He rejoiced that his efforts had been recognized, yet trembled at the thought of leading those 400 soldiers toward death. An ordinary player, upon learning of his promotion and acquisition of subordinates, would surely erupt in excitement. But He Fian was different. He was utterly immersed in this astonishingly lifelike game world, even believing it to be his truest home. Thus, though his initial reaction to promotion and command was joy, it swiftly gave way to profound anxiety over the fate of his 400 troops. He perceived everything here as real. He could scarcely bear the thought that a single order from him might condemn dozens, or even hundreds, of his men to death. Fortunately, the Yuyang army has assigned me 2 martial officers. I shall leave the charge into battle to my comrades. After all, they fear no death. Meanwhile, the Rongqi camp players, celebrating vigorously in what they deemed reality, remained blissfully unaware that in Captain He Fian's mind they had already been cast as suicide squads. Yet even if they had known, they would have cared little, for players preferred leading the charge themselves and resented NPCs competing with them for foes. The last day of the year, December 30th of the first year of the Yong'an era of the Great Qi dynasty, was also the Qi Lunar New Year's Eve. Peng Yuanhang and the Yanping garrison both resolved to defeat the Heishui Mo forces that day and unite their armies to welcome the new year together. Having suffered 2 consecutive night raids, the Mo soldiers were mentally drained and physically exhausted, yet the Yuyang army granted them no time to recover. Through coordination by the Fudong office, the Yuyang relief force and the Yanping defenders launched a synchronized assault at dawn. Caught unprepared, the Heishui Mo legion scrambled frantically to mount a defense. This battle differed markedly from previous ones. Behind the ranks of the regular Yuyang troops marched a vast contingent of militia, not to fight, but to evacuate the wounded back to Yanping for treatment. A brutal engagement erupted. Though the Heishui Mo initially held their ground, their despair deepened as Yanping City kept dispatching fresh reinforcements. Wounded soldiers now healed and returned to duty. By afternoon, having fought without water or rest, they watched in horror as Yanping continued sending forth new troops, not mere militiamen, but elite battle-hardened warriors. Commander, we must withdraw. Who knows how many more soldiers Yanping still holds in reserve. The Qi reinforcements flow without end while our ranks dwindle with every passing moment. To continue this fight is certain defeat. Moreover, seeing Yanping's endless reinforcements has sapped our warriors' morale. They can no longer endure. Great Tengri, the heaven above, behold the baseness of the Qi gods. The sons of Tu Tai and the Heishui Mo did not fall to Qi's swords, but to divine treachery. Commander Suaduo knew the battle was already lost, but rather than shoulder the disgrace of defeat, he cast the blame upon the heavens. In truth, even had the battle proceeded normally, Suaduo's forces could never have prevailed, though victory would have been delayed and the Yuyang army's losses far greater. Warriors of the Suman tribe, follow me. We return to petition the noble prefect of Tutai to uphold justice for his people. Having resolved to retreat, Zhou Heng dispatched his tribal commanders to gather their kin soldiers, then fled northward toward the northern plains accompanied solely by his own clansmen. Those left behind, soldiers of other tribes, were effectively abandoned. Their resistance was essential to ensure Zhou Heng's escape succeeded. Yet the flight quickly spiraled beyond control. Once Zhou Heng departed, numerous tribal chieftains, eager to preserve their own strength, led their warriors off the battlefield en masse. This mass exodus triggered a cascading collapse. The remaining tribal forces, deprived of leadership, could no longer withstand the Yuyang onslaught, and the Mo army disintegrated entirely. Pursue them, strike hard so they dare never again invade Yuyang. Years of defensive warfare had bred deep-seated hatred among the Yuyang soldiers toward these Mo raiders who perennially swept southward. At the sight of the Mo rout, their blood surged and morale soared to its zenith. Even some militia tasked with evacuating the wounded seized weapons and joined the chase. Zhang Wenshang, you will lead the cavalry guard bearing my banner to regulate the pursuit. Drive the Mo beyond Yuyang's borders, but do not let our troops overextend. Your servant obeys. Having dispatched his final cavalry unit, Peng Yuanheng entered Yinping City with his personal guard and soldiers too exhausted to join the pursuit. General Dai Lin, at your service. My deepest gratitude for your timely relief. General Dai, you flatter me. As fellow defenders of Yuyang, why draw such distinctions? Then I shall dispense with formalities. General Peng, your conduct of this battle was masterful. This decisive victory has swept away an entire year's worth of grievance. Indeed, victory is all that matters. Henceforth, no matter how the imperial court shifts, the Yuyang army shall possess the right to shape its own destiny. Peng Yuanheng and Dai Lin exchanged a knowing smile. Clearly, in this age of chaos, each Yuyang commander harbored his own vision for the future. Though the Heishui Mo campaign had lasted nearly a month since its inception, actual combat between them and Yuyang had spanned only about 6 days. During this period, Zhou Heng devoted himself almost exclusively to replenishing the narrative energy of his transmitted world. Through relentless infusion, the story of the Daliang city uprising spread rapidly across a formless, chaotic void. Fueled by abundant energy, Zhou Heng's narrative permeated dozens of worlds, some perhaps devoid of sentient life, others governed by societal structures profoundly alien to humanity. Yet in nearly all cases, the story elicited no meaningful response upon arrival. Still, absolutes rarely hold. 2 worlds did respond, though their feedback remained faint, insufficient to anchor Zhou Heng's narrative within them. Zhou Heng had intended to amplify his energy input to strengthen those responses, but the Yuyang battlefield demanded his immediate presence, leaving him no choice but to postpone. Reluctantly, he set aside interdimensional exploration and turned his full attention to healing the wounded Yuyang soldiers. Now, with Yuyang victorious, and the aquatic chi suffusing Yuzhou confirming the Heishui Mo's rout as genuine, not feigned, Zhou Heng could finally redirect his focus. His gaze settled upon those 2 responsive worlds, the sole recipients of his narrative's subtle resonance. As Zhou Heng fixed his awareness upon the narrative, it underwent rapid realization, its influence upon sentient minds ascending to a qualitatively higher level. Once realized, the narrative ceased being a fleeting spark, an ephemeral idea or inspiration in a mind, and instead coalesced into vivid, immersive dreams. Those dreams would carry unknown civilizations on extraordinary journeys. 42 sentient beings have entered my story. Let it begin with you. May my tale become the call that stirs within your dreams. Most of the 42 lives entering Zhou Heng's dreamscape resembled humans, and their consciousness brought Zhou Heng a small amount of useful information. Their appearances and attire indicated that they belonged to a completely different social environment from the Diqi humans. The seams of their garments were perfectly stitched with uniform spacing, proving they had entered the industrial age. However, some of them wore garments adorned with emblems, dressed in luxurious, yet impractical clothing, seemingly showcasing their nobility through these external factors. Moreover, several non-human intelligent beings were even more extraordinary. Their primary form remained humanoid, yet their bodies contained tissues from other species. The most unconventional among them was a bird-headed humanoid species holding a copper lamp and draped in a black robe. Upon closer observation, Zhou Heng realized that the bird head was not some peculiar headpiece, but genuinely grew from that being's body. It seems they come from an early industrialized civilization, and their world contains mysterious elements as well. The 42 confused consciousnesses gradually awakened within Zhou Heng's story dreamscape, as if they were experiencing a lucid dream. Where is this? By the 7 gods, it is truly beautiful here. I swear I have never seen such architectural style. I must remember the appearance of these buildings so that my father can construct a similar manor for me. Can a night watchman like me also dream? Damn it, wake up quickly. I am the raven of the night, and I should not indulge in false dreams. This is excellent material. I will write a story about this place, calling it Samaya's dream journey to another world. Those who regained their subjective consciousness exhibited behaviors that reflected their status in the world, Even in the bustling Daliang city, some did not immediately notice the unique architectural style here. Most likely, they had some responsibilities that required vigilance, or perhaps they were accustomed to busyness focusing on others rather than exploring the reasons behind the distinct architectural style around them. How could I have such a dream? No, I have cultivated the crystal visualization technique. I should have a clear mind immune to distractions and delusions. Moreover, everything here feels too real. I can even sense the tactile contact of my toes with the ground. Is this the dream of some outer god? Damn it, how could I be captured by the dream of an outer god so quickly? Under Zhou Heng's observation, the thoughts and information generated by the 42 intelligent lives were filling this story dreamscape. However, their numbers were far too few and the generated thoughts varied greatly. Otherwise, with Zhou Heng's permission, the substantial thoughts generated by numerous intelligent lives could drape this story dreamscape in a layer of their fantasies. In that case, Zhou Heng's story dreamscape could transform into the beautiful paradise they longed for or into the terrifying abyss of their deepest fears. Thoughts and information generated by the 42 intelligent lives continuously flowed into the story dreamscape, ultimately being read by Zhou Heng, the true core of this narrative. Young man, you know too much. Some consider this a beautiful dream, while others see it as a nightmare. Only you perceive it as the dream of a deity and an outer god at that. Knowing so much makes it difficult for me to hide myself. Come on, let me take a look. Let me see the information contained within your thought vessel. Zhou Heng had anticipated that this story dreamscape would eventually be detected by someone with ulterior motives, but he did not expect it to happen so soon. A young man who had just entered the story dreamscape believed it to be the dream of an outer god. Zhou Heng was curious as to why he immediately associated the dream with divinity. Thus, he shifted his higher dimensional vision, and in the next moment, everything about the 42 thought entities in the dream unfolded before him. However, Zhou Heng's physical form in the story world shattered in an instant. Losing him the core of this narrative, the story dreamscape quickly distorted, and everything that had once felt so real began to collapse rapidly. Am I waking up? Too soon? I haven't noted the architectural style here yet. Wake quickly. The soul guiding lamp, dispel the false dream, and bring me back to the real world. Is the dreamscape this unstable? Did I guess wrong? This is not the dream of an outer god, or is it that this outer god is about to awaken? The real dreamscape collapsed in an instant, but Zhou Heng had already obtained the information he needed and indirectly strengthened his connection with the 42 intelligent lives that entered the dream. So that's how it is the world of the seven gods, a world where time and illusion coexist. Zhou Heng, through higher dimensional vision, saw an overwhelming amount of information, chaotic and contradictory, utterly unable to form a coherent logic. For instance, Zhou Heng saw the luxurious and beautiful life of early industrial era nobility, yet he also witnessed the crumbling ruins and a silent world where a dim copper lamp struggled to illuminate the path through the mist. However, one piece of information connected these contradictory images into a logically coherent worldview. By organizing the observed information, Zhou Heng gained a certain understanding of that unknown world. On the surface, that world appeared to be an early industrial civilization. Although most ordinary people could only barely maintain a basic livelihood, it was indeed a vibrant and full of potential civilization. However, that was merely the surface. Beneath the normal world lay a desolate realm, filled with despair, devoid of light, and shrouded in thick fog. The inhabitants of that world struggled to avoid being dragged into illusions by the fog, which would lead to the death of their physical bodies in reality. Thus, they invented the soul-guiding lamp, a tool capable of attracting their souls, allowing them to survive in the misty world under the light that lured their spirits. Yet this was not a beautiful existence, as the fog was fraught with dangers and a moment's inattention could lead to being devoured by various monsters. These two contradictory worldviews appeared to a young man named Joshua Clive, who believed the story dreamscape was the dream of an outer god as two sides of the same coin. From him, Zhou Heng learned that their world was ruled by 7 deities, each representing a distinct time period. They were dawn, twilight, zenith, midday, dusk, and midnight, with an additional goddess named Midnight, who did not represent a daily time segment, but rather the beginning of the transition between old and new cycles. The seemingly beautiful world was alternately controlled by the 6 time deities, while the despairing true world belonged to the realm of the Midnight Goddess, where everything was in destruction, yet simultaneously nurturing new hope. In that mysterious world, a single day felt excruciatingly long. Those living there believed it had been 400 years, while for the 7 gods that day had merely passed 2 hours, and the next deity was about to take control of the world. Such a world exists in an infinite cycle where each rotation of the deities marks an era, and one cycle lasts 2,400 years, during which everything old is reclaimed in the cycle before a new beginning. Through this method, the gods guide the lives within the world to cultivate their paths, reclaiming all extensions of their paths during the transitions between eras. Those who do not follow the path of the 7 gods and become powerful transcendent beings are cast into the realm of the Midnight Goddess during the era's transition. It seems that their escape from being reclaimed is fortunate, yet they must survive in a realm of destruction and despair where they reproduce and establish a new civilization. They refer to the normal world as illusory, for it will inevitably perish. They call the world of despair real, as the desolation of despair will forever exist. Zhou Heng learned from the information contained in the 42 consciousness entities that the current timeline of the Seven Gods world is the year 1602 of the era. This year signifies that the time of light and vitality has passed, and the time of dusk and destruction has arrived. The seemingly beautiful world of the Seven Gods is gradually entering darkness. Moreover, the time of darkness and despair will be long. During the 800 years of the dusk and midnight time zones, everything will gradually perish. When the next dawn begins, there will be no connection between the lives of the new era and those of the old era. The lives of the new era will await hope amidst despair. Even though the last darkness before dawn is the most dangerous and difficult to endure, the lives of the new era will ultimately find hope. However, the lives in the Seven Gods world can only taste despair. The longer they endure, the heavier the despair they experience, and ultimately all they cling to will turn to nothingness. They have no ticket to the new era, and the Seven Gods will not allow the remnants of the old era to enter the new era. This is also why the world of the Goddess of Midnight, filled with danger and fog, has civilizations of intelligent life. Because those with extraordinary powers regard that place as their last refuge. They refer to the positive world of time cycles as divine dream, because it is destined for destruction. The lives there will experience the dawn, dusk, and midnight time zones, enduring 1,200 years of dark despair. Since both the positive and negative worlds must experience despair, and the negative world will not be destroyed, those who enter the negative world naturally refer to it as reality. They possess an innate sense of superiority over the lives of the positive world, especially during the period when the positive world enters dusk. Their sense of superiority escalates into condescension. Furthermore, they will pass this ideology down to their descendants, motivating them to survive in desperate circumstances. Look, those fools obsessed with false dreams are about to face destruction. Only we, the lives confronting despair, will endure. From this information, Zhou Heng saw a complete energy cycle system. In the continuous time cycles, the power of the Seven Gods gradually increases, albeit at a slow but stable rate. They are also very frugal. Even those lives that do not follow their path will not be directly exterminated. Instead, they will cast those powerful, extraordinary lives into the midnight realm that envelopes the world, allowing those individuals to fight against the lives that infiltrate their world, turning those who think of themselves as transcendents into their watchdogs. They do not regard the lives within the world as citizens, but rather as crops to be harvested. Compared to them, the Emperor of the vast sky cannot be called benevolent, but rather sacredly benevolent. As for why the young man named Joshua knows so much, it is because he possesses an artifact called the Chronicles of Time. He learned about the truth of the world from the Chronicles of Time, which also granted him the ability to traverse between the positive and negative worlds. The Chronicles of Time records the historical timeline of the Seven Gods world, and it also contains numerous records of outer gods' invasions. Those outer gods, after being exterminated by the Seven Gods, leave behind remnants that cannot be digested and are discarded into the negative realm of the Goddess of Midnight. The resentment of the fallen outer gods transforms into mist, drawing lives into bizarre and terrifying illusions. The flesh and blood of the fallen outer gods manifest terrifying monsters, and those transcendents in the negative world are not only watchdogs, but also garbage collectors. Once the transcendents of the negative world have worn down the resentment of those outer gods with time and life, the tamed energy will become the sustenance of the new era. If the abyssal star evil god is the rancher, then the Seven Gods of Time are the farmers. Both are hard to distinguish in terms of superiority, but herding is undoubtedly more aggressive than farming. Zhou Heng discovered that the low-dimensional space-time is not easy to navigate. Compared to these two worlds, his ability to enter the world of the vast sky is undoubtedly a fortunate opportunity. Dusk has fallen, the day of destruction has arrived. This is a great opportunity for me to influence the Seven Gods world. The abandoned transcendents and their descendants, along with the lives of the positive world who learn the truth, will mostly lean towards inviting external forces to change their predetermined fate. Moreover, the young man named Joshua is not simple. In a world centered around time cycles, he possesses the Chronicles of Time that records historical timelines. This is incredible. The Seven Gods hold dominion over time, and they will certainly prohibit the emergence of time observers. If the Chronicles of Time are something they lost, they will undoubtedly search for that artifact which observes time. In a world completely controlled by the Seven Gods, it is nearly impossible to hide their artifacts. Thus, the Chronicles of Time may well be a weapon of external forces. It seems that the Chronicles of Time is likely not genuine because external forces do not need to accurately record the past history of the Seven Gods world, they only need to document part of it. As for the other histories, they can be fabricated. After all, those who obtain the Chronicles of Time do not have the ability to reverse the timeline to verify those historical records. Thus, the core function of the Chronicles of Time should be to traverse between the positive and negative realms. It is a key and also a weapon targeting the loopholes of the Seven Gods world. Of course, another possibility is that the Chronicles of Time is indeed an artifact of a certain deity among the Seven Gods, but Zhou Heng believes this is unlikely. Because the purpose of that possibility is unclear, wanting to break the original time cycle through an ordinary mortal is undoubtedly disrespectful to the great power of the Seven Gods. I still have too little information. However, the negative world that the Seven Gods use as a buffer zone is also a region where a sanctuary can be established. Moreover, in an emergency, there is a chance to provoke a conflict between the abyssal star, evil god, and the Seven Gods of Time, which can also alleviate the pressure on the Great Qi world. Originally, Zhou Heng only wanted to find a sanctuary. Now that he finds this sanctuary unreliable, he begins to contemplate seeking external aid. However, this idea is difficult to realize as the Seven Gods are clearly inclined towards farming development. They are cruel in their internal harvesting, but mainly defensive towards the external. It is nearly impossible to compel these farming factions to proactively attack the powerful abyssal star world. Zhou Heng needs to gather more information to devise subsequent plans. The people of the abyssal star have established the Divine Savior Council, and the humans of the Seven Gods world cannot fall behind. Let me give them an opportunity to see if they can redeem themselves. Zhou Heng with a thought added new information to the sundial at the center of the chaos of Daliang City story. From then on, the sundial timer will count time according to the time cycle of the Seven Gods world. After the sundial timer changed, the time in the chaos of Daliang City story was also fixed to dusk, while that place turned into a dim, deserted city. Dusk has arrived. The chosen ones must confront reality and rewrite their fate. Zhou Heng decided to influence the seven divine worlds and once again summon the 42 wise beings connected to his story. However, this time the entry into the dream was slower than the first, as several wise beings strongly resisted the dream entry, with the most severe resistance coming from Joshua, who held the Book of Time. Yet their resistance proved ineffective as the power Zhou Heng exerted far exceeded their imagination. Damn it, how did I enter the dream again? The might of the divine is indeed terrifying. Even the remnants of a fallen outer god's power is beyond my resistance. Joshua, having awakened from his dream, immediately traveled to the real world through the Book of Time. He believed that in the real world, under the gaze of the Seven Gods, he could withstand the outer god's dream entry. But he miscalculated. Even while meditating in the real world under the watch of the Seven Gods, and trying hard to stay awake, he was once again pulled into the dream. The one who felt similarly to Joshua was the bird-headed night watchman, holding a bronze lamp. After awakening from his dream last time, he immediately returned to the Raven Night Watchman division and requested a potion to maintain wakefulness. Under normal circumstances, those who actively embraced the corruption of the outer gods would not lose themselves in the fog. The guiding soul lamp they held served primarily to dispel the fog's invasion for other untainted humans, hence they were known as night watchmen. In a world filled with fog and devoid of light, they would eternally stand guard in the endless night. Why has the potion lost its effectiveness? The divinity of the Raven God has grown significantly under the sustenance of countless generations of night watchmen. Why do I still find myself lost in the dream? The night watchman Bartley knew that outer gods rarely had gentle existences, especially those fallen outer gods whose remnants were filled with resentment. For several epochs, humanity in the reverse world had only found a few remnants of outer gods that could be nurtured and coexist. The Raven God whom the night watchman served was one of them. They became the Raven God's kin by transplanting its flesh and blood. Through this, the night watchmen gained immunity against the invasion of the majority of the fog and successfully enhanced their combat abilities. However, the cost was severe. They transformed into a hybrid of human and bird, and as the corruption deepened, they would one day also become monsters in the fog. Even so, the Night Watchman organization dared not allow too many people to join, fearing the resurrection of some part of the Raven God under the sustenance of numerous wise beings. A partially revived outer god would be nothing more than a small bug that could be crushed at will by the Seven Gods of Time, but for the humans living in the reverse world, it would spell doom. Has my corruption reached a critical point? It seems that after awakening, I too must choose a direction to embark on a journey. After being drawn into the dream for the second time, the Night Watchman Bartley felt he was about to lose control. He prepared to bid farewell to his friends after awakening and embark on a journey without an end. Ah, monster! A noble girl from the real world was curiously exploring the uniquely styled architecture of the Great Beam City. As she turned a corner, she discovered the contemplative Night Watchman Bartley. Seeing Bartley's bird head covered in writhing feathers instantly stunned her. She did not understand why she was having such a terrifying nightmare. Instinctively, she turned to flee, but the peculiar and horrific bird head suddenly lifted, and the locking gaze of its crimson eyes made her feel as if she were about to be preyed upon. Tisk, foolish denizens of illusion, the people of the reverse world refer to those of the real world as denizens of illusion. The night watchman Bartley could tell from her attire that the fleeing girl was a human from the real world, having no interest in communicating with these denizens of illusion. The noble girl's scream caught the attention of Joshua, who was exploring the dream. He quickly climbed onto a rooftop, and then vaguely spotted a life that absolutely should not appear in the dream. A night watchman. Strange, why would a lamp holder guarding the night also become lost in the dream? Has he lost control? Joshua, possessing the book of time that allowed him to traverse between the real and reverse worlds, held identities in both realms. In the real world, he was an engineering student at Valencia Academy, and in the reverse world, he was the owner of a general store in the Banro camp. By traversing both realms and trading goods, he gained a certain status in the Banro camp, thus he understood some information about the unique profession of night watchman. Some birds have far sharper vision than humans, and the bird head transformed from the night watchman possessed even sharper vision than ordinary birds. Therefore, when Joshua vaguely discovered the night watchman Bartley, he was noticed earlier by Bartley, who thought Joshua was also a denizen of illusion and thus ignored him. When he found that Joshua looked at him with curiosity rather than fear, he realized he had misjudged. The neatly dressed young man was very likely a denizen of some camp in the reverse world. To show goodwill, the night watchman Bartley did not get up to approach, but instead raised the guiding soul lamp high and waved it back and forth, which was the ceremonial gesture of the night watchman to call upon the lost to awaken. Have you found me? Come take a look, for the most reliable ones after becoming lost in the dream are still the night watchman. He appears quite normal and has not lost control. Joshua, knowing through the book of time that the corruption of the outer gods was bizarre and varied, did not wish to remain in this incredibly real place that resembled an outer god's dream. If possible, he wanted to cooperate with the night watchman to escape the dream as soon as possible. Wanderer from afar, where do you come from? I come from the Banro camp. How are you the lamp holder in the darkness? Can your bronze lamp still dispel the fog? I don't know. I feel very awake, but not only have I lost myself in the dream, now my bronze lamp also cannot guide me back to reality. As Joshua arrived near the night watchman, he found that this night watchman showed no symptoms of losing control, which was undoubtedly good news. However, through simple communication, he also discovered bad news. This fellow had begun to deny himself, and this psychological wavering was an absolute taboo for the night watchman. If you feel awake, then you are not lost. The raven believes in your intuition. You are the lighthouse of human souls. Never deny your consciousness. Thank you for your reminder, my compatriot. I will do everything possible to bring you back. The previously somewhat confused night watchman Bartley was roused to fighting spirit by Joshua's invocation of the night watchman code. Indeed, there are those lost in the dream. He is the raven, and he must bring these people back to reality. My compatriot, if necessary, I will loosen the constraints on the corruption, triggering the divinity of the raven god to oppose this dream. At that time, you can take the opportunity to escape from this dream. The raven is not yet at that stage. I just discovered a huge and strange stone timer, sundial timer, in the center of this mysterious city. Its pointer is tilted upwards, but the shadow of the pointer is cast on the stone dial and just happens to point to the area representing dusk. It is now the year 1602 in the era of the raven, and the world has entered dusk. This is too coincidental. Doesn't the sky here look like the dusk described by the denizens of illusion? I believe this dream must be guiding us towards something. We need to carefully search for the information it wishes to convey to us. Do the outer gods hold any goodwill towards us? It's highly unlikely, but at least we the true folk have some value to be exploited. The people of the reverse world refer to themselves as the true folk, while they call the people of the front world the deluded folk. The night watchman Bartley nodded. Indeed, these true folk harbored strong resentment towards the seven gods of time. They were easily swayed, yet most of the time the invading outer gods looked down upon their weak existence. Let's go see that peculiar stone timer. Under Joshua's guidance, the two of them soon arrived at the center of Liang City, where they saw a massive, peculiar timer standing upon the ground. Around the base of the timer, a dozen people were gathered around a large stone slab, and among them was the noble young lady who had fled in fear upon seeing night watchman Bartley. Look, that's the monster I mentioned. There really is a bird-headed creature. Miss Martha, do not be afraid. With so many of us, we will surely protect you. On her way fleeing, the noble young lady encountered other dreamers. After revealing her identity, a group of dreamers formed a temporary team around her. Can you tell me what you are looking at? If your answer satisfies me, I will forgive you for your previous remarks about me. Night watchman Bartley appeared more intimidating than Joshua, and his combat prowess was also superior, so he took the initiative to engage with the deluded folk. Noble young lady Martha dared not meet the terrifying gaze of night watchman Bartley, while a girl named Odalyn beside her stepped forward bravely. Upon realizing that night watchman Bartley was rational and capable of communication, Odalyn felt a bit more at ease, though she still feared the fierce birdman in front of her might tear her apart. Esteemed birdman, Raven. Oh, my apologies, esteemed Raven, we mean no harm. Please forgive us for our inappropriate remarks due to your unusual appearance. Odalyn forced herself to remain calm. She remembered her father once told her not to provoke large animals. She did not understand while hunting lest she pray for a swift death. Now she felt that the hunting advice her father had imparted was equally applicable. The towering figure before her wielding a massive copper lamp appeared exceedingly dangerous. Thus she decided to do her utmost to show friendliness, hoping to avoid provoking the anger of the copper lamp creature. Esteemed Raven, we are looking at a book called The Chronicle of Time. My friend Leslie discovered this hidden stone book while studying this peculiar timer. What? Are you certain that the book is called The Chronicle of Time? I am absolutely certain. This gentleman, if you wish to verify, you can come and take a look. The book is atop the timer's base, but it cannot be removed, only browsed here. The words, The Chronicle of Time, spoken from a stranger's mouth, immediately broke Joshua's composure. Anxiously, he could not hide his emotions and dashed towards the sundial timer. Night Watchman Bartley watched as his compatriot blended into the ranks of the deluded folk, shaking his head helplessly. He could see that the object named The Chronicle of Time must be significant to his fellow, yet he could not endorse Joshua's reckless behavior born of panic. It seems I should send a letter to the Banro camp after awakening. The young people there require some special training. As Night Watchman Bartley mused silently, Joshua caressed the stone book with an incredulous heart. The stone book stood over 5 meters tall, but could be easily turned. When closed, it served as the base of the sundial timer, and when opened, it became a gigantic book. The contents are identical. It's impossible. Joshua was on the verge of breaking down. His greatest secret was laid bare in the center of this peculiar city. The secret he took pride in had become ordinary information for public viewing. My Chronicle of Time is the true original, while this one beneath the sundial timer is a counterfeit by Zhou Heng. Did this outer god endow me with the Chronicle of Time? Joshua's Chronicle of Time was undoubtedly the original, while the one beneath the sundial timer was Zhou Heng's imitation. After reading Joshua's information, Zhou Heng constructed this stone version of the Chronicle of Time based on that knowledge. This was not out of malice towards Joshua, but rather because he did not intend to explain the truth of the world to dreamers like his teacher did, and then teach them how to save themselves. He directly placed the truth there. Believers would actively seek redemption, while non-believers could return to their descent. Zhou Heng would not force these dreamers and many more dreamers in the future to become resolute warriors of self-rescue. His story Dream could not reach the hearts of those who were content with their decline. It's different. This Chronicle of Time has one more page than mine. Previously, Joshua had been frantically flipping through the Chronicle of Time, but once he came to his senses, he realized that his actions had exposed too much information. However, since things had come to this point, he must thoroughly examine this Chronicle of Time. He looked forward to finding different records to verify the relationship between the two chronicles. In the end, he found it. This massive Chronicle of Time actually had one more page than his. Filled with excitement and anticipation, he turned to that page. Time stands in delusion, despair composes the real. Just as my kingdom resides in thoughts, my power reflects reality. Those in despair sing my story, it shall transform into an ark to carry your souls. Upon seeing this passage, Joshua first felt joy, then disappointment. He was overjoyed because he could see from this passage that the unknown outer god wished to save them. After all, although he gained the Chronicle of Time and possessed the ability to traverse both realms, he had not discovered a method to redeem himself. The only method he could think of was to quickly adapt to life in the reverse world and immerse himself in the reverse world during the disaster of Dusk Annihilation in the front world. At least there he was a useful shopkeeper, and the night watchmen and other warrior professions in the camp would protect him. He was disappointed not knowing whether the words of this outer god could be trusted, and even more disappointed that he did not know what story to tell, nor did he have the chance to try. Isn't it strange? He promised to carry our souls on an ark, but did not tell us the vessel of the story. Odalin patiently waited for Joshua to finish flipping through the Chronicle of Time before speaking. As for their temporary team, 5 had already stealthily slipped away, while the remaining 6 were nervously watching the tall and dangerous Night Watchman Bartley. Joshua's previously calm demeanor while staying beside Night Watchman Bartley had caught Odalin's attention. She was certain that this person was either a friend or partner of that Raven gentleman, and at the very least they knew each other, hence she wanted to stabilize that dangerous Raven through Joshua. You finished reading it so quickly. No, I just glanced at the general introduction of the cycle of time and flipped straight to the end. Before you arrived, we were also discussing what his story might be. It surely cannot be those histories of time cycles. Those are all records of the 7 gods and the outer gods. Who knows which of them is his story? No, you believed it after reading a segment. No, this place is so extraordinary that it proves his uniqueness. Believing a little is enough, isn't it? Just spreading a story. It doesn't require much investment. What if it's true? At least I can secure a ticket on the ark, but now it's troublesome. Who knows what that story really is? As Joshua conversed with Odaline, the night watchman, Bartley, relying on the keen perception granted by the Raven's head, overheard their dialogue. I think I might know what that story is. You haven't even read this Chronicle of Time. How could you know his story? My kin, have you forgotten? I am an extension of the Raven god, destined to transform into the feathers of the Raven in the midst of confusion. I believe I understand divine power better than you do. Joshua pondered for a moment and realized that indeed, as Bartley the Night Watchman said, although he had seen the greatness of the deities from the Chronicle of Time, he had never personally experienced that kind of power which could be deemed truly magnificent. But Bartley was different. He was constantly resisting the corruption of the raven god, a corruption that stemmed not only from the body, but also deeply affected the soul. Thus Bartley had a more intuitive understanding of the power of the divine, and was more likely to discover hidden truths from the information given by the outer gods. Adeline, please have your friend clear the way. The raven is the true lamp-bearer. He possesses the ability to discern the false from the real, and he will filter out the truths we need from these illusory messages. All right, no problem. Upon hearing Bartley the Night Watchman refer to Joshua, as Kin Adeline internally panicked. She hadn't expected this seemingly normal young man to actually be a hidden raven man. Therefore, when Joshua suggested that her friend make way, she immediately agreed and guided the 6 teammates who were still holding on to leave first. The tall night watchman Bartley approached the Chronicle of Time, carefully observing while bringing the copper lantern closer to the stone pages, as if he wished to illuminate the truths within the book with the faint blue glow of the lantern. My kin, do you know that no being should directly utter the revered name of a deity? Doing so would attract the attention of the true God, and when he gazes upon you, you will gradually become an extension of him. Thus, this outer God possesses some goodwill. If he records his name in a book, all who peruse this stone volume will become extensions of his thoughts. Raven, I am listening. Please tell me everything you can. My kin, there are many parts of the records in this book that can be verified. The events recorded within are far more numerous than those in the Night Watchman's archives, yet not as detailed as what is chronicled there. However, this is quite normal, for the events deemed worthy of recording by the deities are inherently detached from the lives of mortals. Bartley did not start viewing from the first page of the Chronicle of Time. Instead, he began from the last page. He understood that the information he possessed was limited, and the further back he went, the more he could verify the information he already knew. My kin, you must have your own Chronicle of Time. No matter what you wish to conceal, your swift perusal of this book just now has already proven that you have seen similar texts. Moreover, that book may contain the secrets you wish to protect. Do not worry, I am not interested in your Chronicle of Time. Such records of temporal cycles are of no need to the Night Watchman. Trust me, my kin, the more extraordinary the items recorded, the less reliable the information tends to be. It is the mundane details chronicled in ordinary paper books that hold the keys to understanding the truth of the world. Indeed, extraordinary items represent uncertainty. The Night Watchmen have suffered greatly from this. They would never regard a supernatural book recording so-called true history as truth. They doubt the authenticity of all information and prefer to trust the truth they discover through their own contemplation and exploration. For even if the truths they uncover are incorrect, they can still deny more false information within, and future generations will record why they made mistakes, using this to learn from and eliminate certain erroneous factors. This is how the Night Watchmen have survived for several epochs. Therefore, even if Joshua were to give his Chronicle of Time to the Night Watchmen, the more conservative and extreme ravens would likely seal that miraculous supernatural book. My kin, tell me your name. Joshua the Raven. My name is Joshua. The second book of the Covenant. I can also refer to you as the second book of the Covenant. What do you think of this new name? That's terrible, Raven. Perhaps you are right. My name combined with the Chronicle of Time I hold can indeed be interpreted as the second book of the Covenant. But since I am the second, who is the first? Is it this massive stone book before me? Joshua had thought of himself as a lucky person, but Bartley the Night Watchman's words made him realize he was not lucky, but rather a chosen vessel, and his fate had been part of some plan from the very beginning. Who would write his fate for him, and who could script the destiny of his traversing between the two realms? Joshua knew that apart from the 7 gods of time, only those with great power, the outer gods, could. Joshua, do not let your preconceived notions limit your thinking. Your guesses are merely possibilities. Think, why must the first be the Chronicle of Time? It could be a book of blasphemy, a covenant sword, or even a chosen life. Indeed, but why does the Raven have a Chronicle of Time that has one more page than mine? 2 possibilities. The first possibility is that this book is the first Chronicle of Time. The second possibility is that after you entered this dream, the dream's master read your information, copied the Chronicle of Time, and added a page at the end. Joshua, which possibility do you think is more likely? Joshua did not directly answer Bartley the Night Watchman's question, but he began to lean toward the second possibility, for if the Chronicle of Time was indeed a temporal artifact, it should not be as widespread as a mass-produced item. Artifacts should be distinct extensions of a deity's authority, not mere mortal items that can be easily replicated. Why would he add a page? Adeline, who had been silent throughout, sensed that things seemed to have taken a serious turn. If the Raven and Joshua before her were not deceivers, then the information recorded in the Stone Chronicle of Time was likely to be true. She shuddered at the thought of the records regarding temporal cycles in the Chronicle of Time. If this were the truth of the world, she hoped the arc promised by the dream's master truly existed. This is not hard to understand. He is telling us that he knows the truth of the world and understands the information of each of us. He writes his stance with the record of the last page. He promised to carry our souls in the ark, but did not reveal what stories constitute the ark. This indicates that the target of his guidance is the self-redeemer. To board the ark, we must construct the ark ourselves and find our own ticket. In the name of the divine, all speakers of thought must be observed. In the name of the divine, all singers of praise must be sensed. What the story is does not matter. What matters is what kind of story we sing for him. There is no definitive story, yet it promises an ark to carry souls. Such is his mercy. He has entrusted the choice to us. We may sing of beauty and build the ark of heaven, or yield to our desires and erect the ark of hell. Though Nightwatcher Bartley found no so-called story within the annals of time, he uncovered the true nature of the soul-bearing ark. On now I see. It is only the self-rescued whom he ferries across. The ark of salvation must be built by our own hands. Joshua believed Bartley's analysis, but lingering doubts remained. Why would this unknown outer god extend salvation to them? And what in return could they possibly offer him? Then is he truly a benevolent deity? After all, he offers deliverance to us, mere ants stripped of everything. Uterine had read the annals of time's accounts of the seven-time gods, and discerned the general stance of the outer god who invaded their realm. Through comparison, she concluded that this unknown outer god was genuinely compassionate, aligning far more closely with the image of divinity held by humanity from the positive world. That interpretation holds merit. If my conjecture is correct, we are indeed the beneficiaries. Yet we have not given nothing in return. In invoking his name and singing his story, we forge his anchor within our world. He may thus pierce through into our world, but such a breach changes little. The people of truth dwell already in the fog of despair. They cannot sink lower. The people of illusion stand on the cusp of the dusk cataclysm. Any shift, however slight, becomes opportunity. Raven Sir, does the dusk cataclysm truly exist? Is our world truly bifurcated into positive and negative halves? Joshua pondered the consequences of inviting an outer god into their world. Uterine questioned whether the annals of time spoke truth, and whether Raven Sir and Joshua were deceivers. Verifying the illusory people lies with you alone, but I shall offer a few clues. Mountains stand unshaken for millennia. Life in this world ought to endure longer still. You dwell in year 1602 of your epic. 1,000 years is but the blink of an eye. Nightwatcher Bartley knew the brutal truth was difficult to accept, not merely for ordinary illusory people, but even for those souls cast into the negative world during each cyclical epical turn struggled to confront despair's stark reality. Thus, the core of human civilization in the negative world was never the transcendent ones exiled from the positive world, but rather their descendants. Those born and raised solely within the negative world had never beheld the splendor of the positive world. Hence, Bartley saw no need to exhaust himself proving truths. He offered only a sliver of insight, inviting the illusory people to seek truth for themselves. It was all like the bronze lantern in his hand, the soul light piercing the fog. He would serve as the lamplighter for those lost within the mist, but whether the lost would awaken from their dream, that lay beyond the power of any Nightwatcher Raven. I understand, Raven Sir. Thank you for your guidance. Your wisdom and compassion have dispelled my confusion. I now know precisely what I must do. Thank you for embracing despair, my kin. Every raven will strive to hold aloft the lamp and scatter the fog for you. As Uterine watched Raven Sir bow deeply to her, she hurried forward to gently halt his gesture. Ah, how scalding! Even through his robe, woven from some unfathomable material, her touch upon Nightwatcher Bartley's thick forearm seared with unbearable heat. My kin, please refrain from touching a raven. Our veins run with the blood of the raven god, and our body temperature burns at the feverish intensity of boiling water. My apologies, I did not know. It shall never happen again. Seeing Uterine's fair hands flushed crimson, Joshua nearly laughed, irresponsibly, before catching himself. Good heavens, someone else has finally suffered what I endured long ago. Do not fret, Miss Uterine. Superficial burns heal swiftly. Despair is always glacially frigid. Only hope burns with incandescent fire. I am unharmed, but Raven Sir, with such extreme body heat, do you feel no discomfort? It is tolerable. I am accustomed. Boiling blood ensures we never succumb to hypothermia, while patrolling the fog of physical pain keeps our minds sharp and lucid. Bartley's nonchalant demeanor deepened Uterine's grasp of truth's unrelenting cruelty. She could not count how many burning ravens winged through the fog, but she knew each searing bird illuminated the darkness with its very life. Raven, do you deem him trustworthy? Joshua knew Nightwatchers possessed deeper insight into outer gods, having entered partial symbiosis with the raven god himself, and thus sought Bartley's perspective on storytelling as devotion. I do not know, yet he has promised us hope, and have we not generation after generation traversed this fog in relentless search of precisely that? Now that hope has appeared, we must seize it without hesitation. Even should we fail, becoming foolish pawns, we shall at least eliminate one erroneous path for those who follow. Nightwatcher Bartley regarded Joshua with quiet bewilderment. A true person of truth would never pose such a question. Not even the camp's most depraved criminals would hesitate when hope dawned. They would hurl themselves toward it without thought. To Bartley, Joshua's conduct resembled that of an illusory person. They lacked nothing. So when hope arrived, they weighed costs and benefits, even retreating into cautious self-preservation. Would I sacrifice my own life to eliminate one wrong path? Joshua asked himself in silence. He knew he would not yet. He was no native-born person of truth, but merely an illusory person granted extraordinary fortune, the annals of time. Even if he believed he had assimilated into the negative world, his logic remained profoundly alien to that of the trueborn. He could not bring himself to die for a collective with which he shared no bond. Yet he would risk everything to verify the Dreamweaver's trustworthiness, for his own ticket aboard the Ark. At least this motive justified action in his own eyes. Indeed, someone must undertake verification. Raven, I shall attempt to compose the tale of this place, and him his mercy and majesty. No, Joshua, do not act rashly. Upon awakening, I shall submit a formal petition to Night Watcher Command. We will designate a single camp whose inhabitants will sing his story. Should calamity arise, our losses remain contained, and his taint can be swiftly quarantined. Bartley's words made Joshua acutely aware of his own folly. His behavior betrayed none of the hardened vigilance expected of a negative world dweller, but rather mirrored the naive complacency of an illusory person. Raven, have I seemed utterly foolish? Surely you've noticed something. Joshua, you possess a key, do you not? Fear not. Command holds many such keys. Raven, I once believed I could integrate into your civilization, but now I realize I was mistaken. I will never become a true child of reality. Delusion is my essence. Joshua did not know that living in the inverted world did not equate to being noble. Among them, there were also villains, greed, and struggles for interests. Their willingness to sacrifice themselves to save others is entirely due to the harsh living conditions. Humans living in the inverted world are constantly overshadowed by despair. Many are crushed by it and seek to end their own lives. However, suicide is illegal in the various camps of the inverted world. A suicide victim is not only seen as a coward, but their possessions will also be reclaimed by the camp, and their family will be shamed by their actions. Thus, many who are overwhelmed by despair choose to end their lives through methods that save others by sacrificing themselves. Every year, a significant number of people succumb to despair, thus giving rise to a unique culture of sacrifice within the camps of the inverted world. New lives grow up in such an environment, and they naturally come to venerate resilience, strength, and the ideal of sacrifice. Therefore, Joshua could never disguise himself as a child of reality. He might manage to pretend in safety, but endanger his mindset would reveal his true origin. You are mistaken, my compatriot. Your acceptance of both sides of the world and your willingness to enter our fog of despair demonstrate that you are a true child of reality, our kin. We distinguish reality from delusion by ideology, never denying our kin based on morality or origin. Even if a fallen one lives among us, they are still a child of delusion. Yet an enlightened one, even if they reside in the positive world, is indeed a child of reality. Thank you for your absolution, Raven. Do you have a name? I think you are the best lantern bearer. You can not only dispel the invasion of the fog, but also guide the wandering souls. Bartley, the Night Watchman Bartley. Joshua earnestly committed the name, Bartley, to memory, certain that Bartley would be the companion who could guide him in the world of despair. Mr. Raven, I will also spread his story in a limited way in the positive world. Miss Odeline, you need not do this. I cannot detail the greatness of the deity to you. When you choose to spread his story, you will spontaneously become his follower. From then on, he will influence you forever. Even death will not end it. Your soul will become his property, and your true spirit will be viewed as a contaminant by the 7 gods of time and cast into the fog of despair. The Night Watchman Bartley did not expect that Odeline, who appeared not very strong, would willingly embrace the influence of the unknown outer deity. He did not know whether this was ignorance or if Odeline was truly prepared to sacrifice herself. It's okay, Mr. Raven. The Twilight's destruction will eventually come. Even the children of delusion need to actively sacrifice themselves to attain redemption. Our positive world has no ravens like you. Without guidance, we can only perish in our descent, and as for whether the true spirit can survive, it holds no meaning for ordinary people like me. I have always believed that my life only comes once, and my fortune should only await one opportunity for redemption. Mr. Raven, this is my only chance, isn't it? I have no choice, so I must give it a try. The Night Watchman Bartley saw the shadow of the Raven in Odeline. This girl from the positive world unexpectedly had the potential to become a Night Watchman. However, Bartley could not take her to the inverted world. Although the Night Watchman possessed the key to traverse between the 2 realms, they can only bring back ordinary supplies from the positive world, such as food or paper, and so on. If they openly steal the intelligent lives of the positive world, it would be a provocation to the 7 gods of time. The Night Watchmen resolutely oppose such irresponsible behavior within their ranks. All right, Odeline, may your compatriots bless you. I hope you can write a new chapter of fate. I also wish the same for you, Mr. Raven, I hope to meet you again atop the Arc of Redemption. I will no matter where the arc leads, I will follow you. Hope is the most brilliant miracle, even if it ultimately leads to endless hell. The Night Watchman Bartley will follow it onward. He could not prevent Odeline's self-redemption, but he was willing to stay by the side of this awakening compatriot and raise the copper lamp, emitting a faint blue glow in his hands. I will await the outcome. At the time you deem appropriate, I will bring the key here. I believe when this chronicle of time aligns with mine, it will surely open a new era. Joshua was moved by Odeline's spirit of fearlessness and sacrifice. He could not understand why a girl living in the positive world would be willing to face the influence of the deity. However, those things no longer mattered. If the arc truly existed, he was willing to offer the chronicle of time, sacrificing his ability to traverse between the two realms in exchange for that arc to traverse freely. Joshua Odeline, do you know? The Raven told me that your blood is boiling and you have the potential to become Night Watchman. Odeline is far away in the positive world, but Joshua, do you want to give it a try? Perhaps not. I am determined to sacrifice the chronicle of time, but I am not yet ready to sacrifice my own head. Joshua knew that the Night Watchman Bartley's suggestion came from good intentions, but he really did not want to become a birdman, nor did he want to be the raven in the fog, so he decisively rejected Bartley's goodwill. Having decided to spread the story, Joshua and the others discussed what the core of the story should revolve around. In the end, they decided to avoid words like deity and interpret this dream as a beautiful dreamland. They would sing everything here in an easily understandable fairy tale style. Zhou Heng was given the title of king, and the city of Liang became the realm governed by the benevolent king, while dreamers were referred to as the hopeless wanderers. The entire story begins with the disheartened wanderers entering the dreamland, where they receive the benevolent king's illumination and ultimately attain self-redemption. As for the information related to Liang City, they transformed it into a description of the dreamland. The Night Watchman Bartley told them that as long as similar information appeared, the unknown outer deity could use it as a connection and establish a stable anchor point in the spread of the story. Dong dong dong. The clear and distant sound of bells rang. With each toll, the real dream would fade into illusion. After the 12th toll, the stable dream quickly collapsed. The dream is coming to an end. We have been here for almost a day, or it should be midnight in the dream world now. The new day cannot bear us, the old children of the past. Goodbye, Joshua and Odeline. Remember not to lose yourselves, not to despair. It is not the copper lamp in the hand of the raven that dispels the fog of despair, but your boiling blood and shining souls. In the reverse world at the Serrano camp, have I awakened, or have I entered a deeper dream? After the Night Watchman Bartley awoke from the dream, he did not immediately believe he had returned to reality. He knew that the foggy dream, especially the dream of deities, was an undeniable truth for mortals. Therefore, he did not simply think that as long as he escaped that dream, he would smoothly awaken and return to reality. Ding! The harsh alarm bell was sounded by the Night Watchman Bartley, who hid in a specially designed isolation chamber waiting for a response from his companions. Welcome back to reality, Bartley. The Raven tells me you have once again lost yourself in a dream. So are you still one of us now? I am certain my consciousness has not been affected. Please tell me, guiding Raven, whether this is real or a deeper dream. The Night Watchman Bartley knew that the person outside the isolation chamber was his captain, but he could not temporarily determine whether the captain was the guiding Raven or an evolution of information from the deeper dream. Bartley, your divinity is unique and private. Each deity has different divinity. Unfold your mind and follow me to dispel the fog and pursue the truth. The method of proving reality for the Night Watchman lineage was simple and crude. They would transform their consciousness into the feathers of the guiding raven through the connection of divinity. In that state, the captain of the Night Watchman division would become the essence of the raven, while the members would become the raven's feathers, their consciousness merging as if they were one. The higher-level outer gods pollution that resulted from merging would allow them to glimpse the truth. For several epochs, the ravens had distinguished between companions and reality in this manner. They had never encountered any special outer god capable of simulating the divinity of other deities. They believed that divinity possessed a certain uniqueness. Even deities of the same office would not have identical divinity. Rising blood, soaring souls, ravens piercing the fog, welcome back, my compatriot. You truly bring us great news. To control the source of pollution, the Serrano camp would next become the area for the dissemination of the story. Bartley, go and sing your tale. I will have the other camp's ravens isolate this place. Through the merging of soul consciousness, the captain of the Serrano division, Edmund, not only confirmed Bartley's identity, but also learned of Bartley's experiences in the dream world. Thus, he unhesitatingly presented the camp he guarded as the area for the dissemination of the story. The ark was the hope and crisis found by the ravens of the Serrano camp, and it could naturally only verify the real and the illusory within the Serrano camp. The process of Bartley spreading the story went very smoothly. Before he told the story, his companions had already informed the camp residents of the entire sequence of events. Under the impetus of their unique sacrifice culture, the residents of the Serrano camp quickly memorized the content of the story. To deepen the effect, they even actively recited the tale of the Dreamland. The Serrano camp had about 2,000 residents and 5 night watch ravens. Under their almost frenzied praises, the information of Zhou Heng's story was rapidly linking with the tale of the Dreamland. An anchor point based on the thoughts of the Serrano camp residents also took shape, but this anchor point was still quite fragile, as the wise lives that Serrano camp could contribute were far too few. The true power to stabilize the story anchor point came from feedback from the positive world, and it was not from the small-scale spreaders of the story Audlin and Joshua. Finally finished. I can be sure this story will definitely sell well. Samia was a somewhat famous writer in the positive world, having garnered a following with her bizarre imagination. Recently, she had fallen into a creative bottleneck, and what she did not expect was that she had entered an unusually real dream. Her 2 experiences in the dream provided her with a wealth of inspiration. After awakening from the dream, she quickly created a novella titled Samia's Dream Journey to Another World. In the dream, she did not browse the annals of history and was unaware of the existence of outer gods. Therefore, she effortlessly approached a familiar publishing house to print her dream journey story. Although Samia was only a somewhat famous writer, her readership far surpassed that of the Serrano camp. Once her book was published, it garnered a significant number of readers and listeners. When Samia's Dream Journey to Another World spread in the positive world, Zhou Heng's story Dream successfully located the positive world, and the anchor points he needed were also rapidly solidifying. Audlin, have you already read Samia's Dream Journey to Another World? The dreamland you spoke of is quite similar to Lady Samia's Dream Journey story. What? Has Lady Samia written a related story? Let me see it quickly. Audlin took the well-printed book from her friend and examined it closely. The more she read, the more shocked she became, for that story was more interesting than her own, with more detailed descriptions of the scenery. I see a throne cast in gold within a colossal palace upon which coils a scaly divine beast. I think that must be their king. I see steel blades and armor. The palace beneath the upright long spears must be built upon countless bones. Perhaps the vengeful spirits took everything, leaving no trace of life. I think that place must not welcome any life. Silence and coldness are the realms of the deceased's rest. I hear the tolling of bells, but in a world devoid of people who would ring the bronze bell. Look, the world is collapsing. I know that is the funeral bell. For whom does the funeral bell toll? For the world and for me. I know I must leave, otherwise I might remain there forever. Is that place another world? I do not know, but I know it is the ruin of destruction, the end of civilization. Audlin looked at the records in Samia's Dream Journey to Another World and felt her hands and feet grow cold. By the end, she felt as if her soul were about to freeze. No, you do not want to, you know nothing. Audlin could hardly imagine how the ark that was supposed to lead to salvation was interpreted as a ferry to the ruin. In this way, what remained of her salvation? Was it a ruin carrying a funeral bell? Audlin, what's wrong with you? It's just a story, oh, why be so angry? Sorry, my friend, I might not be able to send you the ticket anymore. Why not? I was looking forward to receiving that ticket of hope you spoke of. Although I know it is fake, at least you could make one for me to keep as a memento. Sorry, it is meaningless. Everything is out of control. The raven, referring to the guiding raven, told me that we can build the Ark of Heaven or the Ark of Hell. But I never expected someone would build the Ark of Ruin. It turns out that the lost is never the dream, but the unrestrained human heart. At that moment, Audlin had no more options, as she could only pray that Mr. Raven would guide the wayward Ark back to the correct course. Audlin, if you feel that Lady Samia's story has harmed you, you can go to her for feedback. Besides, your story came out earlier than hers. Perhaps she still owes you copyright fees. Go find her. Can I do that? The hesitant and confused Audlin suddenly recalled Mr. Raven's words. It is not the copper lamp in the raven's hands that dispels the fog of despair, but your boiling blood and shining souls. I can go find her. Samia has merely veered off course. She needs the raven's guidance. Mr. Raven told me I have the potential to become a raven, so let me transform into a burning raven to dispel the fog and illuminate the truth. As a somewhat famous writer, Samia spends her days not only writing, but also traveling to various cities to hold book signings to promote her works. Therefore, the city she is currently in is not a secret. Through purchasing several entertainment tabloids, Odeline discovered that Samia recently held a book signing event in Asino City. Upon learning the target address, Odeline first sent an urgent letter to Joshua, who was far away at Valencia Academy, and then boarded a steam train to Asino City. She knew that with her combat strength and identity, it would be difficult to force Samia to cooperate in rewriting the story. She was even less certain whether she could persuade Samia with words and truth, so she informed Joshua, a fellow passenger on the Ark. She remembered Joshua saying in the dream world that while his strength could not compare to that of Mr. Raven, he still possessed the ability to overpower ordinary people. At that time, Joshua promised her that if any problems arose with the Ark and force was needed, she could write to him directly. I hope everything is in time. Before Joshua arrives, I must clarify Samia's detailed address and hold her off as much as possible. After arriving in Asino City, Odeline successfully located the venue where Samia was holding her book signing. She spent 2 gold coins to show her sincerity to the staff and obtained Samaya's recent address. The 2 gold coins ignited the staff's goodwill, and he kindly informed Odeline that Ms. Samaya had hurriedly left a letter 2 days ago and cancelled the book signing. Perhaps she had already left Asino City. That's bad news. I hope she hasn't left. Odeline did not waver. She prepared to continue spending her dwindling gold coins to gather more information. However, Odeline underestimated the situation. When she found Samaya's address and attempted to knock on the door, a beautifully crafted flintlock pistol was pressed against her head. Ladies first, I hope you understand the value of silence. Otherwise I can only use lead bullets to address your agitation. All right, sir, I understand the lethality of the pistol. I will do my best to cooperate with you. At that moment, Odeline was staring down the barrel of a gun for the first time with death looming close, yet she unexpectedly remained calm. She told herself that she had done her best to fulfill the responsibility of extradition. Everything else would be left to the whims of fate. Creak. The heavy wooden door was closed, separating the inside from the outside into 2 distinct worlds. What is your purpose? I came to seek compensation from Samaya. Her work infringed upon my copyright. Samaya is wandering in another world. Yes. Lady, you are not being honest. It seems you know more than Samaya does. I hope you are the one we are waiting for. The strong man with a hat and a bushy beard put away his gun and pulled out a sharp dagger to toy with. Tell me the name of your organization. Which outer god do you serve, and why do you spread his dreams? Believe me, lady, my determination to seek the truth is as solid as iron, and I do not care about the process of uncovering it. What about Samaya? That fool is writing everything she sees under the watch of lead bullets. Since she is cooperating, we have not yet resorted to violence against her. Odeline knew that the world did not revolve around any one person. While she could use her information advantage to discover Samaya's mistakes, others could also uncover her issues through various means. It was only to be blamed that Samaya had depicted the dream too realistically. In such a mysterious world, she had no idea what consequences would arise from leaking mysterious information. Lady, I need your honesty. That will be my reason to treat you well. I will tell you, regardless of whether I can survive, the more people who know the truth, the better. Perhaps I may never board the Ark, but I will distribute tickets for it. Odeline contemplated for a moment and decided to reveal the truth. She knew, for she understood, that even the most wicked of people would not wish to descend into hell or the abyss. She prepared to change the course of the Ark through these people. Even if she might be killed, at least that Ark would return to the path leading to hope. Of course, Odeline would only reveal the truth regarding Mr. Raven, while she would not divulge a word about Joshua, who held the key. Samaya calls it another world, but she does not know that it is an ark of redemption promising to carry our souls. It handed us a blank ark, and we built its shell with stories. Heaven, hell, and the abyss are all acceptable to him, but we only need heaven. What astounding words, lady. If what you say is true, then you are the saint who brings redemption. Please allow me to pay my respects to you. The bearded man took off his hat, revealing his shiny head, and slightly bowed to Odeline in respect. Lady, I hope you can write down what you have seen in detail. I will monitor you in the open, but I must inform you that many of our people are lurking in the shadows nearby, so please do not attempt to escape. Also, please follow me. We need to change our living environment. New people will take over my position here soon. All right, but at least tell me who you are, and please quickly put a stop to the spread of Samaya wandering in another world. She is leading the Ark toward the abyss. I think regardless of whether you are good or evil, you wouldn't let the opportunity for redemption turn to nothing. Of course, lady, we come from the Illuminati, we have a certain reputation in the mysterious realm. We uphold neutrality and pursue eternal light. As for Samaya wandering in another world, you need not worry, its author Ms. Samaya has been banned from publishing her works by the kingdom due to serious plagiarism allegations. Alright, things are more convoluted than Odeline anticipated, yet also smoother than she thought. She believed it would be difficult to address the matter that required revealing the truth, and even using force, but to those in power it was merely a small issue that could be resolved with a single sentence. It seemed that even if she hadn't come to find Samaya, the issue of the Ark's course deviation would have been resolved. Now that she had come, she had also found herself caught in the hands of a mysterious organization. Nonetheless, this was not necessarily a bad thing. At least she had a target for spreading stories, and these seekers of eternal light would likely be more capable of guiding the Ark's course. The reality was much like Odeline had imagined. Given the explosive nature of the information, she revealed the Illuminati could not afford to wait and immediately initiated the navigation project. As a powerful, mysterious force in the positive world, the Illuminati was aware of the existence of Dusk's destruction. They pursued eternal light and, more importantly, the hope of redemption. Originally, the upper echelons of the Illuminati regarded the negative world as a place of redemption. Now, with a new option emerging that allowed them to construct their own place of redemption, they certainly had to give it a try. Thus, they immediately dispatched the most influential literary giant in their ranks, Hubert David. They planned to leverage Hubert's influence to quickly counteract the negative impact that Samaya wandering in another world had on the Ark of Redemption. Master Hubert, you are my favorite writer. In my heart, you are also one of the greatest writers of this century. I never expected to have the opportunity to co-write the future with you. Adeline, you are too cautious and too kind. Since you believe in the existence of Dusk's destruction and acknowledge my literary talent, you should have written to me sooner, even if it was an anonymous letter. Child, given my age, I may not wait for Dusk's destruction or the arc of redemption, but I know that the purpose of redemption is not just self-salvation. The spreader of redemption should not be a lonely hero silently bearing the world. I have learned much, Master Hubert. I previously thought I would have time and opportunities to verify the authenticity of the arc. Now I realize that redemption should be pursued with all one's might from the very beginning, for cautious attempts at redemption may be interrupted by various unforeseen events. Only fervent faith can ignite the hope of salvation. This experience of being captured by the Illuminati made Adeline understand that whether it is the establishment of the arc or the spread of redemption, it requires a powerful force to support it. One can imagine that when the Illuminati decided to navigate for the arc, they relied on their influence over the kingdom's regime and the appeal of renowned authors like Master Hubert. They could easily intervene in the construction of the arc and quickly become the absolute driving force behind its development. Adeline's own influence cannot surpass Samia's in a short time, and Samia's influence will almost never exceed that of the Illuminati. When the Illuminati decided to fully promote the construction of the arc, even if Master Hubert's new work describing the arc was not exceptional, they could make it a must-read book for the kingdom that year. They could even incorporate Master Hubert's new work into the kingdom's education system, allowing the kingdom's students to participate in the construction of the arc. Adeline worries that the arc is merely a means of pollution, as she lacks the ability and courage for large-scale promotion. But the Illuminati is different. This force, which deliberately disseminates true information from the opposite world, does not concern itself with external pollution. As long as there is hope, they will dedicate a region or even a kingdom to verify its authenticity. They crave redemption, yet are not benevolent. They promote redemption, yet can be considered kind. They claim to uphold neutrality because they strive for hope, but their pursuit of hope may also bring disaster to others. It is good that you have this awareness. Adeline has asked me to refine your story. You have brought redemption out. Regardless of its truth, you have the right to name it. Tell me your choice. This name will become that of the arc, though it may also serve as an alias for disaster. Dreamland is the name we agreed upon. I believe that both the lives of the positive world and those of the negative should have the same hope for redemption. No problem, that is an excellent choice. When the true citizens living in the negative world infiltrate our realm, they will see our sincerity reflected in this name. Master Hubert truly deserves to be called a literary master. He spent just 2 days organizing the dream information described by Adeline into a new work. After reading it, Adeline felt it was decent, but not on par with Master Hubert's previous works. However, it was simply a rushed piece, so she couldn't demand too much. Next, Adeline followed Master Hubert and witnessed the formidable influence of the Illuminati firsthand. Once Master Hubert's new work was released, it made its debut on the front page of the kingdom's most authoritative newspaper, while various other newspapers of differing influence also went all out to promote it. If that were all, it would only prove the Illuminati's strong influence. However, their next step surprised everyone. They announced that Master Hubert would return the love of readers by pricing the new work at just 10 copper coins. This price is insufficient to cover printing and paper costs. The low pricing combined with Master Hubert's appeal caused Dreamland to become the hottest book upon its release. Moreover, due to the generally low literary literacy of the readers, this hastily produced Dreamland did not receive much negative criticism. Those critics who usually love to judge literary works not only ceased their criticisms, but instead stood up to praise and promote it. A few dissenting voices were quickly suppressed, leading to Dreamland, this hastily created work, soaring to become one of Master Hubert's best-selling pieces. Receiving an urgent letter from Adeline, Joshua hurried to Asino City, where he encountered an overwhelming presence of Dreamland books. In a small restaurant, Joshua carefully flipped through the Dreamland in his hands. He did not purchase it, but rather it was the only book provided for free reading by the restaurant. Boss, when was Dreamland published? I hadn't heard of that name when I boarded the train. About 3 days ago, I heard it is Master Hubert's most recommended work. Several publishers sent us copies to offer for free reading to our patrons. Joshua silently calculated the time. The urgent message Adeline sent took about 3 days, and he took roughly 4 days to reach Asino City. If Adeline arrived in Asino City, it would take her about 2 days. By this calculation, it had only been 2 days since Dreamland was promoted and released after she reached Asino City. What happened during these 2 days? Adeline asked me to help solve the issues caused by Samia. But it now seems that she has also fallen under the control of other forces. The only question is whether the letter she sent me was after she was captured or before. This question is crucial for Joshua as it relates to whether Adeline has betrayed him. If they are still companions, Joshua will naturally want to rescue her. If Adeline chose betrayal, Joshua would have to silence her to protect the information about the key. Thinking positively, there was no one monitoring me at the steam train station. I did not notice any tailing after I entered Asino City, so it seems Adeline has not betrayed me for now. However, I cannot go to Samia's residence, nor can I inquire about it. If Adeline was controlled after entering Asino City, her capture point would most likely be Samia's residence. It seems other forces have analyzed the inconsistencies of Samia's dream wandering in another world and decisively controlled Samia, while Adeline fell into the trap on her own. Joshua knows that the various mysterious sects and secret societies in the positive world not only possess formidable extraordinary beings, but also numerous gunmen. Rescuing Adeline from these individuals is undoubtedly a challenging task, but he cannot directly choose to kill her. After all, whether due to the existence of the night watchman Bartley or his own moral boundaries, he cannot indiscriminately kill an innocent person. It seems I need to go back and gather people. Adeline is just an ordinary person, as she will eventually be forced to reveal the news about the key under the control of mysterious forces. The key is both important and unimportant to the negative world. It is important because the key serves as the bridge for communication between the two realms, and unimportant because there is not just one key. However, the night watchmen value each key greatly, for they do not know when a particular key might become ineffective, making keys also their strategic resource. Upon awakening from the dream, the division of night watchmen, where Bartley resides, informed the night watchman at the Banluo camp of Joshua's existence. As a result, Joshua's status in the Banluo camp has risen sharply. He even gained the right to dispatch some warriors to fight in the positive world, though he must inform the camp leader beforehand. Having identified his target, Joshua casually found an inn to stay at, then skillfully crawled under the bed to activate the Book of Time, entering the Banluo camp located in the negative world. Raven, we have encountered some issues with our arc, and the information regarding the key may have been leaked. I need the assistance of warriors. The Banluo camp's director took Joshua's plea for aid seriously and immediately assigned him command of a 20-member combat squad drawn from the camp's ranks. Owing to the brutal survival conditions of the inverse world, its inhabitants live in a state of universal conscription. Every survivor, save infants, is a battle-hardened elite warrior. Thus, these fighters are not merely elite. They are the elite among elites, unwaveringly obedient, each endowed with extraordinary abilities and unshakable martial resolve. After all, their lives consist of ceaseless struggle against mist-born monsters, against encroaching mist itself, and occasionally against fleshy abominations tainted by the grudges of outer gods. We are about to enter the prime world for combat operations. Do any of you have questions? What are our operational protocols? Are we to assault, infiltrate, assassinate, or deter, apprehend, or interrogate? Can we execute a rescue? That is by definition apprehension. Rest assured, we've conducted prior combat missions in the prime world and know its terrain well. Under cover of night, we can capture or eliminate every bureaucrat within the cities of the illusory people. Joshua sensed something amiss, but upon reflection, he realized it was logically sound. Rescuing means returning a person to one's own side, so does apprehending. The operational execution indeed bore striking resemblance. Proceed with apprehension. Target, Odinel. Understood. Meanwhile, Odinel, engaged in promoting the book Dreaming Realms alongside Master Hubert, remained blissfully unaware that her comrades were preparing to deploy a terrifying cadre to apprehend her. Given their exceptional combat prowess, she surmised escape would be impossible. Once Joshua led the combat squad into the city of Asino, everything grew startlingly simple. A squad member possessing illusionary aptitude expended only a modest effort before effortlessly pinpointing Odinel's current whereabouts. Yet when the squad moved to execute the apprehension, they discovered the designated room occupied not by Odinel, but by a bald, burly man, while their target remained conspicuously absent. The squad immediately seized the bald man, intending to extract from him Odinel's true location. Colby the Bald stirred groggily awake from unconsciousness, only to find himself bound in coarse hemp rope, the muzzle of a crude flintlock pressed hard against his temple. That firearm is dreadfully crude, friend. You'd do better with mine. I commissioned it from a master craftsman. Exquisitely wrought, robust, and utterly reliable, never once has it misfired in my hands. How droll you are. Tell me your organization's name, which outer god you serve, and why you disseminate his dreams. Colby opened his mouth to protest, then abruptly recalled asking the very same question of a lady just days earlier. He remembered comporting himself with impeccable courtesy, smiling warmly, and lowering the pistol he'd pointed at Miss Odinel's head. I, sir, appreciate the virtue of silence, or I shall administer leaden therapy for your agitation. You asked me. Bang. The gunshot shattered Colby's skull. He believed himself dead, yet it was mere illusion. His physical body, in reality, convulsed violently, racked by spasms. Captain, the chaotic dream has been implanted. I have fractured his logical cognition. He will soon spiral endlessly through recursive dream loops, unable to voice the truth. Excellent. Now we wait, with patience. Night is long, granting us ample time to locate our target and complete the apprehension. The truth seekers of the inverse world coexist daily with mist in all its forms. Thus their scholarship on dreams runs profoundly deep. Their combat squads include not only dream dismantlers, but also dream weavers. Guided by the Dreamweaver's art, the bald man descended deeper into layered slumber, his reasoning dissolved, and the truths he held slipped free from conscious restraint. Reveal your organization and Miss Odinil's whereabouts. I serve the Illuminati. We uphold neutrality in pursuit of eternal light. Miss Odinil is now one of our most vital assets. She has been relocated to 59 Charlie Street. This residence was merely her public facade, and the trap we laid to capture her associates. Why commit such an act? The Grand Master declares redemption noble and sacred. If we seek eternal light, we must seize control of its very source, the origin of all luminous revelation. Foolish, illusory people, no sooner do you grasp a glimmer of hope than you fracture inwardly. At this hour you still scheme to dominate the Ark and peddle passage like merchants. Though the Dreamweaver had secured the needed intelligence, the revelation reshaped his understanding of the Illuminati. Beneath their rhetoric of hope lay an unyielding core of power and profit. Such beings belong only to the prime world. Should they enter the inverse world, they would swiftly lose themselves amid its labyrinthine dreams. 59 Charlie Street. Execute apprehension. Armed with precise intelligence, the operation unfolded more smoothly than Joshua had imagined. His squad members methodically secured alleys and side streets, neutralizing concealed operatives, while a few supernaturally gifted adversaries were swiftly subdued through coordinated action. When Joshua next laid eyes on Odinil, she sat conversing with an elderly man who intermittently jotted down notes from their exchange. Odinil, it's been too long. Master Hubert, I hadn't expected you to serve an organization so steeped in avarice. My apologies, Joshua. I've brought you trouble. Rest assured I've disclosed nothing about you. Young man, greed is not wholly malign. Without it would the Illuminati strive so fervently toward exalted ideals. You know well, not all devote their lives to ideals. Greed drives them, a zeal propels them toward light. Is this not precisely the force redemption seekers may harness? Master Hubert showed no alarm at Joshua's intrusion. Frail and aged, he had joined the Illuminati not to save himself, but to glimpse redemption's promise. Now a salvific ark was rising, built upon the foundation of his own work, and he carried no lingering regrets. Should he die this day, Dreaming Realms would become his final testament, and he believed his death would accelerate the ark's completion. Come, Odinil, leave with us. Forgive me, Joshua, I will not depart. My strength alone is negligible. Though the Illuminati are greedy, they remain a force that can be swayed. I must stay and guide them. Please pardon my defiance. By the ark's solemn vow, I swear I shall reveal nothing of you. If I break this oath, let me sink into eternal oblivion. Are you certain? Can I truly trust you? I am certain. Grant me this one chance to earn your faith. Should I betray it, you may grant me the eternal slumber of darkness. Joshua gazed upon the resolute young woman before him and shook his head resigned. Short of killing or imprisoning Odinil, he possessed no means to compel her obedience. They were, after all, autonomous beings, neither dependent upon nor subordinate to the other. He had chosen to anchor himself to the camp's authority, awaiting the Twilight's collapse and the ark's descent. Odinil, too, was free to shape the world in her own way. Very well, let me bestow upon you one final gift. Tomorrow your Grandmaster shall receive my greeting. He will learn that Lady Odinil commands friends willing to avenge her. Thank you, my friend. You have transformed me from a mere pawn into one who may hold the scepter. In any era and in any endeavor, the presence or absence of martial protection can lead to entirely different outcomes. Brad, the leader of the Illuminati, arrived in Asino City 2 days ago due to the construction of the Ark. He never expected to wake up and find a letter embossed with a raven's head wax seal beside his pillow. Damn it, are my guards all fools? They actually allowed someone to infiltrate my bedroom. Brad nervously touched his neck, genuinely worried that one day his head might end up beside his body. At this moment, he was not only panicked, but also filled with immense anger. However, he did not call for his guards nor intended to vent his fury on them. He knew that this letter was most likely a threat. If he did not control his emotions and let the guards know the reason for the letter's appearance, then the guards' negligence would be minor, but the loss of the Illuminati's prestige would be significant. After all, the core foundation of such a secretive organization is strength, with the pursuit of light merely an ideological facade for their expansion of influence. If their strong exterior were to be shattered, the cohesion of the Illuminati would plummet and his legitimacy as the leader would suffer a fatal blow. The followers of the Illuminati would be unable to accept that their leader compromised under clandestine threats or even became a puppet of others to safeguard himself. Thus, the premise of publicly disclosing the threat letter is that the Illuminati can handle the threat. If they cannot, Brad would definitely not reveal the existence of the threat letter. As the saying goes, as long as he does not disclose it, the threat does not exist. Even if he accepts the threat in secret to protect himself and engages in actions that harm the Illuminati, he could justify it as being for the greater good for the sake of eternal light. The wax seal on the letter indicated the identity of the threatener, and Brad truly could not afford to offend those shadowy ravens. After all, he lived a lavish lifestyle, while those ravens could only struggle for survival in the mist. The disparity between their possessions and the losses in battle was immense. In other words, the immensely wealthy Brad did not wish to fight against those ferociously combative beggars, the people from the opposite world. Let me see what demands you have. If they are not excessive, I might lend you a hand. The real citizens felt a sense of superiority and information over the delusional ones. Brad, this delusional citizen, similarly looked down upon those misty ravens in terms of living conditions. Therefore, he forced himself to interpret the threat as a request, preparing to passively assist those impoverished, helpless, and carefree ravens. Mr. Brad, I have heard that you have taken my friend Odalyn. I have no choice but to come to her rescue. However, my friend Odalyn has stated that she is living well with you and intends to remain to fulfill her duties as a raven. Please give her some cooperation. I believe you do not wish to see a shining blue light from a copper lamp one day, so I hope you will show her the respect she deserves. The night watchman from the Solano camp, Raven Bartley, sends you his regards. Alright, it seems that the weak and easily bullied lady hides a fearsome raven head. I must put a stop to the plan of her purification brainwashing. The letter from the night watchman of the opposite world brought Brad both good and bad news. The good news was that the night watchman's demands were not excessive. The bad news was that the raven came from the Solano camp. The Illuminati had a certain understanding of the existence of ravens. They knew that there were moderates and radicals among them. The moderates maintained some contact with the mysterious forces of the positive world, while the radicals were more responsible for combat and cleaning tasks. The captain of the night watchman at the Solano camp, Edmund, was a well-known radical. Brad genuinely worried that he might be smashed into pulp by that radical demigod with a copper lamp one day. The night watchmen have implanted the flesh and blood of the raven god. They have already transcended humanity, and due to their formidable combat capabilities, the mysterious forces of the positive world refer to them as demigod beings. Knock, knock, knock. A series of knocks on the door awakened Brad from his contemplation. Come in, my knight. Thank you for guarding this old man. What good news do you bring me? I'm sorry, leader. I feel ashamed. Do I bring you bad news? It's all right, my child. Light will not favor us forever, otherwise we wouldn't have to pursue eternal light. Please speak. As long as it is not an issue of your loyalty, any darkness will eventually be dispelled by our light. Your Excellency, our loyalty is as steadfast as iron. Your knight reports that the combatants monitoring Hubert and Odalyn were injured and subdued, and Kirby's logical reasoning has encountered some issues. However, Hubert and Odalyn have not been lost. They are still under our control. Upon hearing that the monitoring personnel had been subdued and injured, Brad let out a sigh of relief. Thankfully, there were not two bad news items occurring simultaneously today, otherwise he would have to punish a few subordinates to vent his anger. My knight, please arrange the best medical care for our compatriots. Those who are loyal should be treated well. Also, the lady who brought the ark radiating a light of hope will be our best partner. We should embrace her and show her the respect she deserves. Thank you for shining your light upon us, leader. I will convey your will. As Brad's will was executed, Odalyn's situation underwent a significant transformation. She not only regained her freedom, but also received financial support and personnel allocation authority from the Illuminati. Thus, with Joshua's help and the powerful influence of the Ravens, Odalyn leaped to become one of the leaders of the Illuminati in Asino City. As for the attackers who injured the Illuminati members, they did not cause any disturbances within the Illuminati. The Knights of the Illuminati, after investigation, were certain that the attackers came from the Twilight Cult. Given their long-standing rivalry and deep-seated hatred, the Knights of the Illuminati immediately decided to retaliate against their ambush. In fact, the Twilight Cult, as the sworn enemy of the Illuminati, was also Brad's frequent scapegoat. Whenever unfavorable issues arose within the Illuminati that threatened unity, he would lead the Knights to strike against the Twilight Cult. This method had proven effective over many years. By striking against the Twilight Cult, the grievances of the Illuminati Knights would dissipate, and their cohesion would be restored. However, the leaders of the Twilight Cult would often do the same, as only their subordinates would care about the truth and positions. What these high-ranking officials needed to do was to stabilize and expand their power through various means. With the full support of the Illuminati, the influence of the Dreamland rapidly expanded. No matter how beautiful the kingdom in that dream story was, its core story would always be about redemption. As the message of redemption continuously poured into Zhou Heng's story world, he took the opportunity to introduce the concept of relief. Under the mutual attraction of the desire for redemption and the concept of relief, Zhou Heng's authority over relief finally squeezed into the world of the seven gods. From then on, as long as the redemption message existed in the world of the seven gods, Zhou Heng would not lose contact with this world. In other words, Zhou Heng's anchor point shifted from the thoughts of humanity to the information of redemption, which was difficult to eradicate completely. Midnight and external God's authority has squeezed into our realm. Should we restart the cycle of time beforehand and cleanse its information anchor point? No need. I see my kingdom is boiling. That is the brilliance of redemption-type authority shining, which is the nourishment we need, not a pest. Let it descend, let it come with authority. It will be a missing piece that completes us. Although the seven gods can draw nourishment from the cycle of time to strengthen themselves, their reincarnation is not complete. They require dominions of creation, life, destruction, light, darkness, redemption, death, fate, and more to perfect their cycle of time. The world of the seven gods is not a flawless utopia. They lack many authorities to complete the cycle of time, which is why they classify invading foreign gods as pests and nourishment. When pests descend, they immediately activate their cleansing mode. When nourishment arrives, they do their utmost to facilitate its arrival, enticing the entity to descend fully. Zhou Heng's dominion of relief is a precious nourishment for the seven gods of time, as deities possessing such authority rarely invade other worlds. Among the seven gods of time, Dawn especially needs the dominion of redemption. The time zone of Dawn is the last darkness before light eventually descends. Thus, if Dawn can master redemption, the cycle of time for the seven gods will yield richer rewards, and it will also strengthen the goddess of midnight, who embodies both destruction and rebirth. After all, the opposite realm of midnight has long been in a state of yearning for redemption, where all life awaits the arrival of hope and miracles. If the seven gods acquire dominions related to redemption, they would not mind adding a god of redemption in the opposite world, allowing those despairing denizens of reality to become part of the cycle once again. When the seven gods of time decide not to defend against Zhou Heng, the foreign god with the dominion of redemption, his authority of relief is completely unshackled. The hopes and redemptions within the hearts of nearly all life in the opposite realm are simultaneously stirred, and a gentle warm glow emerges from the fog of despair. Under that radiant light, the long-standing resentment mist from the fallen foreign gods is gradually being purified. Those resentful fallen gods also yearn to bask in the glow of redemption. At this moment, regardless of whether it is life from the opposite realm or the rightful realm, only those with thoughts of redemption in their consciousness vaguely perceive a massive arc. It radiates a light of hope, breaking through some barrier to arrive, sailing not just into their world, but also into their hearts. The ark, I see the ark, it is hope, it is redemption, it carries the dreamland promised to us by the Lord. The ark has descended. We the light shall be the main force in constructing the ark. O Lord, please grant me just redemption. The ark has descended so quickly. Is it because it is too powerful, or are they the seven gods laying a trap? No, I must enter the dreamland to notify of redemption. Its arrival should not be so smooth. They, the seven gods, have their eyes on it. At the moment the ark descended, some beings in the world of the seven gods witnessed the greatest miracle and saw the visage of hope and redemption. Some rejoiced, while others were filled with concern. Among them, the beings of the opposite realm were more concerned. They knew there were many foreign god remains in their realm, and they did not wish for this rare redemption to also become a skeletal remnant of resentment. On the other hand, the beings of the rightful realm were mostly joyous. They did not comprehend the truth of the world, and were more instinctively embracing the arc of redemption that sailed deep into their souls. Yet regardless of how the lives of both realms think, it cannot alter the will of the seven gods, and Zhou Heng will not let this rare opportunity slip by. Zhou Heng certainly sensed that the seven gods of time were intentionally luring him, yet this was precisely the opportunity he sought. At the moment the seven gods withdrew their defenses to welcome his relief authority, Zhou Heng's relief authority surged into the world of the seven gods, propelled by a continuous flow of energy. With ample energy supply, Zhou Heng's relief authority is rapidly assimilating all information regarding redemption, hope, and light in the world of the seven gods. If the seven gods do not initiate defense to stop Zhou Heng's assimilation, they will ultimately discover that what they have caught is not an edible fish, but a colossal dragon of relief capable of bursting their nets. Midnight, this foreign god, does not seem quite right. He does not appear to invade our world, but rather seeks to abandon his original world to completely merge into ours. Dawn, I have noticed as well, the divine power he invests is endless, and under the assimilation of his authority, our world is generating a divine office of redemption. This is not a good phenomenon. Our world suffers more than it hopes. Destruction outweighs prosperity, and the divine office of redemption is exceedingly potent in our world. We cannot allow him to seize the source of redemption. Stop him, Midnight. Otherwise, once he occupies the source of redemption and fully merges into our world, he will become our eternal enemy. Our internal deities inclined towards life, namely Dawn, Xingyang, and Riang, could also be influenced by him. This is not an ordinary divine battle, but a conflict of divine paths. We have no room for communication with him. Under the influence of the dominion of redemption, he will actively purify all darkness and destruction. Alright, deploy the world barrier to prevent his divine power from entering our world any further. Yet time is ultimately too short. Zhou Heng's relief authority has yet to stimulate the source of redemption in the world of the seven gods, nor has he managed to influence the three-time gods inclined towards life. Given enough time, he would completely occupy the source of redemption, becoming a unique deity like Midnight. By then, the four gods of Dawn, Xingyang, Riang, and redemption could well achieve balance with the four gods of Dawn, Dusk, Midnight, and Midnight. In such a case, the cycle of time would break without conflict, and the world of the seven gods would enter a new chapter of light and darkness in opposition. This shift in stance cannot be determined by the will of the seven gods of time, as the stance of deities does not originate from emotions, but from their dominions. The reason the seven gods appear as a unified entity with a cohesive stance is due to the coordination and mutual complement of their dominions, while an independent dominion of redemption is sufficient to disrupt their complementarity. When the throne of redemption descends, light shall undoubtedly belong to life, while darkness will ultimately embrace destruction. Have you noticed? Indeed, it is quite difficult to smoothly occupy the source of redemption in such a world that desperately requires it. However, this is of little consequence. My anchor point has been thoroughly secured. Even if both realms are cleansed by the cycle, Dan Xingyang and Riang will still spread the light of hope. As Zhou Heng assimilated the redemption information in the world of the seven gods, he discovered potential allies that could be swayed. Although the three allies currently harbor no goodwill towards him, even planning to eliminate him, it does not affect the potential for cooperation among them. The attraction between dominions will lead them gradually toward alliance. Aside from Zhou Heng's high-dimensional true spirit, the stance of deities is mostly determined by their dominions. How could the divided dominion of time split into seven possibly compare to the opposition of light and darkness, as well as the dual pursuit between light and redemption? Xingyang redemption has descended with hope. From now on, midnight will belong to darkness, while redemption will belong to light. I see Riang. That golden ship is truly beautiful. If he could seize the source of redemption, we would transform into the gods of light. If he is defeated and transformed into the world's nourishment, we shall remain the seven gods of time. Let's wait and see if his redemption can bring hope and light for himself.